At the northernmost edge of the empire stood the Ragnar clan, a grand ducal house long entrusted with guarding the realm's borders. Their ancestral fortress rose from the snow, a monument to centuries of power and sacrifice. For over 1,000 years the Ragnars had held the northern front, their warriors falling again and again beneath monstrous beasts to keep the wall from breaking. Their strength traced back to a single legend, a bloodline said to carry the essence of a dragon within it. That ancient power still stirred somewhere deep in their veins, a fire passed down through every generation. Each heir born into the clan awakened with extraordinary magic, endurance, and a natural gift for the sword. Every heir, that is, except one, a young man torn apart by fury and despair, cut down while everyone around him inherited what he never could. Bloodied and broken, he collapsed before a figure who looked down on him without a shred of sympathy. He was told plainly that some things effort alone could never fix, the world simply called it having no talent. The cruelty of it burned deeper than any wound, to share the Ragnar name, and still be born empty-handed. His tormentor watched him bleed, feigning sympathy through a twisted grin. Through blurred vision, he recognized the man standing over him, someone he never expected to see there. The man mocked him further, calling his years of desperate training nothing but a pitiful spectacle. He sneered that hard work was wasted on someone who could never rise. Laughing without restraint, he spat that hiding away would have suited a talentless failure far better. In horror, he realized the betrayal ran deeper than he could bear. He had once welcomed this man as his sword teacher, learning techniques he believed would carry him forward. Only now did he understand, it had all been a scheme to hand the Rose Palace over to its enemies. Swords clashed one final time as the truth detonated across the battlefield, and in that instant, betrayed by everyone he trusted, he fell. The traitor stood over him, coldly asking why he was being blamed for what had happened. Everything had already been decided the moment that final blow landed. Gasping for breath, he demanded to know why the man could not see the truth staring him in the face. The traitor leaned in close, telling him plainly to look. Flames consumed the Rose Palace as its people burned and died screaming in the wreckage. He asked why his mother had suffered the same fate, watching her body dragged across the ashes. He questioned whether becoming a lifeless corpse had truly been the price of everything he tried to protect. The traitor answered without remorse. It was simply because he had been the imbecile of Ragnar. In a clan ruled only by strength, weakness alone was reason enough. He was told bluntly that he had always been the weakest among them. With his last breath, he called out one final name, Rendon. Rage tore through him as he screamed the name again, lunging forward with everything he had left. Their blades collided violently, sparks and blood scattering through the air. Rendon silenced him mid-strike, telling him he talked too much before ending it. The traitor muttered an apology, admitting he had simply been lost in old memories. He wondered aloud if it was truly over, questioning whether this was really the end. Standing amid the ruins, he grieved that he had protected nothing and accomplished nothing at all. His only thought was of talent, the one thing he never had and always needed. A single tear fell as he wondered if things could have gone differently. And then, the system delivered its final verdict. He had died. A system message flashed before him, declaring that his trait had activated, and that he was being pulled back to a regression point. His eyes opened again, red and sharp, as rain gave way to sudden light. Rendon stood before him under a clear sky, remarking that he looked tired. Confused, he gripped the wooden practice sword tightly as Rendon casually announced their lesson was finished for the day. Watching him drift into thought, Rendon muttered that he seemed unusually absent-minded. Gripping the training pole, he questioned in disbelief whether he had not just died. He assumed it was only a flashback of his life, bitter that the face haunting his memory was Rendon's. He noted grimly that even death seemed determined to be cruel until the very end. His eyes widened as a strange interface blinked into view before him. A tutorial quest appeared, instructing him plainly to punch Rendon in the face. He stared at the message, baffled by the words tutorial quest and punch Rendon. Rendon noticed his stiffened expression and asked what was wrong, unaware of the message only he could see. Without hesitation, he let go of the practice sword. Confused but strangely liberated, he decided this might be a gift from God, one final chance to release everything he had bottled up. He swung his fist forward, declaring that dream or not, he would give Rendon a beating. Rendon's eyes widened in shock as the blow connected. Around them, sparring soldiers paused as the practice sword clattered uselessly to the ground. Stunned, Rendon could only stammer out a confused question. He smiled coldly, remarking that the dream felt far too real for his punch to have landed so softly. Then his fist connected again, sending Rendon crashing backward with a violent cry. Rendon sent him crashing to the ground again, remarking flatly that he thought their lesson had already ended. Sprawled on the stone floor, he wondered aloud why a dream would let him feel actual pain. Rendon sighed, saying he understood his frustration since the awakening ceremony was drawing near, and still no progress had come from all his effort. Hearing the words again, he realized what day this truly was, though Rendon added that he still could not forgive a student who struck his own master. Rendon added dryly that as a Ragnar, he should have used a sword instead of his bare fist. Watching Rendon walk away, he stood frozen, unable to understand what was truly happening around him. Nearby, fellow trainees mocked him quietly, calling him an imbecile who blamed his master for his own lack of talent. Others sneered further, doubting he was even a true Ragnar at all. He pressed a hand to his face, murmuring that if this was all his hard work amounted to, then nothing made sense. Disbelief crept into his expression as the truth began settling in. The sharp, undeniable pain in his side told him this was no ordinary dream. He stared at his own trembling hands, shaken by how real everything felt. He finally understood. This was not a flashback, but reality itself. If the ceremony was 10 years in the past, then he had somehow returned to being 17 again. A notification chimed, congratulating him on completing his first tutorial quest. As a reward, the system announced that Ragnar's talent had been activated. His eyes widened in shock at the revelation appearing before him. A prompt asked whether he wished to receive the reward immediately. Without hesitation, his finger pressed down on yes. Light erupted around him as the talent long denied to him finally awakened. Light surged through his body as the system confirmed his stats would now grow at a tremendous speed. Overwhelmed by the surging power, he shouted in confusion, demanding to know what was happening to him. Before he could recover, another notification appeared, announcing that the next quest had already begun. Within the towering walls of Rose Palace, a quiet storm was about to begin. Over tea poured in silence, a tutor sat across from the lady of the house, weighing his verdict. Rendon Harvey, hired to train young Theo in the sword, admitted he had never met a student so utterly without talent. Undeterred, he boasted that he alone could shape the boy, promising Theo would be ready for the awakening ceremony within 5 months. Cecilia Ragnar, Lady of the Rose Palace, placed her trust in him, asking only that he look after her son. She pressed further, asking for a little more care and attention toward Theo. Smiling with quiet confidence, Cecilia said she carried no worry at all, for she believed in her son. Alone in the corridor, Rendon's true feelings surfaced, admitting the boy was as hopeless as ever despite his lessons. Sneering, he dismissed Theo as nothing but a concubine's son, certain that lowly blood could never amount to anything. A heavy pouch of gold coins passed into his hands, payment for his silence and his negligence alike. In the shadows, a sinister figure with glowing red eyes had guaranteed Rendon's fortune in exchange for sabotaging Theo's growth, and the corrupt tutor grinned at his good fortune. Footsteps echoed suddenly through the hall, quick and sharp, breaking the stillness. A figure surged forward, moving with startling speed, drawing a stunned question of whether this truly was the imbecile everyone mocked. Rendon froze mid-step, coin pouch still in hand, watching the blur race past him without a word. His composure cracked as he muttered his irritation under his breath. Behind him, the runner was branded once more, an idiotic loser, as he sprinted on regardless. Elsewhere, a servant delivered word to Cecilia, and moments later a familiar voice called out to her. She turned, startled, to find her son standing before her, breathless from training. Embracing him warmly, she remarked he must be exhausted from another day of practice. But as she held him closer, her warmth turned to alarm, questioning why he looked the way he did. Theo held his mother close, overwhelmed by the realization that he had truly returned. The moment pulled back 10 years into the past, to the last embrace shared with her before everything changed. In that former life, he stood over his mother's lifeless body, a masked killer looming behind him after the massacre that ended everything. Beside them lay another fallen enemy, blood staining the armor of a man who had also died in that battle. Wounded and hollow, Theo's face bore the scars of that final fight, his eyes later burning red as memory bled into the present. Now given a second chance, he resolved silently that this time, the future would not repeat itself. Weak and stripped of everything he once had, he noticed a strange message window appear, granting him the system known as Ragnar's talent. Visions flickered of a throne built from fallen swords, a future where he would need strength enough to survive the war for succession. He lifted his mother into his arms once more, his expression darkening with new purpose. Meanwhile, Rendon strolled through the halls humming to himself, blind to the storm gathering against him. A tutorial quest appeared, demanding Theo train his body to its very limit, progress sitting at 0. Fueled by the desire to finally take revenge against Rendon, he pushed his body harder than ever before. Yet he reminded himself that with a body this weak, strength had to come before vengeance. He recalled his former ties to the intelligence group Black Word, where he had once been dismissed as unskilled. Now he possessed knowledge of the Bloody Sword Emperor's elixir, a potion capable of empowering the body far beyond normal limits. Alongside it, hidden secret manuals promised power whose true value would only be revealed later. Most importantly, he could finally pursue the extreme training he had once abandoned due to lacking talent. Under the shifting sky above the palace grounds, his legs carried him forward with new determination. Everything felt possible now, for Ragnar's talent had proven real, and the message window had not lied. His training quest ticked forward, progress climbing to 27% as he pushed toward his limit. Fellow trainees watched in disbelief as Theo kept circling the field, unable to tell how many laps he had run without a single break. Determined to make up for lost time, he pushed his legs to run distances he once thought impossible. He swung his weapon again and again, surpassing every limit he had ever placed on himself before. With his quest progress climbing to 65%, he grinned through exhaustion, certain that real strength was finally within reach. Days passed, and still he trained through the night beneath the storm-covered sky. Evelyn Neareville, manager of Training Ground Hoft 4, lounged nearby with a cigarette, barely paying attention. She noted almost lazily that the boy known as the imbecile of Ragnar had been training without rest for days. As his progress reached 97%, Theo laughed through the pain, questioning if he truly lacked talent at all, even as fear of death crept in. He forced himself onward, fully aware that the tutorial demanded his body be pushed to its very limit. Collapsed on the ground the night before, gasping for air, his progress had reached 90%. To his shock, resting even briefly caused the percentage to drop, falling back to 89. Refusing to accept failure, his eyes burned with resolve, vowing not to stop until the very end. His effort paid off as the numbers surged to 98%, his body straining against its own limits. Every swing brought him closer, each strike sharper than the last. He whispered to himself that he needed just a little more. With progress reaching 99%, his weapon cut through the air with growing precision. Gritting his teeth, he promised to continue until he could not breathe any longer. Evelyn's expression shifted slightly as the number held steady at 99%. Finally, with tears mixing with sweat, his progress reached a full 100%. A message flashed before him, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Quest Honk 2. As the tutorial quest completed, Theo obtained the Dragon Heart as his reward. He collapsed onto the ground, his body drained from the ordeal, as a bonus message appeared for clearing the quest so quickly. A new prompt asked if he wished to receive his rewards immediately, while he lay gasping for breath. With trembling fingers, he reached out and selected yes, accepting whatever came next. The system confirmed the rewards were being processed as his consciousness began to fade. He lay unconscious on the training ground until Evelyn arrived, startled to find him collapsed there. Later, Theo woke inside an unfamiliar room, sunlight spilling through a narrow window. Disoriented, he sat up on the bed, unsure of where he had ended up. Evelyn peeked through the door, assuring him he was safe in the break room of Training Ground 4. She reminded him she was the manager who had found him there. She explained that he had lost consciousness while training alone that morning, so she had moved him for safety. Theo processed her words quietly and thanked her for her help. As she handed him a cup of water, she hesitated before speaking further. She asked if he remembered that opening one's mana hall before the awakening ceremony was forbidden within the Ragnar clan. Confused by the question, he asked why she was suddenly bringing that up. She recalled that right before he had lost consciousness, something unusual had occurred. A mana wave had surged, matching the exact signature of a mana hall opening. She asked directly whether he had opened his mana hall. Startled, Theo denied it, insisting he would not have survived if that were true. As he spoke, the cup in his hand suddenly began glowing with an unexplainable light. Completing the tutorial quest, Theo obtained the Dragon Heart as his reward. He collapsed to the ground, drained, as a bonus reward granted him 10 years of his past life's magic power. Recovering, Theo's eyes widened in shock as he grasped the true value of what he had gained. Deep in the void between stars, a dragon's heart pulsed with light, proof that a mana hall could be housed inside it. For dragons, placing the mana hall in the chest made their power flow at its peak. Humans lacked that same anatomy, forced instead to place theirs low in the abdomen. A human heart simply wasn't built to contain something so immense. Forcing it there would shatter the organ completely. Every swordsman of the Ragnar line grew up chasing the same impossible dream, to one day claim a dragon's heart for themselves. That power promised to erase every human limit standing between them and true strength. Then it happened. Theo received a dragon's heart as a quest reward, and the mana hull settled into his chest exactly where a dragon's would sit. The result left him in a dangerous position, carrying power no ordinary human body should hold. Evelyn Nereval, once a high-rank swordsman, had lost her left arm and retired to manage Training Ground Number 4. In her prime she commanded the white-armored dragon cavalry, respected even by the demon dragon she rode into battle. Beyond her skill, she was known across the clan for her unbending principles. She had no patience for status games, dishonesty, or cowardice in anyone. Theo recalled how she once stepped down as his direct master rather than bend her values. A woman who, if she uncovered his secret, wouldn't hesitate to act. The punishment for his crime flashed through his mind: immediate execution. Evelyn's expression darkened as she confronted him. She asked if he could truly handle what he was hiding. Theo pushed back, questioning what would happen if he simply avoided getting caught. She pressed further, asking if he could handle the consequences, words Theo realized he could turn back on her. He reminded her that he too was a Ragnar heir, and false accusations against him would stain her own name. Evelyn conceded. Rules were rules. Theo's expression twisted as he demanded she answer for humiliating an heir. Theo's gaze went cold as the word left his mouth: execution. Evelyn faced him without flinching, telling him to go ahead and check for himself if he truly believed she'd broken the rules. Something about his tone left her uneasy, wondering if he was really capable of this. She gathered mana into her palm, ready to confirm the truth herself, even if it meant confronting Ragnar Blood directly. She pressed her hand to his back, prepared to check his mana hull regardless of his bloodline. Rules applied to everyone. No exceptions, she said, mana crackling around her as she prepared to search for the truth. She placed her hand against him in silence, searching for the signature of his mana hull. Her expression shifted. She found nothing there, no mana hull at all. Doubt crept into her. Had she been wrong to accuse him? It didn't seem possible. Theo turned toward her, eyes glowing faintly, and asked what she intended to do now that she'd found no mana hull. Evelyn dropped to her knees, begging to be executed, ready to pay for her mistake with her life. Theo told her there couldn't be a mana hull for her to find, since dragon hearts worked differently from ordinary ones. A dragon heart's mana hull could be freely controlled by its user, hidden from detection. He could conceal his mana entirely, whenever he wanted. He recalled his old teacher explaining that a human bearing a dragon heart wouldn't be public knowledge for years to come. He was certain Evelyn would never suspect the truth. She waved off the matter, saying there was no need for further concern. Theo told her she'd only done her duty, praising the courage it took to challenge an heir over the truth. He decided clearing Evelyn's debt would work in his favor, especially since mana hall openings stayed restricted before the ceremony to prevent overflow. Evelyn admitted his concern for her, a mere bastard's caretaker, brought her quiet happiness. She knelt and thanked him for taking care of her. Theo walked forward, carrying within him a dragon heart and 10 years' worth of magic power from his past life. He knew with that power, he could become overwhelmingly strong in this new life. A few days later, an instructor barked corrections at him during training, insisting his form was wrong. Theo deflected the strikes with ease, secretly noting how tough it was to hide his growing strength while playing along with Rendon's lessons. His eyes narrowed as he cursed Rendon under his breath. He realized Rendon was subtly feeding him flawed sword techniques on purpose. Suspicion grew in him that someone else was directing Rendon's actions from behind the scenes. Memories surfaced of his past death and the person responsible for killing him. He vowed to uncover their identity, no matter what it took. An idea struck him, and he decided he could use it to expose the truth. Rendon scolded him for chatting during lessons, addressing him as young master. Theo snapped back, declaring he could no longer sit through lessons built on utter trash. He demanded to know how someone of Rendon's skill had ever reached mid-rank swordsman status, hinting at the commission Rendon had received. He mocked Rendon further, saying he'd struggle even against low-rank demonic beasts, accusing him of being placed there just to watch him. Theo pressed on, asking if Rendon was deaf to what he'd just said. Rendon barked back that Theo's skills were trash, deciding then that he'd force Theo to resign his position instead. Elsewhere, a man panicked, warning that if things went wrong for young Master Theo, he'd have no choice but to contact the mastermind. The scene shifted to the towering silhouette of Camellia Palace at dusk. Word spread through the city that the bastard of Ragnar was set to duel Rendon's master the following week. Word spread that Rendon was blaming his own instructor for his lack of talent, and rumors suggested he'd leave the bastard half-disabled after the duel. Rendon lunged in with a decisive strike, coins and shattered fragments scattering across the training ground floor. The blow connected hard, sending his opponent crashing to the ground in a heap. From the sidelines, a cold voice questioned why it mattered if a bastard ended up half-disabled, introducing himself as Axion Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north, known as the Dark Tiger. Beside him stood Remington Narcio, another of the four hounds, called the Silver Lion. A voice confirmed it should indeed happen, as the fallen fighter lay bleeding on the stone floor. Ed Trivun, the Sky Dragon of the Nine Dragons, warned that things could go wrong if they let their guard down. Theo brushed off the concern, telling his uncle that worrying only applied to those who actually had talent. Elsewhere, someone questioned why anyone would worry about that bastard at all, noting that unprecedented things tend to happen around the Ragnar bloodline. A flame in the wind was mentioned, a small light capable of igniting something far greater at any moment. One of the men remarked that this situation was actually a good thing. Theo's expression shifted as he thought about the instructor responsible for training him. A week later, the group gathered again at training ground number 4. The crowd around the arena buzzed with jeering laughter as they anticipated the match, while Evelyn watched quietly from the sidelines. Rendon arrived at the arena, his eyes glowing with confidence. Theo drew his sword and took his stance, prompting a nervous reaction from those watching. Rendon admitted he'd only wanted Theo fired after humiliating him, but the situation had spiraled further. Spectators murmured that things had gotten completely out of hand as the duel intensified. Theo's expression darkened, accepting that since it had already come to this, there was no turning back. A tutorial quest appeared before him: defeat Rendon and win. Theo raised his glowing blade, vowing revenge. Rendon Harvey mocked Theo Ragnar's swordsmanship, calling his technique worthless as tension crackled between them. Enraged by the insult, Theo declared Rendon terminated on the spot, his voice tearing through the falling rain as attendants scrambled in shock. Rendon protested furiously, insisting his contract still had time remaining, but Theo dismissed him coldly, stating that an employer's word was final. Inwardly, Theo admitted that the memories of his past life urged him to crush Rendon outright, but he held back, knowing his current skill wasn't strong enough yet. Rendon panicked, realizing that being dismissed like this would doom the mission he'd been secretly assigned to carry out. As Theo walked away, guards moved to stop Rendon from doing something reckless, sensing he intended to break protocol. A tutorial notification flashed before Theo, presenting a challenge requiring him to defeat Rendon directly. A confident young woman with pink hair stepped forward, agreeing that the matter should be settled properly. She smiled, suggesting they handle the dispute the traditional Ragnar way. Rendon recognized her with surprise, questioning what exactly the Ragnar way entailed. The group gathered in an open arena, understanding that strength alone would decide the outcome through a duel. Rendon, delighted by the turn of events, agreed that letting the winner decide was a fitting solution, believing fate favored him. Theo calmly set the date for the duel 1 week from that day. The pink-haired woman grinned, reassuring everyone that the arrangement was perfectly fine. Rendon laughed off Theo's chances, remarking that he couldn't even defeat him yet. A week passed, and the arena filled with spectators awaiting the match. Onlookers gossiped, doubting Theo could even wield a sword properly. Others whispered that Theo was regarded as the crippled disgrace of the Ragnar family. Rendon stood ready, offering Theo one last chance to apologize and avoid the fight. Theo refused, his sharp gaze fixed on Rendon as the duel began. Rendon smiled darkly, deciding that sparing Theo once had been a mistake he wouldn't repeat, planning to end him and call it an accident. Confident the outcome was already sealed in his favor, Rendon considered this turn of events even more convenient for his hidden goal. Standing across from his student, Rendon offered to let Theo strike first, mocking him with false generosity as a teacher. Theo accepted without hesitation, launching forward and closing the distance in an instant. Their blades met in a thunderous clash, steel screaming against steel. Onlookers froze in disbelief, unable to process what they were witnessing unfold before them. Spectators shouted that the fight was going as expected, certain Theo was already losing badly. The exchange grew fiercer, and fear spread that the duel might end in death. Rendon sneered, declaring the result obvious, insisting Theo was nothing more than an apprentice swordsman facing a mid-rank opponent. He acknowledged Theo's recent growth but dismissed it, claiming only rivals like the Four Hounds of the North would pose a real threat. Certain of his superiority, Rendon refused to believe Ragnar's outcast could ever defeat him. Later, Evelyn was confronted about why she had proposed the match in the first place. Theo, suspicious, questioned how Evelyn already knew Rendon had someone backing him. Evelyn revealed she'd secretly investigated Rendon after noticing his unusual sword style. Her expression turned serious as the memory of the investigation surfaced. During training, Rendon barked orders at Theo, demanding sharper precision with every strike. he muttered to himself, unsettled by how quickly this nobody of Ragnar had grown. Theo privately noted that Evelyn hadn't uncovered this detail during his previous life, wondering if the Manor Hall incident had drawn her attention to him now. Evelyn began revealing what she had uncovered from her investigation. Every trace of Rendon's movements led to one place, Camellia Palace, leaving Theo stunned by the revelation. Theo questioned whether Camellia Palace's involvement traced back to the bitter struggle for the throne, cursing those responsible under his breath. He admitted, still processing the revelation, that it was surprising Evelyn had uncovered this much on her own. Evelyn pointed out that despite everything, Theo still wasn't strong enough to defeat Rendon, asking what he planned to do next. She reassured him that he could beat Rendon, insisting he was underestimating his own potential. Rendon laughed wildly mid-swing, taunting Theo and offering mock mercy if he knelt and begged. Their swords collided again, sparks and force tearing through the air between them. Rendon's confident expression suddenly faltered as he sensed something had changed. He realized with growing unease that Theo had been blocking every one of his attacks without faltering. Bystanders gasped in confusion, remarking that the Theo Ragnar they knew wasn't fighting like this at all. Rendon strained under the pressure, stunned by how drastically Theo's skill had grown. Spectators watched in disbelief as it became clear Rendon was actually being pushed back. Evelyn, watching lazily from the side, smirked and asked if it didn't look like Theo was handling him just fine. Days earlier, she had proposed a deal, giving him 1 week's time. She explained that if she personally trained him for that week, he'd easily be able to suppress someone like Rendon. Theo reasoned that training under Evelyn while ignoring his official teacher wasn't truly against the rules, since Rendon was a fraud with no real right to that title anyway. Reflecting on how well things had turned out, Theo admitted it was worth owing Evelyn a debt. Still, one thing nagged at him, and he asked her directly why she was going so far to help him, wondering if it stemmed from what had happened before. Evelyn admitted that was part of it, but also revealed someone she knew would take a liking to him, someone obsessed with collecting talent. Back in the duel, Rendon strained against Theo's blade, refusing to accept that someone without talent could fight like this. Rendon's composure cracked entirely as he wondered whether Theo had been playing the fool all along. Locking blades with Rendon, Theo demanded to know who was truly backing him behind the scenes. Rendon lashed out furiously, denying any backing, and insisting the years he spent giving Theo worthless lessons had been genuine effort. Theo pressed further, asking directly if Camellia Palace was the one pulling the strings. Rendon's face twisted in shock, unable to comprehend how Theo had figured that out. Theo remarked coldly that Rendon's honesty was appreciated, addressing him plainly by name. With a sharp motion, he moved to strike, his intent now unmistakable. He asked Rendon if he understood what it felt like to lose an arm entirely. The blade came down, blood bursting into the air as the strike connected. Rendon's severed arm spun through the air, droplets of blood scattering across the arena. Theo stood drenched in blood, his expression unreadable as spectators looked on in horror. Rendon collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as blood pooled beneath him. Clutching the stump of his arm, Rendon roared in fury, refusing to accept that this imbecile had done this to him. Theo walked forward calmly, certain now that his suspicions had been confirmed. Standing over Rendon, Theo declared that he had grown stronger, and that this was only the beginning. He recalled the words Rendon once spoke to him, admitting it had been his own fault that things ended this way. Rendon, confused and desperate, asked what Theo meant by that. Theo answered plainly, telling him it was his own fault he was dying here today. He reminded Rendon that among the Ragnars who believed in the rule of the strong, only strength mattered. Theo's expression darkened as he told Rendon he had always been the weakest among them. Rendon shrieked out a desperate plea, begging Theo to wait as the truth of his own weakness crashed down on him. With one final strike, Theo brought the fight to its brutal end. A system notification appeared, confirming that Tutorial Quest Hontrad 03 had been completed successfully. Onlookers watched in stunned silence as the outcome sank in around the arena. For surpassing the required objective, the system granted him an additional bonus reward. A prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to claim the reward immediately. Theo accepted, blood still dripping from his fist as the reward was confirmed received. Snow fell over the courtyard as 2 bodies lay broken on the stone tiles, blood pooling beneath them. A lone figure stood motionless in the center, sword lowered, the duel already decided. Onlookers watched in disbelief from the sidelines, unable to process what they'd just witnessed. A boy once dismissed as worthless had cut down a swordsman far above his rank, and no one could explain how. Theo turned his back on the fallen opponent, unimpressed by the display of strength that had once terrified him in another life. This time, the outcome felt inevitable rather than surprising. Blood dripped from his knuckles as he raised his fist toward the sky, resolve hardening behind his eyes. The boy who had been powerless before intended to become someone entirely different this time around. A system-like notification flashed before him, granting a new power called Observation along with a year's worth of accumulated magic power as a reward for his victory. Confusion mixed with excitement as he tried to understand what this newly awakened ability actually did. Even as he soared through the air mid-battle, light and energy exploded around him, illuminating the courtyard as his true strength began to reveal itself for the first time. Cracks spread across the stone floor beneath his feet from the sheer force of his movement, and a voice rang out, calling his name in alarm. Towering over the scene, the demon dragon Julius Ragnar, commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, made his presence known, his reputation alone sending a ripple of fear through the crowd. Someone in the shadows reacted with unease, unsettled by how long the commander had been silently observing without being noticed. Soldiers murmured among themselves, stunned that one of the legendary 9 dragons had appeared in person at such a moment. Julius laughed off the destruction he'd caused just by arriving, brushing aside the damage to the flooring as a minor inconvenience. His raw power surged again, cutting through the storm as the shadowy figure before him tensed, unsure what they were witnessing. Rain and blood blurred together on Theo's face as the weight of the moment sank in, questioning what he had just unleashed. Fragmented images flickered past, memory and present colliding in silence. Julius roared with laughter, his booming energy filling the air. He praised the fight with genuine excitement, remarking that the student may have outgrown the master. He noted, half-joking, that killing the man was somewhat disrespectful, though admitted the opponent likely deserved his fate. Dismissing the matter entirely, Julius called out Theo's name with booming enthusiasm. He extended an invitation for Theo to join the white-armored dragon cavalry, leaving Theo stunned by the unexpected offer. Word spread fast through the ranks, disbelief written across every face. The so-called imbecile of the Ragnar family had been scouted into the white-armored knights, and no one could accept it, regardless of how well he'd fought. Julius called out casually to Theo, catching him off guard in the middle of the crowd's shock. One soldier voiced the question everyone was thinking, asking if there had ever been a case of an apprentice swordsman, someone who hadn't even completed the awakening ceremony, being scouted this way. Another replied there was no such case, confirming what they already suspected deep down. True potential couldn't be measured while a person's mana hall remained closed, no matter how sharp their swordsmanship appeared, since magic power might still fall short. Even someone as accomplished as Julius Ragnar couldn't be certain of an unopened talent, yet something about Theo had convinced him regardless. Theo stood before the towering commander, wondering privately if the demon dragon had truly seen potential in him worth gambling on. Julius extended the offer directly, calling his name with authority, but Theo turned it down, stating plainly that he had to decline. Elsewhere, a scarred veteran reacted with surprise to news reaching his ears, while another companion beside him mirrored the confusion. A third figure sipped his drink lazily, indifferent to the commotion, while soldiers in the background reacted with matching disbelief. Gossip traveled through the streets as one man asked another if he'd heard about the imbecile attached to young Master Theo. A maid rushed across the palace grounds under moonlight, delivering unsettling news that Theo had apparently destroyed his own master. Someone dismissed the achievement, claiming the master must have simply been weak and calling him kind of useless anyway. After witnessing the fight, the demon dragon had tried to recruit him directly, but the young master declined, insisting his skills weren't yet enough. A brawny fighter mocked the idea of a humble Ragnar, remarking that such a thing wasn't seen every day. Snow fell quietly over Camellia Palace, its towers glowing under pale light. Inside, a woman's expression darkened as she admitted that things had become complicated. Emil Ragnar, lady of the Camellia Palace, stood by the window, unable to believe Theo had killed Rendon. Her attendant tried to reassure her, reminding her that Rendon had been assigned to Theo specifically because of his poor skills. Emil's expression hardened as she declared that the death of someone like him meant nothing to them at all. Sky Dragon Ed Troyvan stood in the hallway with quiet authority, addressed simply as brother by someone approaching him with news. Emil paced her chambers, unsettled by word that the demon dragon had reached out to Theo personally, and that Evelyn herself had ordered it, meaning they no longer had any way to interfere by assigning him a new master. She worried aloud that if Theo began to stand out, seizing control of the Rose Palace would only grow harder, prompting a servant to ask what she meant by standing out. Ed brushed off her concerns, insisting the clan head would never take interest in something like this, and that their plans could proceed as normal. He reasoned that the safest way to control the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader was simply for Theo to remain powerless, and Amel agreed that was exactly her point. Ed dismissed Theo as still powerless despite the rumors, questioning how much someone like him could have really changed, noting that Evelyn and the demon dragon had always shown interest in underdogs. Axion's name left his lips coldly, his eyes narrowing with quiet menace. He muttered that Axion should have warned against making any rash decisions, trailing off in tense silence. A hand reached out through the darkness as Theo agreed to comply, since his mother and uncle worried so much. Ed smirked, holding a sealed letter, deciding he would simply play with Theo a little and remind him of his place. Evelyn praised Theo's effort after their sparring match, and he thanked her, admitting training under a proper master felt entirely different. She mentioned it might have been better if he'd joined the white-armored dragon cavalry, asking why exactly he had declined. Theo admitted he'd be lying if he said he felt no regret, since joining the cavalry had been his dream in a past life. He explained that joining now would simply be premature. Reflecting on the privileges given to the awakening ceremony's top performer, he acknowledged nothing could compare, not even the cavalry. He clarified he hadn't wanted special privileges, still believing himself not ready, and expressed satisfaction training under Evelyn instead. She accepted his answer, warning that the commander would likely be disappointed. His eyes flared as the observation skill activated once more. Through it, he studied Evelyn closely, uncovering her quiet admiration for his humility and her buried longing for her old cavalry days. Theo smiled, recognizing just how useful this ability would become for him going forward. Theo studied Evelyn's status quietly, noting how teaching him had reignited something she'd lost since leaving the cavalry. A stranger approached, addressing Theo politely as young master. He introduced himself as Sybil Drya from the Southern Inspection Post, insisting he had something important to discuss. Theo activated observation, uncertain why this intense-looking soldier wanted to speak with him. The scan revealed Sybil as an apprentice swordsman harboring fierce admiration for Theo and a burning desire to spar with him. Theo reacted with disbelief, repeating the words longing and spar, unsettled by the intensity behind Sybil's expression. A new notification appeared, marking the beginning of his final tutorial quest. Discard the title Imbecile of Ragnar, currently at 28% completion.
After defeating Rendon and gaining the attention of Lord Julius, Theo Ragnar became the center of attention. Amongst those who approached him was Sybil Drya, a disciplined and honest swordsman who requested a duel. Although Theo remained cautious, he sensed no deceit and received the challenge, recognizing the sincerity in Sybil's gaze. While word of the duel spread, trainees from the Ragnar clan gathered to witness it. Theo mirrored on how things had shifted once seen as the clan's disgrace. Now he was someone others were willing to follow. The system confirmed his next aim, to escape the demeaning title Fool of Ragnar, a label that haunted his history existence. The duel began with Sybil attacking swiftly, displaying impressive pace. Despite Sybil's background as an inspector and his confidence, Theo easily kept up, driving back with controlled strength and precision. Observers were shocked at Theo's calm dominance. Employing precise footwork and a clean strike, Theo disarmed Sybil and sent him slamming to the floor. The crowd was silent as Sybil, acknowledging loss, bowed respectfully. Theo had not sole won the duel but also proven his power to the clan. The road to becoming head of Ragnar was now inside reach. After defeating Sybil, Theo mirrored calmly on the duel. The man acknowledged it as a meaningful fight that offered him valuable insight. Curious about his progress, Theo wondered if his observation skill could be exploited on himself. Activating it, he discovered that he could view his own attributes, power, dexterity, vitality, magic strength, and others with surprising clarity. His magic strength was exceptionally high, likely due to remnants of his history existence and the dragon heart. However, one stat caught his attention: his luck was drastically low at -49. Concerned, he doubted whether the misfortunes of his previous existence were tied to this doomed stat. Resolute, he resolved to find a way to raise it. While he pondered this, murmurs spread through the crowd. Onlookers murmured about Theo's power, some in admiration, others in awe. One commented that even although Rendon was sole mid-rank, defeating him and receiving the commander's approval was no small feat. Amongst the gathered trainees, the atmosphere shifted. In a clan where strength determines respect, Theo's power was starting to shift opinions. Those once skeptical now watched him with admiration. As murmurs rounded into excitement, Theo's ascent in the Ragnar clan had truly started. Following his impressive duel, Theo's presence stirred the crowd again. A low-Jan rank swordsman named Eod Nalen, recognized for his passion and persistence, stepped ahead, eager to spar. Despite being surprised Theo knew his title, Nalen received the challenge with pride and honor. Theo, recognizing his sincerity, welcomed the duel. While they crossed swords, Eod Nalen demonstrated a technique spoke double ascension, a family style of his aristocratic lineage. The clash was intense, and Theo responded with precision and control. His proficiency in swordplay steadily increased during the exchange, and his mastery grew visible with every strike. Eventually, Theo hit a decisive blow, forcing Nalen to admit loss. Using that, Theo earned Nalen's respect, causing a system notification to appear, revealing that his luck stat increased. As he battled against other aspirants like B. Fayette Ramiro and Eric Moran, each triumph and earned respect contributed to a ascend in his luck stat. With each clash, Theo wasn't just fighting to win, he was rewriting the burden of his history existence, one duel and one approval at a time. While Theo continued to duel with the trainees, he gained the approval of several peers, each adding not soul to his experience, but slightly raising his luck stat. Names like Zeke, Ulf, and Jin added to his tally of respect, but his tutorial quest progress soul inched up to Bafinjar Shizuo. Realizing this, Theo mirrored that defeating those who already admired him wasn't enough. To truly escape the title Fool of Ragnar, he needed to confront tougher opponents or win over skeptics. Although fatigued, Theo drove on. That's when a powerful presence entered the arena. Remington Narcio, clad in shining armor, recognized as the Silver Lion and one of the Sehounds of the North. Remington was a revered warrior. His appeal to spar shocked everyone, including Theo. Remington, despite his rank as deputy clan head of Narcio, showed respect and a sense of duty, stating it was part of a formal evaluation. Theo introduced himself as a humble swordsman, not yet through the awakening ritual, but he received the challenge sincerely. To him, this was beyond a test. It was an opportunity to fight a swordsman he had long respected. Using admiration in his heart and tension in the air, Theo prepared for his greatest duel yet. Theo launched himself ahead, clashing blades with Remington Narcio. Amidst dazzling force and pace, he doubted if his current power was enough to overcome one of the four hounds of the North. A fierce clash burst as two swordsmen collided on the arena stage. Sparks shot from their blades, with both fighters showing no intention of yielding. The black-haired challenger moved with precision, forcing the blonde warrior recognized as young Master Theo onto the defensive. Abrupt strike shattered Theo's blade, finishing the duel in a moment. Gasps burst from the crowd as the fragments scattered. Theo's companions watched in doubt as their confident comrade remained weaponless. The challenger's calm composure contrasted the crowd's shock. Murmurs spread quickly. Theo, the pride of the clan, had lost. The tension thickened. Everyone knew Theo had trained hard, but it wasn't enough. Observers murmured that the result was inevitable. No matter his growth, Theo could not yet surpass the challenger. Still, one senior acknowledged Theo's spirit and labor, praising the determination he had shown despite the loss. Unexpectedly, Theo himself admitted loss. He cited the fatigue, the shattered blade, and the unyielding nature of battle. His opponent simply smiled, stating that in true combat, no excuses matter. The match was over the instant his weapon could not. Although defeated, Theo received the result with dignity, earning respect, not for triumph, but for his humility and warrior's mindset. After the fierce duel, Theo and his opponent shook hands under the setting sun, acknowledging each other's power. Although Theo had lost, the gesture showed mutual respect. Observers were shocked when one of the four hounds, elite fighters of the generation, recognized Theo's promise. With this acknowledgement, Theo's reputation improved, clearing the humiliating title of Fool of Ragnar. As Theo mirrored, he understood his power had grown significantly since his return. Secret quests and hidden talents had shaped him into a far more capable fighter. Yet, even with that progress, he sensed a wide gap when facing a truly seasoned opponent. The duel ended, but Theo learned much. His public image rose, but he admitted to himself that his personal growth was still incomplete. Suddenly, his former opponent approached him again, not to fight, but to extend an invitation. Theo was asked to join the Scaled Dragon Society, a prestigious and selective group recognized across the martial realm. The crowd burst in doubt. Being personally invited by Remington, a top person, was unheard of. Keeping the invitation, Theo remained humble. Despite his doubts, he recognized this as an opportunity to ascend higher, finally rung into the realm of the elite. Remington firmly reassured Theo that he was beyond qualified to join the Scaled Dragon Society. The man brushed off the group's prestige, calling it just a casual gathering for those preparing for the awakening ritual. However, nearby cadets who were not invited couldn't hide their jealousy. Despite the humble explanation,
Theo remained suspicious of Remington's true motives. Still, after weighing the influence and strategic value of joining, Theo saw no reason to decline. The man received the invitation, completing another tutorial quest and taking one step further in escaping his former reputation. His acceptance was seen as a smart move by some, especially those who grasped the society's true importance. Later, Theo come back house to the Rose Palace, where he was greeted by his ecstatic parent. News of his invitation had already reached the estate. The woman was overjoyed and proud, but also aware of what lay ahead. The woman reminded Theo that all his appearance, behavior, and composure would be under scrutiny by high society. While she began tailoring his attire, she promised to help. Drawing from her history as an actress, she swore to teach him the grace and poise needed to endure the social elite. Theo's next challenge had started not on the war zone, but in aristocratic society. While Theo prepared for the Scaled Dragon Society, he was moved by his parents' support. Although created as the illegitimate child of an aristocratic home, his parent never blamed him for the stigma he held. In fact, she felt guilt for a destiny she couldn't control. In the harsh, rigid Ragnar clan, raising a disgraceful son must have been harsh, yet she remained by him. The woman embraced him, believing in him beyond anyone else. That instant reminded Theo of what he now had to guard, not just his honor, but her hope. Using silent resolve, he promised her there would be no more disgrace elsewhere. News of his entry into the elite society spread. While his parent wept with pride, a shadowy person his father watched with silent intensity, vowing to shake the foundations of the Scaled Dragon Society alone. 2 weeks later, on the night of the banquet, Theo arrived. Not anymore the boy others ridiculed. He walked in entirely transformed, elegant, confident, and composed. He had shed the image of a disgraced aristocratic. Even Remington, who greeted him personally, was impressed by his change. Theo had finally stepped into the spotlight, and the true story of his ascent had just started. Over the 2 weeks leading up to the Scaled Dragon Society banquet, Theo trained relentlessly. Remington often visited him, offering guidance and building camaraderie. Therefore, Theo's physical form improved, and his presence grew sharper. Even his peers began to rally near him, requesting to practice by his side. The once isolated fool had become a quiet leader. Theo's attempts had attracted attention. What started as Remington's mentorship grew into a small following. Practice sessions grew larger, and even his old peers, once scornful, began to admire his dedication. Theo took it in stride, although internally he found the attention exhausting. On the day of the banquet, Remington offered last remarks of encouragement. However, a subtle twist surfaced. Remington revealed the banquet had actually been arranged by Axion Ragnar, a fellow person of the Elite Four Hounds. Although Remington extended the invitation, it was Axion who had orchestrated all. Theo was caught off guard. Axion, seeing from afar, grinned with amusement. To him, Theo wasn't a rising star, he was entertainment. Keeping a card labeled Fool of Ragnar, Axion eagerly anticipated mocking him. Theo's road into high society had started, but so had a new game one filled with hidden motives and dangerous players. Theo arrived at the great estate in an aristocratic carriage, greeted formally by a servant. While he stepped low, his gaze narrowed with quiet determination. The man had come back not merely as a guest, but with an aim. The Camellia Palace loomed ahead, a place connected to painful memories and betrayal. That moment was here that forces conspired to hinder his growth, including Rendon and the Rose Palace faction. Yet this time, Theo came prepared. While he and his aide approached, they discussed the expected appearance of Axion, the one who had extended the invitation. Theo, aware of political traps, suspected deeper motives. He trusted Ranjar was beyond recent disruptions, signified to slow his progress. Yet Theo had no intention of backing low. The man arranged to show exactly who he had become. Suddenly, a blue radiance shone from the upper palace windows, an unexpected signal, possibly from a guest. Before Theo could react, a sack fell from above, exploding in a cloud of white powder. The impact shocked the aide. While Theo hit calmly, the substance was merely flour, a childish trap. In his history existence, he wouldn't have dodged it. This time, he remained vigilant. Remington Narco, standing nearby, was just as surprised, indicating this act wasn't part of his doing. Theo glanced up at the window where the sack of flour had come from. The man immediately recognized the culprit's young nobles, treating his arrival like a mockery. One of them grinned, calling it a greeting between friends, mocking the formality with open disrespect. Remington tried to hold back, but anger sparked. Then emerged Axion, Ragnar, the one who had invited Theo. Using a wild smile and a dark aura, Axion snickered off the prank and spoke at a brotherly welcome. His file labeled him a dangerous swordsman with unhinged tendencies, clearly enjoying the turmoil he stirred. Theo remained composed. thanking him sarcastically and masking his true feelings. Later, at the great party, aristocratic guests murmured, bewildered about Axion's choice to bring Theo. Despite Theo's direct lineage, many regarded him as inferior. The man remained under scrutiny but did not falter. Others speculated on Axion's motives, noting how he treated Theo like a toy. One aristocratic apologized, stating the group wasn't normally this harsh. Theo rejected it calmly. Inwardly, he welcomed the open hostility it made identifying foes easier. The man silently swore to return the favor. Let them mock and underestimate him. Their arrogance would make his eventual triumph more satisfying. While observing the ballroom, Theo recalled the blue radiance he saw earlier, likely the presence of a secret guest, yet the layout made approaching that area difficult. Before he could investigate further, Axion emerged, acting calmly and asking about the party. Theo made a smile and kept calm, reminding himself to stick to his plan. Axion then mockingly apologized for the earlier flower incident, pretending to seek forgiveness while threatening Theo. Remington tried to intervene, but Theo rejected the apology with a grin, stating he sole remembered a greeting. His response surprised Axion and amused the others. Despite Theo's composed front, many nobles ridiculed him beyond his back. They saw him as an illegitimate child, unworthy of his rank, especially compared to Axion's aristocratic lineage. Their ridicule painted Theo as submissive, further fueling whispers of disgrace. Elsewhere, Remington, visibly disturbed by the taunts, overheard nobles mocking both him and Theo while someone who also bore the burden of illegitimacy. The comments hit deeply. His anger built up, but he reminded himself of boundaries. Some topics were forbidden, even in jest. The tension lingered in the air, but Theo remained composed. The man knew this party wasn't just a gathering. It was a stage where strength, pride, and grudges would clash. Theo had remained patient long enough. Seeing Axion laugh and mock him amongst his followers, he decided it was time to act. Using harsh resolve in his gaze, he picked up a wine bottle and calmly approached the nobles who had insulted him earlier. Lacking warning, Theo shattered the bottle across one aristocratic's confront. Gore splattering as gasps filled the room. The hall fell into shocked quiet. Another aristocratic lunged at Theo, soul to be taken low in one clean strike. Theo's movements were precise and harsh, little like the helpless boy they remembered. The commotion sparked whispers. Some couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the system acknowledged it. Tutorial quest Fade MC. Escape the title Fool of Ragnar's showed increased progress. Theo rounded, declaring that this was simply his welcome greeting. Remington, shocked, doubted whether it was all really signified for him. Yet Theo didn't answer. His focus was set. His foes needed to know he wasn't to be ridiculed anymore. The nobles who once sneered at him now stared in doubt. Theo had rounded their game against them. His actions weren't just a response, they were a notice. The man would not anymore play the duty they wrote for him. Now, he would rewrite it. Theo, having already shattered expectations, didn't stop. With one last strike, he dislocated the arm of another mocking aristocratic, sending a chilling notice. As the hall fell silent, the system flashed Tutorial Quest Fade MC. Escape the title Fool of Ragnar Faye Baffinjerdilshilo complete. He rounded calmly to the shocked crowd and asked if anyone else wished to say hello. No one dared to move. That quiet broke as armored swordsmen suddenly leapt low from the balconies, reinforcements from a loyal Bannerman clan. Leading them was Ian Hanavi, third son of the Hanavi clan, one of the 6 great aristocratic families allied with Ragnar. Blades taken, they declared Theo's violence against a aristocratic an offense punishable by demise. Yet Theo didn't flinch. He ridiculed their dramatic entrance and remained his floor, to the astonishment of many. He parried the initial strikes with ease and responded icily. Do the dogs of Ragnar's banner clans dare demand my demise? Theo's retaliation wasn't just personal, it was political. The powerful families who once glanced low on him now saw him as a threat, yet despite their numbers and rank, Theo not anymore bowed. The man was done playing their game now, he would crush it. Theo's aura flared with fury as he faced his foes. His remarks cut the room. Can you take responsibility for those remarks? He would not anymore tolerate disrespect. Retribution was upcoming. Ragnar, long ridiculed as the clan's weakest descendant, remained his floor as several fighters raised their blades to challenge him. However, an immense aura suddenly burst from him, freezing them mid-an attack. Shock spread across their faces. This wasn't the same fool they once knew. One opponent understood the reality: Ragnar was still a direct heir, and now, undeniably powerful. Whispers of Ragnar's lineage resounded through the chamber. The man wasn't just a clan person, he was the Lord of the North, ruler of the 6 ice clans. Declaring war on him wasn't just foolish, it was treason punishable by the annihilation of a lineage. One senior admitted they had tolerated his presence for too long, but that era had ended. The battle burst. Swords collided under the setting sun. Foes lunged, but Ragnar hit swiftly, each movement honed by experience and revival. Inside moments, his attackers fell, unable to comprehend the pace of his transformation. While the dust settled, Ragnar approached the manor. Gore stained the floor beneath his feet. Beyond him, a notice emerged. Tutorial quest Fate Escape the title, Fool of Ragnar, by T-shirt complete. Suddenly, Evelyn emerged. The woman had followed him silently, and Ragnar smiled. Now he had someone he could trust in the fight ahead. After leaving beyond the bodies of his defeated foes, Ragnar walked calmly through the blood-drenched floor. His transformation shocked not sole foes, but also those who once disregarded him. Word of his power began to spread. Elsewhere, in a secluded practice hall, a retired warrior uncorked a bottle, observing the recent events with amusement. The man once swore never to take in disciples again, but Ragnar's performance made him reconsider. His companion doubted if Ragnar had truly become the old man's new student. The senior soul smiled and rejected him, noting Ragnar had never entered before now. Amongst all students he had trained, Ragnar was the most talented, surpassing even his famed pupil Axion. The others agreed. Ragnar's promise was peerless. However, his abrupt display of strength raised questions. Why now? What motivated him to act with such urgency? Those figures suspected Ragnar was driven by beyond pride. Perhaps he was being pursued, or perhaps he was chasing something greater. Concern rose about his presence at the Scaled Dragon Society's event. But one thing was open: Ragnar's ascent was triggering a shift in strength amongst tomorrow rulers. The discussion concluded with one last command to recruit Ragnar into the elite White Zan armored Paragon cavalry. While the elders parted, a voice warned Ragnar not to act arrogantly just because he had defeated a dragon. Yet Ragnar had no response. He simply left, satisfied with the wine. Elsewhere, Evelyn observed the aftermath of a staged battle. The woman understood Ragnar had been aware of her presence all along and had orchestrated the entire encounter to make a time. The woman acknowledged that he likely joined the Scaled Dragon Society with a strategic aim from the beginning. He was never someone to be underestimated. Elsewhere, another powerful person revealed he had sensed Evelyn from the instant she neared his carriage. Possessing a dragon heart, he wielded energy perception, also spoke a sixth sense. The encounter had been staged deliberately, using the pieces in place. The game was ready to begin. In the Great Hall, Ragnar spoke out Evelyn's title and reminded her that many had disrespected a successor candidate. Under clan law, such crimes could be punished by execution. Evelyn declared a more merciful road amputation. Using swift movement, she charged. Slicing through the air, the terrified students screamed, but the punishment was already in movement. Evelyn followed orders with precision, cutting the right embrace of the nobles who had insulted Ragnar. Each strike was deliberate, targeting heirs from prestigious clans. Byron, Clark, Howard, none were spared. Using each severed limb, Ragnar's quest to erase the title, Fool of Ragnar, advanced. As screams resounded through the hall, one eager victim pleaded for his existence, crawling to another aristocratic named Axion. Yet Axion, now visibly amused, refused to intervene. Using a grin, he rejected the plea, calling it merely a greeting. His rejection shocked the onlookers as he released his own terrifying strength, slicing low another who tried to resist. Bodies lay scattered as Evelyn reported to Ragnar. 14 embrace were taken, and with priestly help, they force be reattached. However, their tomorrow as swordsman was likely finished. Ragnar approved. The hall quieted. Everyone now recognized the shift Theo Ragnar once ridiculed had transformed completely. Whispers spread of his immense authority and strategic brutality, yet beneath Ragnar's calm expression, Theo seared with ambition. As he rounded to leave with Evelyn and Remington, another person, gaze full of resentment, watched silently. The one who once glanced low on Ragnar now swore vengeance, swearing he would one day crush him beneath his feet. While Ragnar prepared to leave, Axion stopped him briefly, grabbing his sleeve. A grin curved on Axion's confront, not of hostility, but recognition. Ragnar had become something certain. Ragnar rounded back with a casual farewell, officially finishing his tutorial quest number 04, Fate Escape the title, Fool of Ragnar. With that, his reputation transformed completely. System messages confirmed the instant he had finished all tutorial quests. Not anymore would anyone in the clan dare mock him. Outside, Ragnar declared the beginning of his true vengeance. His attempts had been the prelude now. The true game would begin. While prizes were dispensed, including an elixir to boost his strength, the sun set on a day that would be remembered. Elsewhere, members of the Scaled Dragon Society discussed the shift. News of Ragnar's success spread fast.
One person was shocked. Axion's faction had underestimated Ragnar. He had rounded all near with precise control. Later that night, the hall was filled with celebration. Friends raised their mugs, cheering for the finish of Ragnar's disgraceful nickname. Theo Ragnar had silenced his critics, yet not everyone was amused. In the crowd, someone sipped silently, masking resentment beyond a drink, muttering, "Done in by that fool Theo?" The ripples of Ragnar's ascent were just beginning. Within the imposing Camellia Palace, tension soared. A furious noblewoman scolded a subordinate for a could-not task that resulted in their men losing embrace. Her frustration wasn't just about loss, it was about the political consequences it brought. The man she reprimanded remained composed, accepting the blame with few remarks. Despite his calmness, she lashed out, warning him that his actions had empowered their enemy and made their aim of taking over the Rose Palace more difficult. The woman rejected him with a command to reflect on his recklessness. While he left, another aristocratic entered. The woman, still seething, doubted the young man's impulsiveness. Her companion dryly pointed out that the boy resembled her in youth, a comment she rejected angrily. Trying to ease her anger, he suggested the incident force not be entirely negative. The man explained that the Rose Palace, once under the harem of the clan head, was politically untouchable. Although it had become a haven for outcasts, it still held the clan head's protection. Now, due to the recent turmoil caused by the young man, they finally had a reason to move in. What they lacked before justification they now possessed. And with it, an opportunity to seize control. Turmoil at the Scaled Dragon Society meeting gave the Trovians an opening. Theo, the once ignored illegitimate heir, had caused a move and was quickly rising as a symbol of the Rose Palace. This created an opportunity. By employing the incident as justification, the Trovians could pressure him legally. One noblewoman, initially unsettled by Theo's growing influence, now saw his power as leverage. If they manipulated it properly, the Rose Palace would be made to submit silently and completely. Plans had already been laid. The Trovians were ready. By morning, they would act. The senior brother reassured his sister, pampering her with gifts and remarks of affection, telling her to rest well. Their control over the palace seemed inevitable. Elsewhere, in a far more humble setting, Remington Narcio expressed his gratitude to Theo. Although surprised, he felt touched by how Theo defended him during the meeting. Theo had taken taunts silently until they were aimed at Remington. Then, he acted lacking delay. Remington admired Theo's resolve. Despite being mocked for his background, Theo had become powerful, challenging those above him lacking dread. For Remington, Theo's bravery felt deeply personal. Yet, unknown to him, Theo's actions may have held deeper motives, still hidden beneath the surface. While the atmosphere at the tavern lightened, Remington remained and declared his faith to Theo. Although his clan pushed him to ally with Axion, he chose rather to follow Theo. The others, seeing, cheered. Theo, caught off guard, attempted to clarify, but one of the onlookers rejected the concern, believing Remington's devotion was well placed. Theo silently received the misunderstanding. Amongst the joyful crowd, Theo pondered. Even if others misunderstood his intent, their unity wasn't unwelcome. He understood that despite all, these people genuinely wanted to be near him. Yet he couldn't help but feel his power came from an external factor, the mysterious blue system window soul he could see. That moment detailed attributes, levels, and even prizes based on his growth and actions. The recent incident with the Scaled Dragon Society had increased his level, giving him points to strengthen attributes freely. This ability let him mold himself into a more powerful version at will. But even as he enjoyed his rising influence, he feared the uncertain tomorrow his strength force bring. Resolute, Theo refocused. The man acknowledged the threat from the Camellia Palace and decided to ready. Changing to Remington, he requested help. The loyal companion, thrilled to be spoke, Remy, gladly received. Theo, aware of the looming conflict with Axion for the clan throne, entrusted Remington with a sealed letter, likely a symbol of deep trust or critical information. Knowing Remington's tomorrow as the Vargo clan's head, Theo regarded this as the perfect opportunity to solidify an alliance before the political war intensified. Remington received the letter lacking delay, reaffirming his faith to Theo. His willingness to support Theo in any circumstance strengthened their bond. Yet just as their exchange concluded, armored knights burst into the tavern. Recognized as the swords of law, their presence shocked everyone. Those figures held an official, looking decree bearing Theo's title. The lead knight accused Theo of threat, assault, and intimidation, leaving the room in shocked quiet. Theo's companions reacted defensively, but Theo himself remained calm. The man requested to see the warrant. Examining it, Theo quickly noticed something suspicious. The ink was still fresh. That moment was open that this document had been hastily prepared.
likely under political pressure. The timing aligned too closely with recent events, suggesting that foes from Camellia Palace or rival factions had moved swiftly to suppress him through legal means before he could increase any further in influence. Theo now faced his next battle, not with a blade, but through law. Theo, calm and composed, allowed himself to be handcuffed and escorted out by the swords of law. His silent departure shocked the room. Remington and the others stilled in doubt. As the gates shut beyond Theo, Remington clutched the letter he had just received, realizing this wasn't just politics. That moment was a calculated move, and Theo had anticipated all. The Rose Palace remained serene, ignorant that its peace was set to be shattered by accusation. A startled woman learned of Theo's abrupt detainment, her voice cracking with doubt and concern, hearing the title Tribunal. The woman fell to her knees, shaken by the severity of the news. The butler hesitated before revealing Theo was being charged with destroying the sealed dragon society. Dread flowed through her as she understood the trial could mean beyond punishment, it signified verdict. Still, with resolve, she murmured farewell, praying that Theo would return unharmed from the ordeal. Within the carriage, Theo sat silently, his wrists bound, flanked by armored guards with unreadable expressions. The heavy quiet during transit masked the tension, as Theo remained calm and unreadable. Gazing outside, he slowly shut his gaze, mentally preparing for the tempest that awaited. The tribunal loomed tall as the carriage approached. Theo mirrored on his last visit long ago. The man knew destroying the sealed dragon society would lead to beyond simple imprisonment. Those figures weren't just trying to punish him, they wanted to strip him of his rightful inheritance. The carriage door unclosed. Guards ordered Theo to step out and confront his destiny directly. The man sensed their true aim, to publicly crush him and erase his tomorrow, but a grin formed. This was the encounter Theo had been awaiting for. Theo Ragnar was formally escorted to the tribunal's gates, his presence announced with official authority. The great gates unclosed slowly, flooding the hall with radiance as the guards prepared to proceed. Theo stepped ahead confidently, inwardly resolved to unleash what he had prepared for this instant. Theo trusted that a setting this great was the sole stage fit for his actions. While he entered the massive chamber, its brilliance revealed a powerful assembly of figures. Recognizing their power, Theo smiled. Fighters like Julius Ragnar were not easily gathered lacking reason. 4 of Ragnar's elite, the 9 dragons, had convened in verdict for the rare tribunal. Edtrovian and Osa Ragnar's presence emphasized the burden of the occasion and the threat. Theo stayed composed, even before head counselor Wolfgang Ragnar, whose authority could crush most men. Wolfgang addressed Theo icily. The boy responded calmly, despite the iron restraints on his embrace. Theo mirrored bitterly. Wolfgang's hatred was rooted in lineage prejudice against his illegitimate rank. Despite the scorn, Theo remained focused, aware that Wolfgang had summoned him for verdict. Theo's actions had angered influential clans and groups now demanding Ragnar sever all ties with him. Furious, Wolfgang accused Theo of tarnishing the family title and bringing disgrace upon them. Theo did not waver. He acknowledged the accusations, but a deeper intent hid beyond his calm. Wolfgang silently admitted his error. He had underestimated Theo's decisiveness and could not to eliminate the threat. Theo's gaze gleamed as he thought he should have executed his foes, not spared them. Standing before the council, Theo firmly declared that their subjects had deceived the order of faith. The man shouted that he would have acted harsher had he recognized their betrayal in advance. His voice resounded through the chamber, declaring the traitors must be punished lacking delay. The other council members reacted. One labeled Theo impressive, but expected a standard penalty to suffice. Osa Ragnar challenged Theo's arrogance, but acknowledged his reason had merit, requesting others to consider it. The woman argued that Ragnar was strong, but not great, and tyranny would ensure its fall. Theo respectfully responded, but internally noted Osa's neutrality, a surprising but fortunate stance toward him. Still, doubts lingered in Theo's thoughts. He remembered history wreckage and doubted Osa's intent. The tribunal concluded with an official verdict. Theo would confront 3 months of probation. A voice raised concern. The awakening ritual was scheduled in just 2 months, creating a conflict. Osa silenced opposition and granted permission for Theo to attend next year's ritual. Rather, Wolfgang fumed, but the result was already decided thanks to Demon Dragon Julius's silent support. Beyond the choice lay a political trap. Delaying the ritual justified seizing control of the Rose Palace. Theo considered the consequences of appealing, knowing it force cost his existence if mishandled. Despite the risks, he boldly stepped ahead and announced his intent to file an appeal. The council burst in shock. Some ridiculed him while others doubted if he grasped what it signified. Theo confidently confirmed he knew the cost appealing signified waging war inside the clan. To others, 3 months probation was a minor penalty, easily survivable with family influence. Yet to Theo, even a minor blemish was unacceptable. He demanded recognition, not tolerance. A scenario system triggered Successor's Road, confirming that Theo had triggered an official changing time. The quest began with fire consuming a guild's hidden base under the twilight heavens. Theo charged into battle, blade taken, facing foes amidst the inferno of turmoil and war, amidst smoldering ruins. A cloaked ally observed the war zone, impressed by Theo's accurate prediction. Another knight confirmed Theo's guidance had led them to their enemy's hidden fortress. Soldiers remained ready. Theo's remarks had earned trust, and now his strategy was proving effective. Elsewhere, a scheming aristocratic smiled darkly, celebrating the destruction of Trovin's Camellia Palace. Theo remained solitary before the High Tribunal, awaiting verdict under the harsh gaze of the council. And Senior doubted Theo's choice, shocked he'd escalate a solvable matter into a declaration of war. Theo's confidence unsettled them. Facing 5 clans solitary seemed arrogant, but he remained undeterred by doubt. The court reminded all present that in imbalanced disputes, proxy battles often replaced direct encounter. Normally, war resolute the victor, but immense gaps in power demanded alternate means duels of champions. Each faction would now send one warrior to fight in a one-on-one blade duel proxy warfare. Theo would naturally represent the defendant. Murmurs followed the assumption that Axion would represent the opposing side. Doubt stirred, was Theo truly prepared, or relying on companions like the Demon Dragon or Evian? Yet Theo stepped ahead with calm authority, accepting the rules and agreeing to settle things in battle. Lone observers suspected Theo's plan involved stronger proxies, but knew Evian or the Dragon wouldn't cooperate. Thus, Theo was made to fight personally his challenger. Axion would show no mercy in the arena. With a grin, Axion received and promised Theo would understand his place through demise. Seeing the shift, Theo's foes understood. He wasn't as quiet as once trusted. As radiance cut the courtroom, Theo entered with fierce resolve, gaze blazing with unwavering intent. Although accused of scheming, Theo's strategy was now open. He would outfight, outthink, and outlast them all. Kyle Ragnar, the clan head, emerged with immense presence, acknowledging Theo's growth with solemn recognition. Kyle had overheard Theo's involvement in a proxy battle, noting the complexity of the circumstance. Theo confirmed his intent, standing firm despite his father's probing tone and powerful aura. Kyle doubted whether Theo had chosen a proxy, hinting he forced not allow Theo to fight. Theo declared no one else was qualified to stand in for him. He would fight himself. Despite Kyle's warning of loss, Theo remained resolute to test his power and conviction. Theo spoke proudly, stating even if made to bow, he'd never do so willingly. Kyle snickered heartily at his son's declaration, declaring it a perfect embodiment of Ragnar pride. The fighters near them also snickered, their respect for Theo rising at his unyielding stance. Kyle praised Theo's attitude, and Theo thanked him while revealing his plans reached beyond just fighting. The man mentioned secret evidence gathered by Evian and Remington, proof of Camelia's betrayal and deeper schemes. If the evidence sufficed, Theo could win lacking combat, but Kyle offered him another kind of trial. Kyle declared he would test Theo with a single strike to determine his value and guilt. If Theo could endure the blow, all charges would be dropped, finishing the conflict immediately. Despite protests, Kyle ordered the duel to proceed, trusting power to reveal the reality. Observers noted Kyle's challenge was not punishment, but a test. Surviving it signified gaining his recognition. Those figures questioned Theo could withstand the blow, but new approval from Kyle carried great meanings. Still, one man gripped his hand, uneasy at the thought of Theo passing this test. Fearful of Theo gaining favor, he panicked, hoping to stop the duel before it began. Yet Kyle, unbothered, silenced him for daring to object, asserting his control over the circumstance. Another senior watched silently, acknowledging the clan head's choice lacking resistance, accepting the inevitable challenge. A council person ridiculed the delay, asking the Heavens Dragon if he'd finally voice objections. Rather, the senior dodged, stating it was mere interest in the rare involvement of Kyle. Kyle rounded to Theo, ignoring small talk, and asked directly if he'd accept the single strike. Theo, caught off guard, admitted his plan had fell. He never anticipated things shifting this direction. Yet he welcomed the unexpected turn, believing it unclosed a new opportunity to prove himself. Rather than reject the challenge, Theo drove for higher compensation, noting how the stakes had grown. Kyle was surprised by Theo's boldness, asking what kind of compensation he expected in return. Theo remained silent for an instant, measuring his remarks carefully before making his appeal. Those seeing, including former skeptics, grew curious about what Theo would demand for accepting the risk. Theo smiled sharply, declaring his demand confidently, a bold appeal none had expected in this setting. The man named his price control of the Camellia Palace, stunning those present with his ambition and clarity. Shock rippled through the chamber. One man stared wide-eyed, realizing Theo's aim hit directly at strength. Theo grinned confidently, his intentions made open. He was set to strike at the Camellia Palace. The announcement shocked everyone. The title Solitary sent waves of panic through the opposition. Within the council, elders burst in anger, unable to believe Theo dared propose a deal directly. Although outraged, one senior allowed Theo's proposal, curious to see the extent of his ambition. Another acknowledged Theo's boldness, noting such confidence was essential for anyone aiming to become successor. The clan head rejected objections. Using the stage approved, preparations for the encounter began immediately. Theo remained firm while the clan head approached, declaring his intent to test Theo personally. With sharp resolve, Theo received the challenge lacking delay, drawing all attention to himself. The duel floor was set. Observers gathered, sensing that something significant was set to unfold. Observers understood too delayed that the trap set for Theo had become a stage of honor. Frustration crept in. What was signified to disgrace him now showcased his power before all. Still, the opponent remained calm, believing Theo couldn't possibly overcome the gap in their abilities. The man trusted that Theo must fall here, as even elite swordsmen couldn't endure the clan head. Yet Theo's confidence was unshaken, strengthened by a secret tutorial prize gained from his return. While the duel began, Theo's calm gaze unnerved his opponent, hinting this battle wouldn't go as expected. The clan head doubted Theo's rapid growth, suspecting an elixir, yet couldn't find any open case. Although bewildered, he rejected the information. Theo's power was certain, and he was still family. The man challenged Theo to continue, asking if he was ready for the true duel to begin. The clan head chose a weaker blade, stating it was fairer since Theo couldn't use mana. Lacking protest, Theo received. The clan head's aura ignited fiercely, shocking onlookers with sheer pressure. His strength flowed violently as the duel officially began, flooding the area with immense energy. Theo endured the pressure and carried his floor as the clan head launched a powerful strike. Despite the blazing aura, Theo analyzed calmly, aware that this was just the beginning. The man recalled his secret advantage, an elixir from a tutorial that boosted his level and attributes. Theo had gained 5 levels instantly, allocating all points into power, greatly increasing his physical abilities. His stat window revealed his transformation. From ordinary to extraordinary, he now wielded new strength. Clutching his blade tightly, he embraced this power, prepared to confront even his father's full force. Theo calculated he could now withstand at least one full-force strike from his father's sword. While the devastating attack came low, Theo positioned himself precisely, channeling all power into defense. The floor split from the impact, but Theo carried firm, sword-locked, gaze steady, unyielding under pressure. Theo's sight sharpened. He could now perceive the pace and force of his father's incoming strike. Using immense force, the sword crashed low, shattering the arena floor in a violent explosion. Amid the dust and debris, Theo remained standing, proving his resolve and power in one movement. Quiet followed. Theo had withstood it. The clan head glanced at him with renewed interest. A faint smile crept across his confront. It had been long since he met a worthy heir. Now impressed, he acknowledged Theo's promise, calling him a decent son for the initial time. The gathered council witnessed it all. Theo had not sole survived, but proven his innocence. The trial was over. Theo had finished the abrupt quest's single strike of Kyle Rangar. While a prize, he gained inventory access and the mysterious blue key from the system. Theo woke in a sunlit room, disoriented and aching. His parent rushed to his side. Panicked, she checked him for injuries, shocked he had fainted while still standing upright. The woman feared lasting damage from the blade blow, but Theo calmly reassured her of his condition. Theo glanced near, still unsure where he was. The place was unfamiliar, yet great. A knight explained that the clan head had reassigned the Camellia Palace to Theo's home. Theo understood the reality. He had won both recognition and territory. His ascent had officially started. The Camellia Palace now belonged to Theo. A new scenario quest to uncover its secrets emerged. In the garden, the former lady of the palace raged, refusing to accept her eviction. Despite resistance, servants escorted her out. The palace was not anymore hers to claim. Elsewhere, Axion received deadly instructions from his uncle, who commanded him to eliminate Theo. Axion considered targeting Theo during the upcoming awakening ritual to disable him. Yet the uncle's order was absolute. He demanded Theo's head, not just his arm. Using harsh resolve, Axion received the order. The man had no choice but to obey back at Camellia Palace. Theo mirrored. Although events had shifted, the result was better than expected. The man secured the palace lacking, revealing his hidden ace, a significant strategic win. Theo triggered his new ability, Inventory, earned during the trial against his father. The man navigated the system and retrieved a fruit stored inside the digital space. Lacking delay, he bit into it, calmly adapting to his new authority. Theo didn't entirely understand how the system worked, but recognized its usefulness in tomorrow plans. He next dragged out the blue key, another prize from his finished quest. Believing it could open dungeons, he smiled, knowing this item would soon prove essential. Theo remained before a sealed double door within Camellia Palace, keeping the mysterious blue key tightly. Odd sensation flowed through the key. He instinctively felt it was connected to this very place. Theo inserted a mysterious key into a door hidden inside Camellia Palace, triggering an odd mechanism. While the door creaked open, he cautiously peered within, sensing an unfamiliar and dangerous presence. A massive hole descended deep underground. His system confirmed it was a newly discovered dungeon. Theo received a notification that his experience inside the dungeon would be doubled as a bonus. Puzzled by the cave's location inside the palace, he speculated it must be part of a quest. Motivated by the prize, he stepped into the cavern, resolute not to waste the opportunity. Before entering, Theo understood he shouldn't proceed unprepared and come back to arm himself properly. From the palace's weapon archive, he chose a blade and shield for balanced combat readiness. Entirely equipped, he re-entered the cave confidently, ready to confront whatever awaited him within. The cave darkened as Theo ventured deeper, the quiet soul shattered by his cautious footsteps. Sensing movement, he halted and narrowed his gaze toward the darkness shifting ahead. A massive, snarling wolf surfaced from the darkness, its red gaze fixed on him. Theo recognized the creature's size as unnatural, likely a demonic beast created from dungeon energy. The monster lunged, lacking delay, forcing Theo to brace himself for abrupt, violent combat. The man dodged quickly and countered, initiating a fierce battle with the savage red-eyed dungeon wolf. Theo braced himself as the massive wolf lunged, employing his shield to block the ferocious charge. He countered quickly, resolute not to back low, matching the beast's power with rough force. With a roar, the wolf flowed ahead again, forcing Theo to ready for another violent clash. Sparks shot as claws and steel collided, neither side yielding an inch in the furious exchange. Theo noted the creature's thick hide and incredible pace. Realizing frail strikes wouldn't be enough, the man concluded it wasn't a normal wolf. It was likely a demonic beast from the outer sea. Dodging another blow, Theo recalled the powerful arc of radiance from his father's single decisive strike. The man wished to recreate that brilliance, the instant that had once humbled him completely. The image of that blinding white slash replayed in his thoughts, driving him toward mastery. Theo launched an aggressive reply, but fell short of matching the mind of his father's strength. His attempt could not to pierce the beast, and he acknowledged the gap in execution. Accepting that copying it was difficult, he adjusted his stance, resolute to keep trying. The man remembered the concept, single strike, a technique signified to finish any fight with one blow. Theo focused all his power into a singular attack, aiming to replicate that principle. Letting go of distractions, he resolved to practice techniques based solely on pace and precision. Remembering Iavian's teachings, Theo timed his strike precisely as the demonic wolf charged straight at him. His sword cut through with perfect aim and strength, landing a deep critical injury in the beast. Gore burst from the wolf as it howled in agony, staggering from the devastating stab. The wolf's injured paw left a trail of gore on the floor as it retreated momentarily. Snarling in agony and fury, the beast's red gaze glared at Theo, refusing to back low. Theo grinned slightly, pleased that his blow had finally taken true damage from the monster. Using renewed confidence, Theo lunged again, resolute to finish the fight. I can do this, he thought. 2 months later, the scene shifted to a clear arena under open skies. At practice floor. Number 4. Disciples gathered in larger numbers, the crowd thicker than usual. Rumors of the clan head teaching Theo single strike had taken attention across multiple factions. Everyone wanted to meet Theo. Even skeptics from rival corridors began arriving out of curiosity. Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace ridiculed Theo's absence, growing impatient with his delayed arrival. Whispers of Theo's power sparked envy. Some accused him of hiding after spreading false stories. They questioned his trial triumph, stating the lack of witnesses signified it could have been exaggerated. Mid-sentence, one loudmouth was silenced by a powerful punch, finishing his speculation abruptly and violently. Sybil suddenly launched a powerful punch, hitting Henry to the floor in full view of everyone. Enraged, Henry insulted Sybil's history and rank, shouting that a dropout had no right. As tensions rose, Sybil stepped ahead backed by numerous shadowy companions who gathered beyond him. Sybil ridiculed the crowd, declaring they were little compared to young Master Theo's power. One companion warned Sybil to avoid personal taunts, but Sybil was already preparing to escalate, furious. At the taunts toward Theo, they spoke for weapons to be taken, demanding a fight. Sybil's side charged ahead with swords raised, igniting a battle within the practice arena. Just then, a freezing gust rushed through the area, catching everyone by surprise mid-attack. The abrupt appearance of ice magic shocked the attackers, freezing their momentum and drawing alarmed stares. With immense presence, Ragnar emerged, his ice magic immobilizing everyone on the war zone. The crowd recognized him immediately, shocked by the abrupt intervention of a famed warrior. Ragnar, recognized as the Frostblade of the Four Hounds of the North, had arrived. A booming laugh resounded as a muscular man approached, demanding to join the fun. Hulkus Lank, another of the Four Hounds recognized as the Black Bear, entered the arena. Seeing him, foes panicked. Two of the feared Four Hounds had now joined the encounter. Hulkus Lanky demanded to know the whereabouts of Luster Tiger, confusing the nearby disciples. He raised his voice again, clarifying that he signified the master of the practice floor. Ragnar remained silently, unmoved by the abrupt outburst, his icy presence steady. Hulkus declared his true intent to challenge Theo Ragnar in a duel of power. Elsewhere, deep inside the dungeon, Theo climbed further low, air steady, expression focused. Using each step, the system chimed he had successfully leveled up again. System notifications flooded in. Theo continued leveling up repeatedly with every kill. The man had hunted 170 demonic beasts, clearing every last creature within the dungeon. The floor was covered in bodies. Theo remained atop the war zone, now greatly advanced in power. Theo drank a healing potion, the vial shining faintly as it restored his damaged frame. The man mirrored on how the potion saved him multiple times during harsh dungeon battles. After 2 months of practice and escape, Theo remained amongst slain beasts stronger than before. Using one demonic beast left in the dungeon, Theo sensed the boss was near. The man entered the 5th floor cautiously, weapon taken, aware that danger would escalate from here. His torch flickered out. He discarded it and moved deeper into darkness, lacking delay. Theo unsheathed a ceremonial blade given by his parent, now his sole usable weapon in his history existence. He rejected the gift, but now he saw its hidden quality. The blade, once ignored, gleamed with power, white ice steel, worthy of battle. A mind resurfaced, his parent celebrating his birthday with gifts and affection at midnight. He had icily rejected her gesture, focused soul on the awakening ritual's importance. Back then, he trusted lineage, resolute strength, not equipment or love. Now resolved, he asked her to leave, resolute not to repeat history mistakes. Facing the boss chamber, Theo stepped ahead, entirely prepared to fight the last beast. A massive demonic creature surfaced, signaling the battle's deadly climax had started. A large drake surfaced from the darkness, prompting Theo to air it for a full dragon. Realizing it was a lesser drake, he mirrored on the Rasner descendants of dragons like this. With uncertainty in his gaze, he doubted whether this encounter was mere coincidence or destiny. Resolute to open the scenario quest, Theo prepared to confront the drake, lacking delay. The man acknowledged the creature's strength, wondering if he truly had the power to overcome it. Activating a skill-spoke single flash, he focused entirely on the upcoming strike. Theo recalled practicing this technique against direwolves and knew it wasn't perfect yet. Although it didn't match his father's legendary skill, it had promise when paired with his strength. Charging his blade with energy, he aimed to deliver a serious blow, employing his dragon heart. The sword hit true, spilling gore and staggering the drake. His attack had worked. Theo regained balance after the clash, seeing the injured beast roar in agony and fury. The floor shook from the impact, but he carried firm, ready for the next move. Although he missed a fatal strike, Theo had proven the beast was not invincible. Dodging its retaliation, he triggered another technique, Jester's footwork, to outmaneuver the massive creature. Using renewed hope, Theo thought clearly. For the initial time, he forced be able to win. Theo launched rapid attacks to distract the drake, preparing to strike at a vulnerable time. However, the drake's immense aura spread across the war zone, inducing a powerful dread effect. The dread rank slowed Theo's movement by Bafin, weakening his ability to react quickly. Despite the dread gripping his frame, Theo made himself to charge with gritted determination. The drake hit back viciously, nearly crushing him with a heavy clawed attack. Theo narrowly blocked the strike, barely keeping on under the pressure of its massive power.
The drake's massive frame burst with energy, illuminating the area in a blinding flash. While the dust settled, Theo recovered from the blast, grasping the scale of the threat. The man understood he couldn't drag this out, prolonging the battle would finish in disaster. Using the drake lunging again, Theo made a choice: he had to finish it immediately, gaze sharp with focus. He resolved to strike at the creature's critical frail time. Knowing dragons had one fatal flaw, he prepared to target it with precision. Theo leapt into the air, blade aimed as he descended toward the drake's exposed neck. Spotting the target, he locked on to the reverse scale, the infamous dragon frail time. Using a powerful slash, his sword hit true, piercing through the reverse scale with force. Theo's strike hit with immense force, piercing the drake's reverse scale and unleashing a powerful shockwave. The drake roared in agony as the impact spread through its frame, writhing from the agony, with gore in his gaze and immense power in his embrace. Theo continued pressing the assault. Theo, wounded but smiling, confirmed the attack had been effective and left a serious injury. The drake bared its fangs again, rising in retaliation despite its injuries. Theo braced himself, knowing the battle wasn't over yet, his confidence tempered by caution. In another location, Ragnar loudly demanded to fight Theo initial, ignoring others' protests. The man rejected history results and claimed his skills had improved over 3 years. The white-haired warrior spoke him a loser again, provoking Ray's fury and igniting tension. Ray proposed another duel, offering the right to fight Theo as a prize for the winner. Both men collided violently, their blades meeting with explosive force before bystanders. Bewildered and concerned, observers watched the turmoil unfold, unsure why tensions had suddenly escalated. While the duel intensified, another fighter stepped in, warning them not to cause trouble here. The man reminded them this territory belonged to young Master Theo, who was currently away. Despite the warning, Ray greeted the newcomer with laughter and challenged him too, escalating further. Abrupt, immense force spread across the area, catching everyone by surprise with its intensity. One warrior stilled, instinctively recognizing the unnatural killing intent surging toward them. Those figures rounded, sold to see a silhouette shrouded in red aura. Someone was approaching fast. The white-haired swordsman clenched his grip, shocked by the pressure bearing low on them all. The man wondered what kind of transformation occurred during Theo's recent isolated practice period. Ragnar grinned, excited by the strength Theo was now radiating so fiercely. From inside the Red Tempest, a voice spoke out, acknowledging Theo Ragnar's long-awaited arrival. A towering lesser drake glared with shining gaze, its monstrous form emanating pure bloodlust and pressure. The beast roared and charged, slamming into the floor with immense force, shaking the area violently. Standing atop its massive corpse, Theo caught his air as the system confirmed his triumph. Theo dragged his blade free from the drake's hide, recalling how it went berserk when hit. The man examined its reverse scale, the frail time that saved him, now dulled from the battle. The system rewarded him with rare materials, a tooth and claw from the slain lesser drake. The system detailed each item's properties, materials enhancing weapon durability and sharpness, ideal for forging upgrades. Theo arranged to repair his worn blade, a cherished heirloom passed low from his parent. Another alert emerged: he had unexpectedly obtained the skill Lesser Drake's Dread from the battle. The skill released Dragon, Killing Intent, immense weaker foes. Theo was surprised such a rare skill chose him. Although excited, he doubted its effectiveness in tomorrow threats, especially inside the Ragnar region. Still, he received the gain with caution, understanding power solitary wouldn't guarantee escape going ahead. Theo exited the dungeon, noting its dangers. The Camellia Palace dungeon had finally been cleared. Using the dungeon conquered, he finished the hidden quest, seizing control of Camellia Palace's secrets. While sunlight greeted him, Theo stepped into the palace, progressing further on the road of inheritance. After completing the Camellia Palace quest, Theo received a mysterious prize labeled Nest Compass. The item glowed in his palm, described as an instrument pointing toward the location of a nest. Although unsure of its intent, Theo decided to keep the item and rest in his room. Before reaching his room, a maid frantically approached, alerting him of an urgent circumstance unfolding nearby. Another maid was shocked by his beaten appearance, but Theo brushed off the concern indifferently. He learned a violent brawl had shattered out in practice. Floor number 4, prompting immediate investigation. Arriving shortly after, Theo witnessed turmoil, combatants already wounded, gore streaking across the practice field. His presence triggered the passive effect of the new skill, Lesser Drake's Dread, dominating the area. Irritated and drained, Theo released Killing Intent unconsciously, demanding peace and craving rest above all.
Nearby trainees fell in terror, flooded by the pressure emanating from Theo's frame and aura. Even experienced fighters retreated, rattled by the suffocating energy that rounded their limbs heavy with dread. Known red-haired man, however, grinned excited by Theo's power and the tension surging across the field. The man charged with confidence, declaring Theo as his target for an anticipated fight. Using immense force, he released a savage attack, aiming directly at Theo's position. Theo evaded swiftly, rung ahead to engage as all gaze rounded to the inevitable clash ahead. Observers watched in doubt as the red-haired warrior's powerful strike was calmly brushed aside. Hulkus Lank, shocked, understood his full-strength attack was deflected with little labor by Theo. Theo remained composed, red gaze narrowing, barely acknowledging the force beyond the attack. While the clash continued, Theo advanced, forcing Hulkus to unleash his full aura in retaliation. Identified as Black Bear Hulkus Lank, he was considered the least skilled amongst the Northern Hounds. Despite his reputation, Hulkus launched a massive reckless/resolute to overpower Theo with brute force. Hulkus screamed Theo's title, his strike backed by the rough strength of the Lanky clan. Yet even then, his sword met Theo's and was halted mid-swing with sheer control. Hulkus's mightiest attack shattered against Theo's refined swordplay, showing the gap in skill and strength. Theo countered with a swift technique's single flash, sending Hulkus flying back, shocked and breathless. The man calmly assessed the fight's result, reflecting on his improved attributes and combat efficiency. Hulkus fell, coughing gore, completely flooded by Theo's level-headed strategy and controlled power. While Hulkus lay unconscious, Theo approached, surprised by how much power he had unconsciously exploited. Although Hulkus was famed for his endurance, he had been completely outmatched in a single exchange. Theo exhaled silently. A bystander watched in shock, realizing Hulkus had fainted from the sheer pressure. Theo remained in the arena, victorious, as the crowd burst at his loss of Black Bear Hulkus. Observers shouted in amazement. One of the 4 hounds had been taken low with a single strike. Theo noticed, with mild surprise, that Hulkus was still alive despite the force beyond his attack. The crowd parted near Theo as he carried the blade given by his parent, still shining faintly. Everyone marveled at his precision, noting he had shattered through Hulkus's defense in a single strike. Theo's calm demeanor contrasted with the awe surrounding him. The strength of the weapon was certain. In a snowy scene, a young child remained barefoot, shivering as another person approached with a coat. The stranger draped the coat over the child's shoulders, attempting to warm them against the harsh. He guided the child to his house, pledging shelter until the ice stopped, showing quiet care. Back at the arena, the crowd watched the scene in wonder as Theo's ally silently observed. A smile broke across the observer's confront, unnoticed by most, signaling approval and relief at the result. The audience buzzed, ignorant of the subtle exchange. The palace's events were far from over. While evening fell, the Camellia Palace loomed under the sunset, marking the finish of the day's trials. Theo come back within, wearing a faint, satisfied smile, reflecting on the success of the quest. Peace settled briefly over the palace. Although the challenges ahead promised that this calm was sole temporary, Theo was celebrated at a feast in the Camellia Palace for earning the title of Luster Tiger. Servants and family praised his attempts, remarking on how much he had worked and persevered. Theo's parent encouraged him to maintain his momentum toward the upcoming awakening ritual. The woman presented him with rare dishes, explaining the origins of each ingredient and its careful preparation. Theo hesitated under the immense selection, politely refusing at initial while recognizing the labor beyond each dish. Eventually, he ate, smiling and acknowledging the meal's quality, showing gratitude toward his parent. During practice, Theo mirrored silently on history battles and the skill he had gained. The man remembered the lessons from the dungeon and arena, preparing mentally for tomorrow's challenges. Despite his calm exterior, he remained aware of the danger and the need for constant improvement. Theo's blade unexpectedly broke during practice, leaving him momentarily shocked and the room in doubt. His parent expressed concern, although Theo reassured her, realizing the blade's rare materials had still given him immense advantage. The man analyzed the circumstance, noting that the combination of white ice steel and ebony steelwood had still performed beyond expectations. Theo examined ebony steelwood closely, learning that it grew in iron-rich soil and retained flexibility while being incredibly strong. The material's rarity explained the blade's previous durability and hinted at promise for tomorrow crafting. Understanding its properties, Theo prepared to repair and enhance his weapon, readying himself for the challenges ahead. Theo examined the shattered blade from his parent, realizing it had been far more valuable than he initially thought. His parent insisted he receive a replacement, emphasizing the importance of a weapon worthy of his skills.
The woman reminded him that the awakening ritual was approaching and that he must be entirely prepared for display and combat. Lacking a waiting, his parent led Theo through the palace, resolute to acquire a superior blade immediately. Theo followed, curious about the destination, but he grasped the urgency in her tone and stride. Those figures arrived at the Basque workshop, a famed forge recognized across Winterra for producing the finest weapons, where skilled craftsmen worked diligently to craft extraordinary swords. In the snowy north, the famed Basque workshop remained tall, one of Winterra's finest weapon forges. Its fame stemmed not sole from its massive production scale, but from the gift it housed. The workshop's master, a high-ranked blacksmith of the Ragnar family, worked tirelessly before blazing forges. Recognized as the elf of capitalism incarnate, the master craftsman Kirsten was a legend amongst artisans. Her peerless skill earned her the title Demon Craftsman, respected and feared across Winterra's forges. Theo and his parent arrived unexpectedly, surprising Kirsten, who greeted them with her usual sharp tone. When Theo spoke her parent, Kirsten easily refused the bond, stating their family tie had ended. Theo understood the shocking reality. His parent was Kirsten's daughter, making him part high elf by gore. Although shocked, he quickly received the revelation, humorously crediting it for his hitting appearance. Kirsten demanded to know the reason for their visit. Sensing tension in their abrupt arrival, Theo's parent revealed they came to return a defective blade forged by Kirsten herself. Outraged, Kirsten accused them of insulting her craftsmanship, her pride igniting like her forge's flames. Examining the blade, Kirsten's confident expression faded as she noticed cracks hidden inside the sword. The woman struggled to justify the flaw, questioning who could have damaged her masterpiece so severely. When asked, Theo's parent simply replied the blade had been wielded by her own son. Theo remained beyond his companion as they approached the famed master of the Basque workshop. Introduced as the genius who would inherit the Ragnar title, Theo bowed respectfully, showing confidence. The workshop master acknowledged his reputation, intrigued by the young man who claimed to wield the blade. Theo admitted ownership of the sword, confirming his connection to the weapon under question. The elf craftsman examined the blade and noted its defect, questioning Theo's ability to use it. Realizing the discussion would take time, she invited Theo and his companion within for a private talk. Within the workshop, Theo inquired about his parents' relationship with the mysterious demon craftsman. She revealed it was true, she once shared a short yet meaningful history with that person. Clarifying further, she stated the woman beside Theo was her foster daughter from long ago. The elf woman explained her foster parent cherished all things beautiful: art, music, and even people. That admiration led her to take in the elf's family, raising her with affection. Although she rejected the history, curiosity arose when asked how she eventually left that home. The woman recalled leaving by choice, seeking a new existence, and later marrying the head of Ragnar. Reflecting bitterly, the elf thought her choice foolish, yet she respected the woman's endurance. The foster parent snickered lightheartedly, recalling her husband's charm and the love they once shared. The elf craftsman recalled how the woman once come back, shamelessly requesting a blade for her son. Her foster daughter protested in embarrassment, unable to believe her parent would reveal such things openly. Theo watched silently, realizing he had never seen his parent act so freely before. Theo mirrored deeply, realizing how little he truly grasped his parent in his previous existence. Regret surfaced as he doubted his history, obsession with the clan's prestige, and his own ignorance. The man wondered why, despite caring for his parent, the demon craftsman hadn't acted back then. Those figures arrived before a large door, which the elf identified as her private master's office. The woman instructed Cecilia to wait outside while she and Theo entered for a private matter. The heavy gates shut beyond them, leaving Cecilia startled by the abrupt isolation. Within, the elf's demeanor shifted as she demanded to know about a relic Theo possessed. Theo hesitated, caught off guard by her sharp tone and the unexpected question. The woman pressed further, asking directly if he carried a relic of the primordial dragon. Theo emerged bewildered, recalling clan legends about the guardian dragon that once protected their ancestors. The man mentioned stories of their progenitor distributing old treasures across the landmass generations ago. Unconvinced, the elf accused him of deceit and prepared to test his claim herself. The elf craftsman burst in anger, demanding how her carefully forged blade became so damaged. The woman ranted about pouring her heart into its creation, stating little short of a relic could harm it. Theo apologized awkwardly, explaining the blade's soul broke during his fight with a lesser drake. Skeptical, the elf rejected his excuse, deciding to show him something that would explain all. The woman unlocked a massive chain-covered container hidden inside the workshop's depths. While metal clanked loudly, she asked Theo what he saw within, seeing his reaction closely. A blue glow emanated from the sealed object, triggering Theo's mind of the Camellia Palace dungeon.
The elf, unable to see the glow, understood Theo perceived something beyond normal sight. The woman revealed her repeated failures to open the case, which supposedly contained a powerful hidden item. The elf finally named the artifact the primordial dragon's relic, sealed since the Age of Myths. The woman explained it was forged from the dragon's own fang, forming the legendary white moonlight sword. Theo listened, awed by the tale of divine craftsmanship and old strength. The elf raised the shining blade image, offering Theo a dangerous proposition. If he could break the seal and retrieve the blade, it would belong to him. However, she warned that attempting it could cost him his existence. Theo's gaze glowed crimson as determination filled his expression, stating the legendary blade as his own. Theo discovered a chained gate identical to the one hidden deep inside Camellia Palace's restricted section. Recalling the blue key's mysterious properties, he understood it force unlock the sealed passage before him. Inserting the shining key, chains shattered down, and the heavy mechanism began to unlock with force. A surge of radiance burst from the gate, pulling Theo into a powerful distortion of space. His companion watched in shock as energy spiraled violently, engulfing Theo, lacking warning. Unable to resist, Theo's frame was swallowed by the blinding radiance, vanishing into the collapsing gate. Theo woke in turmoil, encircled by black energy as his thoughts spun in confusion. Through the haze, he recognized blazing towers, the ruins of the Rose Palace from his history. Awareness hit. He had come back to the instant all fell down, back where it began. Amidst the fire, he remembered his frailty, the shame of powerlessness that defined his downfall. Resolute, Theo swore to increase stronger, to surpass Rendon and destroy Camellia Palace entirely. Rising amidst destruction, he faced ahead, gaze blazing with newfound conviction and unyielding will. Theo charged ahead, strength surging as he confronted the monstrous creature blocking his road. His crimson gaze locked with the beast, both driven by primal determination to dominate. Their clash burst in explosive force, the beginning of Theo's revival through battle and vengeance. Theo faced the monstrous blade spirit attempting to corrupt his thoughts through the lure of strength. Resisting its control, he recalled conquering anguish before, proving his will stronger than any burden. Defiantly, he declared mastery over himself, refusing to be swayed by hollow temptations of power. The griffin's spirit roared, struggling as Theo's grip clenched, recognizing its opponent's unwavering resolve. Theo noticed the creature's diminished form, likely weakened after years of being sealed inside the relic. Resolute to claim its strength, Theo subdued it, binding it under his command, as the moonlight blade back in the workshop. Theo lay unconscious, his parent rushing to his side in panic. Seeing her son lifeless, she accused the elf blacksmith of endangering him for the sake of forging. The elf, guilt-stricken, remained silent, realizing the consequences of meddling with unstable old energy. Kirsten examined Theo's condition, noting the monstrous energy merging with his bloodstream unnaturally. His parents' fury grew, vowing never to forgive if her son suffered from this experiment. Kirsten silently regretted underestimating Theo's relic and the strength that had now awakened inside him. Suddenly, Theo's frame emitted a surge of blue energy, forming a vortex near them. The unstable force expanded, pulling both parent and son into a shining spiral of radiance. While the room was engulfed, Kirsten watched helplessly, realizing Theo's awakening had just started. Theo slowly unclosed his gaze, his parents' tearful confront filling his blurry sight. She spoke his title in doubt, clutching him tightly as relief replaced dread. Smiling faintly, Theo reassured her he was unharmed, despite the ordeal that nearly claimed him. A system notification confirmed Theo's triumph. He had successfully finished the Griffin's subjugation quest. The prize materialized, granting him ownership of the newly forged white moonlight blade. Theo acknowledged his fortune, realizing the weakened Griffin's state had ensured his triumph. Absorbing the blade's monster energy, Theo's magic strength flowed beyond mortal bounds. Blue energy wrapped him as divine power awakened inside his frame. His attributes, skyrocketed magic strength surpassing 200, granting him the rare ability spoke divinity. Although his newfound strength was immense, Theo restrained it until the official awakening ritual. His rank display revealed his exponential growth, leaving both parent and Kirsten astonished. The elf blacksmith congratulated him, remarking that his success had even surprised her. Theo examined the blade, noticing it vibrate restlessly as if alive with emotion. Kirsten explained it hadn't entirely received him yet, restless after centuries of confinement. The woman advised him to release its pent-up strength on the wall, an ultimate test of mastery. Within the Basque workshop, the blacksmith ridiculed Theo, doubting a novice could harm its reinforced walls. Theo grinned confidently, deciding to test the white moonlight blade's strength alongside his dragon heart. Preparing his stance, he channeled mana into the sword, ready to unleash its true promise. The blade glowed intensely, its blue aura expanding as Theo swung with immense force. Information emerged: white moonlight blade, a weapon forged from the primordial dragon's claw. Shock filled the room as powerful waves of energy flowed outward, shaking the entire workshop. Theo released the technique single flash, the strike bursting upward, like a beam piercing the heavens. The impact cracked the workshop's ceiling, radiance spilling through as thunderous strength resounded across the city. Both Curson and Theo's parent remained frozen in awe, witnessing his peerless control and sheer force.
An explosion of radiance burst from Curson's workshop, shaking the forge and sending debris flying. Theo and his parent watched in alarm as the once proud structure fell under the surge of magic. Keeping his blade, Theo understood it had absorbed his energy entirely, an artifact too dangerous to control. Curson reached ahead, channeling her strength to stabilize the collapsing energy swirling near the weapon. In a flash, she emerged beside Theo, her pace immense his perception. Analyzing his attempt, she concluded he lacked proper arcane finesse, astonished by his rough, unstable technique. Surveying the destruction, Curson doubted if mere sharpness of the sword caused such devastation. Her expression shifted as awareness dawned. Theo had accomplished it through instinct, not knowledge. Recognizing his unprecedented skill, she silently acknowledged him as a true genius. Pride filled her gaze as she declared Theo her grandson before the astonished onlookers. Curson promised to sponsor his growth, ordering him to showcase his promise to the realm. Using ambition gleaming, she envisioned Theo becoming Basque Workshop's living emblem of excellence. Theo glanced toward his parent, shocked by the revelation connecting them to Curson. Curson, ever pragmatic, saw opportunity rather than emotion in their reunion. Amused, she accused him of hiding avarice beyond his calm gaze, while Theo remained speechless. Under the crescent moon, ice blanketed the quiet forge town where the Basque Workshop remained in stillness. A carriage arrived through the snowy road carrying Theo and his parent to their long-awaited destination. From a distance, a lone elf craftsman noticed their approach, keeping blueprints under the falling ice. The elf recognized Theo's gesture, presenting a rare drake horn signified for the workshop's wall repairs. Realizing its origin, she admired the young man's resourcefulness, remembering the relic he once retrieved. Using a faint smile, she thought of her daughter's lineage, proud yet hiding a trace of worry. A stranger's voice interrupted her mirror, addressing her as the infamous demon craftsman. Darkness shifted, revealing a cloaked person emerging from the darkness, hinting at unfinished matters. Days later, Theo trained relentlessly, preparing for the clan's upcoming ranking ritual. At dawn, Theo's duel began against Evelyn, their blades clashing fiercely before astonished observers. Each exchange showed Theo's refined power and precision, reflecting months of tireless training. Onlookers watched in awe as Theo pressed ahead, matching Evelyn's mastery with newfound determination. Evelyn acknowledged Theo's rapid growth, recalling his transformation over just half a year. While their blades collided, his aura flared brighter, signaling his promise awakening. The crowd understood the reality. Theo Ragnar's ascend marked the birth of a true monster. While dawn settled after the duel, Theo and Evelyn remained across from each other, the crowd silent. Evelyn praised Theo's progress, acknowledging how far he had come in preparation for the awakening ritual. Theo thanked him sincerely, crediting his improvement to Evelyn's mentorship and guidance throughout their practice. Nearby trainees, overhearing their conversation, eagerly asked Theo to mention their names in his speech. Laughing, Theo joked about his growing popularity, while Evelyn silently observed with mixed feelings. Theo waved farewell, announcing his departure as the sunset painted the practice fields in warm radiance. Days later, the great central headquarters bustled with activity, hosting the prestigious awakening ritual. Theo arrived at the towering gates of Camellia Palace, where the event would determine his value. Announcing himself confidently, he declared his title before the assembly of Ragnars and guests. Crowds gathered in anticipation, whispering about the ritual's significance inside the Ragnar family. Theo stepped through the radiant entrance, aware that many gaze awaited his performance. Within, aristocratic observers murmured as the atmosphere grew solemn with rising tension. Each participant aimed to prove their power, seeking recognition amongst the clan's elite swordsmen. Theo's entrance drew the attention of every senior, including the formidable clan head, Kyle Ragnar. Seated on the throne, Kyle observed silently, judging whether Theo possessed the true Ragnar spirit. The ritual gathered the clan's greatest figures, including the revered group recognized as the Nine Dragons. Amongst them sat Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head from 2 generations' history, graceful yet commanding. Theo silently observed her presence, relieved that such a legendary person attended after years of absence. The sound of drums resounded as the judge, Vana Ragnar, announced the beginning of the examination. The man explained the rules clearly: participants must draw a blade and strike the steel wall before them. Each blade rested on the floor, awaiting fighters bold enough to test their power before the clan. Vana detailed the challenge further, revealing the wall's composition a blend of white ice steel. Ordinary weapons couldn't scratch it. Soldo's channeling mana could leave a visible mark. Keeping a shining elixir, spoke Soma, he explained its strength to awaken sleeping magic inside. Vana ordered participants to consume the Soma and focus their mana into the Dantian. Their strike's depth would determine rank and recognition inside the clan. Calling the initial title, he commanded Theo Ragnar to step forth and begin the test. Theo received the Soma, walking toward the row of swords with calm determination. He recalled his history existence where Axion claimed triumph, overshadowing him completely. Clenching his hand, Theo swore silently this time. The result would be changed. The system registered a new quest. Theo Ragnar's objective was open, to emerge victorious in the awakening ritual. High above the arena, elite observers watched from their reserved seats. Amongst them sat Kyle Ragnar, the current clan head, speaking with an influential senior. The senior smiled, intrigued by Kyle's confidence. The woman leaned ahead, her gaze sharp and curious, suggesting they observe the boy's performance.
Theo steadied his breathing, the harsh air filling the ceremonial hall as his trial was set to begin. The man recalled the significance of the awakening ritual, where one's innate mana would initially emerge. Using a firm nod to the instructor, he received the vial containing the Soma, ready to proceed. While he swallowed the Soma, memories of his history loss resurfaced. When mana tore through his Dantian, this time he focused his breathing, carefully guiding the violent energy swirling inside his frame. Resolute not to repeat history, Theo embraced the agony, channeling control over the surging blue radiance. Energy burst violently, shaking the floor as Theo struggled to contain the overflowing mana. The instructor panicked, believing Theo reckless, certain the boy would cripple himself again yet within. Theo's core began stabilizing, the mana condensing into a luminous sphere inside his Dantian. The mana tempest intensified, testing the bounds of his frame and spirit. Even the instructor feared Theo's strength would destroy him before stabilization could occur. Yet Theo endured, his mana fusing perfectly as radiant energy burst across the entire chamber. When the radiance faded, Theo remained unharmed, his aura calm and immense. He gripped his shining hand, realizing a dragon heart had formed beside his mana hall. Unlike his previous existence, Theo had succeeded effortlessly, his revival marking the true beginning of his legend. Theo, now officially recognized, remained ready to wield mana freely for the initial time in this existence. Gripping his blade, he channeled immense energy, resolute to test his control through sheer precision. Blue radiance flowed near him as his blade descended, forming a blinding arc of condensed strength. Theo released all in one controlled strike, pouring his overflowing mana into a single technique. Observers watched in awe as his strength burst violently, shaking the entire practice hall. The single flash cut through the air, its radiant road splitting the floor directly in two. When the energy subsided, quiet filled the arena. Even seasoned fighters stared, shocked by the result. The blade marks stretched far across the floor, evidence of strength rarely seen from an initial awakening. Theo lowered his weapon, calm but aware of the shock he had caused. The examiner's voice shook as he declared Theo's success, acknowledging him as a true heir of Ragnar. Observers murmured, comparing his power to that of legendary young Master Thorkel. Theo simply walked ahead, his presence commanding respect amongst even the most skeptical nobles. System messages emerged, his luck restored, fame spreading across the clan and beyond. Offers poured in from powerful mentors, eager to claim him as their disciple. Theo smiled faintly, realizing his long-desired recognition had finally started. His true ascent was soul starting. Now system notifications spread rapidly. Some Ragnar elders grew cautious, while others began taking interest in Theo's success. Amongst them, Hilda Ragnar smiled knowingly, intrigued by his abrupt ascent in strength. Theo, ignorant of the politics forming near him, felt proud to have earned her attention. The man resolved to increase stronger, resolute to obtain the mysterious heart of Garuda. Nearby, another candidate named Sybil finished his awakening, successfully passing his trial with enthusiasm. Although Sybil celebrated, Theo's focus remained fixed on the distant aimed soul he could see. Elsewhere, the four hounds of the North Ray Ragnar, Holkus Lank, Remington Narcio, and Theo demonstrated extraordinary results. Their combined strength left deep scars across the practice arena, shaking even the instructors. Theo's achievement, however, remained above the rest, his precision peerless amongst the prodigies. Even the senior examiner admitted none had created a mark as great as Theo's. All gaze rounded toward the last participant, anticipation filling the hall. The title Axion Ragnar was spoke, his confident footsteps echoing through the silent chamber. Axion, recognized as the Dark Tiger, advanced toward the stage, drawing the crowd's focused gaze. Observers murmured, many questioned even he could surpass Theo's immense display. Using calm determination, Axion prepared to swallow the soma, marking the next great awakening to begin. While Axion began his awakening, crimson mana burst forth, engulfing him in a torrent of chaotic energy. Theo stepped back in alarm as the energy manifested into the form of a demonic dragon. The red beast roared, its strength shaking the arena, signaling Axion's uncontrollable awakening. Axion's strength exploded outward, carving massive fissures across the floor in violent red arcs. The examiner watched in astonishment, acknowledging the immense force both boys had displayed. Using a last surge, the verdict was declared: Axion Ragnar had passed the awakening trial. The audience gasped. Theo's and Axion's results emerged nearly identical in power and precision. Confusion spread as judges debated, deciding precision would determine the superior awakening. Theo silently observed, his calm expression contrasting the tempest of excitement near him. The main examiner addressed the crowd, announcing the finish of the ritual's initial stage. The man praised the year's exceptional results, instructing those who passed to ready for the next stage. The anticipation built once more as he prepared to reveal the rankings. Every participant awaited the announcement, their gaze filled with determination and rivalry. The top contenders, Theo, Axion, and the other prodigies, remained silently as tension filled the air. Finally, the voice rang out. The valedictorian of the initial awakening stage was Theo Ragnar.
Theo Ragnar is introduced as a standout figure. The crowd watches in awe as he scores a perfect 10, his strength and skill unmatched. His confident smile shows that he is fully aware of his superiority in this competition. The atmosphere shifts as spectators discuss the incredible abilities Theo demonstrated. The atmosphere becomes tense, with the audience captivated by his remarkable swordsmanship and fluid technique. The commentary shifts to praise his performance. The crowd is in awe as Theo stands victorious, knowing that his score is unbeatable at this moment, and his dominance in the competition is clear. The scene shifts, focusing on the disappointment of Axion, who lost his position. The crowd murmurs in surprise, realizing that Axion's impressive depth in swordsmanship was not enough to surpass Theo Ragnar. As the competition progresses, even the top candidates are now aware of the monumental skill Theo possesses. Axion's defeat brings a sense of inevitability to the event. Theo's rank is revealed as first place, with Axion securing second, despite a perfect score as well. The tension is palpable, and the anticipation for the next round builds. The competitors' results continue to be revealed, including names such as Wellington Ragnar, Ray Ragnar, and others, each ranked based on their performances. The crowd's reaction varies from excitement to disappointment. Theo and Axion's dominance are clear, but other competitors reflect on their own performances with mixed emotions. The ranking details continue, leading to more reactions from the audience. Some face the reality that they need to improve, while others are content with their placements. The scene changes as the announcement of the second blooming ceremony is made. The competitors are given a chance to prepare for the next challenge in the harsh winter mountains. Adding a new level of difficulty, the atmosphere turns cold as the competitors realize the upcoming challenge will test their limits even more than before. The intense winter environment heightens the stakes. The announcement concludes with the group being dismissed. Competitors prepare themselves mentally and physically for the trials ahead, knowing the road will not be easy. The scene transitions to a more relaxed moment as the competitors gather to celebrate the results. Theo and Wellington are praised for their accomplishments. Amid the celebrations, the focus shifts to Theo, who thanks everyone for the recognition. His words reflect his calm yet determined nature. Despite the accolades, Theo reveals his deeper motivation. The real goal is not just winning this ceremony, but preparing for the more difficult tests ahead and achieving something far greater. Celebration continues as Theo and Wellington are congratulated for their first and second place finishes. The atmosphere is filled with cheers and clinking of glasses as everyone acknowledges their accomplishments. Theo smiles, acknowledging the recognition, but keeping his emotions in check. He humbly reflects on the success, while others seem genuinely pleased to see him achieve what he set out to do. Although the cheers surround him, Theo feels a sense of personal conflict. As he glances at the crowd, his thoughts reveal that while he's proud of his achievement, a part of him feels there's more to accomplish. The real challenge lies ahead. The atmosphere shifts as another conversation begins. Wellington, in a relaxed tone, discusses the competition, downplaying his victory and attributing it to luck. Theo listens, his expression pensive. He seems to appreciate Wellington's humility, but there is a subtle tension in the air as the weight of what lies ahead starts to settle on both of them. The conversation continues, with both men agreeing that their bond as friends is stronger than any competition. This marks a moment of solidarity as they prepare for what's to come in the second blooming ceremony. The focus shifts to a snowy, desolate mountain range, a stark contrast to the celebratory setting. This is where the second blooming ceremony will take place, and the difficulty of the challenge is clear. As Theo stands before the mountains, he reflects on his past life and the significance of reaching the top rank. It's a place he never thought he would be, but now he's here, contemplating the future. The winds howl as Theo stares into the distance. Despite the victory, he knows that much harder trials await him. The stakes are higher now, and he's fully aware of the challenges ahead. Theo continues his internal monologue as he walks through the mountains, contemplating his victory over Axion. Though the battle was difficult, it was only a small victory in the grand scheme of his journey. He reflects on his enemies, including Axion, and the powerful forces he must eventually face. Theo is determined, knowing that defeating enemies like them will require all his strength and strategy. With resolve, Theo tightens his grip on his weapon. The journey is far from over, and the battles ahead will demand everything he has. He's ready for whatever comes next, prepared to face challenges even greater than the ones behind him. A new twist is introduced. Theo finds a Nest compass, a mysterious item that will guide him toward his next challenge. This item will be crucial for navigating the difficult path ahead. Theo examines the compass, realizing its importance. The sense of direction it provides could be the key to surviving the harsh environment of the mountains and succeeding in the second blooming ceremony. With a compass in hand, Theo sets his gaze forward, more determined than ever. The road ahead is perilous, but with this new tool, he feels ready to face what lies ahead. The journey continues, and the real test is about to begin. Theo holds the Nest compass firmly, noticing that it's pointing towards the winter mountains. His eyes narrow as he realizes that this is the next step in his journey, which leads him straight into unknown territory. Theo ponders over what the nest could be. He's determined to uncover its mystery during the second blooming ceremony, knowing that this could give him an advantage in the trials ahead. As the winds pick up around him, Theo's expression grows more focused. He is fully aware of the importance of what's ahead, knowing that the key to his success lies in unraveling the secrets that lie hidden in the winter mountains. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the snow. The figure is cloaked and hidden, blending with the winter landscape. Theo is immediately alert, sensing something amiss. The stranger's voice cuts through the silence, asking who Theo is. The figure's tone is laced with suspicion, as if trying to test Theo's identity. Theo is quick to react. Drawing his sword, the figure's sudden appearance catches him off guard, but he's prepared to defend himself. The encounter takes a dangerous turn as Theo demands answers from the intruder. The mysterious figure lowers their weapon, explaining their identity. They reveal they are Getsby Yotan from the Gale Sword unit. Their mission was sent by the captain, who observed Theo during the blooming ceremony. Theo's suspicion grows as he realizes the stranger is not just a random encounter. He muses that the situation is far more complicated than it first appeared. The figure's presence raises questions about the larger forces at play. Yotan continues, explaining that they were sent specifically to test Theo's abilities. Theo's expression remains unreadable as he contemplates the true nature of this encounter, understanding that this might be more than a simple scout's mission. As the conversation continues, Theo finds himself growing irritated by the figure's arrogance. Yotan claims the prestige of the Gale Sword unit, but Theo sees through the boastful remarks. Theo makes it clear that he is not interested in meaningless tests. He challenges Yotan, recognizing that this test is just another obstacle in his path. Yotan seems unfazed by Theo's challenge, drawing a weapon and preparing for a confrontation. The tension between the two builds as they face off in the frozen landscape, both aware that only one can come out victorious. Yotan's true nature is revealed as he summons a fiery power. Branding himself as a member of the Black Iron Cavalry, he offers Theo a choice to join them, hinting at a deeper alliance. Theo reacts with shock and confusion, recognizing the power that Yotan possesses. The mention of the Black Iron Cavalry sends a chill down his spine as he realizes the weight of the offer. The fiery goblin-like creature materializes, further intimidating Theo. Yotan challenges him, asking if he's willing to face such powerful foes or back down. Theo, with unwavering resolve, prepares for the battle ahead, knowing that this encounter will only test his strength further. Theo, visibly agitated, walks into a bustling room filled with tension. A group of people gathers around, speaking hurriedly and trying to get the attention of the high-ranking figures. As they begin talking over each other, some of the leaders shout orders and offer promises, trying to get in line for Theo's attention. The chaos begins to escalate as everyone competes for his focus. With a calm smile, Theo decides to put an end to the chaos. He cracks a subtle joke, using humor to lighten the situation. But internally, he's already preparing for the more serious matters that lie ahead. Theo walks with a graceful yet determined pace through the crowd. His thoughts drift back to the greater challenges and opportunities before him, but he remains outwardly composed. As he ponders the complexity of his choices, his path grows clearer. The weight of his future decisions begins to settle in, especially with the upcoming events surrounding his position and the people vying for his allegiance. Despite knowing the difficulties ahead, Theo remains resolute. The path before him may be full of trials, but he's prepared to face whatever comes, understanding the importance of each step in the grand scheme. Theo is now standing before a powerful figure. The air is thick with the promise of impending action, as the figure makes a statement about his ambition and the desire to see him excel. The figure offers something that seems almost too good to be true, but Theo remains cautious. His mind is already working, calculating the consequences of the decision he must make. As the figure's words sink in, Theo's expression hardens. He knows that what is being offered is a stepping stone, but he can't afford to be blinded by the allure of power. A new, unexpected presence enters the scene. A woman, poised and powerful, walks into the room with confidence. The room falls silent as she makes her entrance, her aura radiating authority. The woman introduces herself as Prunus, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, and with her words, the entire room feels the weight of her position. Her presence commands attention and respect. The shock of her arrival is evident on the faces of those around her, but she remains calm, focused solely on Theo. She reveals her true purpose: to see Theo Ragnar, the young prodigy who has garnered so much attention. The atmosphere becomes even more intense as Theo processes the significance of Prunus's appearance. He is caught off guard, realizing the true importance of this meeting. Prunus's words stir something deep within Theo. She speaks of her interest in him, hinting that his destiny is tied to forces much larger than he originally realized. With a final nod, Prunus leaves the room, her presence leaving a profound impact on Theo. The moment is charged with anticipation, and Theo understands that this is only the beginning of a much larger story unfolding before him. The intense battle reaches its climax as Theo stands over his defeated opponent. The figure is sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth beneath. Theo's hand reaches out to deliver the final blow. The weapon gleams ominously as Theo delivers the strike. His eyes remain cold and focused, not showing any sign of hesitation. The fight has come to a brutal end as the dust settles. Theo's eyes narrow, surveying the aftermath of the battle. His expression remains indifferent, though inside, the weight of his decisions weighs heavily on him. The sound of a blade striking the ground echoes, and Theo turns his attention to his opponent, who is still standing. The opponent sneers, calling Theo's actions pathetic. The opponent taunts Theo, challenging him further, questioning whether a mere sword will change anything. His arrogance fuels the tension as the battle seems far from over. Theo, unwavering, focuses his mind. The battle has yet to reach its conclusion, and he knows that he must act decisively to end the confrontation once and for all. The situation shifts as Theo begins to reflect on the intensity of the battle and the uncertainty of his next steps. A sharp voice interrupts his thoughts. Someone calls out to him. The voice, calm and familiar, belongs to an older figure, an uncle. He suggests that Theo needs to clear his mind and devise a plan. This advice feels like a lifeline amidst the chaos. With a resolute expression, Theo acknowledges the voice. He knows that the second blooming ceremony is approaching, and it's time to gather his thoughts and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. His uncle promises to show him how to defeat Theo Ragnar, setting the stage for even greater conflict.
Lady Plum Blossom arrived amidst shining petals, her presence commanding quiet as disciples bowed in astonishment. The air shimmered with spiritual energy. Even seasoned fighters sensed the immense strength radiating from her footsteps. Ignoring their awe, she advanced toward the young man, her energy distorting the floor beneath her feet. Observers gasped as a pink barrier expanded, isolating Lady Plum Blossom and the chosen warrior completely. Recognizing the technique, they understood she had invoked an isolation zone and arena for personal instruction. Inside the shining sphere, the two figures faced each other as the outside realm faded away. The warrior recognized the legendary skill and isolated dimension exploited by Lady Plum Blossom for special teachings. A rare opportunity unfolded before him, one that even the demon dragon would envy upon discovery. Smiling confidently, she drew her sword, declaring her intent to bestow a gift of swordplay. Drawing her blade, she released radiant energy resembling dragon flames, scorching the air with pure force. Petals swirled violently as she demonstrated mastery beyond imitation, blending elegance with merciless precision. The woman declared her blade embraced infinite variations, each movement embodying a new interpretation of the dragon's essence. Their blades collided, petals scattering like sparks as divine energy rippled through the isolated realm. Lady Plum Blossom's movements formed afterimages, immense her opponent in a tempest of radiant technique. While the radiance subsided, awe filled the warrior's gaze. He had witnessed perfection manifest before him. Lady Plum Blossom remained composed, her sword gleaming as petals spiraled upward inside a single controlled air. In a moment, her blade sliced through the air, creating ripples that mirrored celestial beauty. The woman named the technique Celestial Flower Rain, the initial form of full bloom of the plum blossoms. Theo shook, awestruck by the technique's precision, one continuous movement, containing many hidden circles and variations. The man acknowledged her mastery surpassed even the clan heads, a awareness that deepened his respect. Grateful, he admitted his unworthiness, yet she smiled, satisfied that he simply appreciated what he had witnessed. As the isolation zone dissipated, radiance come back, leaving observers shocked by the immense spiritual display. Lady Plum Blossom invited Theo to find her after the awakening ritual for continued instruction. Her confident smile lingered, leaving the gathered fighters speechless as Theo remained humbled by her offer. Petals faded as Theo mirrored on her remarks, realizing she wished for him to bring new change. The man snickered silently, acknowledging the immense gift and responsibility she had bestowed upon him. Resolute, he swore to honor her expectations and ready for the upcoming second stage. 3 days later, the winter mountains loomed near the northern Great Wall, harsh winds echoing through the peaks. The second stage of the awakening ritual awaited, testing power, endurance, and spiritual control. From Winterra's heart to the distant Demon Sea, Theo's journey toward mastery was set to resume. The Ragnar crest glimmered as Jackie Ragnar addressed the gathered swordsmen, recounting their clan's 1,000-year duty. Those figures had long defended humanity from demonic threats beyond the Great Wall, protecting the realm from corruption. Jackie declared the site for the second stage a proving floor chosen for its peril and history. Standing atop the snowy ridge, Jackie reminded them of their bounds as apprentice swordsmen. The man restricted access to the Demon Sea, emphasizing escape and caution during the upcoming examination. The challenge was simple: hunt monsters in the winter mountains and retrieve the bells from their necks. The man revealed 7 bell types, each color representing increasing difficulty and danger. From bronze to violet. Violet bells belong to creatures too strong to loss, yet value the highest score. Despite the warning, Jackie grinned, knowing ambition would push many to challenge the impossible. Theo analyzed the rules, realizing competitors could steal bells from one another to gain advantage. The exam encouraged rivalry, echoing the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle power above all. Jackie concluded with safety instructions before officially commencing the second stage of the ritual. At his command, participants scattered into the mountains, eager to begin the 15-day escape test. Some prioritized supplies, while others plotted alliances or betrayals beneath the howling blizzard. Theo's companions prepared to regroup, ignorant of the hidden threats already closing in from the darkness. Axion advanced swiftly through the icy terrain, executing a calculated task under his superior's silent command. A voice resounded in his thoughts, instructing him to move precisely as arranged for success. The unseen person warned that disobedience would turn the war zone into Theo's grave, sealing his destiny. While the winds howled, Theo prepared to move deeper into the frozen wilderness of Winterra. He reminded himself that delay signified demise in the awakening's second stage. Then, from beyond, a familiar voice spoke to him, halting his steady march ahead. Theo rounded to find Remy approaching, armored and smiling despite the harsh. Remy confessed he had mirrored deeply, realizing Theo was both a friend and a rival. Abor of determination lit his gaze. He desired to surpass Theo through pure labor. Theo grinned faintly, understanding the feeling well, recalling similar ambition from his own heart. Both drew their weapons, acknowledging mutual respect forged through shared trials and growth. Their friendly rivalry solidified, laughter echoing across the snowy plains as tension eased. Remy declared his intent to challenge Theo during the second stage, pledging a fair contest. Theo come back his grin, wishing his rival luck before they parted ways. The harsh wind held Remy's dimming person away as Theo continued toward his next trial. Theo walked through the snow, covered wilderness, reflecting on Remington's earlier remarks that set him as a rival. For the initial time, he felt genuine excitement. Someone saw him not as a burden, but a aim. Smiling faintly, he acknowledged the thrill of being challenged. Resolute to become someone truly strong, gathering his focus, Theo triggered his device, the compass shining with energy as it calibrated direction. The system identified the artifact as the Nest Compass, guiding him toward the elusive dragon's nest. Blue lights extended across the icy cliffs, tracing a road through the mountains where danger surely awaited. At the outskirts of the winter mountain range, harsh winds howled across endless sheets of ice. Theo trudged through the frostbitten terrain, his air visible as he searched the desolate expanse, spotting a faint glimmer beneath the ice. He knelt low and uncovered a small, shining orb. Examining the orb, Theo muttered about the difficulty of finding relics in such deep frost. The man understood he lacked proper tools, regretting not bringing a shovel for the excavation. Using determination returning, he clenched his grip on the moon, white blade, ready to dig by force. Theo motivated his blade into the floor, the sword shining with condensed mana energy. Powerful currents burst, ice scattering violently as the floor split beneath his strike. The tremor revealed a buried passageway, sealed with old runes that pulsed faintly with blue radiance. Sensing movement nearby, Theo drew his blade and ordered the hidden presences to reveal themselves. 3 figures surfaced from the trees, mocking him for noticing their stealth. Theo recognized the insignia on their armor. Bandits of the northern range recognized for ambushes. The group introduced themselves as Hyde, Cow, and Loon, the 3 roughnecks of Buck Mountain. Theo recalled their reputation for massacring villagers during a could-not task years ago. With harsh resolve, he prepared his stance, resolute to finish what had once been left unfinished. Theo remained amid crimson ice, haunted by memories of the Buck Mountain slaughter from his history existence. The man recalled the horror dozens of civilians slain, their heads crushed beyond recognition. Tightening his grip on his blade, Theo swore to never let history repeat under his watch. Facing the 3 bandits, Theo doubted their motives, suspecting beyond avarice beyond their ambush. Their mocking laughter revealed arrogance, but their remarks hinted at political involvement. When Theo mentioned the Senate, their shocked reactions confirmed his suspicion they weren't mere hunters, but hired blades. Realizing exposure, the bandits unsheathed their weapons, deciding to eliminate Theo before word spread. Theo's gaze sharpened as energy swirled. He drew his sword, unleashing blinding arcs of strength. A violent shockwave tore through the forest, scattering debris as the 3 rushed recklessly toward him. Theo's strikes found their marks. His movements were precise, harsh, and completely merciless. One by one, the bandits fell, unable to comprehend his pace or technique. Standing over their dead bodies, Theo muttered that he would never become like those he destroyed. After the battle, Theo mirrored on his performance, recognizing flaws in controlling his mana flow. The man analyzed his technique, noting areas to refine and the promise of the moon. White blade. Using resolve renewed, Theo gathered their remains for burial, ensuring no trace of them remained. After eliminating the bandits, Theo ascended the frozen cliffs overlooking the winter range under an aurora heavens. The man contemplated how to access the underground area mentioned in the old records. Hearing an odd echo, he rounded to see faint radiance forming a spiral road beneath the ice. Theo discovered an invisible staircase descending deep into the mountain's heart. Realizing it was sealed by mirage magic, he stepped ahead as his system triggered a new quest. The notice emerged: hidden quest, find the invisible staircase and explore the blue caves. Elsewhere in the observation chamber, examiners monitored the participants' rankings across multiple regions. Axion Ragnar led the standings, having subdued 41 demons with a large coordinated team. In contrast, Theo Ragnar remained at the depths, no companions, no recorded demons, and no activity detected. The council members ridiculed Theo's performance, dismissing his earlier achievements as mere luck. Wone Sr. snickered, calling him an illegitimate loss unsuited to represent the Ragnar lineage. Amid the laughter, a wary voice doubted if the Senate alone was beyond the manipulation. Another official responded calmly, stating responsibility for the interference, confident his actions would go unnoticed. A subordinate understood too delayed that the senior had executed the plan lacking official sanction. The atmosphere rounded tense as hidden motives beyond Theo's sabotage began to surface. In the capital, discussions inside the Senate grew tense following Theo's unexpected escape and rising promise. And Senior recalled his could not search at Rose Palace. Furious he couldn't locate the old dragon's artifact, convinced Theo carried the key. He resolved to kill him once the clue was retrieved. Orders spread swiftly across the chamber. Axion Ragnar was to hasten his task and eliminate Theo. Others suspected the Senate's deeper involvement, hinting at secret coordination beyond the ongoing trials. While the council debated countermeasures, a cold-eyed official silently began setting his own safety plans in movement. Amid their arguments, one senior rejected Theo as a fragile, soon-to-collapse candidate unworthy of concern. Another, enraged by hidden dealings, warned that such schemes risked greater political backlash. Elsewhere, far below, Theo entered the blue caves, greeted by echoing cries and walls lined with bones. The man advanced cautiously through traps designed to shatter the thoughts, unfazed by the illusions. Employing his mana-enhanced senses, Theo triggered spirit, expanding perception to map the cave's hidden roots. Following the energy trail, he discovered an old passage shining faintly with blue sigils. The passage led to a vast chamber recognized in Tomorrow records as the Hatchling's Nest. Here, Theo understood Huxol would later obtain the legendary artifact recognized as Amon's Grimoire. Resolute to change destiny, he approached the sealed gate, intent on stating it before anyone else.
Theo entered the cavern with confidence, expecting to find a hatchling's lair hidden beneath the ruins. As he saw wealth and artifacts scattered near old pillars, awareness hit this was not a hatchling's hoard. Surveying the vast treasure, Theo grasped the reality. This was the nest of an old dragon. A massive dragon stirred amongst the wealth, its frame coiled and armored with thick rose scales. Theo stilled in panic, knowing a direct encounter would be suicide at his current power. The man doubted the faulty timing or information was this error, due to his early arrival or Huxiul's deceit. The man resolved to retreat and return once better prepared, aiming to reach the treasure before others. Yet as he rounded to leave, the dragon's eye snapped open, locking directly onto him. The creature rose to full height, wings unfurling as Theo remained frozen beneath its gaze. The dragon spoke, acknowledging Theo as the initial seeker to arrive in a long time. That moment introduced alone as Roabruk, the guardian dragon of the Winter Mountain and ally of Ragnar. Shocked Theo understood this was the very Roabruk fabled protector his clan revered for generations. A new person arrived, shouting respect toward Roabruk and referring to her as their ancestor. Theo doubted the connection, remembering legends about the dragon's duty in the clan's origin. The man recalled stories linking Roabruk to Sigurd, the initial progenitor and parent of the dragon Friedrich. Roabruk corrected the misunderstanding, dismissing the myth that she and Sigurd shared a personal bond. The woman explained their connection was a contractual pact lacking emotional ties, purely a soul-bound agreement. Despite this, she confirmed that the dragon's gore was indeed shared through that sacred contract. Theo understood that the Ragnar lineage truly received dragon gore passed low from that original contract. Roabruk ended the discussion and formally began her duty as guardian to the current selector. The woman announced that those who pass her test may ask 3 questions conditions of the old pact. Theo prepared himself mentally, aware this was a true test to prove his value to the dragon. His ambition to stand atop the Ragnar clan drove him to view this trial as opportunity. Rosabruk launched a powerful strike, 1,000 dragons roar, forcing Theo into a harsh defensive stance. Elsewhere, a dropped potion bottle rolled across the floor, unnoticed by a nearby group of trainees. Axion's gang wondered aloud what Theo was up to and ridiculed his absence from the competition. One person, Driel Gardner, ridiculed Theo, while another covertly admired Axion's power and leadership. Driel ridiculed Theo's history failures, convinced that power solitary justified arrogance and superiority. The man was unexpectedly hit, caught off guard by abrupt blow interrupting his mockery. A voice reminded him, "Soul the frail scoff at dread true power doesn't need to prove alone." Axion's threatening aura flooded one of his subordinates, demanding to know his hidden agenda. The frightened man stammered in dread until another subordinate arrived with an urgent notice. The notice came from the Central Intelligence Bureau, ordering Axion's team to proceed with their secret plan. Axion acknowledged the command but warned not to rush him, aiming to lure Theo into a trap. The man gave the kill order attack the instant Theo appears, marking him as a direct target. Elsewhere, back in the mountain, Theo remained silently and prepared to ask his initial question. Roabruk welcomed his return. Having waited patiently for his promised inquiry, Theo asked why she remained in the Winter Mountain trying to learn her intent and secrets. Roabruk confirmed the question's intent, revealing it was tied to the deeper truths of the realm. The woman explained her presence was to monitor the ascend of a being spoke the nameless monarch. This unknown entity had controlled for 1,000 years, threatening to upend the realm order. Theo understood Winter Mountain was merely a front. Roabruk had stationed herself there to suppress the threat. Theo sensed the dread even Roabruk carried toward this unseen monarch across the sea. Despite his curiosity, Theo carried back, choosing to ask a more urgent second question. Rather, the man asked about the old dragon's relic, hoping to uncover its identity and importance in the unfolding events. Roabruk mentioned there were 3 old dragon relics but claimed limited knowledge about their information. The woman confirmed their locations, one beneath Camellia Palace, another spoke the Winter Moonlight Sword. The last relic she revealed was named Fafnir, linked directly to Theo's return. Fafnir carried the strength to reverse time, a force once guarded from the realm's destruction. Roabruk explained that the relics were spread to delay the nameless monarch's return across the sea. Awareness dawned on Theo. The last relic was already in his possession, the key to return. Understanding hid his return to the history had been caused by Fafnir, the old dragon's relic. However, something was inconsistent. There should have been a dragon guarding the relic, yet none existed in his mind. The man pondered the anomaly. It was as if someone had intentionally removed the guardian during his return. Theo decided to ask his third and last question: why he had been chosen.
The man doubted the reason of selecting someone like him to stand against the nameless monarch. Roabrook prepared to answer, revealing the burden beyond the selection process. Her piercing gaze deepened. Did Theo believe he was the sole chosen one? Shock gripped him as the reality surfaced. Others had also been chosen by relics. Theo shook, realizing he wasn't solitary. His return was part of a larger hidden plan. Theo began connecting the pieces. Other powerful figures like Ed, Kirsten, and the Black Dragon had also regressed. Realizing they too were chosen by relics, he suspected a coordinated force beyond the regressions. Roabrook explained that she sole recognized Theo after he cleared the trial and finished the quest. Theo remembered his original intent. He had come to acquire a relic linked to Axion. However, seeing the scale of treasures, he shifted his thoughts, aiming for something far greater. Upon completing the hidden quest, he was granted access to choose from the old dragon's hoard. Roabrook invited him to pick any treasure, pledging to honor the prize lacking restriction. Theo glanced at the treasure, hesitated, and shouted her title. His confront twisted with emotion. Startled, Roabrook rounded with curiosity, uncertain about his abrupt change in tone and intent.
The dragon lets out a loud laugh, feeling pleased with itself, claiming that its popularity is everlasting. It seems to take amusement from the situation. The dragon continues, asking what it is that the person in front of it truly desires, while waiting for a response. The person stands silently, barely acknowledging the dragon's words, and responds in an uninterested manner, suggesting they had already made their desires clear. The person glares intensely at the dragon, an unsettling calmness in their eyes. The dragon, seemingly intrigued, acknowledges that the person's serious demeanor was no joke. The dragon's aura shifts, and it becomes more menacing, clearly recognizing that the situation is more than it initially thought. The dragon, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "Insolent," releasing a terrifying aura as it prepares to strike. The person, struggling against the overwhelming power, fights to hold their ground, knowing that the dragon's fearsome energy is something they must endure. The force of the dragon's attack is unbearable, and the person grits their teeth, determined to withstand the fearsome pressure. The dragon roars, its power erupting in waves of fiery energy, creating an even more intense atmosphere. The person, struggling against the force, finds the strength to summon a counterattack, but their confidence wanes under the pressure. The person realizes they must push forward, but the dragon taunts them, confident in its superiority and power. The person, now fully aware of the gamble they are about to take, contemplates the risk. They are determined, knowing the stakes are high. The person reflects on their deep connection to the dragon's history, understanding the power they must align with to ensure their success. With unwavering resolve, the person clenches their fists, ready to face the dragon with everything they have, determined not to repeat past mistakes. The person realizes that this is a moment of opportunity they cannot afford to let slip by. With determination, they yell out their request, demanding to be granted the divine word. The person continues, pleading with the dragon to stand alongside them and grant them the power they desire. Their desperation and willpower are palpable. The dragon's eye narrows in response. Considering the person's request, it hesitates, caught between curiosity and its own pride. Suddenly, the person is taken aback by a vision. They call out the name Sigurd, seemingly sensing a powerful presence nearby. The person stands in confusion as a mysterious figure begins to materialize, while the dragon observes with a disapproving gesture, signaling its discomfort. The figure, Sigurd, reveals themselves as the person's ally, and the dragon is forced to acknowledge the strength of this unexpected alliance. The person is now fully empowered, standing tall against the dragon's might. A surge of energy erupts as their strength combines with Sigurd's power. The dragon, enraged and flanked by its intense aura, lets out a fierce roar. The person, now prepared, takes action with heightened determination. Both combatants charge into the fray, each releasing devastating forces that clash with the landscape, reshaping the surrounding area. The person is resolute, prepared to face the dragon head. On their power has evolved, and they take a commanding stance, poised for the battle ahead. The dragon, now more intrigued than ever, recognizes the person's potential and comments on their determination, revealing a slight respect for their strength. The final panel shows the person grinning confidently, accepting the challenge as the battle escalates to new heights. The person, realizing the gravity of their situation, tries to control the overwhelming forces at play. They look toward the dragon, addressing it with clear intent. The dragon, noticing the person's focus, begins to tease them, mentioning their evident admiration for the chest they possess, which causes a brief moment of surprise. The person, now aware of the dragon's antics, brushes off the remark, acknowledging it with a simple response, yet determined to maintain focus on their ultimate goal. The dragon reveals its deep sorrow, explaining that it lost its heart over 50 years ago and now only has a few years to live. The dragon expresses this somber reality, reflecting its weariness. Because of its condition, the dragon admits that it cannot leave its nest and assists the person directly, further complicating their situation. The person, undeterred, asks once more, reaffirming their resolve. They are determined to obtain the dragon's power, no matter the difficulty. The dragon, skeptical of the person's resolve, asks if they still wish to choose it as a reward despite the consequences. The person responds with certainty, declaring that they would still choose the dragon as their reward without hesitation, reinforcing their determination. The choice is finalized. A prompt appears, confirming the selection of Ragnar's guardian dragon Faye Lodbrok as the person's reward. The dragon, despite its outwardly cool demeanor, remarks on the foolishness of the person's decision, but admits it is characteristic of someone with a strong resolve. A new title appears, Guardian Dragon's Significant Other, confirming the bond between the two has been formed. The person, more resolute than ever, vows to grow stronger, searching for ancient relics of the primordial dragon to fulfill their purpose. The dragon smiles, recognizing the person's willingness and ambition. It sees the potential for growth and future power. The dragon reveals that the next step for the person is to retrieve a specific relic, which could help in forming a true soul link. The person listens intently as the dragon explains the next crucial task in their journey to strengthen the bond between them. The person holds a book handed by the dragon, reading the instructions carefully to open their mind gate and prepare for the coming trials. The dragon assures the person that they need, only to awaken their true potential and stand strong against the challenges that lie ahead. A final prompt appears, stating that the person has unlocked an incredible opportunity, but must now face the consequences of their decision. The dragon watches the person with a knowing gaze, acknowledging that while it may be possible for the person to leave, it will not allow it to happen easily. With a smirk, the dragon reveals its true intentions, stating that it would be no fun to simply let the person go without further challenges. The dragon orders the person to open their mind gate before the second stage of the trial ends. Implying that time is running out, the person looks determined, knowing they must complete the task at hand before it's too late. They brace themselves for the challenge ahead. A countdown timer appears, showing the time remaining until the end of the second stage. The pressure intensifies, and the person realizes they have little time to succeed.
3 days before the second stage, the Central Intelligence Bureau remained prepared under heavy security in the ice. A man explained that totems created anti-fiend safety zones employing sealed fiend energy inside marbles. The man demonstrated by smashing a marble, instantly releasing the suppressed energy to trigger a dangerous reaction. From the shattered marble, purple energy flowed as a massive fiend with a gaping maw surfaced. The summoner calmly stated that with shattered marbles, one could summon fiends at will. While the beast roared, the magic intensified, revealing the ferocious scale of the summoned creature's strength. The man confirmed the aim of the second stage: eliminate fiends and earn points. His subordinate grasped the plan to lure Theo with the marble rather than kill him outright. The uncle insisted on employing Theo's sentimentality against him to extract relic information before any execution. The uncle noted Theo's skills weren't inferior, and torture wouldn't be easy lacking proper restraint. The man advised taking hostages from the dropout group Theo cared about to pressure him emotionally. Clenching his hand, the subordinate agreed, realizing the necessity of employing indirect means to trap Theo. Their plan assumed Theo would seek points, but he didn't appear until the stage's last hours. Using 12 hours left, Axion Ragnar remained in initial place, awaiting the elusive Theo. Frustrated, Axion speculated whether Theo had been eliminated or was still hiding intentionally. Felix Ragnar voiced doubts about Theo's absence, puzzled by his delay despite the stage nearing its finish. Although confident in his reputation, Felix sensed unease after witnessing Theo's sharp and unreadable expression. He gripped his chin, realizing Lady Plumblossom favored Theo for reasons beyond rough combat gift. Felix doomed internally, furious at being ridiculed while helping capture Theo for his uncle's plan. His anger built until he snapped, declaring that if Theo wouldn't appear, he'd make him. Gathering members from the Scaled Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, Felix began organizing a hunt, declaring it hunting time. Felix led his group toward the dropouts of practice floor. Number 4. Their harsh strategy was kill Theo's companions one by one until he revealed himself. Seeing from afar, Ray Ragnar, currently ranked 3rd, noticed the approaching threat with silent perception. A frost lizard fiend lunged, soul to be hit low by a powerful slash from trainees. The students celebrated their triumph, eager to impress Theo with their growing combat achievements. Sybil, Edo, and Beefy all imagined bragging to Theo after the exam for recognition. Despite their success, worries rose as Theo still hadn't emerged with sole 12 hours left. Those figures speculated Theo Force be focused on larger goals rather of collecting simple points. Although unsure, the group remained hopeful he'd ascend to the top and fulfill his promise. As one student cheered, a sword cut through him, Sybil was hit low, lacking warning. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th, ridiculed the group, stating Theo had made similar promises to him. Shocked, Edo and B. Fayette screamed Sybil's title, demanding answers from the Scaled Dragon Society. The attackers declared the group as sacrifices to lure Theo into showing himself. Despite the horror, the Scaled Dragon members insisted they too wished to see Theo appear. Elsewhere, at the same time in Lodbrok's nest, a mysterious woman reacted to unfolding events. The woman observed Theo's rapid progress with curiosity, noting his success in opening the Thoughts Gate. Thanks to memories from his history existence, Theo accessed a new skill from the Aemon Grimoire. Using powerful mana and a dragon heart, he achieved mastery faster than average magic users. Theo's rank unlocked a C-rank ability Hatchling Synchro, allowing him to read objects' residual ideas. Impressed, the woman teased him for calling himself her partner, acknowledging his rapid growth. The woman advised him to continue practice to reach a higher level and hear her voice entirely. She revealed Theo could eventually borrow Lodbrok's strength, the same power as the old progenitor. In return, she reminded him of her condition's sole 3 years remained for her escape. Theo promised to prioritize her recovery, drawing admiration from the woman as his practice continued. Theo was engulfed in a vortex of magic as the woman finished her mysterious transfer spell. Landing elsewhere, she remarked that this ability was strictly limited to one use due to risk. Theo surfaced from the portal, calmly assessing his surroundings and noting sole 12 hours remained, realizing time was short. Theo concluded traditional fiend hunting wouldn't secure initial place quickly enough. The man recalled how Axion once took initial place through an aggressive tactic stealing other competitors' bells. Knowing he couldn't outpace Axion normally, Theo resolved to lose him directly and take his score. While traversing the snowy forest, Theo sensed movement and suddenly stopped in place. A shadowy person surfaced through the trees as Theo smiled faintly, whispering that he had found them. His abrupt appearance shocked the enemy, who instantly recognized Theo's confront and asked in doubt. Theo was shocked to find Ragnar staggering through the snowy forest, visibly wounded and exhausted. Seeing her injuries, he doubted whether monsters were responsible, puzzled by how they could harm her. Yet when he glanced nearer, Theo noticed something alarming in her expression, something deeply unsettling. As gore drenched Resti's torso, Theo understood the injuries weren't from beasts, they were blade injuries. The man suspected she had been attacked by a one, not a monster, and demanded answers. Ignoring his questions, Resti pushed him to head west before collapsing from her injuries. Theo caught her and softly laid her low, carefully removing the blade from her side. Activating Hatchling Synchronization, Theo gripped the blade tightly, initiating a process to access its memories. As system notice emerged, he was set to read the ideas of the blade's owner. Elsewhere, Reyes' attacker leaned silently against a tree, seeing for movements in the snowy woods. His companion reported no updates about Theo, despite their attempts to lure him out. The subordinate hoped their bait would succeed soon. Ignorant, Theo was already closing in. The enemy group had planted clues and monster trails, expecting Theo to follow their staged road. Amongst the captives, confusion and dread spread. One suggested taking a few hostages rather of killing. Yet the leader rejected delay, raising his sword as bloodlust filled the snowy night. While violence burst near the captives, Ragnar stepped in, commanding the group to halt immediately. The attacker rounded to confront her, surprised by her presence and questioning her abrupt interference. Lacking delay, Ray declared the ambush dishonorable, warning that it had crossed the line completely, trying to dismiss her concern. The man claimed the matter had little to do with her. The man pushed Ray to walk away silently, assuring her that the captives were of no importance. His expression darkened when Redi refused, marking her as yet another ally of Theo's faction. Lacking warning, explosive energy burst from Redi's position, catching the enemy forces off guard mid-action. Waves of radiance collided with ominous red energy, creating a violent tempest of strength between them. The system warned of an unstable soul clash. Theo, seeing panicked at the abrupt arcane surge, grabbing Redi by the shoulders. Theo demanded answers. He needed to know what had happened. Weakened, Ray confessed that Axion could not find Theo and resorted to capturing his companions. Theo was shocked. His hands shook as the awareness sank in. They had exploited his friends as bait. Although Racy didn't intend to provoke him, Theo's fury exploded the instant Axion's title was spoken. Driven by fury, he declared he would not anymore live under their control or dread. Resolute, he roared for answers, demanding Rennie tell him where Axion was and where his companions were carried. News spread quickly. Theo was saw near the northern cliff, accompanied by the injured Ragnar. A subordinate confirmed the sighting, certain Theo would arrive at their location very soon. Axion grinned menacingly, declaring his intent to lost Theo and prove himself the superior warrior. In the darkness, a voice reminded Axion of his task not to fight, but to extract intel. The plan was simple. Use the hostages to gather relic information, avoiding direct conflict, while others handled Theo. The subordinate was ordered to deploy a summoning orb as a distraction. Reyes cried out, warning Theo not to approach Axion under any circumstances. The woman revealed the supervisors of the Intelligence Bureau were covertly supporting Axion's operation. Even Theo, despite his power, would not be able to overcome such immense forces solitary. Reti's voice shook. This was no test, but a trap designed to kill Theo outright. The woman begged him to wait and rally support, but Theo refused, worried for the hostages. Despite his gratitude, Theo feared the worst force happen if they hesitated even an instant longer. Resolute, Theo demanded Rase reveal the hostages' location. He couldn't afford another second of delay. Raj, shocked by his urgency, spoke him reckless and warned he would die if he rushed in. The woman pleaded with him to understand even if sacrifices were necessary, he had to endure above all. Theo's voice cracked with desperation. He screamed that he wouldn't lose his people again. The man remembered the joyful promise he once made with his friends, to pass the ritual together. Rady tried to reason with him, shouting that sacrifice was inevitable, especially for a Ragnar. Theo recalled the night they celebrated as one unit, ignorant of what awaited them later. His voice shook in fury. He blamed Reni for interfering and disrupting all they had arranged. Red stilled, startled by the sharp accusation, her gaze filled with guilt and agony. Theo remained his floor, accusing her of being too passive in the confront of the tragedy. The man recalled the turmoil, the blazing of Rose Palace, and the deaths of servants under enemy blades. All of it, he claimed, stemmed from being the weakest Ragnar, blamed and trampled in every history existence. Memories of scorn and powerlessness seared inside him as he gripped his fists under the moonlight. The man declared he wouldn't suffer again, unable to repeat the same failures from his history. Using dark energy rising beyond him, Theo demanded one thing: the location of Axion. Theo arrived at a snowy site littered with crates, signs of a recent supply delivery. The man recognized the goods items collected by his companion Shell before the ambush began. Then he saw it, a dead bell and trails of gore leading away from the supplies. Wellington examined the blood-stained supplies in quiet, realizing something serious had occurred in this area. The man moved swiftly across the snowy trail, sensing an ominous atmosphere lingering amongst the scattered crates. From nearby rocks, two fighters surfaced, Holkis and Erica, both observing the circumstance with quiet intensity. Wellington acknowledged Holkis, a formidable combatant ranked 5th with Sijojo points in the ritual. The man then rounded to Erica, ranked 4th with WRE points, who remained ready with her weapon. Using urgency in his voice, Wellington asked for their assistance, knowing he'd need help immediately. A monstrous white creature roared, lifting its jagged club high into the air with harsh power. Using tremendous force, it slammed the weapon downward, aiming to crush its agile opponent. The impact created a massive shockwave, scattering debris as the person narrowly dodged the blow. Theo twisted mid-air, preparing his counterattack while evading the beast's follow-up swing. The man stabbed the creature in the side, but it barely flinched, launching another vicious strike. Dodging the blow, Theo retreated quickly as the beast's club demolished the icy floor beyond him. While running, Theo assessed the circumstance. Sibyl and the hostages were likely still alive. The man deduced Axion was acting on orders from Ed, trying to eliminate him, lacking witnesses. Spotting the supervisors alongside the fiends, Theo confirmed Axion's collusion with the enemy forces. Activating Dragon's third claw, Theo released a devastating red slash at the oncoming monsters. The man trusted this immense attack would provoke the supervisors to intervene and expose themselves. Lacking pause, he resumed his charge toward the largest beast standing directly in his road. Theo shut the distance, moving fast while the fiend lunged with manic glee thanks to the new variable. His movements had surpassed expectations, catching the monster off guard. Their weapons collided with deadly force, Theo's harsh determination facing the creature's primal fury. Theo launched himself at the white beast with renewed determination, confident he could bring it low. Memories of a peaceful snowy day come back. Someone once told him to come house safely. A younger Theo smiled warmly in the sight, reminding him of the importance of surviving. A wounded swordsman remained silently, processing all that had happened in the wake of battle. While ice crunched beneath his feet, he silently made a promise to act differently this time. Using firm footsteps and resolve, he declared he would not anymore stand by, he would help. Nearby, two hostages whimpered in agony, their bruised faces a result of violent beatings. Their captor grew irritated, silencing them with a threat and brandishing his blade in warning. Axion emerged, his subordinates confirming they had done as instructed. No witnesses, no mistakes. The group encircled one man kneeling by a hostage, showing restraint with growing pressure in the air. Suddenly, darkness flowed near his confront, his emotions boiling as he prepared for encounter. He gripped his blade tightly, fury building as he glared at those responsible. Overhearing the plan, he learned that prosecutors had been sent specifically to eliminate Theo. The man understood his maternal uncle had no faith in him winning against Theo in combat. Furious and humiliated, he shouted in frustration as a mysterious person approached the gathering from beyond. The captured men groaned through their gags, panicking as tensions escalated across the snowy clearing. Axion remained silently, suppressing his emotions, sensing the arrival of the one he had long awaited. Theo's footsteps resounded through the forest as he approached the group with unwavering presence. All gaze rounded as Theo Ragnar entered, his title resounding in the minds of everyone seeing. The man glared sharply, observing both the prisoners and the armed group standing in resistance. The foes tensed instinctively, entirely aware of the danger Theo brought just by standing there. Theo's expression darkened. Axion's presence confirmed betrayal, and his patience had worn thin. Axion grinned, seated and relaxed, but his gaze locked on Theo's every movement. While Theo neared, a hostage on the floor gasped, caught between two forces about to clash. Axion calmly rested a palm on his blade, preparing for what he knew was inevitable. Internally, he recognized the threat Theo posed but remained calm, feigning indifference to hide unease. Knowing Theo grasped the stakes, Axion offered to skip the pretense and head straight to combat. Axion taunted Theo, hinting that saving his friends required submission or negotiation. Yet Theo interrupted, asking bluntly if Axion had hesitated out of dread of losing. Shocked by the accusation, Axion flared with anger, denying the claim as absurd and insulting. Theo doubted Axion's motivations. Why resort to hostages and schemes if he wasn't afraid of losing? The man listed the signs, the gathered foes, the harsh glares, even the humiliating hostage display. With a confident grin, Theo concluded it all stemmed from one thing: Axion's dread of loss. Insulted, Axion spoke Theo's reputation fake, denying dread and suppressing rising anger. Theo challenged him directly to a duel, no tricks, just a blade fight between Ragnar Gore. The man added a last jab: prove yourself, if you still have even a shred of pride. Axion snickered maniacally, accusing Theo of seeking demise through such a foolish challenge. But Theo made the conditions open if he lost. His existence and demands were Axion's. However, if Theo won, Axion had to release the hostages immediately, lacking delay. Axion ridiculed the idea of Theo fighting him, questioning his arrogance and resolve. Advisors warned Axion not to fall for provocation and stick to their arranged tactics, yet fury flooded him. He refused to be seen as a coward before all. Exploding with fury, Axion silenced his advisors, demanding faith and obedience. His pride wounded, he stepped ahead, finally accepting Theo's challenge. Facing Theo directly, Axion declared his intent: no more talk, sole fight to decide all. Theo grinned calmly as Axion prepared his stance, undeterred by the bloodlust surrounding them. Observers murmured amongst themselves. Although chaotic, the duel remained inside their expectations until now. A supervisor reminded others not to interfere. This was an official Ragnar duel, and hostages were the stakes. Saxion rushed in initial, his footsteps thundering across the ice as he launched a fierce assault. Theo deflected the initial strike directly, thanking him before immediately counterattacking, lacking delay. Their swords collided violently, sparking radiance and sound as their duel truly began. Axion pressed harder, angered by Theo's fluid movements and his own inability to break through. He doomed Theo's rank, calling him a concubine's child while intensifying his sword strikes. Despite the taunts, Theo remained his floor as the flurry of blades resounded across the war zone. Unleashing his aura, Axion roared that he'd teach Theo the true strength of a Ragnar. The heavens rounded red with strength, a phantom dragon roaring beyond Axion's devastating attack. Yet Theo responded instantly, his own aura exploding with blinding blue energy, shocking everyone nearby. Calm and composed, Theo raised his shining blade as energy swirled near him. The man focused his gaze on Axion, unwavering and confident despite the immense energy before him. Using a sharp glare, he challenged Axion directly. "Are you skilled enough to teach me?" Oren Gardner, a scaled Dragon Society executive, panicked as he understood Theo's power had been underestimated. Seeing Theo fight fiercely on the snowy warzone, he started doubting Axion's chances of winning. Frustrated and sweating, Oren debated betraying Axion, recognizing Theo's rapid ascent as a serious threat. Although tempted to switch sides, Oren reassured himself, knowing Central Intelligence Bureau agents were monitoring nearby. The man commanded his group to distract the proctors, avoiding direct involvement in the escalating conflict. The scaled dragon society quickly dispersed into the forest, choosing stealth and escape over encounter. In a memory, a young Axion was told he must seize the Ragnar throne for his family. His guardians emphasized the clan's prosperity, revealing that the Ragnar title masked their true Trovan lineage. With shining red gaze, Axion received his duty, silently acknowledging his twisted duty to the Trovan title. Back in the present, Axion grinned icily, impressed by Theo's capabilities and persistence in battle. Lacking delay, he lunged ahead, roaring Theo's title as he hit with fierce intent. The two collided violently, steel colliding midair in a blinding streak of movement and ice. Axion's sword released a crimson arc, aiming to overpower Theo with brute arcane force. Theo narrowly dodged and countered, blades grinding in a heated, high-speed exchange of swordplay. Calmly, Theo taunted Axion, thanking him for falling into his trap exactly as he had predicted. A council of influential figures gathered within a stone chamber as critical news reached their ears. Those figures confirmed Theo Ragnar had made contact with Axion Ragnar, sparking urgent reactions amongst the seated members. Some expressed doubt over Theo's escape, while others saw this as the opportunity to execute long-held plans. One leader revealed his hidden agenda to extract relic information through Axion, then dispose of Theo swiftly. The man had already positioned high-rank swordsmen prepared to kill Theo once he'd outlived his usefulness. While new intel arrived confirming a duel between Theo and Axion, he smiled, knowing the plan had started. Elsewhere, the duel burst with blinding pace. Axion's gaze opened, struggling to follow Theo's abrupt technique. Theo released gesture footwork, a secret skill, creating unpredictable, chaotic movement patterns across the war zone. Axion attempted to keep up, but Theo's erratic assault kept forcing him onto the defensive. Recognizing Theo's rapid progress, Axion admitted his opponent's power had evolved beyond expectations in little time, despite the pressure. Axion's demonic sight triggered, enhancing perception as he glared at Theo mid-swing. He tracked Theo's sword road with precision, believing the challenger's pace still fell short of immense him. Using enhanced clarity, Axion read the tension in Theo's muscles and anticipated every movement. Swinging with perfect timing, he countered from above. Confident he had gained the upper palm yet, as Theo shifted mid-air, Axion's confidence faltered. Something was still beyond his full understanding. Theo launched a sword, throwing technique, catching his opponent off guard with the unexpected long-range assault. The sword shot at high velocity, spiraling through the air with pinpoint precision toward its target. Nearby foes stilled in shock, unable to react as the blade neared its intended mark. In a moment, the enemy was hit, his frame thrown by the impact and technique's force. Theo calmly remained firm, criticizing the reliance on preset movement patterns during high-level combat engagements. The man explained that such techniques reveal the user's intentions and allow experienced foes to predict actions. Gore dripped from the blade's edge as the war zone fell quiet under snowfall. Pools of gore stained the ice, a grim mark of Theo's swift and calculated execution. Axion, now wounded, recognized Theo as the one responsible for history interference and murmured in doubt. A mind resurfaced. Axion had once been silenced in battle by a powerful person during turmoil. Pinned to the floor, he gasped in agony as a white-cloaked warrior rejected his last remarks. That person had no mercy. Axion's cries went unheard beneath blazing skies and crumbling ruins. Back in the present, a cloaked man watched as Axion struggled, recalling a fateful encounter. Axion's hatred reignited his killer. The one who ended his existence back then was still alive. With searing fury in his gaze, Axion remembered that instant clearly, the exact day he had perished. Amid blazing ruins, a younger Axion recalled the fall of Rose Palace and the enemy's immense power. Helpless and helpless, he trusted he would die, lacking uncovering who orchestrated the palace's destruction. Luckily, Rendon had revealed his identity, and Evelyn's investigation linked him to Camellia Palace. Axion connected the dots. It was logical to conclude the Trovan clan had orchestrated his demise. The man remembered a cloaked enemy wielding sword, throwing skills, an uncommon technique not exploited by ordinary swordsmen. Amongst the Trovans, sole one individual exploited that move, Axion Ragnar, confirming his deepest suspicions. Axion identified Theo as the same one from his history demise, recognizing his sword-throwing arrogance. Someone overconfident would risk losing their weapon mid-battle in such a reckless technique. Now certain, Axion watched Theo break a blade bare-handed, proving this existence wouldn't repeat the history. Back in the present, Axion screamed, demanding to know why so many sought his finish. Theo remained silently, shocked by Axion's rough power and emotional outburst. Yet Theo remained firm, thinking to himself this existence would not follow the same tragic script. With wounded hands, Theo gripped his sword, his will unshaken by agony or mind. He swore to endure this time, to fight destiny and carve his own tomorrow ahead. As the snowstorm raged beyond him, Theo's gaze seared with determination and resolve. Theo's ideas rounded to his dead comrades as he prepared for a decisive attack. The man lunged upward with incredible force, unleashing a powerful technique infused with blue mana energy. Axion watched, unimpressed, questioning the intent beyond such an awkward and poorly aimed strike. Suddenly, red energy burst from Theo, accompanied by a menacing pressure that stilled Axion in place. A monstrous presence materialized beyond Theo, radiating bloodlust that distorted the war zone's atmosphere. Axion, startled, understood this wasn't ordinary killing intent, it was an immense beast-like surge of mana. Bewildered by Theo's transformation, Axion demanded to know why he hid his power in the initial stage. Theo's pace skyrocketed as he disappeared from sight, leaving a visible shockwave beyond. A thunderous clash followed. Axion barely defended against Theo's strike as sparks shot across the snowy field. Weapons collided repeatedly as Theo pressed his assault, driving Axion backward with tireless precision. Axion attempted a counterattack, conjuring energy with one palm while preparing a sword strike. Theo, bloody yet undeterred, locked gaze with him, blazing with unshakable resolve. Axion grinned arrogantly, taunting Theo to finally reveal the full extent of his power. Theo's fury exploded. He charged ahead, roaring in fury, mana flaring near his frame. Their powers collided at point-blank range, fists colliding with devastating impact. Axion soared low with a spinning kick, hitting Theo with immense momentum and brute force. Theo locked gaze with him, gritting his teeth as the force drove him back. Roaring, Axion released another blow infused with mana, forcing Theo further on the defensive. Ice scattered violently as both fighters exchanged blows, their movements carving through the frosty terrain. Theo tried countering, but Axion slipped within his guard and kicked him hard across the chest. Sliding across the ice, Theo steadied himself with his sword, breathing heavily yet still alert. Theo raised his blade again, gaze widening as Axion emerged before him in a flash. The enemy's pace had increased, enhanced by another burst of energy flowing near his frame. A violent clash followed, their weapons spinning in circular arcs with incredible force. Panting, Theo spoke out Axion's title, preparing for a decisive strike in the tempest. He charged ahead, recalling every injury he suffered at Axion's hands in the history, using firm grip. Theo prepared his dagger resolute to show Axion the agony he once endured. Theo snarled, asking if Axion knew the agony of being stabbed through the gut. Blue energy flared as Theo hurled the dagger downward, lightning trailing in its road. Axion's gaze opened in panic as the sword hurtled directly toward his vulnerable abdomen. The group arrived at a blood-stained road, concluding it wasn't a monster attack but an abduction. Examining the trail further, they understood someone as skilled as Axion could be responsible. Despite Axion being in initial place, they suspected he took Theo's subordinates hostage to bait him. One person grew angry, believing Theo should confront Axion immediately and reclaim his people by force. Another calmly stated that merciless tactics were expected during the blooming ritual, even if unpleasant. Theo remained quiet, disturbed by the clan's values, calling the circumstance unacceptable despite it being tradition. Resolute, Theo declared he must save his subordinates, believing Theo would have done the same for him. The man requested assistance, convincing the others their support would be vital in the rescue. Although one agreed enthusiastically, the red-haired woman Erica declined, stating she wasn't interested. Erica admitted she came sole to meet Theo and didn't care to save the frail. When insulted, she almost hit back, but Theo softly addressed her, revealing he knew her reason. Caught off guard by his remarks, Erica's expression shifted, showing that he had hit a nerve, smiling. Theo guaranteed that helping now would bring her nearer to her aim of meeting him. Inspired by his sincerity, the group rushed into action together across the snowy terrain. Leading the charge, Theo's determination showed he wouldn't let betrayal break those loyal to him. While Theo's group approached the clearing, a man blocked their road, drawing his blade to halt them. The man warned them not to advance further, his authority open, backed by a group of men. From higher floor, multiple foes revealed themselves, members of the Goryong society, surrounding the clearing below. Recognizing the leader, Theo identified the enemy faction and understood Wellington had a personal history with them. The Goryong person ridiculed Wellington for leaving their group, jeering at his choice to join outsiders. Angered, the large man snapped back, insulted at being spoke a dumb brute, while Erica watched silently. Orion, their former comrade, remained silent but firm, showing no intent to let Theo pass peacefully.
Theo asked him to move, not wanting conflict with an old friend, but Orion refused icily. Left with no choice, Theo reached for his weapon, ready to break through the blockade himself. With pace and precision, Theo hit initial, swiftly neutralizing Orion's frontline men in a single blow. One of the foes fell, gore spilling as Theo advanced with unwavering focus and practiced movement. Theo's attack made the enemy line to split, his technique overpowering them in moments. As an enemy tried to recover, he shook on the floor, gore pooling beneath him. Theo hit again, launching another foe across the war zone with explosive force. One of their swords shot from their hold, landing far off as Theo carried the advantage. One of the dead foes grabbed his blade in desperation, resolute to use the opportunity Theo gave. Although wounded, he saw it as an opportunity to break free and prove his resolve. Using trembling hands, he aimed to sever the restraints, gritting his teeth to finish the task. The surrounding war zone grew silent as night deepened, and scattered bodies littered the ice. A squad of fighters rushed ahead from the forest, blades gleaming with aggressive momentum. A fierce clash burst as two combatants met, blades locking with sparks of mana between them. Recognizing the incoming person, the man gasped Axion had finally entered the fray himself. A cloaked person, Liam Traven, expressed regret, saying he'd accept punishment after helping stop the conflict. With sword taken, Liam committed to battle, defying orders to guard the test's integrity. Liam attacked decisively, hitting low multiple foes to create an escape road for Axion. The man ordered his men to secure Axion and escort him from the war zone immediately. The soldiers obeyed lacking delay, dispersing to shield their young master with synchronized precision. While the clash continued beyond them, Liam reminded Axion he had done enough for now. Another subordinate handed Axion his blade, which had been recovered during the retreat. Axion remained silent, expression grim, as he grasped the sword and stared toward the war zone. Liam launched a powerful attack, his sword cutting through the ice with immense force. The strike disrupted enemy formation, throwing soldiers off balance as Liam advanced with precision. In a streak, he hit one of the attackers with a clean blow, neutralizing the threat instantly. As the battle intensified, another swordsman intercepted Liam's strike, meeting his sword with rough strength. Despite the resistance, Liam understood the enemy before him was no ordinary opponent in the field. The man internally admitted that Theo had surpassed expectations, even Axion, and the elite prosecutors couldn't overwhelm him. But Liam knew they weren't on equal floor. Theo remained down from the rest of the participants. The man received this imbalance and reaffirmed his reason. All he did was for Ragnar's prosperity. Using deadly resolve, Liam released a full force strike, declaring the finish of Theo Ragnar. Just as Liam shut in, his expression shifted as gore splattered he'd been fatally hit. The masked man lurched, shocked, as another combatant dealt abrupt and lethal blow. The man gasped for answers, realizing it was a betrayal from someone he spoke. Young master. Axion remained over him, gaze shining red, whispering that he warned Liam not to interfere. Gore splattered across the ice, marking the beginning of a fierce encounter near the forested cliffside. Theo swiftly incapacitated two attackers, moving with precision while gore dripped from their collapsing forms. Zone of the dead fighters stared upward, gasping in terror as agony and dread twisted his expression. Theo continued slashing through foes, his strikes tireless and clean, cutting low opposition lacking delay. A subordinate panicked and shouted, intervening mid-battle, assuming Axion forced lose to Theo's growing strength. Axion, insulted by the interference, seethed with anger, stating that doubting him dishonored both himself and the heir. Seeing Axion's ruthlessness, Theo gripped his chin in doubt, furious that Axion harmed their own family. Despite acknowledging Theo's power, a hidden person expressed that frailty carried no value in their realm. The man reminded Axion that strength justified brutality, and to claim Ragnar's throne, dominance over others was necessary. Axion received this harsh reality, vowing that soul those stronger than him had the right to oppose. Using blazing ambition, he declared himself the rightful heir, destined to stand solitary at the top. Unsheathing his sword, he readied for the next clash, resolute to destroy anyone blocking his road. Channeling crimson energy, Axion roared his intent everyone before him would be slaughtered, lacking mercy. The man launched a massive energy wave, tearing through the war zone with immense destructive force. Theo's gaze narrowed as the incoming attack loomed, the true battle finally about to begin. Axion's attack collided with Theo's defense, causing a blinding explosion that shook the war zone with force. Theo was blown back through the air, landing hard but managing to stay on his feet. Amid sparks and slashes, Theo and Axion collided violently, both refusing to yield as blows intensified. Elsewhere, Liam lay injured while his companions rushed toward him, panicked by his critical condition.
despite the agony. Liam pushed them not to worry, insisting they prioritize aiding Axion rather. Driven by desperation, he shouted for them to kill Theo Ragnar. Seeing him as the greatest threat, the subordinates hesitated, unsure why Theo battled so fiercely, lacking retreat or delay. One shouted for immediate action, believing all would fall if Axion were to fall. While tension exploded, the killers charged toward Theo, risking all to stop his advance. Theo countered their ambush with powerful strikes, cutting through multiple foes in a streak of movement. Seeing in doubt, Axion muttered in shock, unable to accept how immense Theo had become. An observer remarked that with the Ragnar lineage, even a flicker could erupt into wildfire. Axion recalled underestimating Theo, once calling him giftless and barely value concern. The man had intended to toy with Theo and crush him publicly to affirm superiority. Now, faced with Theo's ascend, he understood the gap wasn't shallow, it was collapsing before his gaze. Axion, devoured by fury, screamed uncontrollably as his strength spiraled into a chaotic red tempest. The man declared Theo insignificant, swearing that trash like him could easily be ripped down. With insanity in his gaze, Axion proclaimed himself the tomorrow king of Ragnar, unleashing a demonic beast. Theo remained calmly, calling out Axion's ambition as the reason so many had already perished. Resolute, Theo swore to crush that ambition, drawing on his own mysterious shining strength. Blue energy flowed from his sword, summoning a spectral dragon as he prepared to retaliate. Theo charged ahead, announcing his technique, the legendary 3 claws of the dragon aimed at Axion. The energy beast roared as Theo's strength escalated, piercing the war zone with immense force. Resolute, Theo swore to increase even stronger, slaying anyone who threatened his road ahead. Observers nearby glanced on in shock, frozen by the display of explosive strength erupting before them. Even distant observers, including companions and foes, were shocked by the violent clash unfolding ahead. All gaze focused on the shining veil of red and blue radiance dominating the snow-covered war zone. Axion screamed in agony. His pride shattered as Theo's power became certain and immense. Theo launched himself low the slope, closing the distance before the energy clash entirely dissipated. With a last surge, Theo's strength hit, finishing the battle in a massive, blinding explosion of radiance. Theo's last technique exploded downward, tearing across the war zone in a cascade of blazing blue strikes. As the shockwaves faded, dust scattered, revealing shattered terrain and splatters of gore on the floor. Through the clearing smoke, Theo's silhouette emerged, kneeling slightly but still standing after the immense exchange. Axion's frame slammed violently against the cracked earth, his gore spreading across the shattered stone beneath him. A black mist lingered above him, swirling as his person twitched weakly amidst the carnage. Unable to ascend, his frame lay crushed, pinned beneath the burden of loss and his shattered pride. Theo approached, walking history the devastation with harsh determination. His blade still gripped tightly in palm. He remained tall and silent before his dead rival. Wind blowing near him as verdict loomed. Theo glanced low at Axion's motionless form, his confront stiffened by battle and quiet resolve. From a distance, a wounded subordinate gasped in horror, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. Shocked, he murmured in doubt. Axion, the once proud heir, was defeated before everyone's gaze. Gore dripped steadily from a sword, its crimson trail marking the finish of a harsh encounter. The gore fell onto a dead warrior's confront, whose vacant gaze remained wide in lifeless shock. A group of cloaked observers glanced on with shocked expressions, struggling to comprehend the abrupt result. Roan man, wounded and shaken, uttered a shattered word as awareness dawned across his pale confront. Before him hung Axion's frame, impaled and motionless, suspended against a wall of ice and gore. Gaze opened in dread, the man shook, then gave a single command, low and harsh: kill. Panic rounded to fury as an officer screamed, ordering the immediate execution of Theo, lacking delay. Theo remained calmly, blade taken, facing the advancing group while Axion's frame lay at his feet. Despite their numbers, Theo remained composed, his battle-worn appearance masking lethal precision and sharp perception. Theo grinned slightly, entirely aware of his weakened state and the odds stacked against him. He acknowledged the circumstance's danger, his mana drained, stamina dimming, and multiple foes surrounding him. Even so, he clenched his grip, resolute to hold out, hoping for a shift in momentum. The man scanned the war zone urgently, counting seconds, knowing reinforcements were due at any instant. Foes descended from cliffs and tree lines, surrounding Theo with immense force and murderous intent. Yet in the distance, the sound of fast-approaching footsteps signaled that the tide force soon turn. Reinforcements charged from the rear, breaking through enemy lines with force, catching the ambushers completely off guard. Theo's companions launched a coordinated attack, forcing back the surrounding foes with powerful blade strikes. Shocked, Theo glanced up as familiar figures slashed through the enemy ranks, their arrival perfectly timed. The man asked how they managed to arrive just in time, still shocked by their appearance. Noan grinned, calling it natural to help a comrade in danger, addressing Theo respectfully. Another, red-haired and enthusiastic, praised Theo's power, already declaring admiration mid-battle as swords collided. Sibildre passionately declared their intent to help Theo, refusing to flee after causing trouble. A system display confirmed Sibyl's title, age, and unwavering faith as his defining attribute. Elsewhere, a supervisor warned that assisting candidates directly was forbidden, especially during combat trials. Another opponent cried out that interfering with trials was a serious offense under their code. In panic, subordinates asked for orders, flooded by the battle changing against them rapidly. Their cloaked leader remained silent, weighing the consequences as the war zone slipped from their control. A grim awareness spread all could not. Those figures lost control of the operation and key objectives. Those figures found no trace of the Rose Palace artifacts, and their ambush on Theo could not. Even Axion had perished, confirming total loss and a critical blow to their faction's plans. The remaining foes understood they had already been caught violating regulations, with witnesses on every side. One operative hesitated, flooded by guilt and dread, stating there was no way to cover this up. Liam Isley replied they must fabricate an explanation. Time was short, and they needed a solution fast. Lacking delay, Liam declared the best course was total elimination. All witnesses needed to be silenced. His command shocked his subordinates, but before they could react, a surge of fiend energy burst nearby. A mass summoning had started. Multiple monsters surfaced, signaling a catastrophic shift in the war zone's balance. Liam revealed the plan: trigger a slaughter and blame it on a monster-related accident. The man released 20 fiend marbles immediately, enough to manufacture the mirage of an uncontrollable incident. Subordinates complied reluctantly, acknowledging the deception, believing it was all for Tyron's sake. As the fiends rampaged, one enemy was hit low mid-action by a abrupt, immense force. A familiar voice spoke Liam's title, and he rounded in shock as gore spilled from his mouth. Liam recognized the attacker. Frustration filled him as he understood his error was repeating yet again. Suddenly, new figures arrived at the war zone, demanding to know what turmoil had unfolded here. 4 supervisors from various palaces emerged, White Dragon, Plum Blossom, and Deep Void amongst them. Seeing them, the enemy commander panicked. Reinforcements were too early. His scheme was falling down completely. A masked man halted 3 escapees, threatening them with demise unless they chose to follow him. He warned them they'd finish up like Liam if they resisted, pressing their faith under dread. Elsewhere, Theo's group shot ranks, preparing for the next wave with wounded still beyond their line. Seeing the supervisors present, Theo finally felt the pressure lift from his shoulders. Exhausted, he fell to one knee, whispering gratitude for their timely arrival. One of the supervisors approached him silently, acknowledging that they had arrived just in time. Theo thanked her weakly, struggling to stay conscious after driving his bounds in battle. The woman softly reprimanded him for acting so recklessly, questioning his disregard for his own safety. Theo remained silent, encircled by dead foes and approaching cloaked supervisors observing the aftermath. His companions ran to him, loudly scolding him for taking risks, lacking calling for help. Others snickered and shouted, reminding Theo of their support and demanding a rematch. Unified in spirit, they cheered, stating they'd confront demise proudly since Theo battled for their sake. A comrade carried Theo upright, both trembling from fatigue and the burden of the ordeal. Theo exhaled weakly, acknowledging the cost of his choice in quiet. Looking into the distance, his ally understood the instant's gravity. It was beyond just escape. Theo mirrored silently. His aim was not brute strength, but power that protected those near him. He remained encircled by companions as remaining foes were restrained. The war zone finally under control. With a tired smile, Theo reached for the bell on the floor, stating initial place. Theo remained silent, a gentle look on his confront as he leaned against his companion's shoulder. Time passed, lacking remarks. Ice fell silently while the forest remained still under the night heavens. Elsewhere, the academy building glowed under the moonlight. Soon the aftermath of the battle would spread. In a chamber of authority, a man demanded clarification, bewildered by the abrupt grim report. The round table sat in quiet as the messenger revealed that Axion Ragnar had been defeated. Shocked, a golden armored person addressed Axion by title, trying to comprehend the impossible news. The council members, stern, amused, or curious, reacted differently to the demise of the once rising successor. Whispers grew louder, but one woman's expression remained unreadable, seeing silently as reality settled in. Then came the last word, heavy and surreal: perished. The confirmation rippled through the chamber like thunder. Crowds murmured in surprise as the Zenith Dragon made a rare public appearance at the ritual. The man surveyed the group, noting that 45 candidates had passed amongst 87 examinees, an impressive result. Calling it the most talented generation yet, he praised the valedictorian's extraordinary performance with piercing gaze. The examiner announced that all who cleared the second stage were now officially low-rank swordsmen. The man encouraged them to feel pride, recognizing their attempts in surviving such rigorous and dangerous trials. All present were now granted the right to participate in Ragnar's formal activities as swordsmen. The supervisor began reading the results, starting with the highest score amongst all participants. Theo Ragnar topped the list with 1121 points, stunning the group with his unexpected ascend. Whispers spread as others doubted how he achieved such a lead, mentioning a clash with Axion. The scores continued. Remeinston second, Erika third, followed by Ray, Hulkus, and Ayla in inheritance. The examiner praised their attempts but reminded them the ritual wasn't finished yet. The man revealed the last third stage remained, its nature unknown and likely far more dangerous. Amongst the crowd, participants silently discussed their struggles. Many lacked the required demon bells to pass. Some had gathered enough but could not to unlock the secret of their intent in time. While the announcement ended, remaining candidates raised their hands, bracing for what the third stage would bring. Theo raised his palm with confidence, signaling his readiness to reveal what he had accomplished. He triggered a stored technique, prompting a subtle glow as energy stirred near his outstretched palm. The hidden challenge of the second stage spoke elemental breathing, required mastery through fragmented passages. These passages, stored in demon bells, were scattered and complex, making full comprehension extremely difficult. Sole those able to decipher the passages could infuse elemental strength into their mana. In his previous existence, Theo could not this stage, but now, a new method gave him hope. Employing Hatchling Synchro, Theo accessed the memories of the bells, viewing the scattered passage contents directly. Flashes of radiance and monstrous visions revealed the essence of elemental strength embedded in each bell. Thanks to the system, Theo rapidly absorbed all. It was an advantage no other candidate possessed. The instructor spoke for each examinee to present their progress, beginning with Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped ahead, resolute, knowing Axion's fall had shifted the balance of strength in his favor. He reminded himself although the tomorrow had shifted, he had no reason to hesitate anymore. With steady footsteps, Theo approached, confident the tomorrow ahead would be brighter than his history. A surge of swirling mana formed beneath his feet, channeling the result of his practice. While elemental lightning sparked near him, Theo began to reveal the true power he had gained. Lightning swirled near Theo as he triggered the thunder element, recognized by its title, Thruma. His mana flowed into the attribute, initiating manifestation controlling, expanding, and preparing for aura release. Using focused intent, Theo summoned the energy, unleashing a thunderous crash that lit up the field. Observers gasped in doubt, shocked that Theo not soul-infused but manifested his attributes so effortlessly. Those figures acknowledged his immense gift, noting how rare it was to reach mastery this quickly. Standing inside crackling radiance, Theo prepared to go even further beyond what most could attempt. Lightning flowed inside his chest as Theo triggered the next step of aura enhancement. The man drew out a sphere of strength, stabilizing the Thruma energy with perfect form. Onlookers admired his control and charisma, openly showing their respect for his peerless skill. The examiner, intrigued, praised Theo's rapid development, and noted how rare his level of control was. Another candidate rounded in surprise, recognizing Theo's abilities as far beyond normal expectations. A pulse resounded through the area. Theo's aura flowed again, stronger than before, catching attention instantly. Theo's frame glowed as thunder energy exploded beneath him, shaking the platform with rough force. While the lightning expanded, it revealed a perfectly formed elemental domain centered near his stance. Seeing closely, someone's gaze narrowed. They saw not just gift, but the ascend of a true threat. Theo charged ahead with blazing pace, lightning bursting near him as he triggered a thunder. Base technique, a colossal thunder dragon burst from his energy, tearing across the field with unstoppable force. Observers scattered in awe while the floor shook. His aura had entirely expanded into its last phase. The crowd panicked, thinking Theo was recklessly attacking the examination overseer with full force. Unfazed, the overseer smiled, amused at Theo's progress and thrilled by the immense elemental expansion. The man calmly raised his palm, ready to reply, as droplets of water gathered at his command. Unleashing water current breathing, the overseer summoned a focused, high-pressure blast named Water Jet Cutter. The man declared Theo worthy, acknowledging his performance by agreeing to personally test his power. Theo remained firm, frame sparking with residual thunder energy as others watched in shocked quiet. The overseer praised Theo and granted him an extra 1,000 points for his remarkable labor. Observers gasped his total now rivaled the highest record ever set during the trials. Participants murmured in doubt, realizing Theo had surpassed 2,000 points, cementing a legendary standing. The overseer snickered with joy and spoke the top scorers ahead to demonstrate their abilities. Reminston, Ray, and Erica each showcased their respective elemental breathing, earning additional recognition and points. Impressed, the overseer noted this was a truly talented generation worthy of producing tomorrow generals. Theo remained alongside Ray, Erica, and Reminston, each recognized as elite amongst this year's examinees. The overseer acknowledged their achievement, declaring the presence of 4 valedictorian-level swordsmen this generation. He announced that all others save those proceeding to the 3rd stage could return house and ready. The chosen 4 gathered before the platform, ready to confront the last challenge of the ritual. While the overseer prepared to speak again, a dark energy began to pulse across the heavens. Crimson energy burst violently beyond the mountain, shaking the area and drawing everyone's immediate attention. A shockwave hit the floor, staggering the 4 examinees as they struggled to remain upright. The overseer declared the beginning of the 3rd stage despite the abrupt and ominous surge of energy. Theo glanced toward the heavens in shock. He recognized the energy. That moment belonged to someone dangerous. Lodbrok.
The scene is set for the 3rd stage, where a critical meeting with the clan head is about to take place. Tension fills the air, and everyone understands that this is a pivotal moment. Anything can happen in this meeting where the future of many could change. The meeting is described as one where the outcome is uncertain, and only the clan head holds the ultimate power. The stakes are high for all involved, and the atmosphere is thick with anticipation. In the midst of this high-stakes environment, it is revealed that the meeting is not only about power dynamics but also involves the dangerous responsibility of confronting the formidable dragon in the clan's ranks. The pressure is immense. The atmosphere intensifies as energy surges through the air. A moment of realization dawns on one of the characters as they ponder the true identity of the person who has caused this chaos. The figure grips something in their hand, hinting at a larger power. The light reflecting off the object suggests that this is a key element in understanding the present threat. The question arises, who could possess such power to manipulate energy on this scale? The focus is now on uncovering the true identity of the person who has taken control of this dangerous situation. One character is preparing to take decisive action, motivated by a need to break through the oppressive force of the dragon's aura. There is a visible shift in posture as they prepare for a monumental challenge. As the pressure mounts, the characters are visibly struggling against the force that seems almost insurmountable. Some characters are starting to show signs of exhaustion or frustration. The pressure increases dramatically, testing everyone's resolve. One of the characters grits their teeth, determined to face the challenge despite the overwhelming odds. Despite the immense pressure, a plan begins to form. The characters discuss the need to overcome the dragon's force. There's a sense of urgency in their words, knowing they must act swiftly. A new strategy is proposed, creating a specific type of wave to counteract the dragon's force. This idea brings hope, but the challenges of executing it are immediately apparent. Tension remains high as they debate the feasibility of this plan. One of the characters acknowledges that while the idea may be brilliant, its execution will not be easy. As the conversation continues, the characters begin to understand the full scope of the task ahead. They realize that their only chance to succeed is through mastering the technique and pushing their abilities to the limit. One of the characters looks determined but also apprehensive, acknowledging the difficulty of the challenge. However, they are resolute in their decision to proceed. The group acknowledges the high stakes, and the sense of urgency grows stronger. They know that failure could mean more than just defeat. It could be the end of their chance to confront the clan head. The characters are now discussing the nature of magic power. It is explained that magic power behaves like a wave with specific vibrational properties. The atmosphere is filled with intense concentration as they recognize the importance of understanding how to counteract the immense dragon aura. One character is confused, questioning whether they really just need to generate a counterforce to the dragon's pressure. The complexity of the task is evident, but they begin to grasp the solution. Frustration starts to build as one of the characters blames another for not explaining this plan earlier. Despite the confusion, they all understand that the task is now clear. They need to create an opposing magical wave to neutralize the pressure. A new sense of urgency rises. The magic begins to stir around them as one character moves swiftly, preparing to act. The group watches in awe as the person begins to create a powerful wave of magic. The character's actions astonish the others. They can't believe that the person has already begun creating the counterforce so quickly. The time pressure adds to the tension in the scene. The individual who started the process reflects on their position in the group. It's clear they are acting with the confidence that comes with being a top contender for the clan head. ready to take charge of the situation. The dramatic moment arrives as a character bursts forward, determined to make their mark in the competition for leadership. The clan head will soon be in their reach, and they feel the excitement of the moment. The immediate reaction from the others is mixed, with some showing surprise at the bold move. A sense of competition and rivalry fills the air as everyone realizes this is more than just a strategic move. It's about claiming power. In a swift motion, the person speeds ahead, leaving the others behind. The resolve is clear. They are taking the lead and will stop at nothing to reach their goal. The person who acted first is confronted by a seasoned elder, who suggests that they should not be so hasty. The elder reminds them that in this kind of competition, one must be prepared to face all obstacles, not just rush forward. The tension builds as the elder's wisdom meets the young challenger's ambition. The contrast between experience and youthful zeal is palpable. The young challenger smiles, confidently stating their readiness to proceed regardless of the elder's advice. They are fully committed to their path and will not be deterred. A sense of urgency fills the air as the next phase of the challenge begins. The competition for the clan head is intensifying, and everyone knows that the time to act is now. A new wave of magical energy erupts, signaling the next step in the contest. The air crackles with power as everyone prepares for the inevitable clash. The scene shifts to a grand palace where the powerful figures are beginning to converge. The stakes are high and the competition for the clan head is more intense than ever. As the challengers approach, it becomes clear that only one can emerge victorious. Inside the palace, a lady named Cecilia is seen greeting someone with a broad smile, full of excitement. She seems eager to share her presence and immediately catches the attention of those around her. Another figure, likely Cecilia's mother, reminds her to maintain proper decorum in the palace. It's clear that Cecilia's behavior is too casual for the refined setting, and her mother is trying to rein her in. Cecilia dismisses the advice, emphasizing her more important ambition. She is eager to gain wealth and status, believing that decorum is unimportant in her pursuit of riches. Cecilia continues her conversation with her mother, laughing about her future wealth. She refers to the success that is coming her way now that Theo has become famous. Cecilia's business has reached new heights as a result of his rising popularity. Cecilia gleams with confidence, excited about her newfound success. Her workshop, previously obscure, has become a popular and profitable venture due to her association with Theo Wyatt. A subtle sense of doubt starts to appear on her face. Despite the success, something seems to trouble her. She contemplates her next steps, unsure of what to make of it all. A character is seen looking at Theo, full of concern. This person always believed in Theo's potential, but is now filled with worry as they see him in action. The pressure of Theo's growing fame and the expectations placed upon him weigh heavily on them. This individual begins to voice their concern, questioning if Theo can truly handle the immense attention and pressure. There's a fear that he might crack under the weight of expectations. The character stands helpless, realizing there is nothing they can do except wait and hope that Theo can withstand the pressure. Their worry grows, but their hands are tied. Another figure is deep in thought. This person, seemingly more experienced, ponders the current situation. They question if they could have done more to help Theo in a practical manner, but it seems they are too late to intervene. There is a slight bitterness in the air as the character reminisces about the past, recalling the days when they were only focused on weapon making. The change in direction toward wealth and business is hard for them to accept fully. The individual continues their reflection, now thinking of how they can increase their revenue and expand their reach. They seem ready to shift their priorities to fit the changing world despite their personal reservations. As Cecilia speaks with someone else, her words are full of ambition. She hints at the challenges ahead and the excitement she feels about what the future holds for her and her workshop. A change in mood occurs when another character, possibly an ally or competitor, challenges her. The tension builds as they exchange words about their future prospects. The final panel introduces a moment of reckoning. As Cecilia considers her path, she's determined, but there's a hint of uncertainty in the air. The competition for power and wealth seems more real than ever before. A powerful figure, possibly the antagonist, reflects on the nature of ambition and youth. He acknowledges the unstoppable force of youthful ambition, which drives the current events. He draws attention to the Graveyard of Swords, a place that symbolizes the dangerous consequences of such ambition. He laughs, showing a mix of amusement and cynicism, as he talks about the prosperity of the Ragnar family and the goal to secure its future. Despite the darker undertones, he seems determined. The figure continues, stating that they will take care of anything or anyone who dares to get in their way. A dark presence surrounds him as he prepares for the challenges ahead, determined to push forward no matter the cost. The figure's thoughts become even more chilling as he declares that nothing has been set in stone yet. There is still plenty of time to observe, and the landscape is vast with possibilities. He is in no rush to make decisions, preferring to let events unfold naturally. He mentions his son, indicating a possible future conflict. The phrase, "even if my damn son," suggests a tense relationship, possibly one of betrayal or opposition within the family. The scene shifts as the figure moves forward, a symbol of action, ready to take on any obstacle that stands in his path. The atmosphere around him grows heavier, with his resolve becoming more evident. The scene intensifies as a character, likely Theo, unleashes his powers. There's a dramatic shift in energy as he moves quickly, displaying strength and speed. The figures around him begin to react to his sudden movement, but they are far behind. His confidence is evident as he knows his abilities can help him surpass his foes. The focus shifts to a mysterious figure who observes the action quietly, perhaps someone who is biding their time, waiting for the right moment to intervene. The scene moves to another strategic moment. Different magical elements are introduced. Vayan, representing the water attribute, Fror, the frost attribute, and Eldir, the fire attribute. Each person holds a unique power, adding complexity to the battle. The names of other powerful characters are mentioned, including Fire Wood attribute and Sveig Poison attribute. These individuals represent the breadth of magic in the world, with each character having distinct skills and powers.
A powerful presence shook the area as Kyle Ragnar, the head of the clan, awaited Theo. Kyle grinned confidently, calling Theo son while gripping a blade that radiated immense authority. Theo remained breathless and tense, his frame strained under pressure before his intimidating father's gaze. Dark aura flooded the field, making the air thick and hostile as Theo stepped into the arena. The man recalled the steep climb it took 4 hours rather of one, slowed by unnatural pressure. Kyle asked if Theo grasped the meaning beyond the field of many shattered swords. Theo recognized it as the graveyard of shattered swords, the resting place of defeated challengers. Kyle confirmed, explaining the clan head's road signified standing solitary against endless threats and burdens. Soul the strong could endure in such a position, rising above all by personal power solitary. Kyle doubted if Theo trusted he had the right to inherit that seat of strength. Theo answered, yes, lacking delay. Despite warnings not to take the choice lightly, Kyle explained that many souls were sacrificed for that throne. He asked if Theo could endure it too. Spirits screamed in torment, cursing Kyle, unleashing fury and sorrow from history victims. Even under that pressure, Theo's resolve did not waver. He remained firm. He declared his reason, to avenge his history existence and reclaim what was lost through demise. Theo clenched his grip on the blade, realizing mere remarks wouldn't satisfy the test laid before him. Drawing his sword, he charged ahead, ready to express his conviction through combat solitary. Using firm resolve, he declared that he would answer his father's challenge with his blade. Kyle received the challenge, stating he'd now view Theo not as a son, but as a rival. Theo flinched when Kyle referenced her, confirming Kyle's involvement in stealing Lodbrok's heart, leaping into battle. Theo launched a direct attack, confronting the man he once spoke father. As the clash began, Theo's sight distorted, his frame flung backward with abrupt force. Disoriented, he doubted if he had perished, his thoughts drifting into white space. Suspended between consciousness and mind, he floated helplessly, unsure of his condition. Kyle triggered the Heartblade, a trial of internal conflict triggering visions and regrets. The man watched calmly, amused, wondering if the prodigy could overcome the spiritual torment. The crow beside him chirped, while Kyle ridiculed concern over whether Theo would endure the test. Kyle acknowledged that those with true resolve could overcome the Heartsword's mental imprisonment. The man explained it was cruel to test a greenhorn mid-ceremony, but frailty had no place. Kyle declared that a half-hearted regressor would soul endanger the clan and was better off dead. In darkness, Theo acknowledged demise, his consciousness drifting as he received loss at his father's hands. The man mirrored lacking regret, listing victories. Camellia Palace was his, and his rebellion fulfilled. Still, the truth of being cut low by Kyle lingered, marking a tragic yet honorable finish. He recalled the vengeance taken, Rendon and Axion defeated, foes of his history existence erased. Despite all, Theo saw his achievements as luck, not skill, grateful for this second opportunity. Believing he had done enough, he prepared to rest, ready to vanish into the void. As his essence faded, he murmured a last farewell, embracing what seemed to be the finish. Yet a firm voice interrupted. Someone demanded he ascend, refusing to let him disappear in peace. A mysterious beast, fierce and majestic, emerged before him, shattering the quiet of demise. Reignited by the voice, Theo stirred, slowly regaining form amidst swirling lights. Grateful, he understood he couldn't let it finish here, his promise remained unfulfilled. Using gripped fists, he drove upward, swearing to himself that he'd continue no matter the cost. Despite frailty and agony, Theo braced himself, entirely aware of the bounds he was nearing. His form twisted with strain, but his will remained firm. He would endure, even if shattered. Blade in palm, he rose from the abyss, prepared to defy destiny and ascend again. A blinding clash erupts in the void as two forces collide, emitting a burst of immense energy. Their blades lock mid-air, neither side yielding, radiance and darkness twisting near the impact time. The explosion shatters the quiet, scattering fragments as one attack breaks through with unstoppable force. Theo's gaze widens in doubt as he witnesses the last blow strike its mark with precision. Electricity crackles near his armor as he gasps, flooded by the rough energy coursing through him. From a distance, a cloaked person observes in quiet, seeing Theo's strength unleash its last surge. The observer footsteps ahead, revealing himself with a stern expression and fur-lined cloak. Theo stands tall, beaten but proud, as the man evaluates him with narrowed gaze. After a tense pause, the man finally nods and declares Theo has passed the test. A week later, the nomination ritual gathers crowds inside the great arena of the clan. Two red-haired siblings argue nervously, flooded by the number of powerful figures in attendance. Startled by a noise, the brother demands to know what happened during the third stage. The sister smirks, teasingly withholding the answer, while her brother groans in frustration. The woman calmly mentions her Theo, making the brother pause in surprise and confusion. Grinning, he declares their duty as Lanks to bet all on the chosen Ragnar. A powerful beast loomed over a gathering of fighters, symbolizing a realm controlled by power. Red-haired man admired Theo, believing he possessed peerless power, ambition, and leadership. While Theo ascended the stairs, the man declared he'd risk all to follow Theo's road. Despite uncertainty, the red-haired warrior hoped to serve beside Theo in the same unit. The man admitted Theo hadn't agreed yet. Unsure of the young man's intentions or tomorrow's footsteps, the man revealed the clan had rejected Theo from his manor, opening a road to follow him. A loud drum signaled the beginning of the formal nomination ritual inside the practice fields. An official addressed the gathered trainees, announcing the event to decide tomorrow's leadership roles. Using pride, he spoke out Theo Ragnar as the overall valedictorian, summoning him ahead. The crowd burst into cheers as Theo surfaced into the arena under the open heavens. Theo walked calmly, his presence commanding the attention of all surrounding him. A whisper rose from the crowd, questioning which unit the acclaimed young master would join. A spectator silently wished Theo would join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Although knowing it was selfish, standing solitary in the courtyard, Theo was praised for excelling across all categories. While the announcer prepared to continue, Theo stepped ahead, ready to choose his next road. The official's expression shifted in shock as a high-ranking person unexpectedly entered the ceremonial fields. The man was revealed as Ed Troiven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, also recognized as Heaven's Dragon. Observers murmured nervously, speculating if he was seeking vengeance for someone named Axion. The official tried to maintain order, urging Ed Troiven to sit and not disrupt the proceedings. Theo, seeing the circumstance unfold, recognized the director's presence and his personal connection to Axion's demise. Despite the tension, Theo trusted even Troiven wouldn't dare case conflict during such a formal event. To everyone's surprise, Ed Troiven calmly offered Theo the prestigious duty of deputy director. Theo, caught off guard by the abrupt proposal, stared at him in confusion and doubt. Theo's achievement as valedictorian held immense burden, symbolizing a drastic ascent from insignificance. Created at the lowest rank in the Ragnar clan, his existence was defined by rejection and loss. Yet now, like a creature breaking from its shell, a new force inside Theo began to awaken. Despite his humble beginning, Theo ascended powerfully, breaking bounds as although taking flight on newfound wings. News of Theo defeating Axion and almost eliminating a proctor shocked apprentices across the academy. His journey from disgrace to dominance inspired awe amongst young swordsmen who now regarded him as a model. Crowds that once mocked him now watched with admiration, shocked by his certain transformation. The clan's full title was stripped away forever as Theo remained victorious before everyone. The man was declared the top valedictorian, earning rare prizes, including a powerful Aether Core. Reflecting on his quest, Theo was surprised by the prize and intrigued by the Aether Core's value. Its rarity suggested its significance, especially as the Central Intelligence Bureau began to take observe. Another man observed silently, his red gaze locked on Theo with focused intent. An offer came unexpectedly. He was invited to become deputy director under a mysterious superior. Theo remained silent, cautious, and calculating, unsure of the man named Ed Troiven. Activating his system, Theo began observing Ed Trivan, resolute to understand his true intentions. Theo analyzed Ed Trivan's profile, a manipulative strategist employing charm to control and achieve hidden goals. Theo understood Ed was targeting old relics and likely aware that Theo already possessed one. With gripped fists, Theo swore the Trivan family's influence would finish by his own hands. A furious man stormed in, questioning the central director's abrupt offer to Theo Ragnar. The man accused the director of plotting vengeance for a dead nephew under a false recruitment pretense. Ed maintained composure, stating his motive was pure, to recruit the most exceptional gift available. Despite the explanation, the man remained suspicious, calling Ed a snake hiding beyond formality and title. Another official intervened, halting the debate and reminding everyone the ritual had yet to begin officially. Changing to Theo, he asked if a choice had been reached about accepting any offer. Theo replied with a grin, requesting to initially hear what each faction had to offer. The man glanced up toward the stage, ready to weigh each choice with care and strategy. Raising his palm, he signaled his openness to offers, shifting attention back to the audience. From the stands, Osa Ragnar Plunis rose and declared her proposal directly to Theo. The woman offered discipleship and the prestigious duty of Junior Lord of the Plum Blossom Palace. The crowd buzzed in shock, realizing she intended to adopt Theo as her personal successor. While Theo's influence grew, 2 of the revered 9 dragons had already extended their offers. Observers were amazed, recognizing that even high-ranking directors would battle to match such proposals. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted the instant. Another powerful person made a dramatic entrance. The Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, leader of the Black Ice, emerged with immense presence and strength. Crowds gasped, recognizing the elite warrior who rarely involved himself in public events. He revealed he'd been seeing Theo throughout the ritual and acknowledged his gift with interest. Robert invited Theo to join Black Ice, offering him the elite title of Null Ice. The title was legendary. Null Ice agents operated openly, combining prestige with the agency's hidden strength. Theo was shocked. In his history existence, he'd could not to earn it despite years of battle. Clearing his throat, Pharaoh Ragnar of Zenith Academy joined in, praising Theo's earlier performance. Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, hinted at tomorrow expectations and extended support from his academy. Observers counted 4 of the 9 dragons had now officially acknowledged Theo's value. Then came Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The man refused to give Theo special treatment, valuing merit and fairness above all else. Although he admired Theo, Julius declared that honor must be earned, not given through favoritism. Julius Ragnar clarified he wouldn't offer Theo favoritism, sole the full support and pride of a dragoon. Standing solitary in the center, Theo silently weighed the implications of every offer he had received. Using a calm smile, Theo acknowledged the choices and responded with quiet understanding. Theo prepared to make his choice publicly. A grin spreading as tension thickened in the air. Yet before he could speak, a voice suddenly cut his thoughts, accusing him of being a regressor. A flash of strength flowed, and Theo's expression clenched in shock at the unexpected psychic intrusion. A powerful aura burst as Hilda, former clan head, descended before the assembly, lacking warning. Theo was startled by her abrupt appearance and feigned ignorance of her return accusation. Calm and composed, Hilda praised his acting, implying her knowledge of cycles and history lives. Hilda admired Theo's skill, yet subtly exposed his return, stating it was not his initial loop. Bewildered, Theo began questioning if regressions had an edge, and how many others force exist. Stalling, he asked for time to think, and was granted a short instant to regroup. Hilda revealed her own identity as a regressor, finishing her cycles and embracing her last existence. Her remarks unsettled Theo. She had regressed beyond once, suggesting a greater hidden reality faced with mysteries and pressure. Theo decided confronting her directly was the sole road ahead. Theo doubted Hilda's use of the term cycles, wondering if regressors could truly live multiple lives. Hilda understood Kyle never informed Theo about the reality, and she assumed Kyle's bias toward regressors. Her comment unsettled Theo, who began wondering if Kyle's earlier hostility stemmed from hidden knowledge. Still processing, Theo remained silently as Hilda ended the discussion, stating time had run out. The woman offered him an invitation to uncover the secrets of their realm and the clan. As she disappeared, Theo mirrored on the 3rd stage of the ritual, where Kyle told him little. All Kyle had given him was the Heartblade, which now felt like a cryptic inheritance. Theo recalled sensing an odd energy from Kyle, one tied to Lodbrok, the old dragon. Could Kyle have stolen Lodbrok's heart? Was it due to Lodbrok's rumored favor toward regressors? Defeating a dragon should have been impossible, but for Kyle, deemed a demigod, it was just plausible. Theo couldn't deny the possibility and silently resolved to uncover the reality beyond Lodbrok's fall. A voice snapped him back. He was asked again if his heart had decided where to go. Theo answered internally he needed to find Hilda and get the answers refused to him. Raising his head with determination, he declared aloud that he had made his choice. Using energy renewed and an open aim, Theo shouted confidently, "I will." Theo listened as Remington chose the Zenith Academy, a choice that surprised many observers near him. Becoming the disciple of the Zenith Dragon marked Remington's alignment with a legendary master. Theo speculated that this choice stemmed from their shared mastery of water current breathing technique. In Theo's previous existence, Remington had come back to the Narcio clan to continue his development. There, he launched a rebellion against the Ragnar clan, leading a fierce and destructive uprising. Yet this time, Remington chose to stay, a shift in destiny Theo trusted he influenced. Theo and Remington shook hands, parting with a promise to increase stronger and meet again. Those figures acknowledged each other's paths respectfully, ready to improve and reunite with greater power. Theo smiled silently, knowing this departure was sole temporary for both of them. Ray come back to Daffodil Palace, house of her parent, the powerful Ice Dragon. Theo watched from afar, understanding that Palace was where Ray truly belonged. Elsewhere, Sybil and other comrades from practice floor. Number 4 expressed their desire to follow Theo. Although it saddened Theo to separate from them, the nomination ritual had come to an finish. The man felt confident everyone would continue doing their best even after parting ways. Just then, a familiar voice spoke to Theo, revealing a surprising reunion with an unexpected ally. Hulkus and Erica approached Theo with loud laughter, carefree despite the seriousness of the academy setting. Theo acknowledged them calmly, realizing he had unexpectedly made new companions during the earlier stages. The man greeted them sincerely, grateful for their assistance back in the second stage of the trials. Erika reminded Theo that he owed her for saving him, making her dominance open. Hulkus, impressed by Theo's power, expressed admiration in his own energetic, brash way. Caught off guard by their enthusiasm, Theo wondered why they had grown so attached to him. A shout rang out announcing the arrival of the commander, shifting the mood amongst the recruits. Despite the noise, Theo reaffirmed his unchanging aim, rising inside the clan's ranks. The White Armored Unit, Ragnar's most prestigious group, was the perfect place to begin his ascent. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry's commander arrived, acknowledging the new recruits formally. Theo received the instant with resolve, resolute to meet Hilda again when the time came. The man remained amongst his new peers, preparing for the long journey ahead. The commander invited declarations from the fresh recruits, prompting excited responses from the newcomers. Hulkus declared boldly that he wanted to become the mightiest and make his title recognized. The man shouted his desire to earn the commander's recognition, setting a competitive tone for the group. The new recruits rounded their attention toward Theo, curious and cautious about what he would declare. Theo stepped ahead confidently, the heavens beyond him as open as his ambition. Using firm resolve, he began to speak, declaring his aim with a calm but powerful voice. The man aimed to ready for the Great War destined to erupt 5 years from now. Theo boldly declared he would become commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry inside that time. His peers were shocked at the ambition, but some admired the courage it took to speak up. The commander snickered heartily, not offended, but amused by Theo's daring declaration. The man encouraged such big dreams, welcoming Theo to the cavalry lacking delay. The commander stepped ahead and offered guidance, reminding them of the one thing they must remember. The man told them every drop of sweat and gore would be remembered in Ragnar's history. The man emphasized faith shields don't break, swords don't yield, and comrades always stand together. Theo remained with Hulkus and others, taking the vow to guard and support each other. At the finish of this blood-forged road, the commander promised, awaited true glory. Using a grin, he welcomed them officially into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo now remained amongst them, ready to ascend with his new brothers, in arms. A massive black dragon descended from the heavens with strength and authority, shaking the floor below. The recruits stared in awe as the creature hit recognized as the commander's personal partner. The commander introduced the dragon as Eula, a living symbol of their elite cavalry's power. Several flying dragons filled the heavens, showcasing the full majesty of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Eula's footsteps resounded thunderously as the dragon walked across the stone plaza. The recruits braced themselves, realizing the power and size of the partners they forced soon claim. The commander gave orders recruits were to mount their seniors' dragons for the initial flight exercise. The man announced the beginning of the admittance test, the initial step to forming true partnerships. The man told them all to gather at the dragon nest where they'd begin their next trial. Dragons shot overhead, landing as recruits marveled at their presence, excitement bubbling beneath the dread. Theo glanced on with anticipation, wondering if he would gain a flying dragon of his own. A woman approached and offered Theo a ride, urging him to follow quickly. Theo was shocked to recognize the woman Evelyn, someone he hadn't expected to see here. The woman confirmed she had rejoined the white-armored dragon cavalry, smiling as she addressed him calmly. Using a radiance response, Evelyn admitted her return to active duty had happened rather suddenly. Theo's gaze opened as he noticed something unexpected. Evelyn's right arm glanced unnatural, metallic, standing confidently in the sunlight. Evelyn extended her prosthetic arm, revealing it lacking delay. Theo gasped, realizing the reality. Evelyn had lost her arm, replaced now with a mechanical one. Lady Camellia approached with a calm demeanor, showing gratitude while flanked by Madame Kierson and guards. Evelyn remained alert, surprised by their presence and unsure why she was being addressed. Camellia praised Theo's gift, but Evelyn humbly deflected credit, believing his growth required no assistance. Camellia softly argued that encouragement, especially from believed companions, can empower someone beyond they realize. The woman revealed that Evelyn had played a supportive duty in Theo's development, which had been noticed. Evelyn modestly described herself as a retired one, armed swordsman, but Camellia disagreed with her self-assessment. Madame Kierson compared Evelyn to a radiance in darkness, ignorant of how brightly she shines. The woman offered to help Evelyn spread that radiance farther, recognizing her hidden impact and value. Touched by the remarks, Evelyn silently acknowledged the sincerity, offering quiet thanks to her young master. Theo rode beside another soldier, learning that Evelyn had arranged aid for his return to battle. Although unsure of the information, Theo suspected his parent had acted beyond the visions for him. Remembering her nature, he smiled softly and thanked his parent for her silent support again. With resolve, Evelyn declared her faith, pledging her blade and existence to serve Theo faithfully. Theo expressed short appreciation, recognizing the burden of her remarks and the faith beyond them. Wild dragons soared above distant cliffs. Evelyn asked simply to be glanced after in return. The towering cliffs marked the entrance to the nest of white dragons, shrouded in mist and height. Evelyn and her lead explained this nest was the site of the cavalry's admittance trial. Candidates had to bond with a wyvern, or else they could not, a rare but true possibility. While they discussed the Lank siblings' chances, Evelyn remained hopeful they'd manage to adapt. The woman instructed her companion to explore the area and trust their instincts to find a partner. Suddenly, the floor shook as a massive beast's claws hit the earth. Something powerful had arrived. A monstrous wyvern, an Opterex, stomped ahead, its presence dominating the rocky field. Another dragon type, the Viveri, glided above with a whip, like tail laced with deadly poison. Then came the Sigia, a blade, scaled beast recognized for ambushing its foes from beneath the floor. Finally, the Velcroator, swiftest of them all, darted through the skies like black lightning. The wyverns were categorized into 4 species, each with unique combat roles for the cavalry. Despite the variety, one trainee confessed that none of them resonated. There was no natural bond yet. 6 years ago, during the Great War, a massive mutant wyvern invaded the White Dragon's nest. The intruder, later named the Evil Shadow Dragon, massacred hundreds of trained wyverns in a single attack. From that tragedy, the Empire declared it a class calamity threat, ordering its immediate extermination. The Evil Shadow Dragon earned its title for vanishing into darkness, a predator cloaked in darkness. Intrigued by its traits, one trainee covertly longed to gain a wyvern of such rare promise. The man recalled memories from a previous existence, where the creature's attributes had left a lasting impression. A wyvern soared swiftly between cliffs, gliding with intent as if following an invisible thread. From high above, it locked onto a location its instincts seemed to lead it precisely. That moment descended toward a remote ledge nestled amongst jagged mountain walls, encircled by stillness and stone. There, a knight knelt before the wyvern, sharing a serene instant beside blue flowers. Another man approached, observing the unexpected bond forming between rider and beast. The knight admitted his delight. Such a rare partner had come to him lacking expectation or labor. A woman arrived shortly after, showing interest in the same wyvern that had just been claimed. The woman addressed the man Commander Julius and doubted his intent to place Theo in a crucial duty. The man offered no answer, but his quiet revealed beyond remarks ever could. The woman acknowledged his cautious speech, noting that many men had died from speaking too freely. Still, her insight suggested Julius had greater goals than he openly admitted. Unflinching, Julius refused revealing anything, but his gaze hinted at a calculated and growing plan. Descending the cliffside, the woman announced her true intention to propose something for Theo's tomorrow. Julius doubted her motive, noting Theo had already chosen the white-armored dragon cavalry as his road. Her answer was simple yet bold, a proposal for joint mentorship between their respective institutions. Using confidence, she asked Julius what he thought of the idea, catching him completely off guard. Julius stared in quiet, struggling to process the unexpected suggestion that challenged existing structures. Elsewhere, wyverns nearby collided fiercely, their territorial instincts heightened by an odd presence amongst them. Riding above, Theo and a companion saw the disturbance, several wyverns chasing a lone person again. That person was a bluish, white dragon persistently targeted due to its unfamiliar nature. That moment wasn't a wyvern, it was a rare male viper, child of a wyvern parent. Startled, Theo recalled that vipers were class -1 demonic fiends, created from the demon sea's depths. The very idea of one breeding with a wyvern defied reason and biology. His companion confirmed it. This creature's existence was unnatural, its birth thought to be impossible. Class -1 demonic fiends were catastrophic beings, each one rivaling a natural disaster in destructive force. Even one crossing the Great Wall could unleash turmoil across entire regions lacking restraint. The evil shadow dragon's powers now made sense. It had received the gore of a viper. The viper's birth triggered turmoil inside the white-armored dragon cavalry, unsettling the entire wyvern hierarchy. Although they allowed him into the nest under supervision, the other wyverns refused to accept him. Isolation became his truth, as dread and origin-based prejudice kept him excluded from the group. Moved by the story, Theo asked for the creature's title, hoping to understand it better. Umbra, they replied. The title signified shadow in the old tongue, fitting for its mysterious lineage. Theo smiled, declaring Umbra's title aristocratic, and boldly decided to choose Umbra as his personal partner. Shocked, his companion asked for clarification as Theo suddenly leapt from the wyvern mid-flight. The man shouted back confidently that he would go ahead, leaving his leads startled in the air. While he plummeted toward the earth, she screamed in panic, seeing him descend with reckless resolve. Theo's hidden ideas resounded. He would give Umbra a new existence, one unlike his former one. Those figures were alike, after all, beings misunderstood, rejected, and made into solitude because of their origin. As Theo approached the floor with violent pace, impact and flames exploded beneath him. Theo launched himself from the wyvern's back mid-flight, shouting his intent to advance solitary into danger. His companion cried out in alarm as Theo plummeted from the heavens, lacking delay. Falling through the clouds, he triggered a holographic window mid-air, preparing for what awaited below. While Theo descended, dozens of sharp projectiles shot toward him in synchronized precision from all angles. His gaze glowed intensely, reacting instantly as a system. Notice granted him access to psychokinesis. Harnessing the newfound strength, he halted the blades mid-air, bending them away in a spiraling force. Employing the redirected weapons, Theo formed a platform beneath him, springing ahead with increasing pace. The man leapt again, boosting higher by controlling each sword's position through rough telekinetic control. Far below, his ally watched in awe, shocked by his abrupt mastery over psychokinesis and mobility. On the war zone, monstrous flying beasts screeched and circled above, already engaged in harsh aerial combat. A massive dragon roared in fury, gaze shining, sensing Theo's approach with hostile anticipation. Undeterred, Theo soared directly toward the threat, gaze narrowed, determination blazing through his focused expression. Memories of ridicule haunted him, voices mocking his lineage, doubting his value as a Ragnar. Those figures spoke him incompetent and illegitimate, fueling the anger that now flowed through his veins. Using gripped teeth, Theo summoned a sword and launched himself again, defying every insult hurled at him. Lightning flowed near Theo as blades hovered mid-air, encircling him like an extension of his will. The man triggered the Thunder Dragon breathing technique, channeling rough electricity through his aura and weaponry. His entire frame crackled with golden arcs as he floated, radiating strength and refined concentration. Theo launched himself like a bolt, descending with pace amplified by the Thunder technique's momentum. The floor below cracked as he hit, marking the terrain with the Dragon Mark's impact. Electricity rippled from his strike zone, intimidating all who witnessed the devastating strength firsthand. Startled by the energy, the enemy wyverns retreated mid-flight, screeching in dread as the tempest calmed. Theo approached a fell person, dismissing the retreating foes as mere cowards in disguise. Standing before the downed creature, he calmly asked if it was injured or still alert. The injured dragon growled, then suddenly took flight in agony, startling Theo as it tried to flee. The man watched it disappear into the heavens, realizing pursuit now would require caution and patience. Another warrior advised against immediate approach, suggesting a more measured attempt when the beast calmed. Refusing to delay, Theo insisted on following the dragon, believing it needed support, not distance. The man explained the dragon's behavior revealed loneliness, clinging to its nest despite isolation and rejection. Using empathy and urgency, he requested help from his comrade, resolute to ease the creature's agony. The wounded white dragon lurched solitary through the rocky pass, its breathing strained and shallow. It fell near a cliffside, exhausted, its frame marked with visible scars and deep injuries. Startled by distant movement, the dragon lifted its head cautiously, still fearful of being pursued. Theo arrived nearby and saw the dragon, recognizing its wary expression and guarded frame posture. A companion explained that many had tried and could not to tame this dragon in the history. Acknowledging the creature's mistrust, Theo requested food and resolved to earn its trust patiently. As Theo approached, an immense force recognized as wyvern dread suddenly burst through the heavens. A wave of dread washed over the war zone, causing both drakes and fighters to tremble. But Theo remained firm, resisting the pressure, and took steady footsteps ahead with unwavering gaze. Theo applied a healing potion to the dragon, its arcane glow beginning to mend open injuries. The man asked softly if the agony had eased, offering care rather of control or force. The dragon slowly unclosed its gaze, alert but not any more panicked, beginning to recognize his intent. Theo sensed the dragon's feelings, fury at its former family and sorrow from being cast aside. Despite betrayal, the dragon still longed for connection, haunted by loneliness and unresolved agony. Although cautious of Theo, it also wished he would stay a hope buried beneath its mistrust. The dragon stared silently, sensing the sincerity in Theo's presence and the comfort of his gesture. Theo promised not to abandon it, offering comfort and reassurance through gentle remarks and a smile. Accessing his inventory, he prepared something more to strengthen the bond between them. Theo presented a radiant gem pendant, knowing dragons favored shiny, rare objects over practical offerings. The man carried the gem ahead with a grin, showing it off like a carefully chosen treasure. The dragon's gaze opened, clearly captivated by the shimmering stone and surprised by the gesture. Theo teased the dragon, asking if it wanted the gem, seeing its startled reaction unfold. The dragon flinched but didn't retreat, caught between curiosity and lingering delay from history trauma. Its gaze locked on the gem again, emotions swirling beyond its cautious but longing gaze. Finally, the dragon wore the talented pendant, surprised but visibly pleased by the unexpected kindness. Theo invited it to follow, hinting that many more such treasures awaited if it joined him. Using a sly grin, he asked for its choice, confident the bond was now forming. The dragon chirped happily, swayed by the promise of shiny accessories and sincere attention. Theo joked about crafting a flashy saddle covered in gems, even if it signified robbing family. Elsewhere, someone sensed the incoming trouble, shivering as they felt Theo's bold plans approaching. Madame Kirsten sensed trouble as she watched the dragon lean nearer to Theo with curiosity. To her shock, the wyvern entirely acknowledged Theo, recognizing him as its rightful master. A system notice emerged. Theo had acquired a new skill, wyvern taming, increasing strength and trust. A distant wyvern shot overhead as Evelyn dragged food supplies toward Theo's location on foot. Her footsteps halted as she noticed someone standing calmly, observing the area and quiet. The woman gasped in doubt at the unexpected sight that greeted her beyond the rocks. Theo remained calmly while the once hostile dragon cuddled up to him in playful affection. Evelyn was speechless, amazed at the beast who believed no one had bonded so easily. Theo welcomed her return and thanked her for bringing the meat that the dragon now devoured. Still in awe, Evelyn asked how Theo had accomplished something no one else could. Theo simply replied he healed the dragon's heart initial, then sealed their bond with a gift. Evelyn watched silently as the wyvern peacefully feasted, comforted by the comfort Theo had offered. Theo teased her about eating the meat too, although he'd already had his fill earlier. The woman chuckled, recognizing this kind of carefree charm as typical of her young master. Inwardly, she noted Theo's rare gift, not just swaying people, but even taming a lonely wyvern. Evelyn stared in awe as the wyvern lowered its frame, offering Theo its back and trust. The woman clapped, congratulating him on becoming a recognized partner, a rare bond amongst wyverns. But panic hit when Theo prepared to mount the dragon, lacking saddle or practice. Theo calmly stated the wyvern invited him to ride, showing no delay or concern. Evelyn warned that lacking practice or equipment, taking flight was reckless in life. Threatening, smiling confidently, Theo brushed off the concern, trusting his instincts and methods rather. The wyvern taming skill triggered automatically, compensating for Theo's lack of formal riding ability. As they ascended into the heavens, Evelyn could soul stare in doubt at the sight. The woman exhaled in resignation, seeing the duo vanish amongst the clouds in graceful flight. Above the icy mountains, Theo carried tight as the wyvern shot swiftly through narrow peaks. The dragon's urgency grew. He clearly wanted to show Theo something important, lacking delay. Theo steadied himself, smiling, ready to follow wherever the dragon's instincts would lead them. Suddenly, Theo's expression rounded serious. Something about this circumstance didn't sit right with him. The man doubted how such a pure-hearted dragon could gain the title Evil Shadow Dragon. While they shot deeper into the valley, A hidden waterfall surfaced, hinting at secrets below. Theo leapt through a wall of cascading water, launching from the cliffs above, lacking delay or dread. Piercing the waterfall's veil, he discovered a hidden drop leading into a mysterious underground chamber. Landing softly, Theo muttered that even with his history knowledge, this area was entirely unfamiliar to him. The man noted a glimmering cave of crystals beyond the falls, previously unknown despite years in the region. While Theo explored, he saw an armored beast sniffing near, its attention fixated on glittering stones. The man suddenly stilled as he noticed odd flowers growing nearby, realizing the dragon had been consuming them. Theo identified the plant as the ghost spirit flower, a rare species that feeds on demonic energy. The man pondered how a dragon absorbed demonic traits, noting the flower's powerful but dangerous arcane properties. Wary of the threat, Theo resolved to destroy them later, calming the dragon and avoiding the crystals. Further within, Theo sensed something and stepped cautiously, his gaze locked ahead in confusion and tension. Across the field, a skeletal person dangled from chains, unmoving but oddly lifelike in posture and position. Approaching with care, Theo's gaze opened. He understood. This wasn't an ordinary corpse suspended in this cave. Although humanoid in form, the creature was clearly long deceased, its skin shriveled and skeletal confront twisted. Theo noted the frame's minimal decay, estimating it had been dead for over a decade. The preservation suggested great arcane strength, with the freezing temperature slowing the inevitable process of rot. Theo examined the bound skeleton, suspecting it was a high-level martial artist who perished mysteriously. Deciding to return later for investigation, Theo rounded his attention back to the ghost spirit flowers. Suddenly, the corpse moved, screaming, "Ki-Yael!" As its gaze ignited with blazing red hatred. Shocked, Theo reacted instantly, recognizing the corpse had come to existence and spoken his father's title. The reanimated corpse lunged, forcing the dragon Umbra to intercept the violent strike. Theo spoke out to Umbra, who roared in agony from the enemy's harsh blow. The creature snarled again, fixated on Kyle, repeating the title with increasing fury and bloodlust. Theo understood the monster had identified Umbra as a target and rushed to intervene. Leaping between them, Theo delivered a powerful kick to halt the corpse's rampage. The corpse screamed both Kyle and Robert's names, vowing eternal vengeance on them both. Theo was shocked the names matched his father and the black dragon once allied with him. Resolute to finish it, Theo prepared his shared combat technique with the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn emerged midair, launching a sword barrage that rained low steel upon the skeletal foe. The corpse was flooded, pinned as Theo fell, weakened from the clash. Lying on the floor, Theo admitted to Evelyn that he had made an error this time. Theo screamed in agony as a demonic toxin coursed through his veins, immense his frame instantly. The corpse's poison was heavily laced with dark energy, designed to sap power and vitality. Unable to resist, Theo fell, while Evelyn prepared to transport him to headquarters for urgent treatment. Evelyn spoke to her beast companion, Umbra, assuring she signified no harm to the injured man. Umbra hesitated, growling protectively, while Evelyn tried to move Theo's limp frame for emergency aid. While tensions rose, a calm voice told Evelyn to wait, halting her actions immediately. The speaker asked Umbra for a solution, confident the beast possessed knowledge beyond brute force. Theo placed his trust in Umbra, accepting the risk and surrendering his destiny to the creature. Despite urgency, Evelyn warned Theo of the poison severity corpse toxin mixed with demonic strength. Theo explained the poison's lethality, revealing escape odds under 30% with even proper medical care. The man shared that Umbra, now a class 4 demonic fiend, had devoured ghost spirit flowers for resistance. Having previously encountered such toxins, Umbra had learned how to neutralize their dangerous effects effectively. Evelyn shouted in concern, but Umbra began the process. Rung ahead with open intent, Umbra crushed ghost spirit flowers underfoot, activating their properties as crystals and petals scattered. The scattered pieces shimmered, signaling the beginning of the purification process guided by Umbra's instincts. Evelyn hesitated as Umbra signaled her not to blend the crystals and feed them directly. Bewildered but attentive, she paused, trying to understand the beast's silent instructions. The woman glanced toward the scattered crystals, then at Theo, who was barely conscious and unmoving. Clenching her fists, Evelyn made her choice and swiftly moved toward the ingredients on the floor. Harnessing her magic, she concentrated energy into the gathered crystals and flowers, forming a luminous mixture. Using urgency, she poured the shining liquid into Theo's mouth, praying it would take effect quickly. Theo remained still, the mixture slowly running low his lips, showing no immediate response. Evelyn and Umbra watched anxiously, awaiting for any sign that their eager attempt force succeed. Tension filled the air as moments dragged on, and Theo's condition remained unchanged. Suddenly, his chest pulsed with a shining radiance, and Theo's frame jolted upright with force. Evelyn was shocked as the glow intensified, blue energy radiating from his form. The poison's grip loosened. Theo was truly recovering, against all odds and expectations. A surge of golden energy burst as Theo's magic exploded outward, illuminating the area violently. The radiant force condensed, forming the image of a golden dragon near his recovering frame. Evelyn stared in doubt as his energy shifted from wealth to black. An unknown transformation was occurring. Evelyn watched in confusion as Theo's frame was engulfed by an explosive burst of energy. A system notice declared the initiation of frame cleansing and purification protocols inside Theo's core. His frame convulsed as internal restructuring began, and the attribute of the evil shadow dragon triggered. Far away, in Commander Julius's office, a report about Theo's transformation had just been received. Julius doubted its authenticity, demanding confirmation from Black Ice, the intelligence verification unit. His subordinate reported that after checking, there was Baifenjabashidzo's certainty the information was reliable and true. Julius reacted with violent frustration, shattering nearby equipment in doubt and fury. The man gritted his teeth, acknowledging that bad news often came when least expected. Despite his anger, Julius tried to regain composure and think through the circumstance carefully. Still reeling, Julius admitted the news had completely shattered his expectations and predictions. The report stated that Captain Isven and 15 soldiers from the Dragon Cavalry had perished. Their camp was annihilated, leaving beyond gore, rubble, and signs of a devastating arcane onslaught. Theo underwent an old cleansing ritual designed to eliminate impurities and restructure the frame's arcane foundation. This ritual, requiring immense labor from skilled mages, transforms the frame into a mana-absorbent vessel. Sole effective for children under 5, this rare method was somehow performed on Theo successfully. His transformation was not intentional, but resulted from multiple coinciding events and dangerous circumstances surrounding his frame. Theo had been poisoned with a substance containing vast arcane strength, merging with demonic ghost flower energy. With Umbra's help discovering an antidote, his frame reached an odd balance between demise and escape. Rather than succumbing, Theo's frame absorbed the core essence of the deadly arcane poison. The man awakened suddenly, flooded by the change, gasping as his consciousness come back to him. Evelyn rushed to his side, relieved to see him alive and stable after the ordeal. Smiling weakly, Theo apologized for worrying her, slowly sitting up with regained clarity and power. While Evelyn snickered in relief, Theo's system revealed a new awakening. His dragon-based constitution had evolved. He now carried the dragon constitution, unlocking hidden strength passed through history incarnations and great trials. Reading the attributes, Theo noted the increase. Level 16, major attribute growth, and rare dragon abilities. The man understood the crystals near them were pure energy, aiding in the transformation process. Using the poison now diluted, Theo regarded the ghost flower's strength as beneficial rather than deadly. Theo acknowledged that trusting Umbra had paid off as the dragon's guidance proved reliable and wise. His frame had evolved beyond human bounds, gaining traits from both the Ragnar lineage and dragons. With newfound confidence, Theo gripped his hand, eager to explore his explosive growth promise. The man rounded to the true mystery, the unknown man whose presence had sparked the recent events. Evelyn noticed odd writing etched on the cave walls, suggesting hidden knowledge or a journal. Those figures wondered how such precise carvings were made, concluding the author must have been highly skilled. The carvings revealed a notice the author once hid there, defeated by Kale and Robert. The notice hinted at tomorrow vengeance, written by someone with deep hatred and possibly undead nature. Theo, startled, saw a flash of mind and understood the voice belonged to a vengeful entity. The wall continued. The writer was losing their thoughts but begged destiny to grant them vengeance. Theo and Evelyn both understood this wasn't just history, it forced connect to current threats they confront. Those figures speculated this could be the origin of a greater conflict tied to old grudges. A sight emerged, showing a warrior controlling Wind, an old rival of the current clan lord. This man, Hector Ragnar the Wind Lord, had once contested leadership 40 years ago. Although trusted dead, his presence was confirmed, shocking Evelyn as awareness settled in her gaze. Evelyn braced herself, wrung ahead as if to challenge destiny and take responsibility for actions. Theo doubted her abrupt movement, while recalling that even the Windlord was once a rightful heir. Despite being cast out, the Windlord was a Ragnar who had claimed to inheritance. Evelyn spoke emotionally, pointing out that harming a rightful heir by a vassal was a grave offense. However, Theo countered her worries, clarifying the man wasn't a Ragnar anymore but a corrupted madman. Smiling, he told her she had no choice but to act, even if the principle remained. Theo stated that all that happened within the cave must remain a secret from others. The man handed her the Windlord's sight, asking her to accept it despite her shock. The sight was said to rival the 9 dragons, a gift she couldn't understand receiving. Theo pushed Evelyn to become the Windlord's successor, gain power, and accept the hidden inheritance. Once she received it, the Windlord could rest peacefully, leaving no burden beyond. Shocked, Evelyn understood the meaning of Theo's gesture and the inheritance now entrusted to her. Theo reminded her of her vow to become his blade, reinforcing her intent and duty. The woman hesitated but remembered her identity, Evelyn Narraville, Ragnar's senior inspector. With renewed resolve, Evelyn knelt with conviction, entirely accepting her duty and responsibility moving ahead. Evelyn formally pledged allegiance to Theo, declaring herself his loyal vassal with unwavering conviction. The woman asked Theo to accept her oath, humbling herself before him as her chosen monarch. Theo smiled softly, acknowledging her adherence to principle and preparing to honor her faith. Theo placed his blade before her, formally accepting Evelyn Narraville as his sworn companion and ally. He swore to walk ahead with her, welcoming her power on the long road ahead. Their smiles affirmed a mutual respect, sealing the new bond between vassal and master. Using their pact complete, Theo mounted Umbra, soaring away from the cave alongside his dragon. Those figures passed mountains and skies, heading toward the vast lands of the central landmass. Their destination loomed White Dragon Squad headquarters, a prestigious military base inside the Empire. At headquarters, a red-haired warrior ridiculed Theo's absence, belittling his value compared to their squad. His laughter was cut short by a heavy tremor, alerting everyone to something approaching fast. He rounded, shocked as a massive dragon's shadow loomed beyond him, lacking warning. Gasps burst as Theo arrived atop Umbra, shocking the squad with his great entrance. Those figures doubted how a disobedient dragon like Umbra would follow someone like Theo so obediently. Amongst murmurs, many understood something monumental had happened. Theo was not any more the same as before. Evelyn and Theo formally reported their return after completing the aptitude test, standing before their comrades. Those figures requested to see the captain, but were informed he had left due to urgent news. The squad members revealed that he received a critical notice and had come back to the office. Suspicious, Theo doubted the nature of the urgent notice, sensing something unusual in the timing. Suddenly, an explosion burst nearby, violently shaking the entire base and alerting everyone to danger. A powerful enemy hit, launching an unexpected assault that made the squad into immediate defense. The commander emerged, issuing apologies and declaring the need to conclude the entrance ritual. The man ordered all present soldiers to ready for a deployment task to Fort Blanky. Hearing this, Theo was shocked it was an actual deployment, not a routine drill. Theo sensed something ominous approaching an event he remembered vividly from his previous existence. The deployment connected to the Ceres hostage crisis, a pivotal event destined to ember turmoil. That moment marked the beginning of the treason led by Ed Triven, a catastrophe that shaped destiny. The commanding officer declared that everyone present would be immediately deployed to Fort Blanky. The abrupt announcement caused unrest amongst the gathered soldiers, many of whom were still new recruits. One soldier stepped ahead, questioning the urgency of deploying inexperienced troops on such short observe. Those figures were informed that Platoon Wu, led by Captain Trainer Isvin, had lost completely missing. The news shocked the assembly. Trainer Isvin was recognized for his peerless skill and leadership, respected even by top commanders. Isvin's disappearance suggested a threat far beyond normal expectations. A young warrior speculated whether this event resulted from changes he caused in the timeline. A grim report stated there was a Baifinjitoshiba opportunity the missing platoon was already dead. The commander appointed even Narraville as captain of a replacement unit to continue the task. Despite the odds, the commander expressed his belief that the missing unit force still be alive. Regardless of escape, he swore their deaths would be avenged lacking delay or mercy. Airships launched into the heavens, carrying the newly formed platoon toward an uncertain battlefront. Earlier, the Black Skull bandits attacked a merchant guild, seemingly causing no casualties. However, the true objective wasn't bloodshed, but the theft of a powerful artifact. Their task was to steal and relocate the Dragon Slayer Blade Balmung from its secure vault. He recalled that in his history existence, Ed Triven exploited the stolen Balmung during his coup. Now, events seemed to diverge from what he remembered, making him question his timeline's impact. Feeling responsible, he resolved to confirm the circumstance directly and recover the blade himself. 3 days later, the troops reached a snowy mountain pass under Fort Blanky's harsh conditions. One soldier complained about the harsh, struggling to adapt to the region's extreme weather. Suddenly, he noticed the moon's odd glow and understood the White Zan armored dragon cavalry was arriving. Guards stationed at the outpost saw the incoming force and quickly raised the alarm. An enemy magic blast shook the tower, triggering immediate turmoil inside the fortress. Using swift command, the female knight led the aerial cavalry to drop explosive bombardments from above. Bombs rained low, engulfing the base in violent fire and widespread destruction. One guard cried out for retreat, warning others to flee before being hit low. Survivors scrambled to escape, flooded by the intensity and precision of the aerial attack. A splash of gore marked the beginning of full Zan-scale combat against the fortress defenders. White and armored troops charged ahead with unrelenting momentum, swords taken and ready for execution. Their leader shouted to make an example, demanding vengeance and total destruction of their foes. A distant explosion lit the heavens as a lone soldier ran the war zone into the snowy forest. The man grumbled that the Whites and armored cavalry was supposed to be handled by others. Believing his task complete, he snickered, ignorant of a mysterious cloaked person approaching with a massive weapon. A destructive attack cut the landscape, signaling an immense strength in play. A robed swordsman silently observed, awaiting the confirmation of a successful item transfer. Another person presented the retrieved blade respectfully, stating the goods were now in their possession. The cloaked leader inspected the blade, confirming its identity as the true Balmung. Using success achieved, he ordered preparations for the plan's next phase lacking delay. While dawn approached, the group remained ready. Sole one step remained to complete their operation. The last phase was open: exterminate all surviving foes lacking mercy. Their forces charged, initiating a harsh assault to wipe out the remaining resistance. The war zone quieted as a soldier reported the enemy's subjugation was complete. Lone knights snickered at their triumph, calling the fight easy and unchallenging. Yet another warrior grew suspicious, doubting how Platoon 5 could have dead in such a place. Activating a special ability, he began synchronizing with the dead to read their memories. Theo understood the soldier had heard about the Balmung theft, but never saw the blade directly. The man found it odd that even higher, ranking foes lacked first-hand knowledge of the stolen weapon. While pondering the inconsistency, a comrade interrupted, asking if something was incorrect. Trying to dismiss suspicion, Theo pretended he was just nervous on his initial task. The others teased him for his reputation as the Flash Tiger, despite his apparent nervousness. Using the hostages rescued, they agreed to regroup with the main force and leave quickly. Suddenly, Theo broke away from the group, moving urgently in another direction. Bewildered, his teammates wondered what triggered his abrupt movement. Theo rushed ahead with grim determination, having sensed an imminent threat approaching. A volley of energy blasts hit low, confirming Theo's instincts about an ambush. His companions, startled by the attack, demanded answers about his odd behavior. Before he could respond, someone discovered a hidden pile of explosives set throughout the area. Realizing the enemy intended to destroy the base and everyone within, panic spread. Theo ordered an immediate evacuation while others confirmed the urgency of the circumstance. Using time running out, the team began evacuating civilians and comrades from the danger zone. Amid turmoil, a commander screamed orders as flames and explosions engulfed the war zone. Fire burst violently from the base, signaling the enemy's calculated attempt to level the area. Elsewhere, a cloaked leader icily instructed his troops to reload and ready for another assault. A second barrage of bombs fell, consuming structures and defenses in intense, synchronized destruction. The enemy commander growled that not a single target was to be spared. The man muttered about avenging someone, revealing a personal vendetta tied to the battle's intent. Far away, in an elegant estate, a woman calmly cradled an injured boy in her embrace. Speaking sweetly, she asked if her child, Axion, had suffered much during the conflict. Using a twisted smile, she swore vengeance, declaring she would bring her son the enemy's head. An entire battalion deployed into a vast arena, the cracked floor echoing with the turmoil of battle. At the front, a fierce warrior led the charge, slicing through foes with swift, decisive blows. A commander barked orders to the troops, demanding no survivors. Her soldiers launched ahead in perfect formation. A soldier observed the aftermath, questioning how this enemy force flooded Captain Trainer's elite Platoon 5. The awareness hit hard, something didn't add up, and doubt clouded her usually sharp verdict. As she scanned the war zone, her gaze narrowed, suspecting a hidden force manipulating the result. Suddenly, an explosion devoured a leading officer in fire, shocking nearby troops who screamed out in horror. Another warrior leapt into action, dashing through the fire to engage the unseen enemy. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he doomed under his air as the circumstance spiraled into turmoil. Dozens of fiery projectiles descended from the heavens and aerial bombardment had started lacking warning. The leading warrior shouted for everyone to take cover as the fire approached rapidly. Explosions burst across the war zone. Soldiers screamed as the onslaught engulfed their positions in fiery devastation. Injured soldiers cried out as they scrambled for cover, dodging fire and debris in desperation. Onin Group sprinted toward a nearby exit, responding instantly to the captain's urgent call. The captain regrouped with reinforcements, urging a quick retreat before the bombardment flooded the entire force. Theo understood the true enemy strategy: lure them outside toward awaiting artillery. The man resolved to reply it directly, driving history his mental bounds. Theo unlocked the thought's gate, dramatically enhancing perception and decision, making pace. As radiance flowed through his thoughts, data flooded in. The man entered a new mental space of accelerated thought. Theo's gaze glowed with focus, perceiving all immediately, yet he remained frozen, lost in thought. A comrade snapped at him, urging movement. The war zone still raged, and delay could mean demise. Those figures spoke for retreat, telling him to run outside, but Theo already knew escape wasn't an option. Theo's ally demanded an explanation, growing frustrated by his refusal to flee. Time was running out. Ignoring panic, Theo insisted they head within. His tone calm but firm with growing clarity. Although uncertain, his comrade paused, beginning to trust his confidence despite the turmoil near them. The squad dashed back into the fortress, barely dodging collapsing rubble as explosions shook the walls. The others doubted the reason, afraid they'd be buried alive. Dread overtook rational thinking. Theo explained the reality outside carried soul more traps. The true ambush waited beyond the gates, activating hatchling synchro. Theo accessed the building's mind, mapping its structure through mental visualization. Foes had assumed no one could endure inside the fortress. Theo intended to prove them incorrect. With the thought's gate unclosed, Synchro's capabilities expanded, granting him total perception and a new plan to win. Theo's mental mapping revealed deadly traps on all sides, explosives to the left, bombardment to the right. Realizing sole one safe road remained, he led the group low the central staircase, lacking delay. Trusting Theo's insight, the unit rushed downward, the narrow corridor echoing with urgent footsteps. The squad reached the lower levels, but alarms spread as they encountered a abrupt, blocked passage. Confusion flowed. Some doubted whether Theo's plan could not, facing what seemed like a dead finish. Panicked voices demanded answers, eager for a way ahead as the entrance beyond them was sealed. Suddenly, the roof began collapsing above them. Stone and debris rained low, lacking mercy. Soldiers glanced up in terror, unable to escape as cracks split the ceiling above. Using nowhere to run, they braced for impact, relying entirely on Theo's verdict and timing. From the rubble, Theo surfaced alive, driving ahead through the destroyed road with unwavering resolve. Far away, enemy forces observed the crumbling war zone, reporting that their artillery supplies had been depleted. Despite the turmoil, their leader remained focused. This battle was personal, and vengeance was still unfinished. A cloaked person reminded the group of their task. This was to avenge their dead comrade, Axion. No matter the state of the corpse, they were to bring back the head at all costs. As orders resounded, a lifeless frame lay amongst the wreckage, the task's next target already marked. After the floor fall, Theo's squad hit safely below, shaken but alive thanks to his plan. Relief rounded to shock when hostile soldiers saw them and demanded answers on their abrupt appearance. Recognizing the emblem of the Black Skull, Theo understood they'd stumbled into a hidden enemy fortress. Theo's gaze opened as he saw someone chained in the far back of the underground prison. Beyond thick metal bars, a group of prisoners stirred, one of them responding to his call. That moment was none other than Captain Trainer Isenlong, presumed dead alive but imprisoned in chains. Zone of Theo's companions expressed doubt while approaching Trainer's cell cautiously and relieved. The woman couldn't fathom the betrayal. The Central Intelligence Bureau of their own clan was responsible. As chains hit the floor, it became open that something far deeper was unfolding beyond the visions. More prisoners were released, furious over the betrayal and eager for retribution after surviving the trap. Oni voiced suspicion it was impossible for the ambush to occur lacking internal cooperation. Those figures concluded it was outright treason, and tempers flared as some spoke for immediate retribution. Captain Trainer calmed the group, urging restraint and strategy over rash vengeance, despite their justified anger. He emphasized their frailty, warning that the enemy had arranged this from the beginning with immense force. Theo explained that the Black Ice hadn't responded because they were already intercepted, validating his choice to retreat within. Despite the grim odds, hope come back, as one person stated they still had the opportunity to endure. Theo explained that the enemy sought to bury the reality, eliminating even their own operatives. The man predicted the enemy would return soon, assuming they'd be dead, giving them a strategic opportunity. Theo proposed employing the debris for a surprise counterattack, ambushing their foes at their most careless instant. His tone remained sharp and unwavering. He trusted this tactic was their best road to triumph. Captain Trainer's silent gaze showed respect. The young warrior's courage renewed his own worn resolve. Trainer understood Theo had achieved what few could, unlocking his thought's gate at such a young age. He mirrored on how age had made him hesitant, while Theo tackled crisis lacking delay. Trainer watched as the younger generation began taking action with open focus and adaptive instincts. Using new motivation, Trainer declared their unit, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, would move with Theo's plan. The squad steeled themselves, rising to meet the challenge as companions rallied under Theo's leadership. Above floor, enemy scouts approached the ruins, ignorant their intended victims now lay in ambush. The war zone lay in ruins, scattered bodies and shattered weapons marking the aftermath of a harsh encounter. A survivor barely clung to existence, dragging himself through the debris, eager to escape the carnage. The man reached out weakly, pleading for help, his voice trembling as demise loomed over him. Another perishing soldier begged for mercy, his plea interrupted as his frame was crushed, lacking delay. The black-cloaked warrior remained silently, gaze sharp as he scanned the area for remaining threats. Reporting to his superior, he confirmed their search on the western side had found no targets. Amidst the turmoil, one soldier doubted why the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's bodies were missing. Suspicions grew as no one had seen them fall, and no reports had reached command. Before anyone could respond, turmoil burst again as foes hit from beyond, lacking warning. A soldier in dark uniform noticed the ambush, swiftly leaping toward the source of the disturbance. Swords collided violently mid-air as he engaged a swift white-armored attacker with immense force. The foes battled fiercely, showing unnatural coordination and power despite the war zone confusion. Blades sparked as strikes shot in all directions, momentum shifting with each move. A female warrior vaulted high into the air, diving low with precise force. Awareness hit the White-Armored Dragon Cavalry had come back, now as the enemy's ambush force. While the enemy charge intensified, the squad leader shouted to change formation and intercept the assault. Clashes burst between both sides. Blades met in a chaotic frenzy as soldiers battled with precision. Amidst the turmoil, a commander recognized the attackers and muttered regret at facing the intelligence bureau. One white-armored officer declared execution for treason, enforcing the laws of the powerful Ragnar clan. Explosions lit up the heavens as intense arcane and physical combat shattered the warzone's surroundings. A shocked warrior watched, questioning how their foes had survived such immense bombardment unharmed. Shock filled his gaze. The circumstance had rounded beyond comprehension with the enemy's swift reply. The enemy commander advanced with sharp determination, gaze locked on the warzone's mightiest warrior. Those figures met in a violent clash of blades, power and resolve exploding between them, instantly. With swords taken, the two dueled fiercely, radiance clashing against darkness with each explosive strike. The white-armored warrior focused with precision, aiming for vital spots with deadly efficiency. One of the defending fighters was hit, gore dripping as a deep cut grazed his eye. The injured fighter retreated, staggering while the red-haired commander relentlessly pursued with blazing fury. Momentum flowed ahead as the commander shut the distance, aiming to crush all remaining opposition. Proclaiming resistance futile, she declared the Central Intelligence Bureau's dominance over the entire war zone. After the ambush succeeded, the enemy commander declared the battle already lost for the defending forces. Offering a last opportunity, he promised to spare lives if they surrendered lacking resistance. Refusing loss, the black-cloaked captain authorized all members to activate their forbidden secret technique. His command caused a move, with bewildered companions unsure what the technique entailed or risked. A red aura flowed near one warrior as he charged, driven by awakened strength. With wide, shining gaze, he roared ahead, the technique igniting power far beyond his normal bounds. His opponents shook, recognizing the forbidden reverse gore surge, a move that consumes the user's existence. This reckless strength boost risked demise, yet he embraced it, trading lifespan for combat power. A massive shockwave exploded across the floor, tearing down the formation with immense force. The white-armored officer reeled, barely withstanding the frontal blast of the secret technique's impact. Dozens of blood-fueled fighters launched from beyond, descending upon the enemy like raining blades. Their bodies cut by many projectiles, the ambushed forces began to falter under tireless assault. One fighter, heavily wounded and full of embedded blades, still led the charge despite fatal injuries. The man pushed a younger comrade to escape, accepting his own finish as inevitable. The horrified rookie watched as the senior fell, hit again while shielding him from a last blow. A warrior gripped his teeth in fury, strength surging near him as he prepared to strike. He shouted in fury, unleashing the technique recognized as Triple Dragon's Claw with immense force. Energy burst downward, shaking the war zone as another warrior triggered the Thought's Gate ability. The Thought's Gate released heightened perception, empowering its user amidst a sea of charging foes. The man responded by countering with his own Triple Dragon's Claw, mirroring the same deadly technique. Clear energy slashed across the field, hitting multiple foes with pinpoint precision and explosive pace. The enemy soldiers were caught off guard, shocked by the unexpected power of their opponent. He remained firm, encircled by the radiance of his release technique, dominating the war zone. Bodies shot through the air as the attack tore down formations, cutting deep into enemy ranks. Smoke and debris covered the destroyed war zone, scattering survivors across the wide-open canyon. Own enemy leaders shook, realizing their forbidden technique had been handled far too easily. Devoured by dread and hatred, he swore to eliminate the source of this growing threat. While dust settled, companions regrouped, wondering when Theo had acquired such devastating techniques. Those figures murmured in awe, resolving to practice harder. Inspired by Theo's rapid growth, Theo explained calmly that he had refined the thought's gate through tireless repetition and practice. Theo drove his frame beyond its edge, acknowledging the immense strain of channeling so much strength. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty enemy launched into the air, screaming Theo's title with murderous intent. Resolute to die together, he swore to drag Theo with him in a last suicidal attack. An ally recognized the danger, sensing the unstable flow of mana gathering in the attacker's core. Panic spread as they understood the enemy arranged to explode, employing a twisted mana haul. Before they could react, energy flowed and time slowed as something unexpected began to manifest. Abrupt gust interrupted the charge. A green vortex formed, disrupting the explosion with divine force. The technique God of Tempest, Squall triggered, enveloping the enemy in a wind barrier. A mysterious warrior descended, harnessing the winds to contain the blast before it could erupt. The technique Maelstrom sealed the enemy in swirling green mana, suppressing the unstable energy within. Onlookers watched in doubt as the mana haul explosion was stopped mid-trigger. Spinning violently, the contained energy fell inward, neutralized by the God-tier Tempest spell. A last surge of green radiance marked the finish of the spell, peace returning to the field. The enemy lay defeated amongst ruins, his frame drained of all strength and resistance. Exhausted but alive, Theo's ally exhaled deeply, having narrowly survived the explosive encounter. Theo gave a quiet nod, expression unreadable as he glanced toward the horizon. A firm handshake followed, symbolizing newfound trust between fighters who survived together. Asked where he'd learned such strength, Theo responded cryptically that knowing would soul-bring agony. The group embraced him warmly, laughing and celebrating the finish of a long and harsh ordeal. Elsewhere, an older man watched the sunrise with calm gaze, whispering that the long night had ended. Using hope in his voice, he declared that a new dawn had finally arrived for them all. The scene opens at the Rose Palace, a majestic fortress under looming twilight, hiding tense conflict. A woman lies pinned to the floor, gasping in shock as a strong palm grips her throat. Theo glares low at her with shining gaze, his fury barely controlled after what he discovered. Theo hurls her to the floor, demanding justification for her reckless and unauthorized actions. The woman cries out in agony, while Theo slams a classified document onto the floor beside her. The document reveals a kill order targeting Theo and the White Dragon Squad, a high crime. Theo throws the document aside, fury rising at the plot that endangered him and his companions. The woman screams, revealing the plan originated from Troyvon, a powerful person whose goals were now shattered. Devoured by anger, she demands vengeance for Axion and cries for the traitor's head to roll. A second woman appears, shouting that all recent failures trace back to a single interfering enemy. Driven by grief, she orders Theo and his companions to be torn down in retaliation. Theo hears Axion's title and questions their connection to the turmoil unfolding near him. The wounded woman screams. Axion's title flooded by shock and loss in the crumbling plan. Theo icily declares the plan dead with the loss of the Dragon Blade. She's not anymore Troyvon's daughter. Realizing his identity and strength, she trembles in horror, finally recognizing him as her true father. Theo orders the woman taken away, deeming her not any more useful and a liability to the task. The woman panics, pleading for mercy, offering anything in exchange for her existence to be spared. Unmoved, Theo watches icily as the guards drag her away, reflecting on how his careful plans unraveled. Blaming all on Theo Ragnar, he curses the setback and vows to personally take vengeance. Blazing with fury, he declares he'll kill Theo himself for ruining all he built. Elsewhere, Theo examines the Dragon Blade, reading system information confirming its locked, divine, sealed state. Keeping the massive sword, Theo silently acknowledges its identity. This is the mythical Dragon Blade. Odd pulse activates from the blade, reacting violently as it clashes with Theo's energy. The sword releases a shockwave, throwing Theo back and shaking the entire chamber with force. Recovering, Theo notes the blade's strength certain and worthy of its legendary title. The man confirms it represents the polar opposite of the Ragnar clan's strength. balancing darkness with radiance. Still sealed, the weapon cannot be exploited until Theo finds a way to release its divine lock. The blade is a divine relic from old myth, able to grant strength of heroic magnitude. Sole after releasing the seal can its true power be accessed, as few ever have. Theo recalls that in his history existence, Trayvon unlocked its strength, and now a clue resurfaces. Theo reflects on the dragon blade, concluding it's helpless until the divine seal is unlocked. The man senses someone approach as footsteps echo through the hallway, changing toward the sound. Evelyn enters respectfully, requesting an instant of Theo's time despite the delayed hour. A grizzled soldier informs another man that the captain has summoned him for a private talk. The man welcomes the man back alive, relieved but heavy-hearted as he prepares for an important conversation. Using visible sorrow, the captain asks if he intends to retire from active service. The man confirms with regret, explaining he lost both his dragon companion and leg in battle. Edge and injury have taken their toll, and he feels his power dimming with time. The man shares plans to return house and honor the dead, which the captain accepts with a smile. Sipping tea, the captain shifts focus to Theo Ragnar, revealing surprising information about his promise. At a young age, Theo had already unclosed the rare and powerful Thunder Gate. Although not created with it open, Theo somehow unlocked the gate, astonishing even experienced veterans. They suspect Theo made open the sealed gate, an act of rough will and power. Therefore, his internal capacity has grown wider, exceeding expectations drastically. Although it defies reason, Theo's growth proves that the impossible can indeed happen. Using determination, the commander declares they must fill the vast promise Theo now possesses. The senior man offers last advice. As a senior, his guidance ends here. From this instant ahead, Theo must walk his road and confront challenges on his own. The commander tells Theo that true growth can't be instructed, it must be experienced directly. Theo listens silently, the snowy wind brushing history as he prepares to take that responsibility. Their quiet exchange ends as the commander walks away, leaving Theo solitary in mirror. The commander praises Theo's recent success, asking how far his martial skills have progressed. Theo humbly credits his comrades and hesitates to assess his own power. When asked about his martial level, Theo appears bewildered, unsure how to answer clearly. The commander clarifies he's not referring to fighting ability, but Theo's current blade realm. Surprised, Theo admits uncertainty, unsure of how far he's progressed beyond imitation. The man's soul focused on copying the head family's style, not realizing his own blade identity. The commander remarks that many say the same, failing to understand their true promise. Lacking warning, he attacks, forcing Theo to defend with instinct as energy clashes violently. Theo is launched backward by the unexpected strike, caught off guard by the abrupt test. Theo finds himself in an odd space filled with floating shards of red glass, like energy. The man realizes he's entered the demon dragon glass domain, an unusual and dangerous spiritual realm. This domain is unlike what he previously encountered, perhaps reacting to his evolving martial identity. Theo concentrates, declaring this as his vision blade his own mental and martial realm. The man attacks swiftly, clashing repeatedly with his opponent in a streak of swords and strength. Each strike reveals intensity as the commander pushes back, testing Theo's will and technique. Theo senses a disturbance as violent red energy bursts through the realm toward him. Caught in a vortex of pressure, he braces himself as destructive forces swirl violently near him. A colossal strike lashes toward him, demanding immediate response or immense loss. The commander footsteps ahead calmly, asking Theo what he learned from witnessing that blade's strength. Theo answers truthfully, it was overwhelmingly strong and entirely destructive in nature. The commander affirms it, explaining that such is the true nature of demonic martial arts. The man describes the road of demons as intuitive, direct, and ruthlessly violent in achieving dominance. The philosophy centers on pure force breaking obstacles, shattering demise, and embracing destruction as a form of power. Then, he shifts the question, asking about the blade style of the Plum Blossom Palace's lord. Theo responds, recalling the blade of the Plum Blossom Palace lord as beautiful and awe-inspiring. The commander acknowledges the description, affirming that such beauty aligns with that martial philosophy. He explains the blade style represents existence's growth beginning as a seed, blossoming into indomitable power. Even when damaged or delayed, that style's essence never stops evolving, symbolizing resilience and existence alone. Theo realizes this interpretation reveals the true nature of martial arts from a new perspective. The commander questions if Theo sees contradiction between the violent demon style and the blossoming blade. Lacking giving a direct answer, the commander avoids spoiling the lesson and initiates a shift in tone. The man suddenly throws a thick book at Theo, catching him completely off guard. Theo reads the cover. It is a recorded debate between the Plum Blossom Palace and Demon Dragon Masters. Shocked, Theo understands what this means. He's been entrusted with something extremely rare. The commander confirms it. Although uncommon, Theo has been received as the joint successor of both legacies. Theo now carries the burden and teachings of both the Demon Dragon and the Blade Dragon styles.
The battlefield is silent as a lone figure stands amidst the desolation. The man, wearing a patch over one eye, looks out over the chaos of the battle. A faint scratching sound echoes as he writes something in a small notebook, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around him. He closes the notebook with a swift motion, his fingers gripping it tightly. His face remains unreadable, and the wind rustles his hair. The air around him is tense, as if he's contemplating the weight of something monumental. The camera focuses on his hardened expression. The subtle furrow of his brow hints at the deep thoughts racing through his mind, yet he says nothing, lost in his quiet contemplation. The scene shifts to a woman, her dark, striking features marked by an air of possessiveness. She stands beside another figure who towers over her. Both share a complicated bond as the woman's voice drips with a tone of jealousy as she speaks about their shared disciple. Theo, she stares defiantly at the larger figure who calmly listens, unperturbed by her words. The woman's grip on the object in her hands tightens, but there's no visible threat, only a deep-seated rivalry that runs beneath the surface of their conversation. The larger figure responds coolly, pointing out that Theo's growth outpaces the expectations set for other disciples. He comments that although Theo is advancing rapidly, he will inevitably encounter a point where his progress stagnates. The conversation carries an undercurrent of strategic planning. The woman looks down, still holding the object in her hand, as she ponders the situation. Her expression is a mix of concern and intrigue. Her words show that she's aware of the potential limitations Theo will face if not properly guided. The man standing with her seems to take a moment to consider her thoughts, then slowly reveals his belief that the solution might lie in overcoming this barrier. His voice implies that this wall Theo faces can be conquered with proper support, his tone implying a larger hidden agenda. They stand together, watching the path ahead with a knowing look. The woman's face darkens as she contemplates the possible consequences, and the man hints that their teachings may carry more dangerous weight than they first anticipated. The woman looks at the man, realizing the implications of his words. She nods slightly, the situation growing more serious as she wonders if they're truly prepared to guide Theo through this. The shadow of a growing conflict looms over them. The man's expression turns grim, revealing his awareness of the risks. He suggests that if history repeats itself, their teachings could lead to more bloodshed, especially with the Ragnars involved. The burden of the decision weighs heavily on them both. A deep tension fills the air. The woman, though seemingly cold, understands the gravity of the situation. Her face betrays a hint of doubt about the true nature of their intentions, yet she remains resolute in the decision they must make. The man's voice becomes more certain, revealing his belief that Theo's path is inevitable. He hands over something of great importance, entrusting it to the woman. His trust in her to carry out this task is clear, even as she looks on with a mixture of resolve and caution. The woman accepts the item, her grip tightening as she silently vows to protect Theo, understanding the full weight of her responsibility. The man gives her one last piece of advice, to watch over Theo until she's sure of his readiness, leaving her with a heavy burden to carry. With a final, knowing glance, the man turns away, confident in his decision. The woman's gaze lingers, filled with a mix of uncertainty and determination. She watches as he walks off, the future of Theo now in her hands. The scene opens with the man holding out the book to the other figure. His face shows a mix of seriousness and a slight trace of amusement. He speaks with firm resolve, instructing that the book is only to be passed to Theo after a specific moment, suggesting a deeper purpose behind the timing. The other figure, a person of interest with sharp features and dark eyes, looks down at the book. His expression shifts, eyes glowing with a mix of ambition and eagerness. He notes the importance of becoming a joint disciple to two of the most powerful figures in the sword world, the Sword Dragon and the Demon Dragon. A grin spreads across his face, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The weight of the responsibility and honor doesn't faze him. Instead, he welcomes it as an opportunity to prove himself worthy of this prestigious title. As the other figure holds the book, doubt creeps in. He wonders aloud if he is truly worthy of such an honor, questioning his abilities. His words are filled with humility, yet there's an underlying desire to earn the recognition he seeks. The man responds reassuringly, urging the figure not to be so humble. He stresses that the book is being passed to him because he truly believes in his worth. The reassurance is calm yet decisive, leaving no room for further self-doubt. The other figure nods, a small, satisfied smile curling on his lips. His pride takes a moment to shine through, understanding that he has the potential to rise to the occasion and live up to the expectations laid before him. The conversation shifts, and the man begins reflecting on his own journey. He recalls how he had been able to grow only because of the help of others. His past is tinged with gratitude and self-awareness, as he acknowledges the sacrifices made for his success. He thinks back to pivotal moments such as the Rendon incident, where the figures around him had supported him unconditionally. Despite not having done anything for them in return, their help had been instrumental in his rise. The other figure listens closely, his expression one of deep contemplation. The man's gratitude fills the air, and he promises to repay the debt of loyalty and trust, knowing that his journey is far from over. Suddenly, a rush of energy fills the air. The man's expression hardens, and he feels a surge of determination. The time has come to fulfill his promises, and his resolve intensifies as he focuses on the task ahead. With a burst of energy, the scene shifts into motion. The man, filled with anticipation, challenges Theo, ready for a duel. The air crackles with tension as he announces that the real lessons are about to begin. The other figure grins, his eyes full of excitement as he steps forward. The atmosphere turns electric with the challenge, both warriors ready to test their strength against each other in a fight that promises to shape their destinies. The battle begins with a clash of swords, and the sound of their weapons ringing through the air fills the scene. The man presses forward, urging Theo to fight harder, pushing him to his limits with each strike. Theo, equally determined, responds with speed and precision, his every movement calculated to match his opponent's strength. His opponent urges him to go faster, creating a brutal back and forth of combat that tests their skills and resolve. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Theo struggles to keep up with the onslaught. The clash between master and disciple is intense, the sound of metal and the rush of energy filling the air, signaling that both are fighting for something far greater than just a duel. In a vast training area where chains rattle as someone, presumably a prisoner, struggles, the sound of metal scraping fills the air as the figure moves through a corridor, heading toward the inevitable confrontation. The tension is palpable, marking a significant moment of suspense. The camera shifts to reveal a young master standing in a stunned posture, his face marked by exhaustion. He stares blankly, his breath heavy, as if still processing what just happened in the previous fight. His body language shows his inability to fully comprehend the intensity of his training. A concerned voice calls out to the young master, but the only response is silence. A figure rushes to his side, asking if he's okay, showing signs of worry and distress. The young master, still dazed, weakly responds that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, trying to downplay the effects of the intense lesson. The scene shifts to a more serious atmosphere as the young master and his concerned ally make their way to an underground detention cell. The ally reassures the young master that the situation is under control, but questions linger about the methods being used to train and contain Theo. The young master pauses for a moment, contemplating whether it is truly okay to leave things as they are. There's an air of concern about how far the methods have been pushed, but the strategy behind it all is beginning to unfold. The older, more experienced figure confidently reassures the young master that everything is going according to plan. He insists that although Theo is tough and unlikely to break, they must ensure nothing goes wrong. He urges the young master to trust the process, though there is an undeniable darkness to his words. The young master looks at the situation from a new perspective. In the dimly lit underground cell, the man they've been working to contain sits, chained, and awaiting the next stage of the plan. His eyes gleam with an unsettling calmness, as if fully aware of his situation. The figure who has been speaking with the young master looks back with cold resolve. His face reveals a hint of anticipation for what comes next. He motions the young master to come closer, preparing to explain the final pieces of their scheme. The man smirks, knowing that the setup is nearly complete. He assures the young master that they are on the verge of achieving their goal, even as the chained figure remains motionless, seemingly unperturbed by the ongoing manipulation. The young master is led to a grand palace with an impressive view. The training ground is expansive, bordered by the grand structure of the Plum Blossom Palace, symbolizing a place where intense training and discipline meet. The scene feels poised for something significant to unfold. The camera angle widens, showing the palace in its full glory. The massive stairs lead to the palace doors where the young master steps onto the training grounds, seemingly ready to take the next steps in his journey. A voice welcomes the young master, inviting him to the training area. The voice belongs to a figure standing at the top of the stairs, dressed in elegant attire. The scene is set for the next phase of the young master's training, his future awaiting him in the grand palace. A tall, imposing figure in dark clothing stands at the top of the staircase, greeting the young master with a calm but assertive presence. The atmosphere feels charged, as if the next interaction will set the stage for something monumental. The figure descends the stairs gracefully, looking at the young master with a knowing smile. The young master replies that the gift given by the demon dragon has indeed been useful to him, hinting at the connection between the two. The sense of mutual respect grows between them. The figure's expression softens slightly, showing a more personal side with a quick flash of energy. He makes a powerful movement that sends ripples through the air, as if preparing to demonstrate just how far his skills have come, and what lessons lie ahead for the young master. The air grows heavy with the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air. A single strike is made, with a flurry of petals trailing in its wake, creating a beautiful but deadly visual. The sword's blade glimmers under the light, and the skill of the one wielding it is evident. The figure wielding the sword reveals a calm yet confident expression. The movement is deliberate, and he addresses his student. His words convey a sense of purpose as he prepares to teach the young disciple about the fundamental aspects of swordsmanship, the root that holds everything together. As the petals swirl in the air, he speaks once more, hinting that the journey of understanding the sword will not only be about technique but also about blossoming life through mastery. He emphasizes that this path will be difficult but rewarding, setting the stage for what is to come. Julius stands ready, listening intently. The instructor, holding the sword, instructs that they will begin by focusing on the most basic aspect, the sword itself. He speaks with conviction, stating that mastery starts from the root, and everything stems from this. Julius receives the sword, now fully understanding the gravity of the task at hand. The scene shifts slightly as they both begin to move, demonstrating the flow of their movements, their focus unbroken. The instructor emphasizes the importance of not just learning to wield the sword, but to understand it deeply. The instructor, still calm and composed, smiles slightly as he watches Julius begin to grasp the initial teachings. He muses on how Julius has potential, ready to blossom into a true master, but the journey ahead will be filled with challenges that will test their resolve. Julius looks down at the sword, contemplating the instructor's words. He stands tall, his posture firm as he begins to see the path unfold before him. The instructor's teachings are clear, and now the weight of what lies ahead feels more real. The instructor leans closer, his voice quieter but filled with intent. He asks if Julius is truly prepared to walk this difficult path. The disciple, determined, nods, understanding that this journey will be one of the greatest challenges of his life. With a slight smirk, the instructor agrees, knowing that the disciple's potential is vast. Yet, he warns that only those who truly dedicate themselves to the sword can hope to rise above the rest. The next phase of training will be even more demanding. A quiet, beautiful place as Julius walks along a path lined with blossoming trees. The vibrant colors of the flowers contrast with the somber mood that fills the air. There is a sense of tranquility, but also an underlying tension as Julius contemplates what's to come. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the disciple, interrupting his thoughts. A figure appears, stepping forward with confidence. The man addresses him directly, confirming that he is indeed the new recruit of the white-armed cavalry, Theo Ragnar, with a sense of recognition in his tone. Theo, slightly taken aback, acknowledges the question. He stands firm, his resolve clear. The encounter seems to hold greater significance, but for now, the path he walks is the one he must follow, facing whatever challenges are thrown his way. The figure in the distance continues to walk toward Theo, his expression serious yet curious. He stops just short of Theo, giving him an assessing look. The air is thick with the sense that Theo is not just any recruit, but someone marked for something greater. Theo remains still, his gaze unwavering. The figure speaks again, this time offering a slight challenge, his tone hinting that there's more to come for Theo. The question lingers in the air, marking the beginning of a new test for him. The scene ends with a final, weighty question. The figure asks Theo if he's ready for what lies ahead, urging him to prepare for what will be a challenging but necessary path with determination in his eyes. Theo steps forward, knowing that every step will test his abilities in ways he has yet to imagine. The atmosphere is tense. As Theo stands facing the figure in front of him, he responds coldly to the challenge, dismissing the accusation with a simple, "So what?" His eyes are sharp, showing that he is not intimidated by the words of his supposed senior. The figure's eyes narrow, clearly frustrated by Theo's lack of respect. He scolds Theo for not adhering to the basic courtesies expected of a disciple, especially now that Theo is a member of the Plum Blossom Palace. The figure warns Theo to show the proper respect toward his seniors. Theo stands unfazed, the faintest trace of a smirk on his face. He brushes off the reprimand, unwilling to be swayed. The figure, however, doesn't seem ready to let it go, making it clear that Theo needs to learn his place before things go any further. Theo scoffs at the figure's words, his demeanor growing more defiant. He sarcastically remarks that the whole situation seems like an immature attempt to protect fragile egos. The challenge from the figure is met with disdain, showing Theo's clear disregard for authority. The senior figure's face flushes with anger at Theo's words, but the group of bystanders grows tense, unsure how to react to the growing confrontation. The senior figure demands to know why Theo is challenging their authority, questioning his understanding of the situation. Theo takes a step forward, smirking as he casually dismisses their titles and ranks. He points out that none of them are his direct superior officers, and as such, their ranks don't mean much to him. His words spark disbelief among the group, and they begin to question his attitude. The group is visibly shaken by Theo's blunt dismissal. The senior figure becomes even more agitated, asking what Theo thinks he is doing, considering he's now a disciple of the Plum Blossom Palace. They wonder how Theo can act like this when he's so new to the position. Theo responds, his tone calm but sharp. He reveals that he rejected Lady Plum Blossom's offer to become her disciple. His words hang in the air, and the shock on the senior figure's face is evident. This revelation adds another layer to the conflict. The group is stunned into silence. The senior figure stands speechless, not knowing how to respond to this unexpected declaration. Theo's boldness and rejection of such an opportunity leave the group in disbelief, unsure how to proceed with this rebellious disciple.
Theo knelt respectfully as the man offered him both the Plum Blossoms technique and Heaven Dragonblade, surprised yet honored. Theo doubted why he was being valued, despite feeling undeserving of such trust. The man softly helped Theo up, saying there was no great reason, just a deep instinct. The man admitted Theo reminded him of Kyle, the clan head, not in looks but in spirit. Shocked, Theo asked if he truly resembled the clan head in his youth. The man affirmed, recalling Kyle's former idealism, ambition, and unshakable pursuit of his dreams. Kyle once faced tireless challenges but refused anguish, fighting through every day's hardship with unyielding will. Despite many battles, he never gave in or compromised his principles, becoming stronger with each step. Seeing that same drive in Theo reignited memories, making it impossible for the man to dismiss him. After hearing this, the man asked for Theo's answer to the inheritance offer. Although grateful, Theo declined, explaining he already had too many teachers guiding his road. He remained firm, believing taking on more mentors would soul-streak his current direction. Theo listed those who instructed him, Lady Plumblossom, Demon Dragon Julius, and others he respected. The man named friends, commanders, and comrades, each playing a duty in shaping his power and growth. Even former rivals like Axion and Ed Troyven all counted as teachers in Theo's journey. Theo explained that the hardships inflicted by both companions and foes shaped who he was today. The man acknowledged that his growth, power, and transformation were created from those painful and challenging experiences. Yet because of that, he questioned his ability to uphold the school's tradition for tomorrow generations. The man mirrored on Theo's evolving nature, admitting that his ever-changing blade was both admirable and tragic. Despite Theo's refusal of discipleship, the man still expressed his desire to keep him close. Moved by the bond formed, Theo smiled sincerely and declared he'd gladly become the man's son. Under the cherry blossoms, Theo and his new parent shared a quiet, peaceful instant by moonlight. Using wine in palm, the man emerged relaxed, savoring the bond now deepened between them. When asked about his affection for Theo, he simply replied with certainty that it was genuine. The man confessed that destiny had refused him a child, but Theo's promise brought him joy. Now, having someone to call his son brought a sense of fulfillment he'd long been refused grateful. He requested a letter be prepared so he could share the news with his husband. The assistant asked what notice to include. The topic rounded to Theo's upcoming promotion exam. Concerned, she pointed out Theo had just finished his awakening, and was still very new. The woman feared drawing too much attention too quickly, force endanger him, reminding Lady Osa of history risks. Lady Osa gripped her glass, resolute to act quickly before turmoil devoured the Ragnar clan entirely. She swore to give Theo all she could before the upcoming tempest reached them. Far away, a chained man sat silently in a dark prison cell, awaiting for someone's arrival. The prisoner's gaze opened as his visitor approached. He repeated the remarks. "You're finally here." Beyond the mask, the person explained that all was unfolding according to a greater will. The man swore faith to that unseen will, refusing to question or oppose its divine road. The captive man remained defiantly, demanding the visitor kill him lacking delay. But before any choice was made, abrupt attack burst from above the prison. A powerful slash exploded ahead, catching the masked person off guard with a flash of steel. A warrior crashed in from the ceiling, Evelyn Narevel, announcing she had been awaiting for this instant. The masked enemy panicked, realizing it was a trap all along, as multiple fighters shut in. The battle intensified as the ambushers attacked from all sides in a coordinated assault. Evelyn's tireless offense flooded the masked person, who doubted her abrupt improvement in combat ability. Knowing retreat was the sole option, he He tried to escape, planning to strike again later. Before he could flee, Evelyn lunged ahead, vowing not to let him walk away so easily. Evelyn released a powerful wind-based attack spoke squall tearing through the chamber toward the escaping enemy. Wounded and coughing gore, the masked assassin understood being captured would compromise all. Eager, he triggered a self-destructive spell to erase all evidence before fleeing again. Evelyn confronted him mid-escape, questioning why foes always resorted to the same tactics under pressure. While the assassin fell, she declared such tricks would never work on her a second time. Outside, night blanketed the fortress, ignorant of the covert battle and silent triumph within its walls. At 1:15 a.m., Evelyn captured the assassin alive, confirming his allegiance to the Serpent Season organization. Serpent Season was a recognized extension of the powerful Eastern elite, the Troivan clan. Their link to Heaven's dragon Ed Troivan revealed deeper infiltration and confirmed a mole inside their ranks. To prevent leaks, leaders gathered at a secret location for an urgent strategy meeting. Their intel revealed the enemy's base was hidden in the Kahelium region's old citadel. Those figures arranged a swift ambush inside 3 hours before the enemy could destroy evidence or retreat. Agent Cleve, a null ice rank, formally concluded the task briefing with tactical precision. Surprised to meet a null ice agent, the commanders respected the gravity of the operation. One commander added a last note: the task would double as Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. Theo asked if he had truly earned the right to take a promotion exam. Cleve confirmed it, but warned that the difficulty would be significantly higher than standard tests. The task assigned to Theo was so dangerous it could potentially ignite a civil war. Another commander revealed Theo had preemptively ordered Evelyn to ready for the assassin's arrival. Because Theo initiated the operation independently, they demanded he now see it through to completion. Although he apologized, Theo was reminded of his responsibilities, even as an heir. Acting solitary had consequences. Cleve hit Theo's forehead as encouragement, demanding he earn solo task rights through this trial. Theo smiled, realizing the entire circumstance was now revolving near him beyond expected. Suddenly, a system alert notified him of a designated quest titled The Snake Cleanup Task. The quest required him to eliminate the Serpent Season faction before they seared key evidence. Despite the pressure, Theo received the task, lacking delay, vowing to complete it no matter what. Using the council assembled, they gave the command initiating Theo Ragnar's Snake Clean Up task. A large estate remained isolated under a moonlit heavens, encircled by dense forest concealing all movement. 3 figures gathered in a snow-covered clearing, distanced from the estate, their meeting shrouded in secrecy. The leader explained that due to a suspected mole, the task team was turned to 3. The man clarified their objective: a dangerous assassin from an opposing organization with unknown capabilities. While swordsmen, they carried the advantage in close combat but lacked numbers against a larger force. Before separating, he warned the group to remain alert and never drop their guard under any condition. Within the estate, 2 operatives finalized paperwork, concluding administrative tasks tied to their task. They arranged to depart once their third person come back, ignorant of the danger closing in. Suddenly, a spherical device rolled across the floor, triggering panic as smoke and explosions burst. Masked assailants stormed in through the smoke, launching a swift and harsh surprise attack. One operative tried to defend, slashing at the attackers, but sustained multiple injuries in the assault. Bloody and coughing, a survivor understood the ambush aimed to eliminate them all swiftly. Amid the turmoil, the leader arrived, gaze scanning through the smoke for any remaining threats. He charged ahead, rung over dead foes and scattering papers in the wake of his advance. After finishing the last attacker, he declared the area cleared, confirming temporary safety had been regained. Using the area secured, the team split up. Evelyn stayed above while Theo was sent below. Theo acknowledged the command, noting how swiftly his ally had neutralized 3 foes in mere seconds. Lacking delay, Theo dashed toward the basement entrance, resolute to fulfill his assigned duty. Recalling the task blueprints, Theo estimated the basement stairs were directly ahead. While running, he instinctively noticed an abrupt shift in the surroundings and sensed danger nearby. An arrow streaked toward him, forcing a split. Second reaction as he dodged and focused on the threat. Channeling energy, Theo enhanced his frame, preparing to evade further traps hidden throughout the passage. The man leapt across pressure points on the floor, avoiding tripwires and darting through the corridor at high pace. Landing with precision, Theo drove ahead, aware the true threat likely lay beyond the immediate obstacles. Activating his skill, Theo exploited Hatchling Synchro to scan the basement's interior layout and hidden threats. His sight revealed foes lying in wait, encircled by traps signified to immobilize intruders. Summoning his strength, Theo released Thunder Dragon Breathing, amplifying his frame and weapon with electricity. The ambush zone burst with explosive energy, shattering the formation of hidden foes in a moment. Lone survivor, wounded and shocked, doubted how their trap could not so disastrously. As the smoke cleared, Theo surfaced from the stairs, gaze focused and ready to press ahead. Theo infiltrated the heavily guarded facility, suspecting something critical was hidden in the underground basement. Descending deeper, he sensed an odd aura and stilled as a red glow began to spread. A masked person emerged, declaring the impurity's odor and criticizing the intrusion during sacred rites. The enemy labeled Theo as an impatient heretic and raised his corrupted staff with intent to strike. Theo recognized the red markings and uttered the title of the group he feared most. The Holy Demon Church, a fanatical cult preaching apocalypse, divine swords, and manipulating masses with dread. Theo remembered their duty in causing the Great War, a conflict that shattered the Empire's stability. The priest understood Theo knew him, grinning with twisted amusement and revealing a celestial emblem. Activating Hatchling Synchro, Theo tapped into the mana flow to analyze the enemy's mysterious energy. Theo was shocked as unnatural mana poured from the priest's shattered gate, violating mana's natural laws. The man wondered if this was the rumored graces granted to the Gore priests through rituals. The priest confirmed Theo's doubt but rejected it, preparing to initiate a deadly ritual. The priest offered Theo as a sacrifice, calling it a divine honor for the one god. Theo countered the attack, clashing midair as divine energy burst violently between them. He caught the priest's blow and doubted the inhuman hardness of a palm cloaked in insanity. Theo collided violently with the priest, steel meeting power in a rapid exchange of deadly blows. Each strike sent shockwaves through the chamber, water vapor bursting as their powers collided at full force. The priest was flung backward, tumbling through the mist, but quickly recovered and raised his wounded palm. A bystander watched in doubt, shocked that Theo blocked a full-powered strike with rough force. The priest countered, aiming a crushing blow that cracked the floor beneath Theo's feet. Theo carried back, realizing the Triple Dragon's claw would fall the structure if exploited here. Gripping his blade, Theo hesitated, unsure how to overcome the enemy lacking triggering destruction near them. He recalled teachings on the foundation of swordplay power that embodies both demise and existence. Visions of history masters reminded him that demise and violence were not always opposites to existence. The priest raised his embrace, declaring Theo a sacrifice and calling upon his god with fanatic cries. Using a thunderous roar, the floor shattered beneath the priest's feet in a powerful shockwave. Theo braced himself, standing firm as the enemy's ritual exploded with malicious force. Rushing through the debris, Theo's sword glowed, lightning surrounding him as his resolve solidified. He understood the two swords weren't opposites existence and demise formed a natural, eternal loop. Infusing his sword with balance, he advanced, wielding demise not to destroy, but to nurture existence. The swordsman concentrated his strength, merging two energies into a single focused stream of destructive radiance. The man soared through the air, blade raised high, lightning swirling as he gathered the ultimate strike. The cloaked enemy calmly ridiculed him, declaring the blade ineffective, certain of his own invincibility. With no delay, the swordsman released Dragon Flash, his sword tearing ahead in a flash of energy. The wave of force hit the enemy, engulfing the area in explosive radiance and devastating pressure. Unfazed at initial, the enemy taunted the labor until an abrupt, unexpected impact broke through his defense. Wounded and shocked, the enemy understood the attack moved unpredictably, as if it had a will. Slashed repeatedly, he stumbled back, the tireless assault forcing him into complete defensive retreat. A last burst hurled him across the war zone, gore trailing as the swordsman watched icily. A new foe surfaced, criticizing the swordsman as a dangerous seed created from war and gore. Charging fiercely, he attempted to eliminate him in one strike, anger driving his movements. The swordsman countered directly, gripping the enemy and activating a skill to read his memories. Resolute, the swordsman began probing the foe's thoughts, seeking the reality hidden inside. He searched for the origin of the Holy Demon Church's odd and immense strength. The enemy's ideas twisted chaotically, revealing a tempest of secrets locked inside dark, distorted memories. Suddenly, all shifted. The swordsman found himself floating in darkness, separated from the physical realm entirely. The man understood this mind reading was unlike any before. His presence felt transported to another realm. Before he could process it, a shining system warning declared he had entered a dangerous area. An intense alarm triggered as red alerts encircled him, urging immediate retreat from the mysterious threat. The area distorted, and a voice resounded, questioning his intrusion into something far beyond comprehension. A monstrous eye unclosed, joined by many more glaring with fury as it doomed the interruption. Theo stared into the starry void, troubled by the entity worshipped by the Holy Demon Church. Shining blue gaze surfaced from the darkness, and a deep voice demanded to know Theo's identity. The swirling void writhed as Theo understood he was confront to confront with the cultist's god. The colossal eye unclosed, recognizing Theo with familiarity, causing the young warrior to tense in shock. It spoke him Theo Ragnar, revealing its perception of his title and intent lacking delay or doubt. The entity declared it had been searching for him, tightening its grip on the space near. The eldritch creature proclaimed Theo the blight of the realm, its frame pulsing with hostile energy. Startled, Theo jumped back as the being flowed ahead with immense force and demonic fury. Massive tendrils lashed out, nearly engulfing Theo as the creature prepared to strike lacking mercy. The creature's frame coiled inward, building pressure before releasing a tremendous burst of explosive energy. A golden beam cut through the center, disrupting its form and halting its deadly momentum. A radiant warrior descended from above, slamming low like a divine spear of radiance and flames. Lodbrok remained before Theo, his towering presence unwavering in the void of cosmic battle. Theo shouted in doubt, asking how Lodbrok could be here at this critical instant. Lodbrok warned that the enemy was beyond sword-level beings, one even he couldn't ensure triumph against. Theo gasped in doubt as Lodbrok declared she would confront the enemy solitary. The woman soared into the heavens with powerful wings, leaving Theo falling as the battle began. Theo shouted her title while plummeting, realizing he was being forcibly removed from the battle. Theo crashed, landed on solid floor, dazed and bewildered, unsure of how he come back. He struggled to ascend, muttering doubt at suddenly being back in the physical realm. While the awareness set in, Theo wondered how long Lodbrok had been enduring the battle solitary. Nearby, a cultist shook, shocked that a non-believer like Theo had seen the god's presence. The man screamed in frustration, unable to understand why his devotion had never earned divine recognition. Theo replied icily, stating that even he wouldn't want a god like that. Theo recalled Lodbrok's warning about the god the Holy Demon Church worshipped in secret. The man now grasped it was the nameless sovereign she had spoken of. For 1,000 years, Lodbrok had remained beyond, guarding the realm from that old threat. Theo revealed that Lodbrok was perishing, her heart lost, leaving her with little time remaining. The man remembered the prophecy inside 5 years. A great war would erupt near the Holy Demon Church. Awareness dawned all was linked. Lodbrok's fall, the war, and Ed Triven's uprising were all connected. Theo was greeted by his companions, one of whom praised his success with a polite smile. Another person approached, explaining they had rushed over due to reports involving a dangerous gore priest. A close-up glance from a female officer showed that she was closely observing the circumstance in Theo. They confirmed Theo had taken low the priest solitary, shocked by the feat he accomplished. His companions, both surprised and impressed, acknowledged Theo's title and his rising combat capabilities. The masked officer declared that defeating a gore priest proved Theo had met the needed standard. Within a secured room, they reviewed stacks of documents gathered from their investigation. Although evidence was collected, none of it directly exposed the enemy's plans, lacking further proof. Theo revealed an item he discovered in the basement and asked them to examine it. One companion recognized the box immediately, shocked at what Theo had saved all this time. That moment contained secret trade records linked to the Saris Merchant Guild and the Troivan clan. Awareness hit the object had been arranged for use far earlier, revealing Theo's foresight. Those figures unclosed the records, confirming the Saris Guild's connection to Ed Triven with an official seal. Acknowledging Theo's work, the officer praised him for recovering such decisive and incriminating evidence. Using this, they could now prove Ed Triven's treason and the Holy Demon Church's involvement. Using enough evidence secured, Theo and his companions prepared to report and strike the Saris Guild. While they moved swiftly, the team set their sights on dismantling the source of corruption. Theo glared ahead, thinking of Ed Troivan, resolute that now Ed would be the one crushed. In a secure hall, officers discussed Ed Troivan's betrayal, one shouting that he knew it all along. Although one insisted Ed was still just a suspect, the accusations were growing louder. The senior commander angrily rejected caution, unwilling to accept further doubt after the years of suspicion. Another leader reasoned that Black Dragon sharing intel confirmed the circumstance was far beyond speculation. The man pushed the others not to waste time debating and subtly accused them of prior perception. Then he spoke Theo Ragnar's title aloud, preparing to make a firm choice regarding the boys tomorrow. Referencing Cleve's report, the senior revealed Theo had slain a gore priest solitary, a rare feat. The man requested Theo be transferred to the Black Ice unit, calling him uniquely suited for it. The man praised Theo's deduction skills, noting how much they resembled those of the elite Black Ice. Another commander jokingly drove back, having already claimed Theo and refusing to give him up. While they reminisced, laughter broke out, recalling their sworn sibling bonds: Kyle, Osa, Julius, and more. Despite the nostalgia, the warning was open: no one would take Theo lacking a serious fight. The masked man teased his comrade, saying it was sole natural for a big brother to take. Startled and caught off guard, the older man sat frozen, unable to argue with the gesture. With a grin, the silver-haired person walked away, wine in palm, requesting something pricier next time. The man left whistling confidently, ignoring the angry shouting echoing beyond him through the hall. Despite the drama, he was relieved to confirm there was no traitor inside the White Cavalry. The man felt safe, leaving the task in Theo's hands, knowing the young man could handle it. The man disappeared with pace, noting that the attackers would soon reach the Ceres Guild on this day. From afar, the chapel of the Ceres Merchant Guild's central branch remained quiet, ignorant of the upcoming tempest. Within, preparations for a formal betrothal ritual were underway amongst gathered guests and nobles. Navin Bacchus introduced himself formally, seeking to unite his family with the Ceres clan. Guildmaster Quodrax Saris presented his daughter, Lily, the chosen bride for the political union. The crowd watched as both families prepared to seal the alliance through a public marriage proposal. Quodrak proudly declared the families would now be bound by gore, signaling the ritual's beginning. Excited footsteps resounded across the floor, as if someone was rushing to stop the arrangement. Quodrak's gaze gleamed after years of planning. All he desired was finally inside reach. The aristocratic's palm clutched a crest, declaring his title as one belonging to elite nobility. The man seethed with ambition, vowing to crush the Ragnars who had once glanced low on him. Gaze wide with insanity, he screamed that vengeance was near and his retaliation would soon begin. Navin Bacchus, the second son of the powerful Bacchus family, is introduced during a formal gathering. Quodrax Saris, leader of the Ceres Merchant Group, appears and boldly proposes a political marriage alliance between his daughter and the Bacchus family. The man presents his daughter, Lily Ceres, as the candidate. Seated calmly and composed in ceremonial attire, Quodrak declares the union official, stating the two families will now be connected by gore. Navin reacts violently, smashing the floor in frustration at the humiliating offer from a merchant. Despite his anger, he restrains himself, recognizing the marriage as a lifeline for his crumbling family through the dowry it brings. A stern senior dismisses Navin's feelings, emphasizing that an illegitimate child's destiny is irrelevant. Another observer watches Navin, amused by how transparently eager he appears. The man wonders if merchants who are so calculating can truly be believed in this alliance. Quodrax silently questions whether the Bacchus family even realizes the risk they're taking. Navin kneels solemnly, accepting the circumstance under pressure. The man reflects grimly that the merchants, ignorant their store is collateral, won't endure long anyway. Navin is resolute to witness the downfall of the doomed Ceres family from inside. The man formally greets Lily, stating he will treat her well as both husband and son-in-law. Lily icily questions his promise, while Navin remains unsure how to respond. Navin speaks bluntly, declaring that he understands Lily wants something in return. The man admits his family is bankrupt and that he is essentially being sold, yet offers her the Bacchus family's seal. His remarks enrage the senior, who internally curses Navin's boldness as an illegitimate child. Lily responds icily, lifting her sleeve to show the damage done to her arm. Using fierce emotion, she demands the head of Theo Ragnar, the one who crippled her. Navin, observing her appeal, recognizes she is not an ordinary woman, willing to publicly call for an heir's assassination. Whispers and tension spread amongst the onlookers after Lily's outburst. Her father scolds her silently, urging her not to speak like that in public. Lacking delay, Lily calmly agrees, surprising even her father with her obedience. Navin smiles slyly, affirming that if his bride desires Theo's head, he will retrieve it. Elsewhere, a flying vessel approaches as guards observe something alarming from above. Panic spreads as they realize people are leaping from the ship straight into their midst. Combat, reedy fighters ground with force, scattering the soldiers below. One man recognizes an insignia on the attacker's cloak and gasps. The man shouts in dread. It is Ragnar, their feared enemy, making an abrupt move. A cloaked warrior bearing the Ragnar insignia declares the beginning of a retribution campaign under Ragnar's authority. His men announce that the attacker of Ragnar has connections to the Ceres Merchant Group. Those figures proclaim that interference will be punished as treason, and violators will confront immediate execution. Tension fills the hall as the fighters demand Ceres submit to an official investigation. Quadrax Ceres panics internally, realizing the possibility that Ragnar has already discovered something. Forcing himself to stay composed, he denies guilt and tries to appear strong despite his anxiety. An enforcer calls for Quadrax Ceres to come ahead as the atmosphere grows heavier. His subordinates look to him for guidance, but he deflects with anger, refusing to comply. The man yells in frustration, stating that documents can be forged and shouldn't be believed. Ceres shouts that their family is being framed and demands the right to prove faith to Ragnar. The man orders his soldiers to take action, escalating the circumstance into open conflict. Using a roar, he commands his troops to eliminate all who oppose or disrespect Ragnar. The Ragnar envoy warns that refusal to cooperate is equivalent to denying the investigation's authority. The man grabs Ceres aggressively, stating that the marriage proposal is now invalid. The envoy accuses Ceres of treason, declaring the circumstance too far lost for escape. A Ragnar soldier reminds Quadrax Ceres of the gravity of treason, warning him as a person of the Six Pillars. Ceres defiantly claims he won't fall solitary, convinced that Ragnar wouldn't come with just a few soldiers if they had proof. The man points out the attackers' small numbers, interpreting it as frailty, and urging his men to resist just once to endure this crisis. Navin mocks Ceres from across the room, pointing out his frailty and lack of credibility. The man provokes one of the elders, sarcastically questioning if this isn't a better circumstance than expected. The senior is enraged by the insult, but Navin maintains his smug expression, unfazed by the rising tension. Navin unsheathes his blade, employing the turmoil as an opportunity to act. The man launches ahead swiftly, declaring the move a wedding gift for his bride. And Senior is caught off guard by Navin's abrupt charge. Surprised by his pace and timing, the Senior curses Navin, realizing his involvement now drags the entire faction into the conflict. Using a grim expression, he orders his forces to support the Ceres family in battle. The soldiers confirm, preparing to engage as a wave of projectiles rains low from above. Both sides clash across the courtyard as troops rush into formation. A Ragnar commander issues a last warning: leave now or be executed for treason. Despite the threat, delay spreads through the enemy ranks as Ragnar forces tighten their hold. While Navin descends into the enemy ranks, his arrival startles the surrounding fighters. Smiling darkly, he notes how Ragnar's people are always eager to carry out executions. Lily watches nervously as Navin locks gaze with an approaching enemy, the tension intensifying. A mysterious warrior speeds toward the war zone, exuding immense pressure as he clashes with Ragnar's forces. The man greets Ragnar's unit with sarcastic respect and specifically calls out Theo. Recognizing him as a deadly person from the history, Theo is shocked by the encounter, recalling painful memories. A memory reveals that during the Great War, this man brought destruction to Ragnar alongside Ceres and Troyvan, identified as the infamous Ghost Blade Navin. He declares his intent to take Theo's head. As he strikes the floor with immense force, dread spreads across the war zone. Theo reacts swiftly to the attack, engaging Navin in fast-paced combat amid flying sparks, reflecting on his history existence's knowledge. Theo sees an opportunity to unleash his full strength. Lily tries to warn Theo about Navin's danger, but Theo insists he'll handle it. Theo's companions agree to trust him, realizing the enemy force be buying time to destroy evidence. While Theo launches into action, his comrades focus on wrapping up their objective quickly. Facing off, both Theo and Navin exchange sharp remarks, each confident in their power and ready for a decisive clash. Theo pauses the battle to ask a pointed question, suggesting that drawing a blade at Ragnar is an act of treason. The man accuses Navin of being a traitor, possibly acting out of vengeance for his parents' mistreatment. Navin's expression tightens, and he prepares to strike, disturbed by the mind Theo has brought up. Navin smirks, stating he now has one more reason to take Theo's head. Rather of attacking, Navin suddenly offers his help, proposing an alliance to destroy the Bacchus family. While his offer is revealed, a hidden quest notification appears. Recruit Ghost Sword Navin as your ally. Navin Bacchus, recognized as the unofficial mightiest blade of the Bacchus family, remained peerless in strength. Despite his immense abilities, the family refused him recognition, fearing his powers surpassed their control. His parent, unable to guard him from political pressure, was made to leave the realm forever. A new person plotted to use Navin's resentment as a weapon against the Bacchus family. He offered support, pledging vengeance and information about Navin's parent in return for an alliance. Navin, clutching his head in agony and conflict, listened as a sharp sound and radiance hit. Lacking delay, Navin parried an abrupt attack with explosive force, revealing his combat instincts remained sharp. The attacker was thrown across the courtyard, slamming against the wall as Navin calmly carried his floor. Navin rejected the offer. He had no reason to ally with someone for vengeance. Even lacking help, he stated, the Bacchus family would fall due to their own corruption. The other man agreed, realizing the family's destruction was inevitable, even if he joined Naven. Naven, reflecting on his history, said he didn't dread perishing alongside that doomed family. The reality beyond Naven's childhood illness was revealed. He suffered from ether fever due to his gift. That moment was a rare disease curable soul in early stages. Left untreated, it shortened existence dramatically. The Bacchus family chose to neglect him, ignoring the illness until it became a demise sentence. Naven's illness had progressed too far. His existence expectancy was turned to sole 5 remaining years. The other man, aware of Naven's condition, revealed he had done background checks on his illness. With fury, Naven charged ahead, declaring that the Bacchus family would fall even if he perished. The enemy grinned, asking what if there was a way to cure the disease completely. Naven rejected it as nonsense, shouting that ether fever was incurable once it reached its stage. Their blades collided violently again, as the battle continued to escalate across the open fields. The man confirmed the disease was once cured in the history shortly after Naven's former demise. A device embedded in his chest symbolized new technology or knowledge tied to the discovered cure. Now in possession of the knowledge, he claimed sole he could save Naven from certain demise. The man confidently stated there was a 100% opportunity of curing Naven's ether fever permanently. Using that, he reminded Naven that even lacking him, the Bacchus family would still fall. However, if Naven chose to accept his palm, they could change the tomorrow together. The man offered Naven an opportunity not just to endure, but to live on as a hero afterward. The hero who destroyed the Bacchus family and helped raise the title of the Ragnar clan. While soldiers moved in the distance, Naven silently considered the offer that could rewrite his destiny. A commander shouted flames as a volley of arrows launched toward the center of the war zone. In the middle of the turmoil, Naven blocked attacks while blue energy burst between colliding swords. Seeing from a distance, 2 armored observers grew irritated by the delay and doubted Theo's progress. Across the square, another observer noticed figures communicating amidst the turmoil and suspected a secret exchange. A lone assassin watched from afar, frustrated by the drawn-out circumstance and tightening his grip silently. The man contemplated breaking orders, driven by bloodlust, and murmured a chilling thought: killing everyone force be easier. A voice warned the assassin not to act recklessly, reminding him to hold back his urges. Their true objective was not battle, but to analyze Naven's capabilities and confirm his combat level. Those figures arranged to recruit Naven, but Initial had to validate reports that he had captured a priest. Orders were open, securing further evidence fell to Theo, while Cleve had to assess Naven's promise. Cleve acknowledged the task but doubted what would trigger intervention, especially if cult forces were involved. The man was granted permission to engage Soul if enemy power surpassed that of a bishop or higher. Despite his frustration, the assassin received that delaying action signified delaying his task's finish and rest time. Elsewhere, Theo caught sight of a fast-approaching threat. Gaze narrowing as tension rose across the street. A swordsman, recognizing his target, shouted Naven Bacchus's title with full force, charging straight at him. A shocked soldier watched the battle unfold, questioning if their young master had truly lost to Naven. Panic set in as Naven's opponent charged ahead with determination, aiming straight for his target. The soldier tried to retreat, but the encounter was too fast. Naven was already closing in. Blades collided with pace and force as Naven engaged both the warrior and support beyond him. The man deflected the dual attacks, countered swiftly, and made the foes to scatter defensively across the street. Naven rounded to the observing women, apologizing briefly before moving with focused urgency toward his objective. The masked man grinned, stating they were now companions, just as the system marked a quest complete. A notification confirmed Naven had been successfully recruited as an ally, changing the course of the conflict. Soldiers yelled in confusion, ordering others to stop the fleeing group before they escaped their perimeter. Arrows rained low as the order to shoot was shouted, targeting Naven mid-air in a leap. A commander trusted Naven couldn't dodge in the air, urging the gunners to flames lacking delay. Yet Naven flipped with quickness, spinning through bolts and releasing a burst of blue energy on descent. Ropes keeping the ballistae snapped violently as Naven's energy slash tore through the warzone infrastructure. A soldier reached up too delayed, witnessing the mechanical rig fall and ropes whip chaotically near him. The siege weapons shattered into debris, knocking soldiers back and collapsing their formation into disarray. As darkness fell in red radiance, Naven cleaved through attackers who still spoke him traitor. A soldier shouted in doubt, demanding how Naven could raise a blade against his own family. Naven's gaze remained harsh as he doubted whether such people ever treated him like family. The man leapt low from the air with determination, his blade ready to strike at a commander. Elsewhere, a red-haired enemy ridiculed him, calling him a filthy, illegitimate child unworthy of family faith. Weapons exploded, screams rang out, and soldiers panicked as the remaining defenses crumbled under pressure. Seeing from a distance, one ally noted Navin's power rivaled even Lord Thorkel's reputation. The young master claimed he soul gave Navin what he truly wanted to earn his faith. Lacking delay, they moved, issuing a command to capture someone named Quadrax Ceres immediately. At the estate, a man stepped onto a balcony while turmoil resounded from the war zone below. Within, a subordinate rushed in to report their forces were being flooded by enemy retaliation. The panicked man shouted that they had no time left and needed to act quickly. The family head urgently ordered the destruction of documents related to the Troyvan operation. Yet, as Flame's preparations began, he screamed to stop, panicked and irrational, fearing critical secrets would be lost. His aide, shocked, tried to reason with him, urging calm and warning of unnecessary casualties. The family head raged, refusing to destroy financial records tied to investments, obsessed with retrieving lost wealth. The man accused his aide of surrendering to panic, unwilling to abandon profits even amidst looming wreckage. Yet suddenly, a dark person entered the hall. The family head's expression shifted, recognizing a powerful presence. A cloaked warrior surfaced from the darkness, red gaze shining. The family head welcomed him in desperation. Lacking warning, the cloaked man slaughtered a soldier nearby, gore spurting as the sword cut directly. Using confidence, the killer declared the finish was near. The man advanced, eliminating resistance with swift brutality. Outside, the war zone raged. Forces collided as a unit was ordered to push ahead toward the cathedral. A heavily fortified gate suddenly unclosed, catching an allied warrior off guard as reinforcements flowed from inside. A masked commander declared the time had come, commanding his army to unleash all they had. A high-ranking bishop from the Holy Demon Church descended from the temple, criticizing mankind's avarice and short-sightedness. An older, burly man recognized the bishop's appearance and showed surprise, but also relief in his expression. Using hands raised in welcome, the man smiled and insisted the bishop had arrived just in time. The man praised his luck, believing destiny had sent the bishop to save him in a crisis. Knowing the bishop's connection with the Troyvan clan, he assumed they were aligned in mutual interest. The man begged sincerely, arguing they shared the same predicament and pleading for immediate assistance. The bishop agreed to help, stating that they would need the man's involvement when the finish arrived. However, before offering aid, the bishop demanded access to secret documents tied to the Troyvan clan. The man deflected, stating he had hidden the documents securely, treating them as his most profitable secret. In a swift and violent movement, the bishop grabbed the man's confront, his patience completely exhausted. The man berated the man as arrogant and blind, accusing him of mocking the divine agenda. Calling him a worthless non-believer, the bishop rejected him and ordered his subordinate to execute the man. The man thrashed in dread and agony, his confront contorted as the bishop's grip clenched brutally. Crying rose up as panic overtook him, and his frame shook under the force of the bishop's wrath. Screaming frantically for forgiveness, his cries were silenced as red energy burst from his mouth and gaze. The bearded man, panicked and trembling, apologized profusely for his earlier behavior, begging for mercy. Eager to endure, he argued that killing him would sole raise more suspicion near Troyvan. The bishop paused silently, then calmly raised his palm before tossing the man aside with force. Changing away, the bishop commanded his men to burn every document connected to the Troyvan title. The man warned the others not to flee, suggesting their sole salvation lay in obedience. Using a harsh tone, he reminded them that the all-seeing Lord watched their every move. Some began to flee in dread, their cries echoing low the corridors of the fortress. Elsewhere, another group of soldiers prepared to charge, driving ahead toward the main entrance with urgency. The frontline fighter narrowed his gaze as he noticed something ominous beyond the gate up ahead. Within the cathedral, the bishop raised his palm to the ceiling, rallying the faithful to war. A massive army of believers, clad in crimson, marched forth in unison under his command. Seeing from a distance, a dark-haired warrior locked gaze on the bishop, prepared for encounter. The bishop of the Holy Demon Church began chanting, invoking a ritual for divine bloodshed. The faithful joined him in frenzy, their war cries rising as one unified voice across the plaza. The enemy forces collided with defenders, the war zone erupting as one side screamed for their lord. Amidst the red mist of battle, the black
Haired warrior confirmed his suspicions about the church's presence. However, the unexpected arrival of a bishop revealed the circumstance to be far more serious. Locking gaze with the enemy forces, he prepared to cut through the front line lacking delay. Sword taken, he rushed ahead and began slicing through the Holy Demon Church soldiers with precision. A flurry of steel collided as he cut low multiple foes, each movement swift and controlled. Despite their numbers, the resistance was flooded by his tireless advance and tactical aggression. Another warrior nearby shouted in frustration, struggling against the unending stream of fanatical foes. Observing the scene, a calm but serious swordswoman silently assessed the circumstance from beyond. The woman acknowledged the bishop's appearance, realizing this fight would not finish quickly or easily. The woman steadied her weapon, rung ahead now that the battle had escalated into turmoil. The woman decided that this disturbance was reason enough to intervene directly in the conflict. Acknowledging that things had come full circle, she moved ahead with determination to act. The woman launched a powerful technique, unleashing a blast that scattered the enemy ranks in a single movement. As soldiers were thrown into the air, her sword hit the floor with tremendous impact. Dark energy swirled near her form as she declared her intent to lead the battle from now on. Theo remained firm with his sword taken, swearing to eliminate anyone blocking Ragna's road. However, a female ally shouted a reminder, urging him to focus on retrieving the hidden documents. Frustrated by Theo's recklessness, she muttered that she had overestimated his verdict and priorities. While Theo prepared to strike again, he justified that the church's presence was already enough proof. The man released another powerful attack, cloaked in energy, stating that further evidence was not anymore necessary. Yet another voice countered his view, running toward the front lines, unwilling to abandon the task. The running warrior emphasized that the enemy's interference confirmed the critical value of the hidden documents. The female swordswoman paused in thought, asking what strategy he intended to follow next. The man insisted that no matter the odds, they must break through immediately or risk losing all. While others questioned success, the black-haired warrior sprinted ahead, preparing to execute his last resort method. The man declared that he had a solution, activating an advanced ability to extend his detection range. By linking to the terrain with hatchling synchro, he aimed to locate and retrieve the evidence fast. The warzone shimmered as his scanning technique illuminated pathways hidden amongst enemy lines. Another ally chose to wait and observe, despite lacking complete proof, trusting the Black Dragon's warning. Suddenly, a cloaked enemy descended with fury, unleashing a trap of arcane threads to strike. The woman, after hesitating, decided to trust Theo's verdict for now and gave him permission. The woman agreed to focus on retrieving the evidence while he carried off the enemy forces solitary. Using determination in his voice, Theo leapt into the fray, prepared to carve a road ahead. Theo descended into the heart of the war zone, encircled by red-eyed fanatics of the Demon Church. Harnessing the strength of wind and lightning, he launched a sweeping strike across the enemy ranks. Energy flowed violently as his blade danced through bodies, and his companions watched his advance in awe too. Voices resounded in his thoughts, guiding and supporting him with encouragement from unseen companions. Activating a shining blue technique, Theo charged deeper into enemy lines with renewed power. Lightning crackled across his sword as he triggered his signature technique, Thunder Dragon Breathing, Dragon Mark. The man reasoned that someone as vital as the Guildmaster would be entrusted with destroying the documents. Scanning the war zone, he saw a distant person, someone too important to be part of the crowd. His gaze locked onto the enemy leader, the Guildmaster Quodrak Series, confirming the true target. A man with red hair introduces himself as Navin Bacchus, the initial blade of the Lord. His confident posture and composed aura reflect his high rank and belief in his superiority. Another warrior stands before him, unconvinced by Navin's title. The tension between them rises as the claim is doubted. The man doubts Navin's ability, suggesting that the title of Initial Blade Force be exaggerated. Assessing Navin's reaction, the warrior realizes he is indeed the Initial Blade. Using a calm yet resolute expression, he accepts the circumstance. Observing Navin's power, he states he would be content with being second if that man truly holds the top spot. Navin, provoked by the comment, asks if the opponent truly believes he is stronger. His gaze narrows, showing the rising heat of pride and challenge. Lacking delay, the challenger confirms his belief and charges ahead. His movements are quick and precise, catching Navin slightly off guard. The clash begins violently. Blades flash in rapid inheritance, with both fighters exchanging fierce strikes. Gore flies as each man pushes the other to the edge, their skills on full display. Amid the fight, the woman suggests deciding the rightful initial blade by the number of foes defeated. Whoever performs better earns the title. She calmly states her disinterest, stating she's on a task and avoids engaging in trivial matters. Her tone is scornful yet strategic,
Suddenly, one of the fighters launches a surprise attack. The man strikes swiftly, catching his opponent and others off guard, forcing immediate retaliation. The battle spreads across the field as new foes rush in. The initial blade now faces multiple foes immediately, fending them off with harsh efficiency. Despite being outnumbered, Navin's strikes remain deadly. Using every movement, his sword finds its mark. His confront remains steady, even as the pressure increases. Driven by pride, he declares he will prove why he is the initial blade. His frame surges ahead, carving a destructive road through the war zone. The opposing warrior prepares for a counterattack, his weapon taken with unwavering focus. Energy builds near him, signaling another deadly engagement. While the battle reaches its peak, he rushes ahead with explosive force. The pace and impact shock those near him, scattering foes in his road. The scene shifts to a quiet tavern, contrasting the turmoil. The calm interior hints that the true story of the Blade Clan's battle is just beginning. Delayed at night, a hidden staircase beneath the tavern reveals a secret passage. A bald man descends carefully, his footsteps cautious in the quiet darkness. The man reaches a locked room and opens it, keeping a torch. The fire flicker as he enters a concealed archive chamber lined with documents and items. Lighting the torch further, he footsteps within and surveys the room. The space is filled with files and a single chest. The intent of his secret visit is now open. Within the chest, the man finds a stack of documents. The man confirms they contain evidence of illegal transactions involving a faction named Trowan. Realizing the danger the documents pose, he contemplates blazing them to escape possible charges of treason. The man lifts the torch, hesitating. Torn by avarice, he questions whether to go through with destroying them. The records are valuable, and recovering them would be nearly impossible if lost. His avarice grows stronger as he calculates the total value of the documents. Each file connects to other secret dealings, including business with a group named Heaven's Dragon. His eye reflects a mixture of avarice and desperation. The man clenches the torch, struggling to let go of the documents that made him rich. Yet suddenly, he senses someone. The expression on his confront shifts to dread. A shadow looms beyond him, and the mood in the room becomes tense. Using a resigned air, the man prepares to burn the evidence, concluding that escape outweighs profit. The man tosses the torch ahead. Before the flames reaches the chest, a person crashes through the roof with explosive force. The floor shatters as he lands. The man gasps in shock, recognizing the intruder Theo Ragnar. Theo footsteps ahead from the rubble, intense and unwavering. Theo approaches with crimson gaze shining. The man taunts the man, referencing the uselessness of a previous deal involving his daughter's sacrifice. Terrified, the man falls back, sweat pouring low his confront. The man stammers an apology, completely caught off guard by Theo's arrival. Begging for his existence, he promises to do anything if spared. Dread has entirely replaced his earlier avarice, as Theo stands over him, silent and firm. Theo Ragnar unleashes a powerful energy slash that crying through the room, leaving destruction in its road. The force is immense and swift. Standing firmly, Theo declares the punishment. One shall be executed for the crime of rebelling against the Ragnar family. His expression is harsh and merciless. While the room settles into quiet, the remnants of the destroyed scene remain. A system notice appears confirming that the scenario quest Ties of Evil from a History Existence has been finished. In a quiet study, another character reflects on the events. The man questions if mobilizing the demonic cult was truly valued in the great scheme. The man examines the secret ledger that had been handed to Cleve, noting that it contains enough information to implicate Ed Trivan. Still, he realizes the Heaven's Dragon is expendable, merely an instrument that can be discarded. His true target is not the Heaven's Dragon, but Trivan himself. The man shifts his focus to a stack of documents. These files, if exploited wisely, could take low the entire Trivan network. Understanding the value of each record, he contemplates what to take initial. Every file is crucial, and he must be precise in his choices. While scanning the shelves, he pauses, his gaze locking onto something unfamiliar. A specific book catches his attention. Pulling the book out, he discovers it's titled Rose Palace Investigation Report. He flips through the pages rapidly. His gaze widens in shock. It's a handwritten document by Ed Trivan. The content confirms involvement with relics and hints at surveillance by the Black Dragon. The report mentions 2 relics already acquired, and the rest trusted to be hidden within the Rose Palace. This changes all. The man ponders the significance of the relics mentioned. Could this be why so much gore was spilled in his previous existence? Reading on, he finds a disturbing plan. Both Cecilia and Theo Ragnar are marked for elimination. The reasoning beyond it ties back to relic recovery. Furious, he slams the book shut. All of this betrayal, murder, conspiracy, because of a relic that forced not even exist. The man curses Ed Trivan's title with fury. The man silently closes the report, his palm firm but hesitant. The man seems deep in thought, weighing the value of what he has just read. The man remains quiet, staring at the shut report. After a pause, he sighs and puts it away, coming to an open choice about what must be done. Using calm resolve, he admits to himself that reading further will not change the truth he faces. The time for information as past action is now required. His gaze narrow with determination. The man silently states that vengeance must be taken slowly, step by step, with precision and patience. To carry out his vengeance, he sets his next objective, stealing the relics that his foes have worked so hard to collect. The relics glow faintly on the shelf, powerful and mysterious. While he seizes them, a notice confirms the discovery. You have discovered 2 relics of the old dragon. From above, a city square is flooded with enemy soldiers, their formation tight as they press ahead with unwavering momentum. The heavens swirling with energy hints that something extraordinary is about to descend. Tension fills the air, and every street bend is packed with advancing troops. A devastating shockwave cuts through the crowd, scattering bodies in all directions. Dust and gore fill the field as the initial strike leaves hundreds motionless. At the center of the turmoil, one lone person stands tall, unharmed, their sword lowered but aura blazing. The man advances, rung over bodies with calm determination. In his thoughts, the title, Navan Bacchus's, resurfaces, a title once buried in the history. The war zone quiets momentarily as the remaining soldiers pause in dread and recognition. The man recalls a time when Navan Bacchus was labeled a heretic for rejecting the sacred rites. That same man now stands before him, recognized not as a criminal, but as a fearsome force who had once rounded away from strength yet lived peerless. Navan moves with deadly pace, slicing through enemy ranks as if weightless. Blades clash in a whirlwind of force as both sides engage. The rhythm of battle favors him, his movements a streak against a sea of red armor. Despite the odds, the warrior facing Navan speaks, acknowledging the battle. The man realizes that if Navan's pace continues, he may truly deserve the title of Initial Blade. Using that, he charges again, unwilling to surrender the position so easily. Suddenly, the wind howls violently. A green tempest forms above, spinning into a vertical vortex. The air distorts as the technique is released. God of Tempest's secret manual, squall tug-drawing foes into its spiraling core. The war zone is torn down as soldiers are flung through the air. Debris scatters, and the floor alone fractures under the burden of the attack. Both fighters brace themselves to not be devoured by the tempest's pull. From beyond a wall of dust, a voice calls out, declaring the fight even. Wounded but standing. One of the fighters acknowledges the balance of strength has shifted once more, catching his air. The man nods grimly, admitting that the assessment is correct. The battle is not anymore one-sided, and both are now fighting on equal footing. A hand clenches tightly, charged with blinding radiance. Strength radiates upward as the man gathers the last of his power. His expression hardens, sweat dripping low his confront. Raising his arm high, he prepares for the last strike. His opponent watches cautiously, gaze widening in anticipation as the clash reaches its climax. Using explosive force, the warrior crashes low, creating a crater beneath his feet. The floor ripples, sending shockwaves across the plain. Dust erupts like smoke from a volcano. A dark person rises from the aftermath, shouting with fury. His cloak billows as he curses the interference. Across the field, Navan stands motionless, blade lowered, but unbroken. The cloaked man denounces their rebellion. Furious, he claims they dare to oppose divine will alone, declaring their resistance a direct challenge to the great god's plan. 2 red-haired fighters observe the war zone, their attention locked on a single enemy. Using resolute expressions, they silently agree. It's time to finish the fight by defeating the one before them. Those figures leap into action, charging with synchronized pace. Wind magic surrounds one, while the other channels energy into his movement. Their gaze stays sharp, their coordination unbroken. Their target, cloaked in shadow, braces for impact. While both attackers descend, the air crackles with tension and the decisive clash begins with ferocious force. The red-haired duo strikes the floor with explosive force, sending tremors through the city. The shockwave crying the earth, dust engulfing all nearby. Their opponent reacts instantly, flipping backward to escape the shock. The man lands lightly, but the pressure from the collision shakes his footing. The man realizes the force beyond their attack was greater than anticipated. Before he can regroup, a second wave of destruction follows. Rubble flies, and he's drove back violently, disappearing into the debris as the floor collapses beneath him. From the turmoil, a new person bursts forth, a grinning warrior filled with playful pride. The man raises his hand and boasts about his perfectly timed arrival to the fight. Using exaggerated confidence, he praises himself for making a dramatic entrance. The man glances toward a female officer, expecting admiration and applause for his attempts. Rather, she and another ally rush ahead, visibly angry. Their yells are filled with fury as they demand to know why he interfered, frustrated that he dared to touch their opponent. The man freezes, bewildered and startled. Elsewhere, arrows rain from above as the battle escalates again. Projectiles cut through the heavens like streaks of lightning, targeting strategic locations across the city. The city's streets erupt as units drop into the war zone from above. Explosions and shockwaves ripple outward, marking the full deployment of elite cavalry. A commander rides ahead, shouting orders to the 5th Platoon. Using urgency in her voice, she commands the annihilation of both the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Holy Demon Church forces. The city is thrown into turmoil as dragons and cavalry crash into enemy formations. Gore splashes across the walls and the dragon-mounted units rip through resistance lines lacking pause. Within the fortress, quiet contrasts the devastation outside. A lone person enters, the destroyed hallway bearing the marks of earlier conflict, with gates shattered and debris scattered. Smoke rises faintly through the shattered entryway. Someone or something awaits deeper within a new encounter ready to begin as the dust continues to settle. A robed person addresses a darkened hall with a prophetic tone. As the blood-red heavens looms, he declares the approaching finish, urging followers to hug destiny with unwavering faith. The man continues his ritual with calm authority, asking them to accept the sacred gore as their lead. The man invokes peace through submission to their faith's violent sight. Elsewhere, a soldier sits silently in a sunlit cathedral, head lowered. Although the turmoil outside continues, the calm expression on his confront suggests relief or perhaps resignation. The soldier stands and stretches, his demeanor casual. The man admits that careful planning never suited him, especially after surviving such a wild encounter. Beyond him lies the defeated cultist, swords impaled across his form. Smoke and cinders swirl as the battle's aftermath settles, the threat temporarily subdued. The soldier lets out a quiet thought. He finally feels a burden lifted from his chest below. Order returns as forces begin gathering outside for post-battle organization. Inside a busy camp, survivors form lines and submit identification for processing. One fighter asks to leave, eager to escape the bureaucratic maze. Clerks manage the flow of people, barking out instructions. The platoon leader is bombarded with reports and complaints, trying to manage damage claims and accountability. In the turmoil, someone reports an odd incident. A cargo horse signified for supplies was eaten. The platoon leader's frustration builds as the circumstance becomes increasingly absurd. Multiple voices pile onto the flooded leader, calling his title repeatedly. Paperwork, reports, and administrative demands threaten to crush his patience. Exploding in frustration, he shouts for everyone to handle it themselves. The man admits that bureaucracy isn't his power and storms off in a fury. In a separate tent, a senior officer reviews critical documents. Those figures hold evidence about treason, theft, and infiltration related to the Ragnar family's shocking revelations that shift the stakes. A woman information, the intel further documents confirming stolen property, secrets leaked, and a plotted betrayal. All the evidence is recorded clearly before her. The woman praises the one responsible for uncovering this information. Using a firm palm, she stamps approval, officially acknowledging the operation's success. The report names its key contributor, mid-rank swordsman Theo Ragnar. Theo stands surprised by the recognition, silently absorbing the significance of this instant. In a quiet instant, the officer thanks Theo Ragnar for his attempts. The woman praises his competence, noting how naturally he fits with the Black Blade ranks, and offers a position amongst them. Theo reacts shyly, stammering at the offer. The officer laughs and reveals she was joking. Although her tone still holds a hint of sincerity, the mood lightens slightly. The woman leans in, saying she has good news to share. Her tone shifts back to serious as she prepares to deliver important intel. The woman reveals that the Heaven's Dragon arrest operation is currently in movement. Silhouettes of those involved hint at the high-level nature of the task. The officer confirms that the evidence Theo helped recover a ledger was enough to convict the Heaven's Dragon faction of treason. The woman adds that the elite arrest unit from Black Ice is already en route with the prisoners, likely on their way to the capital. The tides are clearly changing. Just as things seem to stabilize, a panicked soldier rushes in, interrupting the conversation with urgency. His confront is pale and air short. Another officer turns sharply in surprise. The soldier shouts out a title that shocks everyone, Ed Troyven. Wounded but imposing. Ed Troyven appears through a veil of smoke. His aura is now immense, far stronger than before, and someone realizes he had been hiding his full strength all along. Tid strikes with vicious precision, unleashing devastating blows on the war zone. His technique is harsh yet efficient, cutting low all resistance in his road. the man speaks calmly, declaring that Soul a Fool reveals all his cards. His assault continues, as he clears the field with peerless ferocity. Amidst the destruction, he grins through the smoke. Wounded but composed, he looks straight ahead and congratulates his adversary, Theo Ragnar, as if acknowledging a worthy rival. Theo walks ahead, his road marked by gore and shattered bodies. Each step resonates with the cost of the choices he's made. A voice lists the names and places tied to Theo's task: Camellia Palace, Axion, the Dragon Slayer Blade, Ceres acknowledging all that has been dismantled. A mysterious person rages, devoured by loss, with gore on his confront and insanity in his gaze. He declares Theo's work as absolute, all destroyed with no trace left beyond. In the aftermath of the bloody encounter, a long-haired man walks calmly through the ice, his frame beaten, but his expression defiant. The bitter wind cuts across the field as he speaks silently to himself. The man concedes the turmoil near him, stating that others may go wild as they please. Yet beneath his calm acceptance lies a deeper confidence. Trivan's larger plan remains intact and is still unfolding. Despite the loss of the Dragon Slayer Blade, the man clutches a mysterious object. The man declares it beyond sufficient for their intent. While he disappears into the forest, his voice echoes, "The time is upcoming soon." A notice spoken not to comrades, but to his unseen father, hinting at a greater ambition yet to unfold.
The Grand Camellia Palace stands proudly, its architecture towering over the people below. The scene is bustling with activity, a reflection of the grandeur that resides within. Inside the palace, people are gathered, discussing designs with a sense of excitement. A woman in a beautiful dress admires a design, clearly impressed by the quality. The hostess, dressed elegantly, guides the guests to the appropriate areas with a professional demeanor. The palace is filled with conversations and bustling preparations for something important. A character, likely a business person or manager, discusses the arrival of fabric. Referencing the recent shipment, the place continues to fill with more people as the excitement rises. A young woman, looking determined and focused, is seen observing the activity. She questions her mother's business, curious about the tailor's involvement and the purpose behind the growing crowd. The woman's mother explains, revealing they are starting a new business venture, an exclusive brand dealing with luxury fabrics and accessories, signaling a bold new step in their lives. The older woman, with a hint of nostalgia, stares off as she remembers something from the past. There's a brief moment of silence before she lets out a small sigh. She continues, her expression growing softer as she recalls the time that has passed. Her words reflect a long history, a connection between the past and present. The memories come flooding back and her face lightens, revealing a faint smile at the realization that time has changed them, for better or worse. As the conversation continues, the two women exchange a tender moment. One of them mentions how her smile shines brighter than any jewel, hinting at an emotional connection. The light-hearted tone shifts when the conversation turns to the payment. The woman confidently assures that the matter of payment won't be a problem. The other woman smirks playfully, remarking how quickly her counterpart catches on. The light teasing gives way to the growing camaraderie between them. The conversation takes a serious turn when the older woman reveals there is another reason for her visit. She's not just here for business, there's news to share. She pauses, leaving the younger woman intrigued. The tension builds as she asks about the news regarding the Rose Palace, making the younger woman anxious. The younger woman's concern is visible as she reacts with urgency, questioning if something has happened to her son. The emotional atmosphere intensifies as both women await the revelation that could change everything. The woman, clearly distressed by the news, struggles to keep calm. Her worried expression shows her anxiety. The older woman reassures her, urging her to relax. She mentions that the situation is actually the opposite of what she fears, trying to ease her mind. The woman's concerns intensify when she hears that it involves a woman named Emil, whose name has a significant impact on her. A look of realization dawns on her face. The scene shifts to a gloomy castle under a dark, ominous sky. The atmosphere is heavy, filled with an unsettling presence. A shadowy figure emerges in the darkness, walking with purpose. The eerie sound of footsteps echoes through the castle halls. A group of people stands solemnly, watching the figure with a mix of concern and dread. They are anticipating something significant. As the atmosphere grows more tense, the gates of the castle loom large, their red hue casting an ominous glow. A large crowd of people gathers in front, waiting for what comes next. A sense of unease fills the air as a woman stumbles, clearly affected by the heavy tension. A concerned person rushes to her side, asking if she is okay. She apologizes to her mother, expressing her worries. The fear of the unknown weighs heavily on her, and she tries to explain the distress she feels, barely holding herself together. In a moment of vulnerability, the woman gazes into the distance, unsure of what has happened but seeking reassurance. She turns to her mother, her voice filled with doubt, asking if everything that has transpired is truly real. The emotional weight of the situation is clear. The older woman, maintaining her calm, looks at her daughter and asks a rhetorical question. She reassures her, confident in the truth of their situation. The bond between them is strengthened by the reassurance. As the realization sets in, the woman breaks down, her emotions overwhelming her. The weight of the situation hits her all at once. She remembers everything: the constant struggles, the plots, the accusations, and the constant fear for her son's life. The past seems to weigh her down. She clings to her mother, recalling how she always prayed and begged for her son's survival, despite the trials they faced. The tears in her eyes reflect the pain and the sacrifices they've endured. The woman, her face filled with emotion, asks if everything is truly over now. She seeks reassurance, trying to process everything that has happened. The older woman confirms that it's all over, her tone firm yet comforting, as if she has seen this moment coming for a long time. The weight of the situation lifts slightly as the woman realizes that, despite the pain, it's finally concluded. Her relief is palpable, though tinged with uncertainty. A new scene unfolds with a person walking confidently down a grand hallway, their posture exuding authority. A man addresses a younger man, praising his resilience. He commends him for enduring the challenges alone. Recognizing his strength, the conversation shifts to the younger man's newfound fame, noting how he has become a recognized figure, earning attention and respect from all. The younger man, seated casually, listens as the other speaks. The weight of the conversation seems to hang in the air. They discuss the dissolution of the Bacchus clan, with a pile of paperwork, the consequences of their actions, and the forfeiture of titles being mentioned. The pile of documents stretches long, symbolizing the fall of the powerful clan, and the new era that is about to unfold as their titles and power are stripped away. The conversation turns to the younger man's future role in this new world. There's talk of positioning within the Bacchus clan with a sense of finality and change. The idea of rebuilding from the ground up arises, with the younger man tasked with a major responsibility in leading this change. The plan to shift the power dynamic is set. There's a glimmer of excitement as the younger man prepares for the challenges ahead, ready to take the next step in this rapidly changing world. The older man makes a bold proposition, suggesting that the younger man should lead the Bacchus clan. The offer is serious and the stakes are high. The younger man is taken aback, surprised by the suggestion, unsure of the path laid out for him. He struggles to understand the implications of such a move. The older man pushes further, hinting that the younger man must prepare for what's ahead. There's an undercurrent of ambition in his tone as he mentions joining forces for an impending war. The conversation turns serious as the figure sitting at the table reflects on the power struggle that has now become public knowledge. It's clear that the fight for power between them is no longer a secret. The looming possibility of war with Trayvon is discussed, a conflict that now seems inevitable. The consequences of this impending war are unavoidable. Documents detailing the involvement of Trayvon and the Holy Demon Church in the Sky Dragon Rebellion are presented, confirming their roles in the escalating conflict. The atmosphere grows tense as they question each other's motives in the north. A shocked expression fills the face of the man, who realizes the magnitude of the situation. He calls it practically a declaration of war as the reality of the situation sinks in. He reflects on the implications of this exposure, knowing that now that Trayvon and the Holy Demon Church are revealed, they will surely retaliate. Their silence will not last long. Despite the looming war, the character remains detached. He muses that, given his limited time left, the war won't affect him much personally, but he will need something in return for his involvement. The tension builds as a device is presented, sparking the man's curiosity. He questions its significance, unsure of what it entails. The response is quick and matter. Of fact, this device can cure a disease he's been suffering from. He's taken aback, not expecting such an offer. The device's capabilities are explained further, emphasizing its ability to stabilize his internal mana flow. The man's disbelief shows as he processes the unexpected solution to his condition. A sheet of paper is handed to him. The recipe for curing aether fever. The paper reveals that the cure requires an aether core, a crucial ingredient for healing his condition. The man reacts with shock as the significance of the information hits him. This secret cure had been hidden, and he is now exposed to this crucial knowledge. He's impressed but skeptical, understanding the power this recipe holds but questioning why it was kept from the public. The man expresses his thoughts on his treatment. He wonders if the offer to cure him is simply a means to control him, to ensure his obedience and keep him on a leash. He contemplates the possibility of taking what he wants and running away. The thought of breaking free from these constraints fills him with determination. The other man, unfazed, responds with a nonchalant attitude. He doesn't mind if the man tries to escape, acknowledging that both of them are victims of the same power-obsessed culture. A powerful declaration is made as one of the characters explains his desire not to dominate through strength alone. His intent is to build something based on trust, not oppression. The conversation continues, emphasizing the importance of trust in leadership and relationships. It is clear that this character seeks more than just control or power. With a contemplative look, the character reaffirms that trust is the foundation he wants to establish. The notion of power built through mutual trust instead of fear hangs in the air. The other character listens intently, though his expression hints at doubt. He comments on the young man's idealism, calling it immature, yet he's intrigued by the sentiment. He chuckles slightly, clearly dismissing the naivety of youth. He seems to think of it as an idealistic fantasy, unaware of the real stakes at play. The younger man, undeterred, presses on with his vision, undistracted by the jaded outlook of his counterpart. The mood shifts as the younger man reacts to the situation unfolding before him. His seriousness returns as he realizes the stakes are far higher than he initially thought. A moment of sudden tension follows as he struggles to grasp what's at stake. His face hardens, realizing that inaction or underestimation would be dangerous. An unexpected action breaks the moment of tension as a gesture is made to symbolically emphasize the gravity of the situation. The air grows thick with anticipation. The younger man takes a drink, allowing the moment to settle before the next action unfolds. The scene is charged with a quiet intensity, as though every action is being carefully weighed. A subtle shift in the conversation reveals the tension that has been building, culminating in a demand for loyalty or an oath. As the conversation reaches its climax, the younger man is asked to swear his loyalty, solidifying his place in the larger scheme at play. His response, however, is met with a knowing look. The younger man swears to serve, acknowledging the weight of the commitment and the path he must now follow. His resolve is clear, but there is a slight hint of doubt. He swears to serve as the sword of Theo Ragnar, recognizing the gravity of the role he's about to take on. There's no turning back now. The declaration echoes in the room as the finality of the decision settles in. The younger man's destiny is now irrevocably tied to a higher cause. The character reflects on the ongoing conflict, muttering under his breath about the war with Trivan. His words are filled with a sense of inevitability, as if the war has been a long time coming. As the scene shifts, a chaotic and intense battle unfolds before him. Explosions rip through the landscape, and bodies are scattered, marking the destructive cost of the war. The character watches in grim silence, processing the unfolding devastation. With a calm expression, he approaches a large treasure box, reaching out to open it. The action seems almost symbolic, as if he's preparing to deal with the consequences of his decisions and revealing what lies ahead in this conflict.
A man dressed in ornate armor stands with confidence before a treasure box, his expression calm but focused. The man intends to begin with this artifact. Already aware of its promised strength, his grip tightens near the box's edge as anticipation builds. Within the unclosed treasure box lies a mysterious object emitting a faint glow. This is a primordial dragon relic, one of several rare and potent items he has been collecting throughout his journey. The man reflects on the relics he has already absorbed, the essence of a lesser drake and a griffin. The effects of both had been undeniably powerful, enhancing his combat capabilities significantly. Now, he prepares to claim another. The man equips the new relic, a ring, into his inventory with a grin. Instantly, a system notification confirms its activation. Primordial dragon relic, Thirsted Ring, has been equipped. He appears confident and ready, lacking delay. The system initiates the next phase. A new notification flashes, entering the dungeon. Moments later, a burst of radiance engulfs the scene as the man is teleported into an unknown zone. The radiance fades, revealing a harsh desert landscape. Scorching sun and rocky terrain stretch endlessly. The man stands solitary, scanning the barren environment, uncertain if this is the location he had previously read about. The intense heat quickly overwhelms him. Sweat beads on his forehead, and he expresses surprise at how much hotter it is than expected. The temperature is far beyond his tolerance. The man begins to question his intent in the desert before any plans can form. A new system notice appears before him. You've entered Guardian's territory, endure for 72 hours. The severity of the challenge dawns on him. While he looks into the scorching distance, he feels the early signs of heat stroke. To endure for 3 days under these conditions seems nearly impossible. Resolute, he starts to run through the sand. His footsteps are quick but heavy, the desert heat sapping his power with each movement. Still, he pushes ahead, scanning for shelter or threats. Suddenly, a massive force erupts from the floor beyond him. The explosion of sand and debris throws him off balance, and he reacts instantly to the danger. Something enormous has surfaced. The man leaps aside just in time as a monstrous person bursts from below. His gaze widened in doubt. He hadn't expected to encounter such a threat so soon into the trial. Ah, system alert appears again. Boss, desert worm has emerged. The monstrous worm reveals its full form, towering with armored scales and sharp fangs. The air trembles with its arrival. The worm lunges at him with terrifying pace, its segmented frame slicing through the sand. The creature labels him as an intruder, signaling it has started to attack with full hostility. Using a deafening roar, the worm opens its massive jaws. The man stands ready below, dwarfed by its size but unwilling to back low, knowing that this is the beginning of his escape test. The man channels intense energy into his arm, lightning crackling along his sword. His aura surges, signaling the activation of a high-tier combat skill. The man unleashes the technique head on at the massive worm. Electricity spirals ahead with tremendous force as he shouts the title of the skill. Thunder Dragon Breathing Dragon Mark. A powerful stream of lightning strikes the floor, creating a blinding explosion. The energy rips through the war zone, targeting the towering monster with devastating precision. While the dust settles, a crater forms where the impact hit. The attack appears to have hit directly, but there is no sign of injury to the worm. The man's expression tightens as awareness dawns. The attack had no visible effect. His mightiest skill could not to inflict damage. Still mid-air, he notices a glow of lightning charging up again, but his focus shifts to the worm, which remains entirely unfazed. Panic begins to creep in. A violent discharge of golden lightning surrounds the worm. Its frame sparks with energy as if absorbing or reacting to the earlier attack. The worm charges at him with its own surge of pace. The man barely manages to stay ahead, made to evade rather than confront. His earlier confidence fades under the creature's sheer strength. It becomes open. The boss is not soul tough, but also capable of absorbing arcane energy. The man hears it declare him an intruder again, intensifying its aggression. An explosive blast hits the floor nearby, sending rocks and sand flying. The man dodges by leaping off a cliffside, barely avoiding being crushed. While he lands, a wall of debris rises beyond him. The man tries to catch his air, but the monster is closing in again, with terrifying pace. Surveying his surroundings, he realizes his escape road is blocked. The war zone has rounded into a trap and the worm controls it completely. The desert worm coils and charges ahead, its gaping maw crying through the terrain, forcing the man into eager retreat. The man stares up as the monstrous beast descends, jaws wide open. The floor beyond him erupts, cutting off another escape route. Using nowhere to run, he is pursued relentlessly across the sands. The worm burrows and resurfaces in a deadly rhythm, driving him to his bounds with each strike. The man sprints across the desert terrain, driving his frame beyond its bounds. Sand trails beyond him as he frantically tries to escape the tireless chase of the worm. Panting heavily, he glances at the timer on his wrist. 5 minutes have passed since entering the dungeon. The awareness drains his hope. Using nearly 72 hours remaining, he admits he cannot endure like this. The worm's underground movement makes it nearly impossible to ground a decisive strike. Another attack from the worm crying through the sand as he dodges again. Lightning crackles uselessly near him, his main technique proving ineffective. The man deduces the Thunder Dragon technique does little because the enemy is aligned with the same elemental type. The terrain alone gives the worm a massive advantage. Mid-motion, a thought occurs to him. Perhaps the problem is his reliance on elemental attacks. The man grins, a possible new tactic forming in his thoughts. The man pulls a shining crystal from his inventory. The energy pulses in his palm, a relic obtained during a previous task. One he hadn't exploited yet. The man stares at the artifact, wondering if this is the right time to use it. Beyond him, the desert worm barrels ahead, ready to strike. Using determination, he leaps into the air, facing the charging monster. The man prepares to activate the relic, declaring it's time to gamble all on this instant. The man acknowledges the risk. This is a gamble with unknown consequences. Still, he has no better option left. The man pushes the relic into his chest, allowing its strength to fuse with him. A radiant flash marks the instant it activates. The system confirms activation. Primordial relic Ice Bloom Butterfly has been equipped. His frame glows with new energy as he descends, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a red warning flashes. He's in the middle of a dungeon task and cannot initiate another. The system flags a conflict between dungeon permissions. The man grits his teeth, accepting that he won't receive full support from the system. Still, he presses ahead, summoning the strength regardless. A chilling tempest erupts near him. Ice and frost pierce the desert heat as the worm's advance slows. For the initial time, the terrain begins to shift in his favor. The relic's icy strength explodes skyward, engulfing the war zone in frost. A system notice confirms the successful activation of Ice Bloom Butterfly's full promise. The ice begins to crack open, revealing a golden eye beyond it. A notice appears. The great dungeon's boss is about to emerge. The ice shatters, and from inside, it rises a large, elegant dragon with shimmering wings. Its presence solitary shifts the atmosphere entirely. Hovering in midair, the dragon calmly observes the circumstance and remarks that it has been a long time since it saw a chosen one. A system notice identifies the new arrival. Relic Guardian, Fey Fairy Dragon. The beast's demeanor is composed yet commanding. The fairy dragon warns the protagonist, noting that his method was reckless. Despite that, it appears ready to act. Using sharp intensity, the dragon glares and declares that the man must now pay for his arrogance. Energy pulses from its wings. The man is launched into the air, startled by the abrupt escalation. Electricity and magic swirl near him from all directions. Below him, the fairy dragon spreads its wings wide, releasing radiant ice energy that fills the war zone in spirals of frost and radiance. The man crashes to the floor with shards of ice scattered near him. Gritting his teeth, he rises, wounded and frustrated. Breathing heavily, he mutters that things aren't going as he arranged. His expectation of support has rounded into a trial. Suddenly, he senses another presence approaching. The sound grows louder, and he braces himself for what's next. The desert worm reemerges with a violent roar. The man prepares his stance, realizing this force be his last encounter. The man reflects bitterly. It seems this is truly the finish. The man stares at the towering worm and the sparkling wings of the fairy dragon. While he recalls the 72 horror challenge, he realizes he may have misjudged the circumstance. The man wonders if he should have relied solely on himself from the beginning. The man stands in the tempest of battle, lightning flaring near him. The man knows he's reached a breaking time. All he can do now is make one last move. Lightning and flames swirl violently as he charges toward the center of the tempest. At its core, he senses the strength of the relic and the enemy clashing immediately. In a blinding explosion, flames and frost collide. The war zone is devoured by radiant energy, and, at the center, a protective barrier of blue magic barely holds him safe. From the darkness, the desert worm glares and hisses with fury. Its voice echoes in the air, demanding the intruder's demise with pure hatred. Before the man can react, the fairy dragon responds icily, stating that two champions cannot exist in the same space. Its voice is calm but absolute. Bewildered, the man looks between the two powerful entities. Suddenly, both the worm and dragon attack simultaneously, each declaring their intent to destroy the other. A massive worm, like monster, burst from the floor, its frame crackling with energy and rough menace. That moment rampaged through the rocky wasteland, shaking the earth and towering above crumbling ruins in the distance. A lone warrior remained calmly nearby, seeing the turmoil unfold, admitting he felt chills imagining being involved. Gripping his shining sword, the black-haired swordsman remained composed as strength flowed near his weapon. Dark energy gathered beyond him, taking the form of a monstrous aura reacting to his call. He murmured to his blade, calling it White Moonlight Sword, noting the battle was nearly finished. An explosion of radiance shattered the war zone as golden lightning flowed through a powerful mechanical enemy. The armored creature flailed violently under the assault, arcs of electricity ripping its limbs down mid-combat. A serpent-like person observed from afar, gaze shining, its gaze fixed on the destruction raining low. A silver dragon growled in response to the turmoil, its stance defensive and instincts sharpened. A fleshy, otherworldly monster lunged ahead, its mouth opening grotesquely wide to unleash a devastating attack. The dragon's eye gleamed with ferocity, signaling it had chosen to engage lacking delay. Using a powerful surge, the dragon released a wave of shining energy, freezing all in its wake. The war zone transformed into a frozen wasteland, pillars of ice erupting from the earth in every direction. The monstrous enemy was cut through the chest by ice spikes, black gore splattering as its frame convulsed. Wounded but still moving, the grotesque beast stumbled backward, its frame cut and leaking purple-black fluid. That moment coughed violently as icy air swirled near, struggling to maintain balance in the freezing terrain. Its injuries began shining faintly, signs of slow regeneration, but its power was clearly faltering. Sensing an opening, the dragon lunged ahead at full pace, targeting the monster's weakened frame. Skimming across the frozen surface, the dragon shut the distance rapidly with precision in its movements. Using fangs bared, the dragon clamped low fiercely, driving the enemy to the floor with force. The enemy struggled to fight back, slashing wildly as the dragon drove it across the icy field. The terrain shattered beneath their battle, sparks and fragments flying from every impact. Locked in harsh melee, both creatures collided mid-air and slammed into the floor with explosive strength. The dragon surfaced initial, snarling as it broke through rock and dust, undeterred by the terrain. Using one swift movement, it flung the enemy into the air, exposing its vulnerable underside. From the floor, the dragon stared upward, locking gaze with the falling target, preparing for the last blow. High above, the swordsman descended with his shining sword, choosing to eliminate the target midair. The man accelerated like a comet, sword extended, aiming straight for the enemy's exposed core. The attack connected directly, bisecting the monster in one stroke, finishing its threat in a single movement. Using a command to unleash turmoil, the swordsman launched skyward, lightning surging through his form. The man summoned Griffin midair, a powerful beast of wind and radiance that responded with roaring force. Together, they descended on the next threat, a massive worm with an ominous shining eye. The grotesque creature reared up, its mouth wide open, preparing to devour anything in its road. The dragon and worm collided mid-charge, causing a tremor that cracked the icy war zone. Shocked by the result, the dragon doubted what odd force had caused such turmoil to unfold. Footsteps crunched in the ice as the swordsman approached the dead worm's carcass with steady confidence. A blue quest notification confirmed the worm's loss, marking progress toward conquering the two relics. The man muttered that defeating the beast counted as conquest, implying the other dragon was next. Sensing danger, the remaining dragon urgently pleaded with the swordsman to negotiate rather than fight. The swordsman calmly asked what they needed to discuss, bewildered by the dragon's abrupt shift in tone. The dragon declared alone the wisest of all guardians, created solely to test the chosen one's wisdom. That moment claimed to be the orchestrator of the entire battle, having pitted the beasts against each other. The swordsman scoffed, asserting that his actions had already proven his wisdom and qualifications as the chosen. Charging ahead again, he challenged the dragon's claim of wisdom, demanding to see its riddle firsthand. Using no patience left, the swordsman demanded the dragon's surrender, his sword still taken and ready. The dragon began to protest, hoping to delay its destiny, but was hit before it could finish. A violent explosion burst in the distance, followed by confirmation that the fairy dragon had dead. Back in the resting chamber, two relics hovered in the air, pulsing with finished energy. The swordsman extended his palm, now able to claim both relics, lacking further interference. With a satisfied grin, he declared the task finished, lacking setbacks, as the system confirmed full success. The man finally relaxed, ready to savor a short rest after the intense ordeal across the snowy fields. Suddenly, something disturbed the atmosphere. His sword pulsed, reacting violently as something unnatural approached. A shadow loomed near his throne, and the swordsman spoke out in confusion. Sensing something was incorrect, a corrupted entity with shining red gaze surfaced from the darkness, whispering the swordsman's title with malice. In a chilling voice, it revealed its desire not strength or conquest, but to devour his heart. Reacting swiftly, the swordsman dodged the abrupt ambush, drawing his weapon against the surprise threat. Frustration filled him as he understood his earlier overconfidence had left a fatal blind spot. The man doomed himself for lowering his guard, especially knowing the white moonlight sword's monstrous thirst for battle. No clear-headed. He pieced it together on their return. The blade had covertly absorbed the Guardian's powers. The black tendrils of corruption flowed ahead, wrapping near the swordsman as he attempted to retreat. Awareness hit the force had become even stronger after consuming two entire dragon's powers. The man panicked, knowing that if it continued, he would become the next one devoured. A sinister voice resounded from the darkness, declaring its intent to consume him immediately. In that instant, a mind surfaced of chasing the moonlight, of something once lost. A single red eye unclosed inside the corruption, now entirely awakened as it engulfed the throne room. The swordsman suddenly jolted awake, flooded by a sharp sensation and the terrifying awareness he was falling. The man crashed into an odd, dark, liquid realm, recognizing its bizarre stillness as something deeply unnatural. Looking up in horror, he understood. The place was within the creature's stomach, trapped with no exit. A massive shadow loomed over him, one of the guardians, speaking with cruel clarity about his destiny. That moment ridiculed his frailty, stating Griffin, another guardian, had already been devoured, and he would be next. The warrior doubted his chances, wondering if resisting was even possible as dread began to surface. Another beastly voice answered his ideas icily, declaring that demise awaited once his heart was devoured. Those figures explained that soul he would perish, guardians, being eternal, would simply wait for a new host. Unbothered, they remained tall, preparing to throw away him and return to relic form, indifferent to his demise. Remaining silent, the swordsman steadied himself and met their gaze with a chilling, focused expression. The man reminded them of the primordial dragon's task, which bound them to aid the chosen one. Lacking him, the realm would fall again. His demise would unravel the guardian's duty and destiny. The guardians flinched, startled by the mention of the primordial dragon, unsure how to respond. Using a bitter grin, The warrior accused them of being no change than Griffin, selfish and cowardly. Enraged by the insult and the bold invocation of the dragon's title, the Guardians roared in fury. The Guardians released a furious barrage of energy, surrounding the swordsman in a tempest of lethal shards. Trapped but defiant, he remained unwavering, repeating his challenge for them to kill him if they dared. One Guardian, momentarily startled, doubted his intent, uncertain whether to dismiss the threat or act upon it. The warrior met their delay with scorn, demanding they strike him low, lacking delay if they could. Red gaze shining, he declared he would rather die than serve those who abandoned duty. Mocking their pride, he reminded them the realm would fall while they remained sealed in their relics. Tension cracked the air as the barrier of ice began to fracture near them, shifting the mood. Lone Guardian stepped ahead, impressed by the Chosen One's nerve and clarity amidst looming demise. With a surge of radiance, the Guardian prepared to open a road offering escape from inside. Golden energy wrapped the space as the Guardian invoked a gate, chanting the word "open" repeatedly. A swirling vortex emerged, tearing through the space and forming a tunnel toward the outer realm. Although the road was unclosed, the Guardians admitted their strength ended there. The result now rested on him. With determination in his gaze, the warrior smiled and leapt into the swirling radiance, lacking delay. The man rocketed ahead, declaring his intent to crush the arrogant beast that dared to consume him. Falling into the heart of the vortex, he disappeared in a flash, prepared for the fight ahead. Deep inside the shifting void, a glimmer of radiance surfaced, revealing the powerful core the beast sought. The Dark Guardian dove toward it, triumphant, declaring his triumph as he finally located the sacred relic. Gripping the orb tightly, he trusted swallowing it would secure dominance over the Chosen One's strength. Using a crazed glare, the beast prepared to absorb the orb, shouting that the frame would be his, before he could act. Abrupt strike cut through him, interrupting the ritual with violent force. The warrior reappeared mid-air, sword drenched in gore, having launched a surprise reply from inside. The Guardian crashed into the water, shocked, as the swordsman hit safely beyond the blast radius. Clutching his injuries, the monster roared in doubt, furious the Chosen One had escaped his stomach. Using fury in his voice, he demanded an explanation. Unable to understand how the escape was possible, the wounded Guardian rounded toward the others, accusing them of aiding the Chosen One's abrupt reappearance. The man berated their betrayal, demanding to know where their pride as old Guardians had lost. Before he could finish, the warrior interrupted with a mocking grin, reminding him of their initial encounter. The enraged beast tried to reason, asking to talk, but the warrior showed no interest in negotiating. Calmly, he explained that he wasn't requesting cooperation, soul highlighting who truly carried the strength now. While his remarks sank in, the seeing Guardians fell silent, their gazes fixed warily on the victor. The swordsman warned the Guardians to act wisely and avoid further conflict, asserting control through calm authority. Just then, a new Guardian named Blake emerged from the darkness, catching the warrior by surprise. Blake explained that others had exploited similar strategies, forcing Guardians into rivalry to maintain dominance. The swordsman asked if Blake referred to previous Chosen Ones who had done the same. Blake avoided the question, stating it wasn't time for the answer, but that support would be given. While the Chosen One ascended from the realm, Blake's voice followed, pledging to observe his next moves. Blake's remarks resounded, showing high expectations as the Chosen One come back to the material realm. New enhancements triggered Fairy Buff for protection and Worm Eater for increased resistance against monster energy. Emerging in his chamber, the warrior reappeared entirely clothed, restored, and aware of his regained power. Sitting low, he mirrored on the shocking revelation that the relics had housed living Guardians all along. The man now grasped that their spirits had remained inside him since the beginning of his journey. Gripping his blade tightly, he acknowledged how far he had come, not anymore just a vessel. Relaxed at his desk, he asked the room if things had finally calmed low. The man admitted the experience helped him hold the true nature of the primordial dragon's influence. Hitting the table with resolve, he declared that regardless of choice, the burden now rested on him. Standing by the window, the Chosen One ended his mirror with resolve, placing trust in his companions. Snowstorm winds howled outside as someone approached the field where old weapons were displayed like gravestones. A man doubted whether the family truly intended to ready this regressor as their next hope. The silver-haired senior admitted the candidate showed promise, strong enough to rival the other 5 heirs. When asked if he feared the boy for being a regressor, the senior responded affirmatively, lacking delay. The man had previously eliminated every regressor linked to Ragnar, believing them threats to the clan's order. Bathed in red, he admitted to killing them all, but had changed plans for this particular one. Clutching his blade tightly, he expressed his desire to test the new regressor's resolve firsthand. The other man was taken aback, recognizing a sharp shift in the senior's usual unwavering verdict. In the distance, A person approached wielding a sword coated in an ominous, crackling blue aura. Although tradition required candidates to pass official trials, one observer noticed the blade posed a greater issue. That moment was the blade of a regressor previously slain, one far too dangerous to be ignored again. The blade once belonged to the Mad Dragon Emperor, a regressor the senior himself had executed. From his office, the senior issued a direct command, summoning Theo Ragnar to the graveyard of shattered swords. Theo was caught off guard by the abrupt order, unsure of what awaited him next. Snowfall covered the vast wasteland, silent and harsh, as swords jutted from the earth like gravestones. A lone war zone stretched endlessly, each sword a mind, each one a remnant of a forgotten fight. Footsteps pressed into the icy floor. A man with dark hair and piercing gaze arrived. Gaze steady. He walked through the sword-laden floor, feeling the burden of many battles press on his frame. Sweat trailed low his cheek as he murmured internally how unusually heavy the atmosphere had become. The ground's karmic pressure grew unbearable, perhaps because he was still young and incomplete in this timeline. A mind flowed forth. A man once warned him not to answer lightly, especially when carrying a son's grudge. Now understanding had finally arrived, he grasped the meaning of those remarks through the burden. He now bore a voice broke the quiet. Another swordsman remained nearby, formally identifying himself as Theo Ragnar, offering respect. From the darkness, a powerful man emerged, cloaked in lightning. The man told Theo to abandon formalities. The man listed betrayals one by one, initial the blade instructor, then Theo's own brother, Akion. He continued icily. The head of Rose Palace had dead, and now the merchant guilds were lost. The man revealed that even the intelligence bureau was destroyed, and in their last moments all spoke one title, shocked. Theo's gaze opened as a blade suddenly hit near him, nearly grazing his confront. The man hit with fierce verdict, declaring there was no room for excuses. This was the burden of the clan head. Ice fell steadily over a silent, desolate field. The winds howled above the frozen landscape, untouched by existence. Dozens of swords were buried blade, first into the snow-covered earth, each one a remnant of fighters long lost. A black-haired man stepped ahead, gaze sharp and expression firm. The man had come back to this place again. The man walked through the field slowly, each step heavy. The blades near him murmured of history burdens. Sweat formed at his temple despite the harsh. The man muttered to himself that the burden felt unbearable. The graveyard's karma pressed low beyond he remembered. That moment was likely due to his younger frame's bounds. A mind surfaced an older man once told him not to answer lightly when carrying the grudge of his son. Soul now did the meaning become open. Using time reversed, the reality of those remarks finally made sense. Suddenly, another person approached. The swordsman knelt with respect, introducing himself as Theo Ragnar, mid-rank warrior of the clan. From the dark haze, a tall, authoritative man surfaced, wrapped in lightning. The man told Theo to drop the formal tone. The man reminded Theo of his failures, how the blade instructor abandoned him, and even his brother Akion fell. The man continued, lacking pause. The Rose Palace's leader had been defeated, and the merchant guilds annihilated completely. The man added that the Intelligence Bureau agents had all perished, and every one of them spoke out the same title. Theo reacted with shock just as a blade cut through the air, narrowly missing him with violent force. The man shouted, declaring that excuses signified little. Bearing such loss in quiet was the duty of a clan head. A man shrouded in red energy issued a challenge, overcome the sword's grudge, and he'd be acknowledged. The black-haired swordsman remained in quiet, gaze sharp as the implications of the offer sank in. Yet the condition came with a warning: soul, the human version of Theo Ragnar would remain, not the regressor. The man explained further, all the regressor version of Theo had gained would vanish entirely from existence. Visions of those Theo had saved or befriended flashed in his thoughts, people he'd never have met otherwise. As the harsh wind howled, Theo took a step ahead and firmly rejected the demand, lacking delay. His answer was met with resistance. The man declared Theo had no right to decline the condition. The man reminded Theo of his oath to eliminate all regressors, reinforcing that this applied to him as well. The choice was binary: surrender his identity as a regressor or die where he remained, sword in palm. With his blade grounded, the man declared that soul, by abandoning his history, could Theo become the sixth heir. He pushed Theo to make his choice quickly, emphasizing that this was his one opportunity at recognition. Theo admitted he once craved that acknowledgement, but the price was now too steep to accept. Raising his weapon, Theo declared that if this was the sole way to be acknowledged, he would refuse. Strength flowed through him as he lunged with force, hitting low the offer with both remarks and sword. Yet the man countered fiercely, hitting back while questioning whether Theo truly trusted he deserved such a title. The red aura flared violently as the older man ridiculed Theo, questioning his lack of sacrifice or resolve. Theo was hit mid-air, his frame flooded by pressure, tossed aside in a surge of red strength. As he fell, the man stepped ahead, deeming Theo's choice foolish and no changed than others before. The man accused Theo of relying too heavily on return, assuming he could restart again lacking consequence. Theo's shining hands shook as energy rippled. He was being drove beyond his bounds by the assault. But the man clarified, this return, this journey, and all Theo had become would finish here. With gore on his confront and fury in his gaze, Theo declared his intent to take responsibility. The man screamed, vowing to carry the burden of all who had died due to his history failures. Charging through a burst of strength, Theo swore to surpass the man, not for acknowledgement but for retribution. Their clash intensified. Red and blue lights collided as both figures exploded across the snow-covered war zone. Theo, now entirely empowered, lunged upward against a massive blast, refusing to retreat or hesitate. Strength flowed through his sword as he accelerated toward the red energy core, prepared to strike with finality. The heavens shattered with bursts of wealth and blue as Theo launched through volleys of arcane attacks. The man weaved history's sharp energy blasts, twisting through the air as a deadly formation shut in. With determination in his gaze, he cut through the enemy's defense, blade taken, closing the distance fast. Theo coughed gore as the force of the strike sent agony surging through his chest and shoulder. Thrown back across the war zone, he crashed into the floor, shattering blades embedded in the soil. Although wounded, he drove himself upright, blades still gripped. The enemy observed silently, measuring Theo's endurance. The enemy took a slow step ahead, reflecting on how unusual Theo's charge had been. The man admitted it had been a long time since anyone challenged him directly, lacking schemes or companions. While most regressors exploited others like pawns, Theo battled solitary, willingly placing himself in harm's way. The man watched with interest, recognizing that Theo didn't follow the typical regressor's pattern of manipulation. Despite the gore and fatigue, Theo's determination soul intensified, gaze locked on his opponent with blazing resolve. The man chuckled, entertained by a regressor who held his failures with a blade, not excuses. The man spoke out Theo's full title, this time with a tone of recognition that hadn't been there before. Using a firm voice, he declared Theo the sixth heir and acknowledged his power and conviction. To seal the instant, he broke open a stone structure, revealing a powerful sword once owned by his father. The blade of the Mad Dragon Emperor, a weapon with the inheritance of return, was now offered to Theo. The man compared Theo to his father, both regressors, yet clearly walking divergent paths shaped by changed ideals. While a radiant radiance burst into the heavens, he smiled, curious to see where Theo's story would lead next. Darkness faded into radiance as Theo found himself staring at an unfamiliar yet modern city skyline. Tall buildings, crowded streets, and open skies stretched before him far from the war zone he last remembered. Shocked, he glanced low to find people walking peacefully, ignorant of his presence or confusion. He raised his palm, staring at the odd realm in doubt, unsure if this was true. Theo's gaze opened as the city mirrored clearly against the glass, blending history and present. A voice resounded in his thoughts, soft, calm, declaring that all was now over. The battle concluded. Theo woke in a rich room, sunlight streaming through windows, his frame recovering in a soft bed. Still disoriented, he sat up, rubbing his head and questioning whether all had been a vision. Just then, a warm voice spoke to him, changing. Theo was surprised to see his parent. Crying rose in his gaze as he spoke out to her, unsure if she was true. The woman smiled and teased him for oversleeping, clearly ignorant of the torment he just endured. She softly revealed that the clan head had held him in personally after he fell the previous night. Memories of his test replayed in his thoughts was all the clan head said signified to test him. While he walked through the hallway with his parent, voices spoke out to him with joy. Julius and Evelyn greeted him with smiles, congratulating him for passing the clan head's challenge successfully. News of Theo Ragnar's recognition spread quickly, surprising even Theo as people gathered to speak of his test. In the bustling streets, messengers shouted headlines. A sixth official heir of Ragnar has been created. Somewhere in a distant room, a person grinned as they read the headline, intrigued by the abrupt development. Under the blood-red moon, a mysterious swordsman observed silently, murmuring about the emergence of a new heir. Within the same cathedral-like structure, the person remained motionless, reflecting silently on the announcement's implications. Far away in a snowy wasteland, a cloaked commander marched ahead, soon to hear the same news. A subordinate sprinted up to the commander, delivering urgent news that Theo Ragnar had been made an official heir. The female officer cried out regretfully, lamenting that she hadn't recruited Theo into the Black Iron Cavalry sooner. The commander, calm and direct, reminded her that external interference had been the reason for their loss. 100. He repeated Theo's title with a grin, his curiosity now entirely awakened by the boy's rising rank. Staring into the distance, he stated his intent to meet Theo personally, intrigued by the new rival heir. 102. While the wind howled, the man remained firm. The caption revealed his identity. Thorkel Ragnar, head of Black Iron Cavalry. A biting wind howled across the snow-covered plains as the corpse of a messenger disintegrated midair, flesh torn away. In the distance, crimson gore led a trail from the courtyard to a fortified structure drenched in quiet. Bodies fell beyond the gates, untouched by mercy. An official edict carved into stone declared that Troyvin could not to respond inside the allotted time. From that instant onward, war was formally declared. No appeals, no delays. Far from the turmoil, inside the High Council of the Nine Dragons, tension stirred amongst powerful elders seated in a ring near a shining chamber. Reports of the northern continent's warlords aligning with Troyvin sparked unease, suggesting this conflict had been in movement long before. Preparations were too calculated. As voices collided, one senior rejected the threat. Another pointed to the empty chair, proof that their internal structure was already cracking. Inheritance talks could not anymore be avoided. A sharp-eyed man with white hair leaned ahead. The man declared this instant was perfect for choosing a new successor while there was still time. The man warned that delay would breed infighting, just as external war loomed. Eliminating internal variables was critical to their escape. Before voices rose further, a calm person silenced them. The man insisted all relevant members be gathered formally. Lacking full consensus, any choice would be unstable. The man would lead the coordination standing up. One senior recalled an upcoming event, a martial competition where all heirs would gather under one roof. Rather of declaring a successor through votes, they would attend the event in secret, observing candidates firsthand in true combat scenarios. In a distant mountainous region, flames torches illuminated a colossal arena encircled by stone pillars and weapon-studded practice fields. The battleground for evaluation was already set. A lone warrior with long black hair stepped into the arena, muscles tense, expression unreadable. He held sole a single sword. Suddenly, an enemy's spear hurtled toward him. Using lightning reflexes, he kicked off the floor and dodged, ascending mid-air. The man hit atop a flaming torch pillar, encircled by dozens of embedded weapons. Lightning danced beneath him as he readied himself to confront multiple attackers. His trial had started. Dark ideas resounded in his thoughts, whispers commanding him to destroy, steal, and seize, lacking delay. Despite the heavy pressure flooding his senses, he narrowed his gaze and resisted the immense temptation. Using precise control, he hit the target with lethal accuracy, suppressing the dark force clawing at him. As quiet come back, he remained motionless amongst shattered practice pillars, encircled by sparking embers of strength. The man took a deep air, brushing a palm against his scarred chest, gaze reflecting hidden agony. A voice broke through the calm, noting how the burden of his history still lingered over him. A woman stepped ahead, her presence ethereal. The woman addressed the root of his suffering, the Mad Dragon Emperor's burden. The woman spoke him Guardian Dragon Lodbrok. The man silently confirmed, aware the residual grudge still influenced his state. Although time had passed since receiving the half-sword, its doomed origin continued to disturb his soul's balance. Despite its dark origin, the blade had offered him one glimpse into the Mad Dragon Emperor's realm. The title resounded through his thoughts like a scar that would never heal, one he could not forget. He motivated the sword into the floor, forcing himself to remain anchored as the burden continued to move. The woman revealed the reality beyond her earlier actions. He was the one who had stolen her heart. He remembered her remarks. That moment was that bond which had made him hesitate to accept the sword. She pushed patience, reminding him that rushing ahead recklessly had once brought him to the brink of wreckage. The horned woman in black asked calmly whether his severed arm had healed after the last battle. The man confirmed it had, thanks to immediate treatment by the high priest. A flicker of quiet followed. The woman noticed his intense gaze and shifted the subject, finishing the conversation and hinting that someone else awaited him. While he left, she scolded him playfully for disturbing her residence every time he visited. The man silently received her complaint. Outside, Camellia Palace remained grandly against the open heavens. The next location in his journey, there, a sealed letter awaited on the table. That moment revealed the true reason he had been summoned. Within the palace, an older man addressed the young Lord Theo, surprised by his quiet muttering. Theo carried up the envelope, confirming it was an official invitation addressed to him. That moment was a formal invite to a banquet at Daffodil Palace, celebrating Lady Ragnar's 18th birthday. The senior doubted the reason beyond a banquet during such unstable times, especially one hosted with such grandeur. Theo countered that the grandeur was precisely the time Ragnar's internal balance had been destabilized by Troivan's betrayal. The shift in inheritance, once supported by Troivan, had been interrupted. Theo now remained as the sixth successor, filling a vacuum left by a dead traitor amongst the 9 dragons. The man explained that the banquet was not a simple birthday celebration but a calculated political move. It was signified to reassure companions and intimidate foes, a show that Ragnar still carried strength and influence. The event would also serve as an opportunity for successors and the 9 dragons to evaluate each other confront to confront. The old man grinned, realizing the banquet's true strategic intent. Theo confirmed his attendance, smiling confidently. If the nobles were so eager to meet him, he would not refuse. Using determination, he declared his intent to participate, understanding full well the importance of being seen. That evening, ice softly fell as Daffodil Palace loomed ahead, its grandeur lit by the night's celebration. Within the great ballroom, nobility mingled beneath golden chandeliers, murmuring with interest at the long-anticipated arrival. Guests murmured as Theo Ragnar entered. To many, this was their initial time seeing the newly named sixth successor. His presence silenced the crowd briefly. Walking ahead with confidence, he was formally announced as young Lord Theo Ragnar. Theo could feel the burden of attention pressing on him. Just as expected, all gaze were seeing. The man knew the birthday celebration was merely a cover. The banquet had become a stage for political evaluation. If he wished to assert dominance, now was the instant to make an unforgettable impression. A man approached Theo calmly, remarking that his bold entrance had stirred the room. Theo rounded to see Naven, an old acquaintance. Their greeting was formal, although tinged with familiarity and surprise. Theo noted Naven still wore a beard since their last encounter at the wedding. Naven awkwardly blamed the hectic day. Rumors circled Naven, once the lone survivor of the Bacchus family purge, was now head of the dead house. Despite Bacchus's decline, his presence held burden. Naven's timely alliance with Theo was now the focus of every conversation. Using the atmosphere established, Naven stepped back. Another man stepped ahead. Addressing Theo directly, the true encounter was set to begin. Abrupt shift in the banquet atmosphere drew all gaze as tension sparked between 2 heirs. Their expressions stiffened, and sweat formed not from dread but from the unspoken burden of rank. Breaking the quiet, the stranger politely acknowledged it was their initial meeting and prepared to introduce himself. The man identified himself calmly as the 5th successor, voice steady and composed, commanding attention from the room. Theo had anticipated the approach, recognizing the man's timing and intent. The newcomer revealed his title with pride: Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and a seasoned warrior. The gathered nobles murmured, intrigued by the face-off between the dead leading heir and the newly risen 6th. Thorkel kept a relaxed smile, stating he merely came to assess the man who replaced him. Theo remained composed, although wary. This was no friendly greeting, it was an evaluation in disguise. Theo responded with dry humor, relieved his rival wasn't the immature Axion. Yet he grasped Thorkel's reputation. Praise followed his ascend had been exemplary so far. However, Theo knew reputation signified little, lacking strength in Ragnar, where power was the sole currency. No one truly welcomed a rival unless they could be controlled or crushed. The 2 heirs exchanged a firm handshake, each weighing the other with subtle pressure beyond their smiles. Theo declared himself a representative of the White Dragon Squad, drawing an open division between them. Thorkel snickered, amused by the bold move, but in the background, an immense energy suddenly burst, halting all interaction. A heavy red aura burst as Thorkel's energy flowed, shaking the floor beneath his feet with rough force. The man ridiculed Theo's formality, stating there was no need for titles or distance between them. Using a twisted grin, he extended an offer laced with pressure, telling Theo to simply call him brother. Theo's gaze narrowed. The man didn't flinch as his own strength exploded outward in brilliant blue lightning. Matching Thorkel's tone, he received the invitation to familiarity but not submission. His voice sharpened with resistance as he raced ahead, matching energy for energy, replying, "Then I shall, brother." The banquet hall sparkled with the glow of chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, radiating grandeur. Nobles and fighters were gathering for an important event, the atmosphere formal and tense. A young man winced as he tugged at his collar uncomfortably. The man clearly wasn't exploited to formal attire and struggled with its tightness near his neck. 2 brothers from the Rake family rushed low the hall. One complained loudly about the outfit while the other scolded him, blaming their uncouth behavior for the family's barbaric reputation. While they arrived at the main gathering area, the brothers noticed that most of the guests were already present. Those figures glanced near nervously, trying to blend in. From the stairs, a silver-haired man named Wool emerged with confidence. The man greeted the group warmly, asking how everyone had been. His presence clearly well known and respected. Wool's arrival drew attention. Aristocratic joked about his growing fame in the Western lands, stating he was nearly on par with the Ascendant Dragon, a recognized powerhouse. Wool humbly brushed off the compliment. Wool calmly inquired about Lord Theo, curious about his whereabouts. The man mentioned wanting to ask Theo about the White Dragon Squad's latest movements. And no, their guest, bewildered, glanced near in search of Theo. The mention of his title caused visible tension, as if the mood had shifted slightly. A woman in a dark gown quickly approached Wool and apologized for not addressing him properly earlier. Wool unfazed reassured her and noted he grasped the true reason beyond the gathering. A palm elegantly raised a glass of red wine, pausing as if in anticipation. The setting was calm for just an instant more. Suddenly, two opposing forces of intense arcane energy exploded in the hall, one crimson red and the other icy blue. Guests rounded their heads in shock as the atmosphere ignited. The collision of auras dominated the room. As the two colors flowed and collided, gaze rounded toward the source. Someone muttered in doubt, wondering if the one beyond it was truly Theo. The strength was unmistakable. Causing such turmoil in a formal event was unthinkable, yet no one could deny the signature energy. Sole one man could create such a tempest, Lord Theo. The energy waves revealed two figures at the center of the maelstrom. Theo remained locked in an encounter with another man, both radiating immense pressure, their powers distorting the very air. Theo grinned confidently as he advanced. With a roar of released strength, the hall was engulfed in radiance and force, all gaze fixed on the deadly clash that had just started. After an intense encounter, the dark-haired man raised his hands in mock surrender, laughing and admitting loss. His tone was playful, but the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Theo rounded away, stating calmly that the surrender was unnecessary. His opponent had simply let him win. That moment was not a triumph earned through skill, but given using a grin. The other man confirmed Theo's suspicion. He admitted it lacking delay. Revealing a deeper layer beyond his earlier concession, there was a reason for it beyond the fight. Lifting a glass of wine, the older man warned that excessive modesty could be insulting to one's opponent. Despite his earlier surrender, he emphasized that his compliment had been genuine. Looking up at the chandeliers and the hall full of nobles, he mirrored that if his younger self had battled Theo today, he would have lost, lacking question, acknowledging Theo's immense growth. Theo raised his own glass in response, recognizing the praise as sincere. But the older man's expression hinted that his remarks held beyond just admiration, they had intent. Using raised voices and smiles, the older brother praised Theo publicly, calling him a magnificent younger sibling. His remarks rang through the hall, drawing the attention of the other nobles. The man spoke for a toast, lifting his glass to honor the new Ragnar. The crowd quickly followed, their voices echoing as they raised their drinks in unity and celebration. Glasses clinked together as a cheer burst. For Ragnar, the toast sealed Theo's recognition, but also subtly shifted attention back to the man who initiated it. Smiling, the older brother asked Theo how it felt to debut as the next successor. Theo thanked him, but beyond the thanks, he began to understand the older man's true intent. Internally, Theo understood that the praise and ritual served a strategic intent. The man wasn't just elevating Theo, he was securing his own position in the gaze of the public. By creating a spectacle of strength and then gracefully yielding, the man both reaffirmed his own power and earned respect from the crowd by acknowledging a rising rival. Theo's ideas rounded to the broader consequences. What began as a banquet had become a carefully orchestrated stage for political positioning and manipulation of public perception. Now, entirely aware of his brother Thorkel Ragnar's tactics, Theo understood that the friendly and social exterior masked a calculating strategist who knew how to shape opinion. While conversations resumed, others confirmed what Theo already suspected: his arcane outburst had left an impression. His peers glanced at him with awe, cementing his rank, just as Thorkel had intended. The banquet hall buzzed with admiration. Guests murmured in awe of Theo's power and maturity at such a young age. His reputation had grown instantly. Amongst the crowd, an ambitious noblewoman saw an opportunity. The woman schemed aloud, wondering if Theo, unmarried, forced become a good match for her daughter, hinting at political goals. Overlooking the entire hall from above, a palm slammed low in frustration. Hidden from the crowd's praise, someone gripped the balcony rail, unable to hide their growing resentment. The man on the balcony and senior of the Ragnar clan gripped his wine tightly. The man had arranged to use Theo's low birth rank as a reason to expel him from the clan's affairs. His scheme had been simple: provoke Theo into misconduct and use it to justify his removal. Yet another had unexpectedly stepped in, disrupting his plan. The senior seethed in quiet. Seeing Theo gain admiration and authority made his stomach churn. To him, Theo was still an outsider, and his rising influence was intolerable. Suddenly, his attention shifted. His expression tensed as he glanced out the window, catching sight of something unexpected outside on the balcony. Two young women remained together under the sunlight, one of them keeping a glass of wine. Their quiet instant contrasted with the tension within the banquet hall. They snickered together warmly, ignorant of the senior's glare from within. Their calm and natural interaction remained out in a place dominated by political undercurrents and strained civility. The senior burst in fury, shouting in doubt at the sight. The man was offended that someone would act so calmly during such a formal event, his fury barely contained. Elsewhere, under the open night heavens, one of the women complimented the other's appearance. The festive setting shimmered near them, calm and serene. The one in the red dress smiled shyly at the praise. Although uncertain at initial, she was clearly flattered by the genuine compliment, slowly warming up to the atmosphere. The woman who gave the compliment reassured her friend, saying she never gave false praise. The woman insisted the other glanced both pretty and cute, something rarely said to the team leader. Blushing and flustered, the girl in red muttered the word cute under her air. The woman had not expected to feel this embarrassed at a formal event. Suddenly, she panicked and tried to run, insisting she would change back into her uniform. Her friend grabbed her, scolding her playfully and refusing to let her leave in the middle of the banquet. Abrupt sound shattered the instant. Glass burst near the girl in the red dress as her expression stilled in shock. Something dark had entered the banquet's edge. A sinister presence crept in, immense her with dread. Her breathing faltered as a voice resounded in her thoughts, dripping with disgust towards someone she couldn't yet see. The atmosphere shifted sharply from the entrance. A towering man cloaked in darkness began descending the stairs. The girl, sensing the threat, immediately rounded and began to flee. The older man, clearly enraged, roared low at them with venom in his voice. His remarks weren't just loud, they were targeted and demeaning, aimed at the girl in red. Her friend, although frightened, attempted to intervene and speak up. She mentioned the man's high rank amongst the 9 dragons, but doubted whether such abuse of strength was acceptable. Despite the scolding, the team leader dragged her companion back. The woman had made a choice to avoid conflict, but her confront was marked by the agony of shame. Still shaking, the girl told her friend, Arin, that she was okay. The woman tried to smile, but her confront was pale, and gore trickled from her lip. Arin hesitated, clearly not convinced, but the girl repeated her remarks, insisting she was fine. Although crying rose in her gaze, the woman begged her companion not to act on her behalf. Despite the injustice, she didn't want to escalate the circumstance. Her murmured plea held desperation and a deep dread. Arin remained silently, shocked. The woman had never seen her team leader like this, so genuinely terrified. That moment was as although something deeper, something hidden, had been triggered. As she gripped her hand, Arin's thoughts raced. The woman wondered what unspeakable history existed between her friend and the terrifying man now confronting them. From across the open snow-covered fields, the man barked out a last warning. His command was open. She was never to appear before him again. The burden of those remarks lingered heavily. Odd energy began to move as the man narrowed his eye, sensing something unusual. His expression rounded from fury to confusion. Shining orbs of strength began swirling near the red-haired girl's arm, responding to her distress. The woman didn't seem to entirely understand what was occurring. Arin gasped in awareness. The woman recognized the surge of magic and shouted the remarks that confirmed her shock. This wasn't just a show of strength. That moment was the mark of the prime dragon. As strength burst between them, the man hit lacking delay. Electricity flowed as he advanced, and the girl barely managed to shield herself from the onslaught. The man shut the distance in a blink, smashing her to the floor. Her attempt to defend with arcane energy could not to slow him low. Towering over her, the man ridiculed her resistance. He ridiculed the idea that a mere display of strength could undo the history or reclaim a former existence. His gaze glowed with contempt as he barked out cruel declarations. To him, she was beneath observe mere trash unworthy of standing. The man warned her with finality. If she ever emerged before him again, he wouldn't just cast her aside, he would destroy her completely. Shaking, she lurched back, low the footsteps, keeping in her agony. Arin's voice spoke out beyond her, but the team leader kept moving, wounded not just in frame, but spirit. Arin, trembling, stepped ahead and swore to report the assault to the Office of Law. The woman trusted that retribution would be served. The man scoffed at her resolve. The very mention of law amused him. To him, such systems were meaningless inside Ragnar. Using chilling calm, he reminded her of Ragnar's philosophy, soul the strong endure. The man warned that she would soon understand what that truly signified. Outside, the ice had started to fall again. The girl in red ran across the icy road, her footprints vanishing in the slush. The woman grit her teeth as the memories flooded her. Her pace quickened as if she could outrun the agony, but her ideas spiraled. Regret filled her chest. This place was never signified to accept her. The comfort of the banquet had disappeared. In her heart she screamed, "I never should have come." The woman fell to the floor in the dark, unable to hold back the flashbacks. Her childhood, filled with agony and rejection, came flooding back. The same man once loomed over her in a mind. The man spat venomous remarks, threatening to rip her down if she ever dared to call him father again. Crying, the younger version of her had begged to be acknowledged. Yet his hatred was absolute. His last command resounded in her thoughts: "Never appear before me again." The ice crunched beneath her feet as Evelyn ran aimlessly through the harsh night. Her air was heavy, and her thoughts resounded with old memories that refused to fade. Her ideas spiraled. All that had just happened felt exactly like her history. No matter how much she tried to escape or increase stronger, she understood little had truly shifted. The woman stopped abruptly, her frame trembling. Just as she lifted her gaze, a familiar person emerged ahead, a man whose confront she knew all too well. The man smiled sharply as he greeted her by title, pretending to be casual. His tone was mocking, hiding malice beyond a friendly fa-fa-day. The man commented on her direction, reminding her that the banquet hall was the other way. His remarks, although polite, were laced with condescension and quiet amusement. Evelyn stilled, crying rose in her gaze as she understood she had run straight into another nightmare. The false kindness in his tone cut deeper than any open hostility. Within the banquet hall, the celebration continued. Laughter and chatter filled the air as nobles exchanged pleasantries beneath the golden chandeliers. Suddenly, a sharp scream resounded from outside, piercing through the noise. Conversation stopped, and heads rounded toward the entrance, confusion spreading amongst the guests. Theo and the others rounded toward the noise, alarm flashing across their faces. The once festive hall grew tense, the abrupt sound sending waves of unease through everyone present. Outside, the older man Julius Ragnar snarled in fury as energy flowed near him. His booming voice filled the courtyard as he screamed accusations at someone unseen. The man ranted about his authority and rank as the captain of the White Dragon Squad, his fury consuming all reason. His pride had been wounded, and he demanded recognition through violence. Fury twisted his confront as he bellowed his own title, Julius Ragnar, into the air, asserting his dominance to everyone nearby. His roar resounded into the hall, marking the beginning of another conflict. A warrior radiating uncontrollable fury remained with shining red gaze. His confront contorted in fury. The force of his anger caused the surrounding air to tremble as he bellowed a title that shook the room: Julius Ragnar. Lacking delay, he lunged ahead with full power. His movements were aggressive and unrestrained, driven by personal vengeance. The crackling energy from his hands showed he had no intent to hold back. Within a great coliseum filled with high-ranking observers, the warrior launched himself across the floor. His landing sent shockwaves through the hall as Julius Ragnar remained at the center, ready for encounter. Using a harsh expression, the attacker reminded Julius of a history promised to drag him into the same abyss of destruction. His voice was low, but his intent was open and unwavering. In response, darkness moved swiftly through the hall. Guards rushed in, swords taken, having received urgent orders to neutralize the now labeled traitor. From all directions, armored knights converged on the enraged man. The man was declared a threat to the clan and had to be restrained immediately. The hall rounded into a war zone under official command. Weapons gleamed as blades were unsheathed and aimed toward the intruder, each knight positioned with precision, ready to follow the directive of higher command. Using expert coordination, the knights encircled him, forming a defensive circle. The pressure escalated as quiet fell over the observers. A commanding voice announced the Law Council's intervention. The captain of the White Dragon Squad, Julius Ragnar, was to be detained for injuring the senior dragon head counselor, signaling formal verdict. Julius remained unflinching as an officer requested his cooperation. His response was defiant, questioning the consequence if he refused. An Senior narrowed his gaze but remained silent, keeping back his reaction. The room awaited his response with tension. Another Senior firmly reminded Julius of the clan's sacred doctrine. All sworn oaths must be honored, even in the darkest times of Ragnar's decline. Julius glanced back at the history, recalling his vow made 4 years ago before the clan elders, a pledge not to stand idly by. His gaze fixated on a young girl standing helplessly in the crowd. Fury built inside him again. Igniting his aura, Julius flowed ahead in a blaze of red energy, declaring that if harm touched the child again, he would make them suffer the same destiny he once endured. Amid the turmoil, murmurs resounded through the crowd. One observer asked what had happened, and another revealed the shocking news. The demon dragon had shattered the senior dragon's arm. Panic started to spread. An inspector, clearly unprepared for the scale of violence, doubted whether they should even stay. The danger felt far beyond their authority. A young man, disturbed by the turn of events, understood something was changed. In his previous existence, this instant had never occurred. The man couldn't understand why things were changing now. While his gaze hit on Evelyn, clarity began to form. Her presence was somehow central to this shift in destiny, and it all began to make sense. The man recalled her title Evelyn Nereville. A suppressed mind resurfaced, linking her to something he had overlooked before. A clear memory hit him. The man saw a fragile palm reaching out in desperation. That instant buried in his history had finally resurfaced with burden and intent. Evelyn Nereville, he remembered, was the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. Her birth was kept secret to preserve the family's reputation. Wolfgang, a firm believer in pure bloodlines, saw Evelyn as a shameful stain on the family's honor and did all in his strength to keep her hidden. The man had once arranged to cast her out of the clan entirely. Yet then, the demon dragon intervened, disrupting those plans and protecting the girl. Recognizing her promise, the demon dragon brought Evelyn into the White Dragon Squad, reshaping her tomorrow entirely. While she proved her power and rose in rank, Wolfgang's secret was at risk. His dread of public disgrace rounded into desperation. To erase his disgrace, Wolfgang attempted to kill Evelyn, his own daughter, employing a fabricated error as justification. Although gravely wounded, Evelyn survived the attack. Yet the experience left her scarred and cautious, forcing her into isolation. The woman chose to live silently, avoiding public events. That moment explained why she was absent from all major moments in the previous timeline. Now, all was changed. The current crisis, the public violence, Evelyn's return, none of it existed before. The man finally grasped. This was all caused by his return. Standing amidst the tension, the young man recognized the turmoil unraveling before him was a consequence of his return. Realizing his duty in these events, he swore to make things right. With determination blazing in his gaze, he launched himself toward the center of conflict, unleashing a burst of red aura that cut through the guards, heading straight for his enemy. And Senior stepped ahead, mocking the act as reckless. The man spoke attention to the demon dragon's aggression, labeling it a threat to the very figures who once protected Ragnar's inheritance. Another Senior accused the demon dragon of abusing the sacred authority of the 9 dragons, a strength reserved for the family head, employing it against his own family in open resistance. His remarks stirred murmurs amongst the crowd, many beginning to question whether such behavior could be considered treason under the clan's rigid code. Julius, furious at the hypocrisy, exploded in anger. The man rejected the accusation, demanding to know how someone who manipulated strength for personal gain dared speak of retribution. And Senior finally raised his palm, calling for calm. The room fell silent as he reminded both sides of the disruption they were causing. He rounded to the crowd, lamenting that what should have been a joyous celebration had been rounded into a battleground of dread and hostility due to their feud. Glancing between the guests and the disgraced fighters, he proposed a resolution through Ragnar's traditional method of conflict, one that had settled many disputes before, a formal duel trial. The protagonist received lacking delay, his voice steady as he invoked the old rite of the duel trial, a challenge of power to resolve the matter. The injured Senior rejected the proposal, shouting that there was no need for a trial since he had already been attacked. Despite his protest, the proposal was acknowledged. The turmoil needed resolution, and the duel trial would restore order. The protagonist calmly asked for agreement to proceed. Suddenly, attention shifted as the gates burst open. All gaze rounded to a regal woman in black, her presence commanding moment quiet. Gasps spread through the crowd as they recognized her. The woman interrupted the ritual with authority, demanding answers about what was occurring at her daughter's birthday celebration. Her identity became Open Ice Dragon Neil Ragnar Tun, Lord of the Daffodil Palace. Her arrival marked a new, unexpected turn in the escalating conflict. Senior attempted to protest, urging Neil Ragnar Tun to acknowledge Julius's violence, but she remained unmoved. The woman rejected the conflict as petty and not value her time. Using open disdain, she agreed to the duel trial proposed by the boy. Her icy demeanor commanded obedience, and her remarks were last. Using a chilling glare, she declared that this would be the last mercy her patience would allow, sending a sharp warning through the entire hall. Observers doubted the fairness of the duel trial, noting that even the elders' representatives were seasoned veterans, giving them an advantage. They acknowledged Soul the demon dragon had any true opportunity against such elite opponents, but even then his companions were too few and too frail. The rule was laid out. The initial 2 rounds would be battled by Cho's representatives, while the last and deciding round would pit the plaintiff directly against the defendant. And Senior's internal ideas deceived his confidence. The man glanced over at the demon dragon's side, questioning who could even represent him. All he saw were a one-armed woman and a young man of low birth individuals he deemed incapable of surviving even the initial match. smirking to himself. He trusted the trial wouldn't last long enough for the last round to even happen. In his thoughts, their side had already won. The senior plotted to finish the match decisively in the initial 2 duels, removing any opportunity for a comeback. The man was confident in their immense advantage. Despite the growing noise, another voice calmly received the rules. He trusted the result would reveal the reality through combat. Not remarks. Theo Ragnar remained in quiet. The burden of the upcoming battle heavy in his gaze. Some amongst the crowd began to realize he forced be beyond what he seemed. In hindsight, the turmoil was inevitable. The demon dragon's temperament was too volatile, and an encounter bound to happen. Had Theo not intervened, the senior dragon could have exploited the event to politically dismantle the demon dragon's standing. In a single decisive act, Theo found a way to halt the fall, offering a solution that both sides' foes and companions could agree to. Theo remained silently, seeing the preparations unfold. His ideas remained unreadable, but his slight grin hinted at confidence. For him, this force proved to be entertaining. Under the supervision of the Law Council, the arena was declared ready. Using ice softly falling, the duel trial was officially announced to begin. To ensure fairness, all participants were prohibited from employing mana. The council decreed that every action inside the arena would fall under Ragnar's protection and verdict. Before the matches began, an oath was taken. Both sides promised no acts of vengeance or lingering resentment would follow after the duel. Regardless of the result, Julius and his rival made the pledge before the council. Despite tension in the air, both sides agreed to abide by the law. With formalities complete, the council spoke for the initial combatants to step ahead, marking the official beginning of the trial by combat. Theo entered the ring with steady footsteps. His presence drew quiet from the crowd, and even his opponents took note of the tension he held. In the stands, companions and observers doubted his condition. Those figures acknowledged that his opponent emerged formidable, even amongst elite fighters. Questions quickly followed: was this opponent truly that powerful? Why were people so concerned? The answer lay in the opponent's reputation. Theo's opponent was revealed to be Gale Blade Beta, a powerful aide to the senior dragon. Recognized for his exceptional swordplay, he ranked amongst the top-tier inspectors. Even those allied with the elders agreed Beta's skills, although not as dominant as the main council members, made him more suitable for the fight than any senior. A command was issued. Beta was told to hold little back. This duel wasn't to prove a time, it was a direct order to kill. A warning masked as strategy. Some hesitated, questioning whether it was wise to kill Theo, a successor candidate. The senior rejected the concern with chilling indifference. The man reminded his aide that anything done during the duel trial was legally protected. Triumph was all that mattered, and injury, even demise, would be tolerated. Looking toward the field, a voice asked if Theo was truly ready for what lay ahead. The quiet in his expression gave no answer, but the trial had already started. The observers, standing on the sidelines, speculated openly. Those figures were confident the duel wouldn't last long and assumed the result was already resolute in their favor. Amongst them, Theo remained calm. As he stepped ahead, he mirrored on his intent not just to endure the trial, but to restore the honor stolen from those like Evelyn, using conviction in his stride and determination in his gaze. Theo leapt into the arena. The duel had officially started, not sole for triumph, but for retribution. Under the harsh night heavens, ornate street lamps flickered softly in the breeze, casting a soft golden hue over the war zone below. Snowflakes drifted lazily, creating a sharp contrast to the tension rising in the air. From above, a man in black descended rapidly, blade taken and cloak trailing beyond him. His expression was focused, and the movement in his limbs showed practiced control, not delay. On the floor, another person calmly raised a whistle to his lips, blowing a sharp note. That moment was a silent signal he had no intention of retreating from the encounter. The cloaked man hit and dashed ahead, accelerating instantly. His sword shimmered under the moonlight, and the force of his charge tore through the air. A furious clash followed. Metal collided with explosive intensity as both fighters exchanged rapid strikes. Sparks shot from every impact, echoing across the stone floor. The intensity of the duel grew, with each blow resonating like thunder. Those figures moved at high pace, neither yielding floor, blades locked in deadly rhythm. Their battle drove them further across the open plaza. Boots skidded across stone, kicking up ice and dust as they pivoted and hit again. Suddenly, a blast of strength burst, scattering debris in all directions. One of the fighters released a burst of energy to break the stalemate. In the aftermath of the explosion, clear trails of blade energy danced in the air. One man flowed ahead again, undeterred, resolute to regain control of the fight. The older warrior narrowed his gaze as he observed his opponent, despite being younger. The other man wasn't backing low and was matching him blow for blow. It became open. The younger one lacked rough experience, yet he was keeping his own. The senior couldn't dismiss how refined his swordplay had become. Deciding to finish the duel, the veteran drove ahead aggressively. The man launched into a finishing strike, aiming to overpower with sheer dominance. The seasoned warrior began to press harder. Seeing signs of delay in the younger man's footwork, the man sensed the gap in true combat experience. While he shut in, he acknowledged the gift before him but judged it incomplete. The power was there, but the confidence in battle still wavered. Out of respect for his opponent's promise and title, he chose a decisive yet merciful last blow, swift, clean, and lacking unnecessary agony. As the sword shut in, the younger warrior twisted his frame unnaturally, exposing what emerged to be a fatal opening. His abrupt expression revealed no dread soul intent. The older fighter flinched. The man saw the gap but hesitated. Doubts crept in. Was it intentional? Was this a trap carefully set to bait his strike? From above, the battle paused in tense suspense. The younger man's positioning defied reason, and the senior hesitated, unsure if he had been manipulated mid-fight. The two fighters parted momentarily, one retreating across the platform with silent footsteps. The harsh air between them pulsed with residual tension. The older man processed what had just happened. He understood if the younger one hadn't stopped his sword, the fight would have ended with his demise. Yet, he couldn't understand why his opponent halted his attack at the last instant. Confusion lingered. Why did he show mercy? Inside the younger warrior's thoughts, a haunting voice resounded relentlessly. Dark whispers pushed violence, demanding that he destroy all before him. His confront contorted with hidden conflict as the voice drove deeper. It wasn't his ideas, it was something darker, something buried in fury and agony. The voice multiplied, growing louder. Kill them all. Kill every last one. His pupils glowed red as he struggled to suppress the immense urge. He gripped his chin, letting out a strained air as he dragged back. The internal war left him briefly exposed, forcing his opponent to rethink the circumstance. The older warrior analyzed him again. The boy glanced full of openings, as if deliberately luring him in with another baited stance. Resolute not to fall for it twice, he launched a counterattack, ready to anticipate the trap and reverse the blow with deadly precision. Their blades collided violently again, sparks exploding in every direction. The intensity had come back, but this time, the younger one carried something back. Amid the turmoil, the older man noticed the change. The killing intent had faded, replaced by something focused, controlled, and self-directed. With red gaze still shining, the younger fighter suppressed the voices inside and growled silently. I'll handle it myself, so shut your mouth. The battle intensified again, both fighters colliding in mid-air. Their blades crossed with devastating force, causing shockwaves that cracked the floor beneath them. The senior warrior shouted in doubt, his frustration peaking. The man could sense that something within the young fighter had shifted, something harsh and focused. Theo's gaze seared red with clarity. His strike cut through the senior's guard, forcing him to retreat under the pressure of a precise counterattack. A towering column of icy energy burst from the floor. As Theo released a wave of rough strength, the entire Colosseum shook under the force. Smoke and frost spread rapidly, obscuring the arena. The observers gasped in awe as the immense display of power rushed across the field. From inside the mist, a woman dressed in ceremonial robes calmly stepped ahead, her gaze locked on Theo with quiet intrigue. She observed silently, impressed. Internally, she acknowledged that even lacking the support of mana, the level of destruction Theo achieved was remarkable. The woman noted the split that had fractured the arena floor. The impact of Theo's last strike was deep and wide, a testament to his control and rough force. Elsewhere, Theo's opponent lay defeated, his frame sprawled across the rubble, flooded by the strength he could not anymore contend with. The arena quieted. A judge glanced across the field, taking in the result before solemnly raising his palm to declare the victor. Dual trial initial round victor, Theo Ragnar, he shouted. As gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience, Theo remained silently, steam rising from his frame. His gaze remained crimson, and his presence radiated an ominous stillness, as if something deeper stirred inside him. In the aftermath, Theo mirrored on the abrupt burst of strength. That moment hadn't come from his practice, it was something else entirely. The man understood it wasn't like the usual interference from the voices in his head. This sensation felt as if something was guiding him directly, although dangerous. He admitted to himself that surrendering to those buried grudges had unlocked something terrifying yet undeniably effective. After the intense initial match, Theo's gaze glimmered with renewed ambition. The air near him pulsed faintly with the remnants of dark energy still coursing through his veins. The announcer's voice resounded across the Coliseum, declaring the beginning of the second round. Both contestants were spoke ahead to the center of the stage. Theo was announced as the defending fighter, and his next opponent stepped out in senior warrior whose presence solitary radiated authority and danger. The new opponent approached slowly, dragging a massive blade across the icy floor. Its sheer burden cracked the stone beneath each step. Observers murmured in awe as the man introduced himself, a former Dragon Gate swordmaster, Paige Grayson, recognized as the Blade of Mystics. The crowd marveled at the sight. Even lacking channeling mana, the senior's control over the enormous sword showed the mastery of a lifetime dedicated to combat. In the stands, Theo's companions watched nervously. Their expressions stiffened as they understood the clan's elders were taking this duel far more seriously. One of the older supporters explained silently that, unlike the previous match, this time in senior had intervened directly, an unmistakable sign of intent. The implication was open. This wasn't just another test. The clan wanted Theo eliminated under the guise of a sanctioned duel. While the arena cleared, quiet fell over the field. The floor still bore deep scars from the previous battle, steam rising from the cracked stone. The senior raised his palm, signaling readiness, while the judge prepared to begin the round. The tension built, every spectator keeping their air. Just before the signal, Theo unexpectedly lifted his own palm, not to attack, but in surrender. His calm expression contrasted the shock that spread through the arena. Theo's declaration shocked everyone. "I yield," he said plainly, lowering his sword. Murmurs rippled through the crowd in doubt. The senior stared, bewildered, as Theo grinned lightly. The man acknowledged the open difference in experience between himself and the seasoned master. Confidently, Theo admitted through his calm demeanor that even lacking fighting, the result was obvious sometimes. Restraint was the sharpest weapon. Paige Grayson was declared the second-round victor. Despite Theo's surrender, murmurs of admiration resounded through the crowd. His choice had left a tactical impact. Observers silently acknowledged that Theo's maneuver damaged the council's pride. The man had avoided unnecessary injury while maintaining public favor. Although visibly frustrated, Grayson couldn't shake the thought that Theo may have outmaneuvered him with foresight, something that left even stiffened veterans unsettled. Amongst his companions, Evelyn lowered her head in guilt, blaming herself for the pressure Theo faced. The woman silently apologized, her voice filled with regret. Yet Theo reassured her, lacking delay. To him, helping one another was the natural duty of comrades. The man promised to strike back even harder. Evelyn, although silent, listened closely. Her gripped palm over her heart showed the emotional burden she held in that instant. A commander stepped ahead, offering Evelyn a place amongst the elite White Dragon heavy cavalry, believing her talents were wasted in the darkness. Yet another voice interjected Theo's. The man reminded her of her promise that she once swore to become his blade, not anyone else's, using resolve. He declared that he would honor both her long-forgotten vision and the one who had introduced her to this road, no matter the cost. Evelyn clutched her chest, moved by the unwavering support from both men. The mind of being cared for drove her ideas to a changing time. She mirrored on her own fears of staying frozen in the history and failing to step ahead. That instant made her to confront her delay. Using the last round about to begin, her choice solidified the duty of the villain. The burden she held could not anymore hold her back. Evelyn stepped into the arena, her expression fierce. She gripped her fists and swore to sever the chain of frailty with her own hands. As the third and last round was announced, her voice cut through the harsh air. She had something to say and wasn't keeping back anymore. Her opponent stepped ahead, blade taken and expression harsh. Theo Ragnar remained again, ready to confront a new challenge, one that had become personal. Using the third round officially underway, the senior from the council brooded in frustration. His pride had already taken damage, and now the clan's reputation was at stake. His hidden ideas revealed desperation if necessary. He was prepared to inflict a fatal blow just to secure dominance over House Julius. Yet, as the defense requested a change in fighter, confusion rippled through the arena. From the crowd's quiet surfaced a new contender, Evelyn, rung onto the war zone. The senior scoffed at the sight of Evelyn, mocking the absurdity of her appearance. To him, this was reckless bravado, a bluff with no burden beyond it. Yet Evelyn remained firm, declaring confidently that the one who should be pleading for mercy wasn't her. It was him. Her sword glinted beneath the night heavens. Using a single movement, she drew her blade and assumed a stance that silenced the jeers. Her expression was sharp, and the audience carried their air. Evelyn took a deep air and spoke out a word with chilling intensity: "Father." Her blade pointed directly at the senior, no delay in her voice. Her declaration shocked him. Recognition flashed in his gaze as the reality hit him. This wasn't just a rival fighter. It was his daughter, now rounded against him. A revelation stirred the arena. Evelyn, recognized as the elite commander of the White Dragon Squad, was rumored to be the daughter of the powerful aristocratic Wolfgang. Whispers spread rapidly, questioning the reality beyond her lineage and noting the lack of resemblance. Speculations deepened. Some wondered if she was an illegitimate child, while others recalled Wolfgang's lawful wife, fueling doubts about Evelyn's origin. That moment became open that her claims force not be lies after all. A powerful presence descended, his aura heavy with fury. Wolfgang himself surfaced, his voice thundering with denial. The man rejected the possibility of being her father, declaring it as utter nonsense and attacking the accusation head on. Evelyn confronted him lacking dread. Her calm expression masked years of agony. She reminded him of the history, how he nearly killed her, all to quiet the reality of her identity. She recounted the harsh instant when he beat her half to demise, enraged at her claim of being his child. The woman emphasized how even her position in the White Dragon Squad hadn't shielded her from his violence. Her voice rang out in the silent field as she accused him of trying to erase her to maintain the purity of his house. Wolfgang, flooded by fury and guilt, roared in fury, denying her right to exist as a Ragnar. The crowd gasped as Wolfgang lurched, visibly shaken. The blow to his reputation was as fierce as any physical strike. His authority cracked under the burden of reality. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves, mocking the irony. The man who once upheld the sanctity of aristocratic bloodlines now remained accused of fathering a child in secrecy. Veteran nobles criticized him, pointing out his recklessness. One warned that his refusal to acknowledge Evelyn had sole worsened the circumstance. Another doubted why he hadn't ended it sooner, if he truly saw her as a threat. Wolfgang gripped his teeth, fury and regret clashing in his gaze. The consequences of his history decisions were now unavoidable. In the distance, Evelyn remained firm. The woman was not any more solitary. Companions flanked her comrades who had received her regardless of lineage. One of them reassured her softly, but she refused to retreat. Her resolve was unwavering. Another comrade stepped ahead, urging the others to trust her and observe what came next. The arena shook as Evelyn launched ahead. Her movement was fast, calculated, and filled with years of restrained strength. Wolfgang met her assault, but Evelyn had already seized the initiative. Her weapon collided against his with immense momentum. The war zone burst in energy. Radiance, strength, and pace flowed between father and daughter, not as family, but as foes whose history had led to this inevitable clash. Gasps burst from the observers as one senior recognized the technique Evelyn had just released. His expression rounded to doubt, realizing it was no ordinary strike. The floor split beneath the pace of her movement. The woman had triggered the Wind Thunder God technique, a long-lost martial art thought to be extinct. Veteran fighters watched in awe, naming the signature form Wind Thunder Dog. To them, it was unmistakable. Her mastery of such a technique was something they couldn't comprehend. The crowd struggled to understand how Evelyn, with her lineage doubted, had acquired one of Windstorm's legendary techniques, a style presumed to have disappeared. The heavens above twisted violently as Evelyn summoned a swirling cyclone of spiritual energy, her aura driving Wolfgang back across the war zone. Whispers rounded to awe. The woman wasn't just defending, she was overpowering him. Even against a top-tier swordsman like Wolfgang, she carried her floor and more. Observers began questioning who truly carried superior skill. Yet not everyone was surprised. One observer, calmly analyzing the duel, noted the sealed format of the match allowed Evelyn to display her full capabilities lacking restriction. The man emphasized that Wolfgang, despite his reputation, had relied too much on family rank. Lacking a solid foundation in practice, he would have never reached such heights on his own. While blades collided again, Wolfgang's fury boiled over. The man charged in, but his movements lacked the refinement of Evelyn's storm-forged rhythm. The gap between them was becoming obvious. Evelyn endured the pressure, parrying one heavy blow after another. Her expression was tense, but unwavering as she maintained focus through the onslaught. Suddenly, she broke through his defense. Sparks shot as her sword collided violently with his, forcing Wolfgang to retreat under the burden of her counterattack. Their swords locked again in a dramatic exchange. Evelyn carried her floor, forcing Wolfgang to acknowledge her power for the initial time. Her presence on the war zone could not anymore be ignored. Wolfgang growled with disdain, shouting his dominance. The man threatened to beat her low until she submitted, unwilling to let her escape his grip or defy him further. Evelyn's gaze narrowed with fiery resolve. The woman refused to yield, declaring her own intent with every strike. Her attacks came faster now, each one carrying a notice he couldn't dismiss. Staggering back, Wolfgang's confidence cracked. Abrupt burst of strength from Evelyn's next blow caught him off guard, forcing his gaze wide in doubt. His once unchallenged control was slipping rapidly, with her blade raised high. Evelyn met Wolfgang's assault lacking delay. Her stance was not any more defensive, it was an open challenge. Wolfgang lurched in doubt as her power made him back. Her voice, calm and resolute, reminded him of the dread she once had and how it had faded. Not any more controlled by dread, Evelyn revealed her hidden resolve. While a child, he had been her realm now. She was standing against him with clarity and intent. Evelyn declared she had shifted. She now had companions, people who remained by her, believed her, and trusted in her completely. Flashes of familiar faces emerged, comrades, friends, and mentors who had walked with her through adversity. Those figures were her foundation now. The image of her younger self cowering in the darkness faded. The woman was not anymore the shattered girl who once clung to Wolfgang for protection. Her power was now her own. Evelyn charged in with explosive strength, slicing through Wolfgang's defenses. The war zone lit up as sparks rained from their clashing blades. Wolfgang reeled back, unable to match her momentum. His expression twisted in doubt at the power she had achieved. Evelyn roared her last declaration. She was not any more frail. Her voice rang with confidence as she hit with unrelenting force. The duel ended in a resounding declaration. Evelyn Nereville had defeated Wolfgang. Witnesses stared in shock, unable to deny what had just happened. Gasps and doubt spread amongst the observers. For many, Wolfgang's loss was unthinkable. His aura of dominance had shattered. Yet, even in loss, Wolfgang refused to accept the result. Rising slowly, he growled in frustration, clinging to his pride despite the crowd's verdict. The man roared defiantly, stating the duel wasn't over. Ice cracked beneath his feet as he prepared to strike again, unwilling to yield. Yet a commanding voice stopped him. A high-ranking person stepped ahead, calling him out directly for dishonoring the results of the match. The woman remained calmly before him, her presence heavy with authority. The woman reminded him of his duty. If he still claimed to be one of the 9 dragons, he had to uphold honor, not disgrace it. Using the battle concluded, the verdict was declared. Evelyn Nereville remained victorious in the third duel trial. Her title spoke aloud for all to hear. The verdict followed swiftly, not guilty. Her honor, long doubted, was finally restored before the full tribunal and audience. Evelyn, beaten but proud, took a steady step ahead. She remained upright and reported her return not as a disgraced warrior, but as one who had proven herself through power and reality. Her companions awaited her return. One of them acknowledged her labor with few remarks, simply stating that she had done well, remarks she had longed to hear. She rounded to confront them, lips trembling slightly as the comfort of acceptance washed over her. There was no applause, sole genuine respect. Crying rose in Evelyn's gaze, not from agony, but from relief. The recognition she had battled so hard for had finally come. Elsewhere, members of the council rushed to support their injured leader. Although Wolfgang had been defeated, they focused on stabilizing the circumstance. The blade was recovered, but Wolfgang's condition remained dangerous. The man was wounded, but his fury was still unchecked, blazing beneath the surface. Lacking warning, Wolfgang's fury exploded once more. The man cast off those assisting him and rose in resistance, darkness swirling near him violently. His voice thundered with hatred as he screamed Evelyn's title. Insanity driven his movements as he charged at her again, ignoring all reason. His attack, driven by shame and fury, tore through the war zone. The man swore to kill her himself, regardless of the verdict or audience. Evelyn remained her floor as Wolfgang lunged, ignoring the damage he had already suffered. The man was beyond reason, devoured entirely by vengeance, just as his attack was set to ground. Abrupt streak of movement stopped him mid-air. A powerful strike intercepted him with devastating precision. Wolfgang was frozen in shock. The same palm that once supported him now restrained him. A warrior's voice cut the tension, offering a last warning. "Do you want me to rip off your remaining arm too?" the person growled. Wolfgang's rampage had finally reached its edge, and the consequences were now inescapable. Before the celebration could settle, abrupt tremors shook the floor. Flashes of radiance burst in the heavens as enemy forces launched a surprise attack. Soldiers reacted instantly. Alarms rang out as panic spread. The title of the attackers resounded. The Trovan family had initiated an raid. Commanders issued orders. All units were told to fall back and return to their posts. The battle may have ended, but war had just started. Theo rounded sharply toward Evelyn. The transition from duel to war zone left no time for mirror. They were being summoned. An officer relayed orders with urgency. Both Theo and Evelyn were to return to the White Dragon squad immediately. There was no room for delay, while others moved swiftly to respond. Wolfgang remained defiant. The man shouted to stop them, insisting the duel was not finished, unable to let go of his shattered pride. While Wolfgang bellowed across the courtyard, a powerful presence silenced him. A command rang out from above, harsh and absolute. Lord Ice Dragon descended, his aura chilling the war zone. His remarks were open. Wolfgang was not to disgrace the 9 dragons again. Shocked and humiliated, Wolfgang remained frozen. His title signified little in the confront of higher command. For the initial time, he was openly ignored. The Ice Dragon's second in command reinforced the notice. The woman stated clearly that Wolfgang's actions not anymore represented the honor of the senior council. Even onlookers began to murmur. The court of public opinion had rounded. A leader who defies verdict and clings to ego could not speak for them. Wolfgang's fury flared again, but now it was hollow. His authority was stripped by the very people he had once controlled beside. With the battle over and Evelyn standing triumphant, Wolfgang's person fell to the floor. The war inside the court had ended. From the darkness, another person watched silently. The finality of the instant settled in. The battle for strength had passed. Under the harsh radiance of the moon, the scene was set in stillness. What remained was the shattered form of a man defeated, not by power but by his own pride. Inside, a dimly lit war chamber, Ed Troyven sat in quiet. His calm demeanor masked the fact that his forces had just seized control of the central plateau, a major tactical triumph. His officers delivered the news. Citadel Harmon was close to falling. Using the central region under control, the momentum was now entirely in the Troyven family's favor. Attention shifted to the Ragnar forces. Reports indicated that both the Lord's cavalry and the elite Pillar's private troops were converging on the plateau exactly where Ed wanted them. Ed Troyven leaned ahead, his expression sharpened. The man muttered that the Ragnars were acting predictably, as if playing directly into his trap. The man rose from his seat with confidence, declaring that the central plateau was merely bait. His true objective lay elsewhere, hidden beneath layers of deception. Using malicious glee, he hit the board. The true target was unveiled, not the plateau, but a changed fortress entirely. Using the enemy concentrated in one place, he would strike where they least expected there. While the sun dipped below the horizon, the territory of the Bacchus family, one of the 6 pillars, remained silent under the crimson heavens. The estate emerged great, but its stillness deceived the decay inside. Guards patrolled the high walls. But even they seemed burdened by discontent. Their movements were slow, their expressions blank, as if duty had long since lost its meaning. One guard commented on the new head of the house, criticizing his reclusive behavior. Ever since assuming leadership, the man had done little but drink himself into isolation, raising worries over his competence during unstable times. While night deepened, gossip spread amongst the guards. They ridiculed the Lord's absence, stating that everyone of value had already abandoned the house, leaving beyond soul debts and forgotten oaths. The faith of knights and vassals had dissolved. Using their departure, there was little left to defend, and the notion of leadership had become almost symbolic, void of strength or intent. Talk rounded to the so-called reinforcements sent by House Ragnar. The soldiers scoffed at the idea, recalling how the newcomers did little but laze near and drink. To them, it seemed like another farce. Their suspicions were not unfounded. The so-called reinforcements were routinely found passed out drunk, even when assigned to critical night watch duties. Some claimed Ragnar had sole sent the detachment to feign support while ridding themselves of their most useless men. Any hopes of salvation from outside help were quickly dashed. Elsewhere, outside the estate, 2 figures hidden beneath the trees confirmed what they heard. Internal morale was shattered, and the Bacchus family was defenseless from inside. The enemy commander observed the circumstance calmly. To him, the task was already a success. The estate was ripe for the taking, with little resistance expected. The man signaled his men confidently, shouting to motivate them as a massive force of armored soldiers flowed ahead from the woods. Those figures marched swiftly toward the weakened fortress, eager to finish the assault quickly and return before dawn. The timing was perfect, and the defenders were unprepared. One drunk guard lay slumped near the outer wall, snoring loudly, ignorant of the raid already in movement. A shadow passed over him as enemy forces darted along the snowy road with alarming pace. No alarm was raised. A soldier glanced at the unconscious guard and sneered. Although annoyed, he admitted it was easier this way. No battle, no delay, sole quiet as they moved in. The quiet of the night was cut by a single shout as one of the infiltrating soldiers ridiculed the drunk guards, showing no sympathy for their ignorance. Using a cruel grin, he declared that the leftover liquor was better finished in hell. Lacking delay, the soldier stabbed his sword low, killing the unconscious guard instantly. The enemy was moving swiftly and lacking mercy, exploiting the complacency inside the walls. Elsewhere, a stern officer refused a subordinate's appeal to act independently in the war labor. The rules were open. During wartime, Central Command took precedence, and no exceptions would be made. A changed agent, resolute and prepared, insisted that his appeal was tied directly to the war labor. The man presented a sealed report, urging the commanding officer to examine it before dismissing him. Upon reading its contents, the officer's expression rounded serious. The report revealed that Trivan's visible advances were merely a decoy. The true focus wasn't on Citadel Harmon or the Central Highlands. The agent pointed to another section on the map, insisting that Trivan's actual target was the floating archipelago and the weakened Bacchus territory. The map was slammed with urgency as the man emphasized the two territories that were vulnerable yet vital. The man pointed out the strategic significance hidden beneath their perceived insignificance. The Bacchus territory and the floating archipelago were far beyond they emerged critical locations that could alter the war's direction if seized. The commanding officer considered the analysis and agreed. The theory aligned perfectly with the enemy's recent movements and explained Trivan's abrupt surge in war resources. Reviewing prior operations, they concluded that the Black Skull mercenaries were working with Trivan. This was evident from their coordination during earlier crises. The agent connected the dots, citing the maritime trade routes of the floating archipelago as the source of Trivan's financial power and alliance building using new understanding. The commanding officer agreed with the assessment. The revelation shifted all. Bacchus territory was not anymore a backwater, it was a key battleground. The strategic map was reassessed. Due to its position, Bacchus territory posed a direct threat if ignored. Its vulnerability had become a liability. Wone's soldiers stressed that fortifying Bacchus should now be their top priority. Ignoring it any longer would allow the enemy to breach their core defenses. However, reinforcing it was no simple task. Trivan had already committed major forces to the diversion fronts, and Ragnar's troops were stretched thin. The balance of the war was teetering. Theo formally requested independent authority to act, outlining a bold strategy initial, to reinforce the defenseless Bacchus territory, and second, to uncover the true financial source beyond Trivan's expanding influence. The man pointed to the archipelago, suspected to be the economic backbone of Trivan's war labor. The operation demanded direct involvement, and Theo swore to carry it out personally. His determination was evident. The commanding officer, recognizing the calculated ambition beyond the proposal, began to realize this had been Theo's objective from the very beginning. Lacking further resistance, the officer slammed his palm on the desk and gave his approval. The justification was sound, closely tied to the broader war labor. The man cautioned Theo not to overextend himself, knowing full well the risk involved in what he was set to attempt. Theo received the approval with composure. The room fell silent as his plan was now official. He would move under his own command. The commanding officer reviewed the materials Theo had submitted. The documents carried highly sensitive intelligence, information that had never been disclosed to any formal intelligence divisions. The fact Theo had chosen him over the Black Dragon Intelligence Corps made the officer pause. That moment was not anymore just about approval. It was personal initiative. To the officer, the act of granting command was now just a formality. Theo had already set his plan into movement, and little would stop him from executing it firsthand. The officer grinned, almost with pride. If it was Theo leading the charge, then action was already underway. Sure enough, at that very instant, blades shot across the war zone as Theo's strike team ambushed the enemy, catching them off guard. The enemy soldiers were flooded in a moment. Surprise and precision left them unable to react, and panic began to spread as the tide rounded. One attacker shouted in confusion the drink they'd smelled wasn't alcohol. Rather of being drunk, the soldier had been faking. Theo grinned mid-combat and confirmed the suspicion. The man had sole pretended to be a drunkard, his cup filled with orange juice, not liquor. Revealing the reality with satisfaction, he declared he never drank. As shocked foes reeled, Theo launched ahead, seizing the upper palm with total clarity and readiness. Gore splattered across the floor as the last of the enemy vanguard was taken low. The ambush had ended in success, with Theo's unit clearing the road. Using the area secure, the order was given to radiance the signal beacon. That moment was time to announce the triumph and alert the rest of their forces. The soldiers were in doubt. None had expected their blades to overcome Trivan's elite. One commented that they hadn't trained to die, they were trained to win. One of the soldiers approached the beacon with flames in palm. Nearby, another laid unconscious, a casualty of the previous fight, or perhaps still pretending. Suddenly, an enemy assassin lunged from beyond. Sword taken, aiming for the one keeping the flames. The attack was swift and silent. The instant was tense. Multiple companions noticed the movement just in time, gaze widening with alarm as the ambush unfolded. But Theo moved faster. Gore sprayed through the air as he cut the attacker low mid-strike, saving his comrade from certain demise. Theo scolded his troops with a grin, warning them not to be reckless. Their safety was his responsibility, and he wouldn't let any harm come to them under his command. Navin Bacchus, the official head of the Bacchus family, emerged. Grinning with pride, he signaled readiness. The family that had once been shamed now remained armed and united. Navan snickered, telling them to relax. His tone was radiance, but his leadership firm. The man reminded Theo that one last task remained before celebrations could begin. With torch in palm, one soldier asked Theo to personally radiance the beacon, a symbolic gesture showing their return to power and unity. Those figures needed the realm to see their signal. The fire would not just summon reinforcements, but declare that the Bacchus family still remained with pride. Theo approached the beacon silently. The man paused, glancing back with a subtle smile, then stepped ahead with intent. Known soldier joked nervously, fearing Theo force make him do it rather. Yet Theo drew his blade, ready to take action himself. The beacon roared to existence with brilliant fire. The flames symbolized beyond triumph. It was a notice to all of the 6 pillars. Bacchus had risen again. Along the citadel walls, signal beacons were lit in a synchronized pattern. The fire stretched across the battlements, alerting the fortress and surrounding territories of impending conflict. From atop the wall, one soldier paused, seeing the radiance travel. The man couldn't help but wonder aloud just how much their lord had foreseen in orchestrating this defense. On the battlements below, Theo observed calmly. The fire weren't just warning signals, they were part of a plan he had prepared far in advance, expecting this exact circumstance. While the enemy troops approached through the snowy terrain, Theo's forces readied themselves. Despite the immense numbers, their formation carried firm. The citadel defenders took their positions with swift training. Orders resounded from the walls. Traven's invaders had arrived. The command to guard Bacchus citadel was issued lacking delay. Using a rallying cry, soldiers launched into action. Steel collided, war horns blew, and the defenders flowed ahead to meet the attacker's head. On volley after volley of arrows rained low on the intruders, piercing the enemy ranks as they charged through the snow-covered approach. From above, dragon-like creatures took flight. Elite aerial reinforcements equipped with riders, prepared to dominate the skies and disrupt enemy momentum. On the floor, Theo stepped ahead with arcane force swirling in his palm. The activation of his spell lit the heavens with brilliant energy, one that would change the tide of the battle completely.
The peaceful twilight sky stretches over a battle-worn field. The calm contrasts sharply with the sound of footsteps approaching a lone figure standing tall, holding a gleaming sword. A sense of completion fills the air as a man reports to his commander, confirming that the mission, which was carried out under Lord Theo's orders, has been successfully completed. Theo Ragnar stands resolute as his subordinate approaches, a sense of pride in their accomplishment evident in the soldier's voice. The man's eyes shine with admiration as he reflects on Theo's leadership. Theo's stern expression softens briefly, but he motions for his subordinate to lower his voice. The soldier, clearly elated by the recognition, clutches his sword tightly in his hand. His eyes gleam with emotion as he relishes the acknowledgement. Theo, still serious, offers a small, knowing smile, though his attention quickly turns elsewhere, focusing on the horizon as if pondering the next move. Theo walks alongside a trusted comrade, reflecting on the recent success. As they stride toward the gathering, his companion compliments him on his leadership. Theo humbly accepts the praise, though a sense of mystery surrounds his unspoken thoughts. The 2 men share a moment of camaraderie, their bond clearly strong. Theo's comrade reveals that he once trained with the soldiers who had just completed the mission. A sense of pride fills the air, as they both acknowledge the strength of the men who had fought valiantly. With a grin, Theo's comrade reveals that these soldiers had joined the prestigious Camellia Palace Guard. The pride in his eyes matches the pride in Theo's heart. It's clear that the past training and dedication of these soldiers had transformed them into trusted allies. The 2 men pause as they look at the soldiers gathered before them. Theo reflects on their journey, admitting that initially he did not expect much from them. He recalls their modest beginnings as mere intermediate inspectors, with little experience to back their capabilities. Theo's comrade, the inspector, smiles thoughtfully. He mentions how, after days of working together, he realized these men were capable of being trusted. Their skills may have been rough, but they had proven themselves reliable and dedicated. Theo gives a knowing nod, proud of the men's growth. With this new understanding of their strength and loyalty, he smiles and acknowledges their progress. He now sees them as an asset, someone he can trust in the future. With a serious expression, Theo turns to his comrade. Navin, he speaks of a new request, an important task that will require his expertise. Navin's curiosity peaks, waiting to hear what Theo has planned next. Theo, looking at the night sky, suggests that Navin train the soldiers, these trusted men, to become part of the Bacchus Knight Order. The responsibility of training such capable soldiers is now in Navin's hands, and Theo trusts him to prepare them for what's ahead. Navin listens intently, recognizing the weight of the task. He knows the importance of this new endeavor, and as Theo continues to elaborate on his vision, Navin's mind begins to formulate the next steps. The scene shifts to a grand view of the Bacchus family's estate. Now empty with the departure of knights and vassals, Theo stands at a distance, his gaze fixed on the vacant grounds. The silence speaks volumes as the position for the Bacchus Knight Order remains unfilled. Theo's expression hardens as he proposes that Navin take charge of training the soldiers, preparing them to fill the gap left by the departed knights. The responsibility is immense, but Theo believes in the potential of these soldiers. Navin's eyes sharpen with resolve, understanding the magnitude of the task ahead. With a sense of determination, he nods, ready to undertake the responsibility. The future of the Bacchus Knight Order now lies in his hands, and the foundation for greatness is beginning to form. Theo stands on the balcony of the palace, gazing at the horizon. His expression is calm, but a slight hint of excitement lingers in his demeanor. He speaks to his comrade, acknowledging the anticipation he feels. The first in a long time, his eyes shine with resolve as he prepares for what lies ahead. His comrade nods in agreement, understanding Theo's excitement. He gives a small smile, showing respect for Theo's leadership. With a deep breath, the man responds with a firm, "I'll count on you," reaffirming their bond and readiness for the tasks ahead. The anticipation in the air is palpable as they prepare for their next challenge. Theo, turning away from the balcony, begins walking toward the next destination. His comrade, slightly surprised, calls out to him, questioning whether he's leaving already without missing a beat. Theo casually acknowledges the question, revealing that he has another mission to attend to, setting the stage for their next move. As Theo walks, he reflects on his journey. He speaks with quiet confidence, revealing that his current stop was merely a brief one. His true purpose lies elsewhere, and he is ready to continue his journey with a sense of unwavering focus. With an air of mystery, Theo divulges his true mission and investigation into the floating archipelago. His comrade looks shocked, clearly not having expected such a task. The weight of Theo's decision hangs in the air, leaving no doubt about the gravity of the situation. Theo's comrade, still taken aback, can't help but comment on his lord's boldness. Though accustomed to Theo's daring moves, he is still surprised by the audacity. Theo, however, remains calm and resolute, already focused on the steps ahead, dismissing the remark with a confident smile. The scene shifts to the bustling port city of Dion. The view is breathtaking. With ships coming in and people going about their daily business, the sound of activity fills the air. But Theo's thoughts remain elsewhere as he is still focused on his mission. Theo's comrade watches him as he surveys the city, and Theo speaks with quiet determination. He reveals his methods are unconventional but effective. His confidence in his plans is unwavering, and he knows exactly how to approach the challenges ahead. In the midst of the conversation, the quiet atmosphere is interrupted by a loud voice from behind. Someone shouts out to Theo's comrade, a burly figure who seems to be more focused on a different matter. The scene takes a brief moment of levity, breaking the tension of the previous discussion. The large man, clearly irritated, shouts at Theo's comrade, calling him Shorty. The playful yet aggressive tone is at odds with the tension of their mission. His words strike a humorous note, bringing a light-hearted moment to the otherwise serious environment. Theo's comrade responds with a casual, somewhat apologetic attitude, acknowledging the man's complaint. He tries to diffuse the situation with a hint of humor, lowering himself to the man's eye level in a mock display of politeness, adding a bit of levity to the scene. The large man, still irritated, glares at Theo's comrade, ready to retaliate with a comical threat. The tension between the two is palpable, though their playful exchange doesn't overshadow the underlying seriousness of their purpose. The scene shifts to a lively tavern filled with the clamor of drunken revelers. The mood is chaotic, with people laughing and shouting amidst the noise. A few figures are seen in the background looking content with their evening. Theo's comrade steps into the tavern, greeted by the raucous crowd. Someone in the back calls out to him, asking when he'll be joining them. The atmosphere is light-hearted, contrasting with the tense preparations Theo has been making. In the middle of the noise, Theo's comrade smiles and responds, indicating he's on his way. The scene shifts as the festivities continue, but in the background there's a hint of the larger mission at play, with plans moving forward despite the distractions. The scene opens with tension rising in the room. A character identified as Antonio Spinola, the next head of the Spinola family, slams a document on the table. His words are sharp as he demands that the dragon sword be returned, no matter the cost. The situation is critical, and the weight of his decision is clear. One of the characters in the room responds, expressing frustration at the idea of it being just a request. The tone of the conversation is heavy with the realization that this is no mere request but rather an ultimatum. The situation has escalated beyond simple negotiation, and now it feels like a bloody threat. Antonio clenches his fist, his expression filled with disdain as he listens to the response. The words rental fee ring through the room, and the concept is mocked as absurd. The feeling of betrayal and the mounting pressure from the situation are palpable as the character's resolve hardens. In a luxurious office, a few members of the Spinola family sit at a table, deeply concerned. The tension in the room is thick, and one character laughs bitterly, calling the whole situation a joke. But despite their frustration, they know that there's little choice but to comply with the request for the dragon sword. As dire as it may be, one of the family members speaks seriously, now acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Without the dragon sword, their hold over the floating archipelago will weaken. Their very survival is at stake, and they are left with no better alternative but to accept their fate. The camera zooms in on Antonio's face as he glares at the others. The sinking realization that they are in a losing position is evident in his expression. The mention of the archipelago, sinking, underlines just how much is at stake, signaling a pivotal moment in their plan. The scene cuts to a more personal moment, where one of the characters in the Spinola family grapples with despair. He asks whether there is truly no hope left for their archipelago, and the weight of that question hangs in the air. It's clear that the family is cornered, and their options are running out. Antonio, ever the strategist, seems to snap out of his grim contemplation. He lets out a loud laugh, a mix of bitterness and realization. He's figured out a way to turn this around. Even though the answer may be ruthless, the sound of his laughter echoes in the room. Signaling a turning point, with a wild gleam in his eyes, Antonio shouts in exhilaration. His idea is absurd but brilliant. He proposes a violent course of action to take back control. He's willing to use whatever means necessary, including force, to retrieve the dragon sword. His outburst shocks everyone in the room. A chaotic scene erupts in the tavern as the mood shifts dramatically. A group of men is embroiled in a fierce brawl, smashing chairs and breaking tables in their struggle. The tavern is filled with the sounds of crashing wood and angry shouts as the violence escalates. In the midst of the chaos, a figure steps forward, clearly unimpressed by the ruckus. The leader, whose face is partially obscured by a hood, stares down the combatants with a mix of amusement and irritation. It's clear that this person has been watching from the sidelines for some time. The leader reveals himself, his voice calm but authoritative. His words cut through the noise as he addresses the fighters, telling them to calm down. The way he commands attention, despite the madness around him, shows his strength and control over the situation. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Antonio stands, speaking to two silent figures beside him. His voice is firm, revealing his plans to confront the threats against his family. His allies, though silent, stand ready to follow him into the next phase of his bold strategy. Antonio makes his request clear. He wants to go to the floating archipelago. The implications of this decision are enormous, and the weight of the request hangs in the air. The two men beside him listen intently, understanding the danger but also sensing the importance of this mission. The two figures exchange a glance, and one of them speaks, confirming Antonio's request. They're willing to assist him in this dangerous journey. They nod in agreement, accepting the responsibility of helping Antonio in his mission to retrieve the dragon sword and secure the fate of the archipelago. In a dimly lit room, two men are discussing their plans. The conversation shifts to a dangerous topic as one character, speaking with a smirk, mentions the increasing presence of sea monsters in a particular route. His companion seems unbothered, responding confidently that the situation will be handled. The dialogue is filled with tension, suggesting that they are about to embark on a risky journey. The discussion turns towards skill and capability. The speaker taunts the other man about his earlier display of strength, subtly implying that it proved his worth. However, the response is immediate. There's no denying the urgency of their situation, and the speaker admits that while manpower is low, the skill gap might actually work in their favor. The conversation grows more pointed. Antonio Spinola, still on the defensive, points out that while their manpower is lacking, they might have found a solution. The other character presses further, stating that despite their shortage, the outcome is still beneficial, though a sense of doubt lingers in the air. The conversation becomes more personal as Antonio turns to examine his companion closely. He remarks that, for a mercenary looking for work, the other man's appearance is too clean. It's clear Antonio sees through the other man's facade, and he presses him about his true intentions. The other man remains unruffled, keeping his composure. The discussion shifts as Antonio notices something amiss. He sarcastically mentions how the man seems to have conveniently placed himself in a position to know about his ship. He confronts him directly, wondering if the mercenary knew about the ship's destination or if it was a coincidence. The tension rises. Antonio, still skeptical, looks at the man, waiting for an answer. The mercenary, unfazed, responds nonchalantly, confirming his suspicions. Antonio smiles, signaling that the game is now on. He has no intention of backing down, and the deal is about to take a more serious turn. The two men, now fully engaged in their high-stakes conversation, start considering a more serious offer. Antonio speaks confidently, proposing a deal. He suggests that they make a bargain, one that benefits both sides. The mercenary listens carefully, his expression unreadable as he weighs the offer. Antonio presses further, revealing his hand. He explains that the Black Skull Group is heavily involved in the conflict, and their influence could be valuable. The mention of this secret organization only adds weight to the deal, making it clear that this is a high-risk, high-reward proposition. The mercenary's eyes narrow as he tries to decipher Antonio's true intentions. He questions how Antonio knows about the Black Skull Group, but Antonio doesn't answer directly. Instead, he leaves the mercenary with a cryptic remark about the important part of the deal. What Antonio knows is more valuable than how he knows it. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as Antonio continues with his offer. He speaks in a low, menacing tone, revealing that he's aware of the dragon sword, a powerful weapon the mercenary seeks. His words strike a nerve, and the mercenary visibly tenses up, his expression turning to one of fury. Antonio smiles smugly. Knowing he has struck a nerve, he presses his advantage, suggesting that the mercenary is desperate to get the dragon sword back. The mercenary's response is immediate, a sharp, angry outburst, calling Antonio a bastard for bringing up the sword. He accuses Antonio of being part of the greater conspiracy surrounding its theft. The tension in the room is palpable as the mercenary, now furious, lunges toward Antonio, ready to strike. However, Antonio remains calm, prepared for the reaction. The atmosphere crackles with the potential for violence, but neither side makes a move yet, waiting to see who will act first. The situation escalates as Antonio quickly regains control of the room. He calms the mercenary down with a few sharp words, asserting his authority. He tells the mercenary to compose himself, as the foundation of any deal is calm, collected thinking. The mercenary steps back reluctantly, knowing the deal is still in play, but his anger is far from quenched. Antonio's calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the intensity of the situation. He reminds the mercenary that even with all the pressure mounting, composure is key to striking a good deal. The room becomes quieter, with only the sound of their breath filling the space. The mercenary grudgingly agrees, aware that Antonio is in control. Antonio presses on, revealing the next phase of his plan. He lays out the terms of the deal, signaling that they're one step closer to achieving their goals. The mercenary, though still skeptical, can't deny the importance of the offer. They both know that this negotiation will shape the fate of the floating archipelago. The tense atmosphere in the room continues as Antonio speaks with cold confidence. He points out the absurdity of the current situation, questioning the mercenary's hesitation. Antonio reveals that, like him, the mercenary is also just a pawn in a much larger game. The realization hits the mercenary hard as he understands that their fates are tied together. The mercenary, taken aback by the boldness of Antonio's words, begins to reconsider his position. Antonio continues, noting that even with the fate of the archipelago at stake, the mercenary had failed to see the bigger picture. Their judgments were clouded by their own interests, and Antonio suggests that the mercenary has nothing left to lose. Now, the mercenary's eyes narrow in frustration, but there's a shift in his demeanor. Antonio, sensing the change, smiles slightly and presses further, urging the mercenary to hear him out. The stakes have risen, and the mercenary now stands at a crossroads, with a choice to either back down or engage in the high-risk game that Antonio is laying out. The mercenary, after a brief pause, finally agrees to listen. Antonio, knowing he has the mercenary's attention, begins his story. He explains that it all begins with the legend of the hero, Kriemhild, whose tale is tied to the floating archipelago's very existence. This is no ordinary legend. It's a story of immense power and responsibility. As Antonio speaks, the camera pans to reveal a book in his hand. He gently places it on the table, signaling the importance of the tale within. The mercenary looks on intrigued, as Antonio hints that this story will reveal the true reason behind their mission. Antonio's eyes gleam with the weight of the knowledge he's about to share. The mercenary leans forward, captivated by the mention of Kriemhild and the floating archipelago's mystery. Antonio hints at a connection between the hero's power and the current state of the archipelago. The mercenary now realizes the significance of what they're dealing with. Antonio smirks, sensing the mercenary's growing understanding. The scene shifts to an underwater perspective, where Antonio continues his tale, describing how the hero, Kriemhild, used his power to protect the archipelago from threats that arose from the sea. He explains that Kriemhild was not only a hero but also a symbol of the power that holds the islands afloat. The mercenary listens closely, understanding that the story is more than just a legend. Antonio describes how Kriemhild's influence over the seas kept the islands safe for centuries, but all of that changed when the dragon sword was stolen by Troivan. The theft disrupted the balance, and now the sea's mana currents are unstable. The mercenary begins to piece together the truth. The theft of the sword caused the chaos that threatens the archipelago's very existence. Antonio's expression darkens as he stresses the urgency of the situation. The archipelago is on the brink of destruction, and without the dragon sword, it will eventually sink back into the sea. The mercenary, now fully understanding the stakes, looks out of the window, contemplating the gravity of their mission. They have no time to waste. The focus shifts back to the present as Antonio and the mercenary stand together, looking toward the sea. Antonio reiterates that, if the dragon sword isn't returned, the archipelago will sink. The mercenary, now fully committed, realizes the dire consequences of their failure. Time is running out, and the mission has become a race against the elements. The mercenary, a hardened veteran, speaks with determination. He acknowledges the importance of the dragon sword but also expresses the complexity of the situation. He knows that the task ahead is fraught with danger and uncertainty, but he is resolute in his decision. The fate of countless lives rests in their hands. Antonio nods in agreement, recognizing the mercenaries' resolve. Together, they turn toward the horizon, understanding that they must act quickly. The scene shifts to show the immense distance they must travel, with the looming threat of Troivan's forces standing in their way. The mission ahead is fraught with peril, but failure is not an option. Antonio's voice cuts through the silence as he warns the mercenary that if the dragon sword isn't returned soon, the consequences will be catastrophic. The archipelago will sink, taking everything with it. The mercenary's grip tightens around his weapon, fully aware that the stakes are higher than ever. The mercenary looks back at Antonio, his expression serious. He knows that returning the sword is the only way to prevent disaster, but there are no guarantees. He is ready for the challenge, knowing that the road ahead will be fraught with danger. The mercenary now understands that their actions will determine the future of the floating archipelago. The mercenary and Antonio share a final look before setting off on their dangerous mission. They have no choice but to face the challenges ahead and retrieve the dragon sword. The fate of the archipelago and everyone within it rests on their success. With no time to waste, they embark on their journey into the unknown, determined to fulfill their mission. The room remains thick with tension as Antonio and the mercenary exchange words. Antonio, his eyes burning with determination, reveals the harsh reality. Returning the dragon sword would mean sacrificing it forever. He knows that this isn't a mere exchange, it's a permanent decision. The weight of his words lingers in the air as the mercenary absorbs the gravity of the situation. The mercenary, his face set in determination, listens intently as Antonio continues. Antonio, ever the strategist, urges the mercenary to stay focused on the deal. He reminds him that money is no longer the driving force. This is about saving the archipelago. He reassures the mercenary that the cost of the dragon sword is far greater than they initially thought. Antonio's words grow even more serious as he dismisses money as a solution. He tells the mercenary that he is already prepared for this moment, suggesting that the true cost is not monetary. There's something more at stake, something much bigger than either of them anticipated. The mercenary is forced to confront the reality of their mission. The mercenary, fully aware of the stakes, listens as Antonio begins to reveal a shocking proposal. Antonio explains that there's a way to keep the dragon sword while still saving the archipelago. This is a revelation, and the mercenary's expression changes, his interest piqued by the possibility of a different solution. Antonio leans forward, his eyes glowing with intensity as he presents his plan. He tells the mercenary that all he needs to do is take him to the floating archipelago. The simplicity of the request contrasts with the complexity of the situation, leaving the mercenary in a moment of confusion and suspicion. He's not sure if Antonio is offering a real solution or if there's something more hidden beneath the surface.
A large vessel sails swiftly across a vast ocean, cutting through the waves under open skies. Its trajectory is steady and focused, aimed at a distant destination. On board, Theo Ragnar observes the horizon intently. The ship's crew stands prepared, their gaze fixed ahead. The tension in the air suggests an important aim is near. While the coastline appears, it reveals the floating archipelago, an unusual collection of isles that defy natural arrangement. Towering cliffs, docks, and structures mark it as a place of strength and history. The floating archipelago is described as a massive trade hub where various information and goods are exchanged. Advanced and densely packed, it supports bustling commerce across its sectors. Below the water's surface lies a powerful source, an immense whirlpool that rotates with controlled force. This structure is the secret beyond the island's floating mechanism. Theo reflects silently on his strategy. The man doesn't seek trade, but rather domination of the islands. His method is simple in theory: to move the islands by controlling the core that fuels their position. The ship breaks through the ocean barrier as Theo stands firm, confident in his ambition. The man believes this plan is achievable despite its danger. Deep below, the primordial dragon's guardian is revealed to be protecting the island's relic. This guardian is the key to accessing the floating system's strength. Theo and his companions arrive before the guardian. Before them lies a relic, a blade embedded with strength that emits old energy, unfamiliar but potent. The blade is the Dragon Slayer, a weapon with a guardian spirit. Yet strangely, the spirit has abandoned it. Theo deduces that the guardian ran from its duty. This kind of event isn't unprecedented, although rare. The beast alone looks conflicted and unsure, seemingly suppressing knowledge of its history duty. Theo questions whether such a desertion is possible. The beast hesitates but confirms, although warns the price is steep and the task nearly impossible. Sole one man in the history had escaped the relic's hold and lived. The dragon confirms that no ordinary individual can replicate that feat. Realizing this, Theo connects the history incident to a man named Ron. His title Solitary once hit dread across the archipelago for surviving such an ordeal. Theo, now focused, considers an alternative: overpowering Roan and resealing him to gain control. Yet the dragon cautions that such a task would test every edge Theo possesses. Despite losing much of his power after escaping the relic, Roan remains amongst the most formidable guardians. His presence Solitary evokes caution. Even amongst beings of strength, Theo Ragnar, undeterred, confirms he has a strategy to reach the ocean floor and subdue Roan. His confidence signals that he is prepared for what lies ahead. Back aboard the ship, the crew speculates about a massive submerged statue rumored to have the strength to save the islands, an artifact so secret even the locals are ignorant of its true intent. Known crew person voices concern over the plan, even after seeing the legendary Dragon Slayer blade. His worry stems from the stakes. His homeland's escape rests on this task. Theo's confidence reassures the crew. The man's soul asks to be delivered to the right place, pledging to fulfill his part once there, regardless of the risk involved. A system notification appears, revealing a subquest. Theo must return the Dragon Slayer blade to its original resting place, confront the Guardian, and earn the right to wield it. A new squad of soldiers is briefed. Their task is open: escort Theo to a massive structure recognized as the Colossus of Kremwald. Theo Ragnar reminds the squad that the enemy Roan has heavily fortified the route. Standard entry is impossible lacking stealth. Using resolve, the soldiers acknowledge the challenge. Their collective spirit unites under the case of protecting the floating archipelago. Theo leaves the operation in the soldiers' hands, trusting them to fulfill their duties. The team splits and begins the infiltration under the cover of night. The large fortress looms in the distance. Its massive stone structure is guarded, but the team remains hidden in the darkness as they advance. Employing a side entrance and the darkness of night, the group infiltrates the interior. Within, they blend with the sounds of nature, avoiding detection. Theo enters the main structure, silently observing the road ahead. His senses stay sharp for any movement or hidden traps. While the group descends deeper into the fortress, they confirm they've successfully breached the defenses lacking alerting the enemy. Thanks to the echoing sound of a nearby waterfall, their movements remain masked. Still, caution remains vital. Theo prepares the blade as they approach their aim. While Theo grips the awakened Dragon Slayer blade, he informs the others to stay beyond. He walks ahead, solitary, knowing that what lies ahead must be faced lacking aid. The others are shocked by the blade's energy. Its sheer presence confirms its authenticity. This is the true Balmung, and it is reacting more strongly the nearer they get to the Colossus. Theo gazes up at a towering dragon statue. The strength intensifies, confirming the sealed relic's location. His next footsteps will decide the destiny of the floating archipelago. Lacking delay, Theo dashes toward the structure. Lightning-like bursts of energy erupt near him as he charges through the enemy perimeter. Companions beyond watch in awe as Theo ascends the stairs. His control over the relic gives them hope that the legend can still be rewritten. Just then, betrayal strikes. Hidden foes inside the group reveal themselves, hitting low, unsuspecting soldiers. The true threat was within all along. The traitors make their move. Their aim is open: retrieve Balmung and prevent Theo from sealing the relic once more. Amid the turmoil, Theo presses onward, aware that reaching the Colossus is sole part of the challenge. Securing the relic is one task, surviving what comes after is another. The Dragon Slayer blade glows brighter. Theo raises it high, resolute to finish the ritual despite the danger closing in from all sides. The blade is placed into its pedestal, triggering a violent reaction in the surrounding terrain. The floor splits, awakening a deeper mechanism beneath. While Theo tries to recall the conditions required to activate the relic entirely, an ambush interrupts his focus. A swift sword lunges toward him from the darkness. The attacker strikes lacking delay, driving Theo to defend. Their movements are fast, their intention open to eliminate him before the seal completes. The enemy is shocked when Theo vanishes mid-strike. For an instant, he is lost from view, disrupting their momentum. Theo reappears beyond them, employing pace and stealth to reply. His precise movements catch the enemy off guard, changing the battle in his favor. Using a powerful strike, Theo drives his opponent into the floor. The fight is far from over, but the seal has started, and Theo shows no signs of backing low. Gray and his unit regroup after the abrupt attack. Although injured, Gray holds his composure and warns the others not to rush. The enemy is skilled and reckless, charges would be fatal. Elsewhere, Theo tightens his grip on the relic and prepares a potion, signaling he's ready for the next stage. His movements are calm, but deliberate. A loud cracking sound echoes from inside the Colossus. Soldiers stationed outside glance near, puzzled and alert, sensing something ominous approaching. Suddenly, panicked shouting breaks out. One soldier points toward the massive structure, gaze wide in horror. The outer walls of the Colossus of Kremwald begin to crack. While the others turn to look, doubt turns to dread. The once immovable fortress is now crumbling before their gaze, stone and dust raining low violently. The Colossus begins collapsing entirely. Turmoil spreads amongst the onlookers as the legendary structure, long thought indestructible, starts falling into wreckage. Outside a fortress wall under the night heavens, guards stand alert, growing uneasy as time stretches on. The upper walls are manned by watchful sentries, but something feels off. There's a quiet too deep for comfort. Low below, a group of men begin to sense that something is incorrect. Those figures question the long delay, unsure of what's unfolding within the structure. The atmosphere grows heavier with each passing second. A soldier stumbles out of the gate in panic, reporting turmoil within. Companions have suddenly rounded on one another, attacking guests. A higher-ranking officer immediately suspects treachery. Someone had infiltrated far deeper than they thought. High above the floor, Theo swiftly descends low the outer wall with quickness, dodging projectiles aimed to slow him low. The area shakes with the force of the ambush. While he lands, Theo notes the odd behavior of his foes. They're not entirely committing to their attacks, rather, they sole react when pressured. Something in their strategy reveals delay. Awareness dawns on him. The enemy is intentionally stalling. Reinforcements are likely on the way, and they've already seized control of key strategic locations to block his escape. Theo charges ahead, refusing to yield. His momentum is driven by intent, not desperation. The man knows he must reach the relic before the enemy secures it. A box with old engravings emerges through shattered debris. Its abrupt appearance catches the attention of the opposing warrior, whose confront tightens in shock. Using a surge of energy, the mysterious cube emits a pulse. The enemy stares, alarmed, realizing what this artifact force awaken. While Theo pushes ahead, a group attempts to stop him. The man dodges their blades, gaze focused beyond the skirmish, driven by something soul he understands. His ideas confirm the urgency. The artifact, recognized as the Dragonslayer blade, has initiated a subquest. The man must return it to its sacred resting floor and earn its recognition. The man approaches a shrine of blades where the blade once belonged. According to legend, this is where the weapon chose its wielder, and where its true power can awaken once more. Theo lunges with precise force, driving aside resistance. His gaze remains on the location he believes hides the relic's last key. While he nears his destination, time feels suspended. The man is certain this spot holds what he has been seeking. His instincts lead his every move. An explosion of strength bursts outward as the relic reacts to his presence. Blinding radiance engulfs the area, forcing both foes and companions to halt in awe of what is unfolding. A violent burst of energy erupts from inside the tower, shaking its structure. The explosion cuts through the night, leaving those stationed outside startled by the abrupt shift in atmosphere. Guards near the base of the structure flinch and look near, unsure of what they heard. The loud cracking sound resembles a structure failing under pressure, prompting immediate concern. One soldier catches sight of a massive person in the distance. His gaze widens in panic as he recognizes the mythical being. The Colossus of Kriemhild, a creature thought to be sleeping. Dread spreads as the towering Colossus reveals its form, looming ominously in the shattered remains of its chamber. Shouts of doubt echo as turmoil begins to take hold. While the entity awakens, the very walls tremble. The Colossus, unable to maintain stability, begins to fall in on alone, sending debris and shockwaves throughout the structure. Amid the destruction, Theo lies unconscious before slowly regaining perception. The surrounding glow hints at a transition, not anymore in the previous realm. He now finds himself somewhere unfamiliar and alive. Theo rises from the scorched floor, assessing his surroundings. Although disoriented, he quickly deduces that he is within the relic dungeon, a place trusted to test the worthiness of its entrance. From the treetop vantage time, he surveys the ruins and senses a powerful presence. Nearby, an unfamiliar being watches him closely, signaling this place belongs to someone, or something, significant. A group of peculiar entities appears with unusual forms. One of them explains that Theo's arcane energy was exploited as a medium for manifestation. His strength has taken them here, altering their appearance. One of the creatures reflects on Theo's influence. It is rare for a relic guardian to feel such strong emotion, admiration, even compassion toward a human. This anomaly sets Theo down. Theo processes the possibility that Krienheld, the guardian, may have been human once. The guardian's ideas left lingering in the relic hint at a deep connection between the two beings. Using the guardian now lost, Theo takes an instant to explore. The man grips his blade tightly, understanding that whatever trials remain in this relic dungeon, they will test beyond just his power. From the darkness, a cloaked archer releases a powerful shot. The arrow pierces the air, aimed directly at Theo with deadly precision, confirming that hostility still lurks inside the dungeon. Theo reacts instantly, gaze locked onto the threat. He moves swiftly to intercept or evade, entirely aware that his journey through this place has just started. As the projectile explodes beyond him, another person footsteps ahead from the fire. The man mutters, puzzled by the power radiating from the structure, wondering why such a place even needs a master. As fire illuminate the destroyed war zone, a group of skeletal fighters march toward Theo's position. Their focus is open. They view him as an intruder in sacred floor. The skeletal guardians recognize Theo as a threat to their master's will. For them, the relic recognized as Balmung belongs solely to Krienheld, and they intend to preserve that inheritance. From above, branches shake as the soldiers mobilize. Their orders are absolute: eliminate the intruder at all costs. Theo, however, watches from the darkness, assessing the old faith that binds them. An enemy lunges at Theo from beyond, prompting a quick reaction. Theo twists to reply the attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. After dispatching the attacker, he surveys the scene. Although outnumbered, he senses the foes aren't particularly skilled. They move with routine rather than tactics. Despite their predictable movements, Theo is warned by a summoned spirit that the challenge ahead won't be so simple. Something about these undead soldiers is far more dangerous than it seems. Theo studies the advancing foes. Their shining gaze and rigid coordination confirm that they're not standard undead. Something more potent drives them. His companion identifies them as immortal fighters, dragonbone soldiers. Their bodies are infused with lingering strength, capable of tireless pursuit and resistance to destruction. Moan of the bone soldier's footsteps ahead, its red gaze locked on Theo. The presence of these elite guardians signals the seriousness of what lies ahead in the dungeon's heart. Despite the growing threat, Theo remains confident. He engages with a grin, showing no sign of dread or retreat as the battle intensifies near him. Explosions burst through the war zone as foes are blown back, yet his summoned companion warns him that this loop of fighting will continue unless he changes tactics. Theo asks for a better strategy. The spirit proposes a radical idea to challenge the current master of the dungeon, Krienheld, and claim dominion by force. Theo hesitates. The man sees Krienheld as a legendary person and questions how she could still be alive or human after such an inheritance. The spirit mocks his arrogance, calling him too ignorant to understand the depth of the dungeon's trials or its origin. Still, something about Theo sparks promise. Suddenly, a system prompt appears before him. The dungeon is revealed to be the last gift, Leviathan. His objective is open: retrieve ownership of the dungeon from Krienheld herself. Theo breaks through a horde of skeletal fighters, each strike of his blade radiating with rough energy. The man begins to suspect that the enemy's movements are tied to a central source. After creating distance, he leaps into the air and locks onto a pattern amongst the undead ranks. The awareness hits him mid-air. He's close to identifying the controlling force beyond the assault. Descending swiftly, Theo strikes with fierce determination, targeting what he believes is the lead. The impact sends a shockwave through the war zone, knocking foes aside in all directions. While the dust settles, Theo activates a hidden system recognized as Hatchling Synchro. The window reacts instantly, amplifying his senses and sight far beyond human capability. Employing the newly synchronized view, he scans the war zone. Amongst the many skeletal forms, he pinpoints an energy signature, one that stands out from the rest. A tunnel of energy forms, channeling Theo directly toward the signal's source. Inside it, he sees the faint shape of his true target. His gaze narrow. He's found it. Theo charges through the air, reflecting on Kriemhild's connection to the dungeon. Her presence still lingers in the depths, and he now moves with a renewed sense of intent. While he nears the core, lightning sparks from his blade. The runes etched into his sword activate, proof that his synchronization has awakened a sleeping strength inside it. Using a roar, he releases an advanced technique, Thunder Dragon Breathing. The resulting surge drives him low with terrifying force, aimed directly at the dungeon's anchor time. Descending with unstoppable momentum, Theo unleashes Thunder Stab. The attack pierces through layers of resistance, delivering a critical blow to the dungeon's heart. A system notice confirms it. He has recovered a piece of Kriemhild's remains. 1 out of 206 components necessary to complete the process has been secured. He lifts the artifact, a wounded relic shining with strength. While it pulses in his palm, another prompt appears. That moment validates his theory. The remains are vital to restoring Kriemhild's inheritance. Theo declares his plan aloud. He will continue collecting the remains one by one until the dungeon yields completely. His voice echoes confidently across the destroyed terrain. Elsewhere, far from the war zone, a rainstorm sweeps across the maritime district. The scene shifts to a quiet dock where guards patrol under the cover of night. Within a glass-walled command center, an officer greets a returning agent who arrives later than arranged. The man shrugs off the concern, dismissing the delay as little serious, ignorant of the turmoil that just unfolded below. Rain pours heavily over the dock as soldiers rush to a moored ship in confusion. Panic rises when they observe something unusual. The passengers are missing, lacking a trace. Lone soldier stares at the empty vessel in doubt. The truth of what occurred begins to sink in. Someone has taken something important right under their watch. A person cloaked in darkness watches from afar. The man mocks the incompetence of the archipelago's guards, furious that they allowed the Dragonslayer blade to be stolen. The masked man reveals his indifference to who possesses the blade. His aim remains unchanged. The man states that the floating archipelago is already under their control, identified as Noil. Number 9 of Troiven's aristocratic servitors. He confirms their silent conquest has started.
Dust exploded around Theo's clenched fist as he unearthed the final piece of Kriemhild's remains. The force of his action cracked the rocky ground beneath him, the momentum from days of pursuit culminating in this decisive moment. A glowing system window confirmed the completion of his task. You have recovered all of Kriemhild's remains. 206. 206. The air around him shimmered faintly with residual mana, responding to the awakening of a relic bound by myth. Theo exhaled in disbelief and fatigue. He had finally gathered them all. He looked at the interface, confused by one strange entry. The stirrup bone, he muttered aloud in irritation, questioning where that obscure part even was. A new message appeared before Theo, asking if he wished to view the memories etched into Kriemhild's remains. He stared at the screen silently, mind torn between curiosity and caution. Without hesitation, Theo tapped the glowing yes option to him. There was no reason to refuse. Answers, secrets, perhaps even warnings, they could all be hidden within. Standing alone amidst the ancient ruins, Theo murmured his thoughts. He wondered what the legendary hero, the one from old myths, actually looked like. He didn't expect to be taken back in time through memory. A system message signaled the memory projection's activation. Blue strands of energy flowed upward as the vision began to take shape before Theo's eyes. The scene shifted to a peaceful coastline. Seabirds flew over the horizon as waves lapped gently at the shore. A distant voice called out a name, Levy, echoing across the beach. Footsteps appeared on the sand, growing closer. A child's voice cried out again, louder and more urgent. Levy, I'm here. The memory had become vivid, almost real, embedded in the rocky shore. A large, majestic sword stood upright. It shimmered under the sunlight, partially buried, as though resting in deep slumber. A small hand tapped the sword's hilt gently, trying to wake it. The voice repeated the name again, more softly now. Levy, wake up. The sword began to pulse with an eerie blue glow. Energy built up around it, reacting to the voice and touch, signaling something ancient was about to stir. A colossal blue dragon erupted from the blade, coiled in a torrent of energy. The creature radiated power and menace, its eyes burning with rage. The dragon's voice thundered, scolding the child. It identified itself as Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. It demanded respect, furious at being awakened so casually. But the child only laughed and clung to the dragon's snout. Your name's too hard to say, the child said simply. I'll just call you Levy. The memory faded with warmth and a sense of old friendship. The dragon Leviathan, still coiled around the sword, begrudgingly accepted the child's chosen nickname. His voice rumbled with disinterest, dismissing the young human's antics as bothersome. Despite his cold demeanor, he allowed her presence. The girl, cheerful and carefree, sat beside the dragon with a smile, holding a piece of bread. She laughed, joking about how often she received bread from the innkeeper, showing no fear in front of the ancient creature. Leviathan observed her idly, noting how she rambled endlessly. Still, he listened. The girl's excitement bubbled over as she eagerly began to recount the events of her day, completely unbothered by the dragon's looming presence. A beam of light from above cast a warm glow over the cave. The dragon rested silently as the girl shared her thoughts, laughing alone, while Leviathan simply looked on, unamused yet unmoving. Suddenly, the girl stood with pride, spreading her arms wide as she revealed a flower crown she'd made from gathered blossoms. Her joy was uncontained, the innocence of her world still untouched by hardship. She wasn't alone. Another young woman stood behind her, likely the same one from earlier, holding a basket of goods. The moment was serene. The two humans visiting regularly, even when not invited. Night fell, casting a cool blue light over the cave's mouth. The sword remained fixed in the stone, untouched and unmoved. Silent under the moonlight, footsteps echoed from above. The dragon stirred inside the blade, slightly irritated by the persistent visitor. He recognized the approach even before seeing her. With a sigh, Leviathan emerged partially in muttered annoyance. No matter how many times he warned her not to come, she never listened. Yet he waited all the same. His annoyance quickly shifted to concern. On the ground lay scattered red flowers, stained with blood. Leviathan's eyes narrowed in alarm. The girl burst into the cave, panicked and bloodied. She screamed his name, pleading desperately for help. Her cries were filled with terror. She had been attacked. The town above had fallen into chaos, and she had fled, barely escaping. Her fear was real, and Leviathan's attention sharpened instantly. As she ran, she shouted about armed strangers who had stormed the town, hurting innocent people. Her voice trembled with urgency. Before she could finish, a scream rang out. A pursuing soldier closed in behind her, his grip swift and aggressive. She was caught mid-sentence. The armored man dragged her back, mocking her. Her tears welled up, the terror and helplessness consuming her as she struggled in vain. The soldier tightened his grip on the young woman, mocking her with condescension. He claimed their emperor's influence was expanding to remote areas like hers, pretending this brutality was a form of mercy. Leaning closer, his voice darkened. He admitted the truth. This invasion wasn't just about conquest. It was also for his own amusement. His sadistic smile betrayed his real intentions. Behind them, the blade of Kriemhild stood upright and silent. Its presence pulsed faintly as if awakening to the girl's suffering. The soldier didn't notice the name Kriemhild being spoken aloud. A sudden, violent surge of energy burst from the sword. Leviathan's eye flared open, filled with fury. A presence within the relic stirred, no longer dormant. Blue lightning tore through the cave, shaking the ground. The rocks split and a beam of pure mana erupted skyward, piercing through the cliff far above. The peaceful town had become a battlefield. Fires blazed across rooftops as chaos swallowed the streets. The eruption had begun. Civilians flooded the streets in panic, fleeing from flames and the merciless advance of enemy troops. One man shouted urgently, warning others to move or die. A town guard, confused by the crowd's reaction, tried to regain control. He called out, demanding to know the cause of the panic. The answer arrived in silence. A single figure in dark armor landed amidst the crowd, causing gasps and stunned expressions. The enemy had arrived. The armored intruder snarled and gave the order to eliminate the threat. Dozens of arrows and weapons were launched toward the source of their fear. From the sky, a massive shadow descended with devastating force. Crimson blades and black wings cleaved through enemy lines in an instant, tossing bodies aside. The soldiers fell back in terror. One of them shouted, unsure where the monstrous power had come from. The battle had completely turned. A soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. A young woman rode atop the beast that had just decimated their ranks. Her presence stunned the battlefield. Panic set in among the enemy ranks. They assumed she was controlling the monster and immediately marked her as the priority target. A barrage of magical attacks flew toward her. Enemy forces screamed to kill the woman first, seeing her as the source of their destruction. Rain poured over the battlefield as the young woman wept beside the sealed dragon. Her voice trembled with guilt. She apologized, blaming herself for interfering with the destiny of the chosen one. She sobbed, believing that because of her, Leviathan had awakened prematurely. Her sorrow echoed through the storm as she admitted she had altered the course of fate. A calm voice responded within the rain. Leviathan reassured her, telling her not to mourn, despite the deviation from destiny. Everything had turned out just fine. Encased in water, the girl clung to the dragon's side. The scene was tense, but her eyes widened as a glow began to form around her. A protective sphere surrounded her as Leviathan activated his magic. She looked up in shock, seeing the surrounding attacks deflected with ease. Leviathan's voice, steady and warm, told her she didn't need to apologize. The crowd below began shouting her name, Kriemhild, as they realized what had happened. The villagers gathered, gazing up in disbelief. They now understood that the dragon who saved them had come at Kriemhild's call. They praised her, calling out her name and expressing gratitude. One villager proclaimed that she had saved them all with the dragon's help. Though accused of abandoning her duty, Kriemhild quietly acknowledged it. Still, she confessed to feeling an unfamiliar peace, not one imposed by prophecy but by her own will. A memory surfaced, Kriemhild and Leviathan in happier days, sharing laughter and warmth. It was that bond she now cherished. Far away, in a royal chamber, an imperial noble sneered at the news. The great army had been defeated by a single barbarian girl riding a sea dragon. Unwilling to accept failure, the noble commanded his elite guard to reclaim the land. He would crush the rebellion swiftly and personally. Elsewhere, a commander studied the battlefield under pouring rain. He observed the defeated dragon, intrigued by its endurance. Smirking, he turned to the captured Kriemhild. If she was truly its master, then she would know how to kill it, and that knowledge was what he sought. Standing tall above her, he demanded answers. The girl remained silent, the rain masking the fear and determination battling within her eyes. Leviathan's voice rang calm through the storm. He reassured Kriemhild, telling her that he wouldn't die. As a guardian, he would simply enter a long slumber, not an end. Kriemhild crouched on the battlefield, drenched and shaking. Leviathan explained that with the remaining magic sealed within the relic, she would be able to return him to rest. Nearby, the enemy commander watched in silence, visibly affected. Though he said nothing, his expression shifted, suggesting that the dragon's words unsettled him. The executioners prepared the prisoners. The bound villagers knelt in the rain, and the moments seemed to stretch endlessly. Leviathan looked on solemnly. There were no words for the grief or helplessness in his expression. The dragon finally spoke again, his tone heavier. He admitted regret they hadn't been given much time together. The weight of parting settled between them. Kriemhild, now desperate, grasped the sword with both hands. Rain streaked down her face as her voice cracked in disbelief, calling out to Leviathan. She pleaded with him to stop, claiming she couldn't go through with it. But Leviathan reminded her that their fate was sealed the moment he broke the rules. He urged her not to feel guilt. Protecting her people was reason enough for one final time. He promised to lend her his power, not out of duty, but by choice. Kriemhild trembled hearing Leviathan's final words. He told her he had fun. It was a rare, honest expression from the ancient dragon. She raised the blade high. Energy erupted, tearing across the sky. The silhouette of her small form contrasted against the overwhelming power being summoned. Across the field, soldiers and officers stood stunned. They could sense something monumental had shifted, but couldn't comprehend what was about to unfold. The commander smirked initially, thinking the girl's theatrics were overblown. But that confidence quickly faded as an unnatural pressure descended. His expression turned to confusion. A sound, like distant rumbling, reached his ears. His men paused mid-battle, glancing around nervously. The soldiers began to panic. Something was wrong. The power building in the air wasn't just magic. It was a force that could change everything. "What's happening?" one muttered. The sky darkened as a monstrous tidal wave surged from the ocean. Energy spiraled from its center. Leviathan's magic had awakened in full. The soldiers screamed in terror. The wave towered above them, massive and unstoppable. Chaos erupted as they tried to flee from the tsunami's wrath. Sucked into the vortex, men were hurled into the air. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Kriemhild called out desperately, her voice swallowed by the roar of water. In the aftermath, Theo stood alone, reflecting. His gaze settled on the sea as he processed the memory he had just witnessed through the relic. He acknowledged the truth. Kriemhild wasn't a fabled heroine. She wasn't someone forged by destiny or prophecy, just a girl caught in misfortune. Suspended in glowing memory light, Kriemhild floated in the water, tearful yet brave. She was just someone who had wanted to be friends with a guardian. The light surrounding Theo flickered as a familiar figure appeared before him. Kriemhild, in the form of a memory or spirit, greeted him with calm eyes. Recognizing her, Theo was stunned. She confirmed it herself. She was the reason Leviathan had waited so long, choosing loyalty to her over his divine duty. With a sorrowful smile, she admitted her guilt. Because of her, Leviathan had failed his greater purpose. That truth haunted her even in memory. She stood before Theo, offering a plea for him to make Leviathan happy. It was all she asked, the only thing she couldn't do herself. Theo looked down at the blade in his hand. A soft glow pulsed through it. The relic still carried Leviathan's presence, but he replied with a gentle smile. To him, it didn't seem like Leviathan needed anyone to do that. The dragon already looked content. Theo raised the sword toward the sky. A sense of peace surrounded him. He knew this creature had found happiness in its final moments. He turned back toward her and concluded calmly. This guy looked happy enough to me. You see, he said, voice steady with understanding. Kriemhild looked at him with quiet astonishment. No words were spoken, but in her eyes, a long-held sorrow finally began to lift. Kriemhild stood alone in a glowing white space, her hands clasped together and a soft smile on her face. The light around her was fading, signaling the end of the memory or her lingering presence. Her expression was calm, as though her part in this story had come to a close. Back in the real world, soldiers and observers gathered around the collapsed crater. The terrain was unstable, and warnings echoed from officials urging the crowd not to approach any closer. Fearing further collapse, one of the guards on watch noticed a figure among the dust and rubble. At first, they dismissed it as debris, but then someone shouted, "There was a person down there." Confusion and urgency rippled through the group as they scrambled to identify who it might be. The crowd tried to make sense of what they saw. A group of villagers looked on from a distance, squinting to catch a glimpse. One person asked what was happening, but the figure was too far away to confirm. Through the mist and light, a lone figure could be seen standing with a weapon in hand. The light beamed down through the clouds, illuminating him clearly now. He was calm, composed, and unmistakable. Whispers turned to cries of recognition. Some doubted at first, but others gasped. The realization spread quickly among the crowd. Kriemhild has appeared, someone exclaimed. Their voice carrying over the rubble. The memory of the girl and the dragon had not ended after all. A new chapter had just begun.
A secret underground meeting is carried beneath the floating archipelago, where masked figures gather in a great hall lit by a towering stained glass ceiling. While the gathering stabilizes, one of the figures footsteps ahead. Noel, the ninth servant of Troyvin, walks calmly into the center of the chamber with unwavering confidence. Tension rises as another person questions Noel's calm demeanor, highlighting a recent disruption in their carefully arranged plans. Concerned voices time to the stolen dragon slaying blade, which was trusted to be safely hidden inside Troyvon's territory. A foreigner, now wielding that very blade, emerges as a growing threat, rumored to be the legendary hero Kriemhild. With the population rallying near Kriemhild, the three dominant shipping clans dread they will soon lose control of the archipelago's strength and influence. The shipping clans express outrage, declaring this result as a betrayal of the promises made in exchange for their faith. Noel icily reminds them that they willingly handed over the blade to preserve their positions. Frustration peaks as one clan leader accuses Noel of underestimating the value of their alliance, shocked by his indifference. In a swift movement, Noel unleashes a violent display of dark energy, asserting his strength before the assembly. The man declares the clans as little beyond insects beneath him, entirely confident in his ability to destroy them at any time. Kneeling in dread, a clan leader calls out Noel's treachery, accusing him of betraying his own country for personal ambition. Noel blames their loss on disobedience, stating that had they followed orders, the current crisis would not exist. The man mocks their ambition, suggesting their avarice would have dragged the floating archipelago into wreckage. Grabbing one leader by the collar, Noel warns that lacking Troyvin, the archipelago alone is meaningless. Noel delivers a last threat, warning the assembly that anyone who defies him will be destroyed on the spot. The man glares icily at the trembling representative before ordering absolute obedience to his commands. With disdain, he calls them trash and demands the dragon, slaying blade, be come back if they wish to endure. While Noel prepares to leave, a voice interrupts, requesting permission to ask one more question regarding the sword's retrieval. Noel acknowledges the concern, but states that current conditions prevent him from personally retrieving the weapon. The man reveals the reason. A powerful person, one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the hegemony dragon, has emerged, and restraining him must take top priority. In the city below, a massive crowd gathers at the central plaza, focused on Theo near the footsteps of a platform. The title Kriemhild echoes across the space, spoke out repeatedly by the crowd, their voices filled with awe. Theo, standing at the forefront, is surprised by the scale of reverence Kriemhild commands, far beyond what he imagined. Theo reflects on his mind of Kriemhild, not as a god or warrior, but as a kind, ordinary girl with gentle gaze. He notes that the dragon-slaying blade she carries is no ordinary weapon, but a sacred relic of the primeval dragon, usable sole by those of Ragnar Gore. Abrupt plea from the crowd interrupts his ideas, as someone urgently requests Kriemhild's help to save them.
One man footsteps ahead to speak for the people, blaming Trivan's betrayal for the looming fall of the archipelago. The man pleads for Kriemhild to save those who cannot escape, appealing to her compassion. Moved by the instant, Theo raises the sacred blade and addresses the gathered crowd with resolve. Theo raises the dragon-slaying blade high, declaring his intent to save the archipelago and lead them to salvation. His bold vow echoes across the city, rallying the onlookers whose cheers shake the plaza in immense support. From the darkness, a person watches and addresses Kriemhild directly, revealing their anticipation of this instant. The priest of the Kriemhild temple footsteps ahead, introducing himself as Marty, the one entrusted with overseeing her inheritance. The man formally pledges his service to Theo, recognizing him as the one chosen by destiny to carry on Kriemhild's will. The gathered crowd follows as Marty leads Theo toward the temple fields, located on a sacred bridge suspended in the skies. Within the temple, Marty explains that they have preserved this sanctuary across generations in belief of the prophecy's fulfillment. Theo's curiosity rises as he is led to an artifact resting on a pedestal, described as a necklace once worn by Kriemhild. The item, recognized as Kriemhild's pearl, is an arcane key with a direct connection to a powerful gateway system. Marty states that the pearl is the sole key to reaching the deep-sea dragon and continuing their task. Theo accepts the item, but before moving on, he turns to Marty with something personal to say. To Marty's surprise, Theo calls him out by his true title and reassures him not to worry. Referring to him as Lord Ragnar, Marty is shocked and asks how Theo discovered the reality, but Theo had already pieced it together. Marty confesses he recognized Theo's sorrow, the same agony Kriemhild once held when made to harm others for the greater good. Acknowledging the spirit of Kriemhild inside Theo, Marty declares that Theo deserves the respect and treatment worthy of her inheritance. Theo and Marty arrive at the temple's last chamber. Marty explains that by placing the necklace atop the stairs, a gate to the sea dragon will open. The man further states that the necklace will allow Theo to breathe and move freely underwater once the gate activates. Using solemn gaze, Marty extends the necklace and pleads with Theo to save the archipelago, entrusting him with the sacred duty. Theo accepts the task, drawing his blade with resolve. The man prepares to confront the danger below with no delay. The people gathered on the bridge stare in silent hope as Theo prepares to descend into the unknown. Whispers of Kriemhild echo from the crowd. One by one, the citizens chant her title with reverence and prayer. Suddenly, a thunderous voice commands the crowd to stop and disperse, followed by armed forces storming the area. The authorities claim that Theo is a terrorist falsely impersonating Kriemhild, shocking the bewildered citizens. The military declares that an operation is underway to recover the dragon-slaying blade from Theo, forcing the crowd to evacuate. Umberto Spinola, head of one of the shipping clans, justifies the operation, fearing for his existence beyond his reputation. In his panic, Umberto decides that any resistance must be met with force, even if it means mass violence. The man issues a harsh command to eliminate anyone who opposes their forces and recover the stolen blade at all costs. As turmoil erupts above, Theo silently descends the stairway solitary, far from the commotion and panic on the bridge. The man reaches the depths of the stairwell where the portal's magic begins to ripple through the floor. Standing before the shimmering gate, Theo calmly wonders if this is the true place where his battle begins. Theo carefully holds the necklace and releases it into the center of the gateway, just as instructed. The instant the necklace touches the surface, arcane energy erupts, forming a shining spiral as the water shimmers and swirls. The portal activates with tremendous force. Waves explode outward as a vortex appears, and Theo footsteps ahead into its center. The man plunges into the sea through the vortex, his person swallowed by swirling water and shimmering radiance. Settling deeper into the abyss, Theo adjusts to the pressure, his gaze scanning the dark ocean floor. Odd darkness emerge in the distance. Theo tightens his grip on the blade, realizing he's not solitary. He steadies his air. Before him, multiple shining red gaze pierce the water's darkness. Sea creatures surround him. Dozens of monstrous beings twist through the deep, all fixated on the lone intruder. Theo calmly observes the encroaching threat, his focus unwavering. If these are the keepers of the dragon's domain, I must lose them.
Turmoil burst in the plaza as an armed force launched an abrupt assault, with one commander shouting orders to prevent any escape. Panic spread amongst the civilians as heavily armed troops charged in formation. The attackers were soldiers from the maritime clans, advancing with synchronized training. The sheer scale of the deployment raised doubts about the justification for such action. Voices amongst the crowd doubted whether the claims of terrorism were valid. They protested the immense force being exploited, uncertain if the threat being addressed was even true. Tension flowed as one voice ordered the crowd to stop. A young priest stepped ahead, demanding answers. The man challenged the accusation of terrorism, asking for evidence. His voice shook but held resolve. The priest boldly claimed the accused was the reincarnation of Kriemeld, a sacred person. His remarks stirred unease amongst the soldiers, as the priest declared his faith to the temple's inheritance. The man demanded an explanation for the armed intrusion into the sanctuary, confronting the aggressors with unwavering faith, and Senior doubted why Trivan forces had entered Holy Floor uninvited. While murmurs spread, one man exclaimed that Trivan had stolen the Dragon Slayer blade, shocking the surrounding group. This revelation hinted at a deeper betrayal. The accusation grew more intense. A bystander implied that the attacker's force be aligned with Trivan, suggesting collusion between the factions. The crowd, now furious, rallied to defend Kriemheld. Driven by betrayal and dread, they flowed ahead with determination, swearing to guard the sanctuary at all costs. Sir Spinola remained stern and silent, seeing the circumstance escalate. His subordinate voiced concern over their excessive response. Romulan suggested retreat, acknowledging they may have lost too far. Spinola, however, seemed unmoved by the cautionary advice. While tension mounted, the reality was revealed. The forces involved were identified as the Troivan mercenary squad, confirming the worst fears of those opposing them. Lacking delay, Spinola gave the order to eliminate anyone in their road. The mercenaries moved with lethal precision. Gore stained the floor as turmoil burst. Those who had taken a stand were mercilessly hit low. And Senior attempted to stop Spinola, warning that such brutality would tarnish his title. Yet the damage was already done. The holy fields were now a war zone. Spinola lashes out at Romulan, accusing him of cowardice. The man dismisses the older man's attempt to defuse the conflict, insisting that little will save him now. Spinola's tone grows darker. He reveals that they had already deceived the archipelago once before, a history error that left them no room for redemption. Using grim resolve, Spinola declares their sole option is to serve Troivan completely. His voice is filled with resignation as he commands his men to eliminate anyone in their way. The local citizens rally in response. Driven by righteous anger, they charge to retrieve the stolen Dragon Slayer blade. The crowd's momentum builds as they tempest ahead with makeshift weapons. Clashes erupt in the open plaza. Civilians and temple guards fight side by side, their determination matching the invaders' aggression. A soldier urges Priestess Marty to flee, but she refuses. Despite the danger, she insists on fighting with everyone else. The defenders shout in resistance, refusing to allow harm to befall Kriemheld. Those figures form a defensive line, shouting for everyone to hold their floor and block the attacker's road. One fighter rallying others to confront the enemy head on. Using a fierce expression, he charges ahead into battle, igniting the skirmish with fiery resolve. The two forces collide violently, blades clash, bodies fall, and sparks fly. Amid the turmoil, skilled fighters strike with precision, cutting through foes with explosive force. Spinola, furious at the turn of events, his composure breaks as he sees a familiar confront on the warzone, and demands an explanation. A man footsteps ahead, calling him father. It's Antonio Spinola. With a grin, he mocks the turmoil near him, revealing deep resentment. Spinola explodes with fury, accusing Antonio of abandoning his position as heir. The encounter becomes personal. Spinola's anger boils over as he questions if Antonio gave up his inheritance for this disgrace. Antonio calmly retorts, leaping ahead with a massive blade. His strike lands with strength as he challenges Spinola's twisted view of faith and honor. Antonio condemns his father's betrayal of the nation and murder of innocents. Spinola, visibly shaken, stammers in doubt at the sun-now-rounded enemy. Encircled by battle and bloodshed, the Black Skull unit remained in formation. Their leader barked orders with urgency, rallying them to take low the enemy forces lacking delay. Using conviction, he instructed every person to subdue the attackers one by one. The war zone resounded with clashing steel as they charged, lost the mercenaries and defend the civilians. While the clash intensified, he reminded them of their greater intent to guard the people. Although the odds were against them, morale flowed as they battled with all they had. Beneath the ocean surface, Theo descended swiftly through a magic portal. The water near him shimmered with arcane energy. The man found himself face to face with a swarm of massive sea serpents. Their shining gaze fixated on him, yet none made a move. Theo noted their numbers exceeded expectations. The man had prepared for battle, but sensed something changed. The creatures simply watched him. Theo clenched his grip on his blade, wondering if its energy was affecting the serpents. The man suspected the strength of Leviathan inside the weapon was influencing their behavior. The man extended his palm, reaching toward them with calculated risk. The sea serpents didn't react aggressively. Soul stared back with shining red gaze. Suddenly, a system notice confirmed his intuition. The sea serpents recognized him as their master. Taming had been initiated, and the creatures began to glow with trustful submission. Theo felt a familiar sensation, the same connection he experienced when he tamed Umbra. A rush of emotion passed between him and the beasts, taken through his dragon heart. The shared feelings deepened. Theo sensed curiosity, dread, and awe from the serpents, all flowing into him. A radiant glow spread across the depths. Leviathan's inheritance resonated inside Theo, soothing the beasts as their gaze softened. Theo confirmed what he had suspected. The Leviathan's aura had summoned the creatures. Those figures acknowledged him not as an intruder, but as a bearer of the same strength. A sea serpent leaned close, its expression gentler. Theo smiled, assuring it and the others that he could be believed. Confidence come back to Theo's confront. The man murmured a promise of safety to his new companions. The sea answered with calm. Theo, now in full control of his bond with the sea serpents. Using calm resolve, he assured them that he would handle the circumstance himself. The lead serpent responded to his intent. Together, they flowed downward, diving toward Leviathan's domain hidden in the ocean depths. Their descent left a streak of radiance piercing through the dark waters. The deep sea awaited, filled with magic and mystery as Theo was held with intent. While they plunged deeper, Theo noted the increasing pressure and unstable mana currents, the man analyzing the environment as it grew more intense. The swirling currents twisted unnaturally. Theo understood the distortion was likely caused by proximity to Leviathan. Bot system alert flashed. Hatchling synchro triggered. At that instant, Theo's gaze opened as something began to awaken inside him, connecting him further with the sea's creatures. Far below, Leviathan's massive form loomed in the dark waters. Its slumbering presence was immense, coiled and silent amidst the ocean floor. Theo's air caught as he recognized the legendary beast. The Leviathan stirred slightly, its scales shining faintly. Although the creature's strength was immense, Theo remained calm. The man noted that Leviathan had submerged alone deeply. While Theo approached, he noticed an odd corruption in the water. The sea serpents had been right. The mana was warped and unstable, not as remembered from Kriemhild's history. Two small floating spirits observed from nearby. One remarked on how dangerous the mana felt, their expressions serious and alert. Those figures doubted Theo, implying he should already recognize the energy. Using a frown, he began to realize there was something more sinister tied to him. Theo glanced inward and acknowledged the energy inside him. The dark aura matched what now poisoned the sea. The man identified it, the demon shadow totem. A mind flowed of its presence, linking it to the corruption he now faced. A corrupted dragon, overtaken by the totem's strength, roared from the depths. Once a majestic beast, it now charged wildly.
A dark fortress remained solemnly atop a cliff as turbulent waves crashed against the rocks below. The structure projected an ominous presence, casting darkness over the sea. Within the building, destruction covered the floor. Debris from shattered walls and cracked tiles suggested a violent clash had recently occurred. A masked person, calm and commanding, stepped ahead from the darkness. Despite the turmoil near him, he addressed someone unseen. Acknowledging the ongoing war between their nations, he insisted that a matter of greater importance required immediate discussion. A long-haired man with a confident grin responded. The man spoke out to the masked person, addressing him as Overlord Dragon, revealing recognition and familiarity between them. The man identified the masked person as Noel, one of Troyvan's elite aristocratic servitors. His voice held a mix of sarcasm and provocation, hinting at unresolved tension rooted in history dealings. Overlord Dragon, revealed as Dante Roll, cut through the formalities. The man reminded Noel of the conditions they once agreed upon, and doubted whether Noel had forgotten the importance of their pact. Noel recited the original deal. Dante would secure the northern front while Troyvan held out a secret operation in the archipelago. Their mutual interests had once aligned under a promise of quiet. Feigning innocence, Noel claimed he had kept his word. The man doubted Dante's anger, suggesting there had been no breach from his side. Dante's patience snapped. Accusing Noel of deceit, he slammed the floor and demanded answers regarding Theo Ragnar, an unexpected actor who had disrupted the balance. Noel, now entirely enraged, gave Dante one last opportunity to speak the reality. The red glow near him intensified, radiating deadly intent. While the energy exploded outward, Noel shielded himself. Dante's voice boomed with finality, declaring that their alliance would finish if lies continued. With blade in palm, Dante remained ready to fight. His statement made it open. Betrayal had shattered their trust, and consequences would follow immediately. Elsewhere, Theo observed the turmoil. His gaze opened in awareness, connecting the events to something far more sinister. The man identified the threat. Demon Shadow Toxin. The very title hit dread, as he recognized it corrupting the thoughts of a once rational dragon. The dragon, now devoured by the toxin, roared uncontrollably. Its reasoning had disappeared, replaced with blind fury, signaling a new and dangerous phase in the unfolding conflict. Theo couldn't understand how Troyvan managed to manipulate a guardian beast of such caliber, especially when those entities were signified to guard the archipelago. Despite the guardian's formidable presence, it was now flooded by the influence of demonic energy. Theo theorized they had exploited an unknown method to subdue it, using the dragon having lost its reasoning. Its frame shook violently. Theo recognized the berserk signs, understanding the threat would soon spiral out of control. Theo refused to back low. The man launched himself ahead just as the dragon's attention remained elsewhere. A system notification triggered as Theo triggered a special skill, Hatchling Synchro. His gaze narrowed as he felt the demonic toxin rapidly spreading through the dragon's frame. Focusing on the corrupted origin, Theo confirmed the source of the influence. The man arranged to strike from inside, aiming to destroy its source and sever the demonic control over the beast. Theo dove straight toward the center of the corrupted root, a place where demonic energy was most intense. His weapon glowed as he prepared to strike. With precise aim, he cut the shining core embedded in the dragon's frame. Energy flared, as the dragon roared as waves of backlash flowed near them. Electricity and corrupted mana flowed near him as the dragon flailed wildly, its frame trying to reject both Theo's intrusion and the demonic parasite. Landing hard, Theo regained his footing amidst rubble. Although injured, he remained focused. The dragon was stronger than expected, its corrupted energy resisting purification. Theo growled in frustration. The man understood he couldn't pull back now. His strike had triggered a reaction. The beast was now aware of him and wouldn't stop until he was eliminated. While the beast lunged at him, Theo's thoughts raced for options. His window to act was shrinking. If he could not now, the turmoil would spread far beyond this war zone. The berserk dragon launched a devastating charge. Theo narrowly dodged, but the pressure was immense. Beaten and wounded, Theo analyzed the war zone. The man needed to close the gap again, but this time lacking exposing himself. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy burst beyond him. Theo's gaze opened. A powerful corrupted projectile was headed straight for him. Time was running out. The corrupted dragon launched a barrage of energy strikes, saturated with violent demonic strength. Clear blue and green beams ripped through the water like spears aimed at Theo. Theo was hit by the shockwave mid-movement, groaning in agony as the force drove him back. While he regained control, Theo glanced upward. A swarm of sharpened projectiles descended rapidly toward him. The sea dragon twisted its frame with predatory pace, circling near as it prepared for another devastating charge. Theo recognized the creature as a sea serpent. Although underwater mobility was limited, this new form gave him an advantage, especially now that he had adapted to aquatic combat. Resolute, Theo focused his next strike on the dragon's forehead, where he had earlier noticed an injury. The man charged with precise aim, targeting the vulnerable crystal embedded there. While dashing ahead, Theo confirmed his suspicion. The demonic energy was densest near the forehead crystal. Theo recalled his earlier battle with the griffin. From that encounter, he had learned that exploiting frail points was key to bringing low corrupted monsters. His frame flowed with strength as he prepared his technique. His experience and instincts converged. System prompts triggered in Theo's sight. A special technique was triggered, Quintuple Dragon's Claw, a high-level skill designed for delivering multi-point destruction in one attack. Theo charged at full pace, water slicing down as he propelled himself like a spear. The skill condensed near him. 5 streams of dragon-shaped force burst from his sword, accelerating toward the crystal on the dragon's head with unstoppable velocity. The attack collided with the corrupted core, cracking its surface instantly. Demonic energy scattered, unable to contain the sheer force of Theo's strike. The crystal exploded in a violent burst, releasing shockwaves that tore through the surrounding sea floor. Theo was flung back by the detonation. While the dust cleared, shards of the shattered crystal floated in the water. Theo's gamble had worked. The dragon's control was finally shattered. Theo, exhausted from the intense battle, drifted downward through the water. His frame weakened, bruised, and cut. The man slowly regained focus, looking toward the subdued dragon. Its once violent gaze, shining with fury, were now still. The dragon's expression shifted. Inside its wide crimson pupils, an image surfaced, a young woman with silver hair and calm gaze. Theo instantly recognized her, Kriemhild. Kriemhild's image reappeared in his thoughts, her kindness, her power, and her silent support. A mind long buried come back with clarity. He understood that even then, she had been there for him, not just as a comrade, but as someone who trusted in his road. Theo shut his gaze briefly. Kriemhild's expression, once hopeful and filled with intent, remained etched in his ideas. The dragon broke the quiet, admitting that it grasped now. Kriemhild had remained close for Theo's sake, not as duty, but from choice. Lacking delay, the small creature nearby pushed Theo to stop reminiscing. There was still a task to complete, and their time was limited. The dragon agreed, but to the group's surprise, it claimed it could not anymore lend its power as a guardian. Its time had passed. What it could give now was changed. The dragon revealed its secret. It had defied the primordial dragon's will and left the relic. From that instant on, it ceased to be a true guardian. Although Theo had shattered the demonic influence, the damage remained. The dragon's essence had started to fall, strength complete and unrestricted, yet it came with a cost, immense agony and burden. That moment asked Theo if he was ready to bear it. Theo, unwavering, responded with calm certainty. He was ready. His gaze mirrored no dread, sole determination. The dragon chuckled faintly. That moment respected Theo's resolve. Then, with solemnity, it asked one last question. Would Theo use this strength to guard what Kriemhild once remained for? Theo raised his blades slowly and replied, lacking delay. The man swore to do so, honoring both Kriem's wish and the dragon's sacrifice. While Theo floated in the quiet aftermath, the guardian dragon's voice resounded softly, showing gratitude. Its time had come to an finish, but it found peace thanks to Theo's courage. With a last surge of energy, the dragon's frame dissolved into radiance. Its spirit drifted upward, free to reunite with the friend it had longed to see again. Currents in the sea began to shift violently. Theo watched as the powerful waters that once protected the region started to disappear. Realizing the danger, Theo snapped into action. Lacking the sea's magic, the floating archipelago would fall. Channeling the dragon's remaining strength into himself, he released a vortex of energy, aiming to redirect the sea flow. Theo shouted his aim to move the entire floating archipelago. The island shook as his strength reached out to hold them aloft. Theo Ragnar descended into the sea's depth where the old strength of Leviathan began to move. The ocean currents shook, resonating with the awakening of something primal and immense. The man floated midair, facing the sealed force head-on. A surge of spiritual energy encircled him as he prepared to inherit the creature's inheritance. The pact demanded both resolve and sacrifice. While the energy swirled violently, Theo reached toward Leviathan's core. The man intended to absorb its strength and awaken a promise no Ragnar had ever dared to claim before. The force flowed through his frame, tearing at him from inside. Theo understood, too delayed, that he had underestimated its intensity. His arrogance had put him in danger. The chaotic entity Leviathan revealed its immense force. That moment was not a simple beast. It was a force of nature, far beyond what Theo had prepared for, despite the Guardian's warnings. The pressure grew unbearable. His frame screamed under the strain, and his ideas scattered. The man struggled to maintain focus as the immense strength threatened to destroy him entirely. In desperation, Theo reached for his blade. Although nearly unconscious, instinct guided his palm toward the weapon forged to channel his power. The man gripped the sword tightly, and the waters shifted as it resonated with his intent. A sphere of strength formed near him, stabilizing the chaotic flow of energy. Rising from the depths, Theo positioned himself to reply Leviathan's force. He grasped that soul by channeling it into his sword could he endure the fusion. His blade now steady, Theo located a distant opening in the current and began moving toward it. The man knew he couldn't contain the energy here. It had to be redirected. Far above, another warrior observed Theo's battle. Using urgency, they reminded him that Leviathan's strength could not be contained for long and must be released immediately. Although exhausted, Theo acknowledged the warning. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated upward, refusing to let the energy consume him before he reached his chosen destination. Theo raised his palm and fixed his gaze ahead. He visualized a specific time, a location tied to the history, where strength once reigned, the former northeast base of Ragnar. A spatial rift began to open. That moment crackled with the energy of teleportation, linking the underwater turmoil to the surface realm. Theo launched the Leviathan's force through it. In the distant heavens above Ragnar's ruins, radiance burst open as the energy burst outward. Ice and water scattered. The sea alone seemed to part as the blast reached ground. The soldiers watched in confusion as an abrupt tremor shook the floor beneath their feet. Waves crashed with unusual force, and an unnatural pull seemed to shift the sea. From the horizon, the ocean alone began to shift. The archipelago, once stable and unmoving, tilted slightly, its edges pulling inward like the calm before fall. The movement accelerated. Landmasses groaned as if dragged by some colossal force from below. All gaze rounded to the ocean line, where the very shape of the terrain was changing. Water exploded from a lighthouse base as pressure flowed upward. The surface fractured, and the sea churned near the structure with immense force. Within a large chamber, water burst through a sealed gate and flooded the area violently. Those nearby scrambled for cover as the structure shook. Amidst the turmoil, a masked person observed the change with doubt. He understood that Theo Ragnar had not sole survived, but absorbed the forbidden strength far faster than anticipated. A dark person, hidden in the darkness, snarled in frustration. The unexpected turn had disrupted plans long in movement, and Theo's unpredictability left even seasoned conspirators unsettled. Another observer, more composed, acknowledged that the plan was already compromised. Theo's understanding of the Dragon Slayer's strength rendered the initial aim obsolete. Those figures decided to eliminate Theo before he became more of a threat. Using the blade in his possession, he was not anymore a pawn, but a promise rival in their greater scheme. Back near the coastline, one of the commanders shouted in awe as the archipelago began visibly moving. Theo's attempts had shifted the foundation of the region. The danger of the settling landmass had passed. Soldiers, once panicked, now dropped their weapons and cheered in relief, realizing that the threat had been lifted. While calm settled, abrupt ambush shattered the instant. One man gasped in shock as a sword cut through him, breaking the fragile peace with violence once more. Blades collided again. Unknown assailants attacked lacking warning. Bodies fell, and companions rounded their attention to the new threat emerging from the darkness. Amidst the turmoil, a cloaked warrior launched into the heavens, dodging strikes with precision. Onlookers immediately recognized him. His presence solitary rounded the tide. Kriemhild had come back. His reappearance confirmed what many feared. Theo Ragnar had succeeded. The sea dragon's old seal had been shattered, and war was not any more speculation, but certainty. A veteran soldier approached Theo Ragnar, confirming the archipelago's safety. His voice held both relief and fatigue. The crisis emerged to be over. For now. Theo gave a quiet nod. Although his frame was worn and his expression unreadable, he acknowledged the gratitude lacking pride. His task wasn't done yet. Theo rounded away, letting the man know he already grasped the unspoken burdens they held. The bloodshed, the decisions, and the consequences were already open to him. Using steady footsteps, Theo Ragnar walked across the gore-stained deck. He bore no delay. His blade, now a symbol of the sea dragon's force, gleamed with restrained strength. The man signaled for the others to fall back. The man would remain beyond to defend the archipelago. The choice was his solitary, made lacking, seeking permission or praise. Elsewhere, foes gathered. Soldiers panicked as they saw Theo approaching. Those figures shouted and ordered each other to act quickly. Theo entered the war zone, where bodies littered the floor and gore stained the sea-facing walls. His presence solitary reignited the tension amongst the enemy ranks. He darted ahead, blade taken, cutting low his foes before they could react. A red laser flared in the air, signaling a distant threat preparing to strike. Theo sensed the incoming attack and issued a silent warning with his actions. He moved with pace that made the enemy to retreat or fall instantly under his sword. Reinforcements arrived from the opposite finish of the dock. Pirates, bold and disorganized, charged toward the fortress gates. The war zone burst into turmoil once more. Theo launched into action. The man intercepted enemy waves before they could breach the interior. The bridge, drenched with gore and steel, became a war zone again. Theo's precision carved through the attackers, his movements clean and efficient. As the last bodies hit the floor, doubt resounded through the enemy. He had flooded both ground and sea. Theo stepped amidst the dead pirates and senior warrior, furious at the devastation. The man blamed the loss on others' inability to stop Theo earlier. Amongst the crowd, a shocked expression revealed the man's identity. Theo's father, the older man, had not expected to see his son so shifted, so dominant. The man gave a last command to his subordinate: evacuate the civilians. The war was not over, but Theo had proven himself indispensable. The archipelago would need him now beyond ever. The older soldier gave a subtle nod, trusting Theo to hold the front line. Although concern lingered, he knew no one else could stand in Theo's place. Theo, focused on the war zone, sensed a dark force gathering in the distance. The man readied himself, although the threat remained far beyond reach. Deep inside a crimson void, a monstrous entity stirred. Furious and bloodthirsty, it swore to tear Theo down until he was unrecognizable, even to his own father. A new enemy had awakened.
Theo Ragnar, cloaked in red aura, stepped onto the war zone with immense presence. His movements were precise, radiating lethal intent as he shut the distance. The man assessed the circumstance, realizing the enemy's strength was unnatural. Such power appearing suddenly signified one possibility. This opponent wasn't ordinary. The armored man's identity became open. He resembled one of Troiden's aristocratic servitors, enhanced fighters engineered to rival Ragnar's 9 dragons, beings who once remained equal during the Great War. The red-eyed warrior scanned the war zone, his sensors locked onto Theo, confirming his target. Abrupt energy spike flowed through his sword as he prepared to strike. In a moment, the enemy launched a devastating attack, closing the gap mid-air. Theo could sole react on instinct, barely avoiding the initial blow. Theo was thrown back. The impact shattered the floor beneath him. That moment became open. His opponent's pace and precision weren't just enhanced. They were engineered to eliminate threats like him. The reinforced warrior's tireless approach left Theo no room to reply. Each move was calculated, exploiting every delay and frailty with harsh efficiency. Theo understood the gap in strength. Against a aristocratic servitor, triumph was unlikely. His thoughts raced for options as escape became the sole priority. Despite injuries, Theo countered. He rushed ahead, sword taken, aiming to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. The circumstance demanded beyond power, it required resolve. The enemy channeled red energy, amplifying his next strike with violent force. That moment wasn't just about winning, it was domination. The strength of a dragon slayer blade flowed unnaturally from him. Theo endured a direct hit and was thrown into the distance. Agony flowed through him, but he kept moving, dodging through smoke and debris to avoid follow-up attacks. Although beaten, he refused to retreat. The servitor advanced again, resolute to crush Theo entirely. Each footstep held calculated pressure designed to force submission. The servitor taunted Theo, viewing the battle as beneath him. His demeanor shifted from merciless to mocking, underestimating Theo's endurance. Theo, wounded but focused, remained unshaken. The man was far from defeated. The man readied his stance, gaze locked on the enemy's next move. While the next exchange burst, Theo grasped something vital. This opponent embodied all Sir Ed once warned about, an enemy-shaped soul for destruction, lacking restraint or edge. In a hidden chamber, an enemy commander gave precise instructions. Theo Ragnar, heir to Ragnar's next generation, was now marked as a critical threat to eliminate. Elsewhere, the black-masked warrior remained atop the shattered war zone. The man recalled his orders clearly. If Theo continued to increase, his presence would tilt the tide of war. While debris settled near him, he evaluated Theo's rising influence. If left unchecked, Theo would become a decisive weapon in tomorrow conflicts, something their side couldn't afford. Driven by urgency, the enemy launched another strike. Their orders were absolute: take Theo out before he could evolve any further. Far above, support units debated their next move. Yet Theo's internal systems could not respond. Buff enhancements were still on cooldown, limiting his options. Despite the disadvantage, Theo carried firm. The timer for the Dragon Slayer buff ticked low. If he could just hold out for 2 more minutes, he force-turned the battle. The enemy rained destruction from above. Red streaks seared across the heavens, bombarding the field with tireless fury. Theo narrowly dodged each blast. A massive explosion burst near the docks. Theo dove beyond cover as wooden structures shattered from the force of the impact. The masked attacker shut in blades taken. He pursued Theo with merciless precision, launching another volley of projectiles aimed to bend him completely. Theo scaled a nearby wall to escape the blast radius. Several foes climbed after him, their movements fast but not coordinated. Using one abrupt burst, Theo rounded and sent them flying back with a strike of compressed energy. The building structure shook under the force. Landing below, Theo gripped his blade tightly. The sword shimmered with faint blue radiance, Leviathan's strength stirring again. The floor cracked beneath him as he prepared for another charge. The war zone shook. Theo rushed ahead as energy flowed beneath his feet. His frame strained under the pressure but didn't stop. Up ahead, the enemy readied another blast. Theo's gaze locked on the red magic forming, but his footing remained steady. The man knew what was upcoming. While the red spell burst midair, Theo cut through it with momentum solitary. The two fighters collided midair again, their powers flaring in perfect opposition. Theo and the masked warrior collided violently, their blades colliding in midair with bursts of red and blue energy. The force split the surrounding air like a shockwave. While they disengaged, Theo accelerated upward, narrowly evading another crimson strike that trailed like a blazing ribbon through the heavens. From the floor, the masked enemy launched another assault, unleashing a barrage of red energy rings in rapid inheritance, each one closing in on Theo's position with pinpoint precision. Theo crashed onto the dock below, sending splinters and debris scattering across the area. The wooden platform shook under the force of his landing. The masked warrior pursued immediately, diving from above. The platform cracked under his impact, water spraying from beneath as the planks gave way. Theo lurched to his feet, wounded and winded. His breathing was labored, but his gaze were still locked onto his opponent. Retreat was not anymore an option. The internal buff system showed seconds remaining. Theo murmured to himself, urging his frame to hold on just a bit longer. Across the war zone, the masked enemy began gathering red energy. His next attack was changed, stronger, more focused. The man aimed to finish it with a single strike. Recognizing the danger, Theo moved. If he could create even a short distraction, he forced be able to endure long enough for the cooldown to finish and counterattack. Theo tossed the Dragonslayer blade ahead, baiting the enemy. The masked warrior reacted instantly, leaping toward the weapon lacking delay. At instant, Theo triggered his connection to Leviathan, employing a secondary skill. The wyvern taming ability resonated with the sea serpent embedded in the weapon. While his opponent reached for the blade, Theo launched himself ahead again. His strategy was not anymore to overpower. It was to force his enemy into missteps and delay him. The ocean roared as Leviathan's summoned form broke through the surface. The sea dragon coiled above the pier, its energy radiating through Theo's connection. The masked warrior stilled in doubt at the appearance of the beast. The man ridiculed the creature's arrival, but beyond his mask, unease grew. The sea dragon's strength flowed in waves, displacing wind and water. The war zone shifted, and Theo prepared to strike while the enemy was caught off balance. Theo leapt ahead, sword in palm, evading another crimson strike. His opponent released a barrage, but Theo kept moving, stalling for time. The enemy prepared a finishing blow, ignorant that Theo's delay had served its intent. At that instant, Theo's internal system finished the countdown. The Dragon Slayer blade's balance finally stabilized. A calm voice resounded in Theo's thoughts, acknowledging him as the chosen wielder and urging him to guard himself with the strength granted. While Theo raised the blade, it pulsed with surging energy. His opponent reacted in shock, too delayed to interrupt the activation. A notification confirmed that the Sea Serpent's seal had been released. The war zone shifted in that moment. From the depths, Leviathan surfaced, its shining form spiraling near Theo like a living tide. Its strength amplified Theo's aura, preparing him for a last counterstrike. Theo Ragnar activates a devastating technique, unleashing a wave of energy with immense force. The attack, Dragon Slaying, slices through the war zone like a divine verdict. The attack manifests into the form of Nibelung, a massive energy dragon slamming from above. While the technique finishes, Theo is seen falling from the heavens, having exhausted his power. His frame crashes into the frozen sea, swallowed by the massive whirlpool left beyond. A palm emerges from the water. Theo gasping for air, barely conscious. However, his opponent stands on solid floor, bruised but alive, smirking at Theo's battle. The enemy rises, driven by fury and resilience. His frame still carries deep injuries, but his fury keeps him upright. The man mocks Theo's attack as futile, boasting about his endurance and heritage tied to powerful bloodlines. Theo, still submerged and struggling, observes his enemy from afar. The man acknowledges the opponent's power, recognizing him as a formidable foe, not one to be easily destroyed. Theo steadies himself and raises his blade again. Despite being weakened, he summons energy, readying another strike. The air crackles with magic as strength surrounds his sword. Using a burst of force, Theo launches his last attack, causing water to explode upward. The enemy tries to react but is caught inside the massive torrent that pulls all low. The impact creates a swirling vortex that drags both fighters into the depths. Water floods the war zone as Theo's strength consumes the sea floor, finishing the clash in a massive underwater fall. Theo, still standing amid the destroyed war zone, forces his last command, using all remaining power. He casts a binding technique, triggering a whirlpool signified to bury his enemy for good. The whirlpool grows massive, roaring louder as it sucks all beneath. Theo's technique gains full strength, dragging his enemy toward the ocean depths. The enemy resists, but the force is immense. Theo finally collapses to one knee, breathing heavily. The war zone quiets. Elsewhere, another ally activates a arcane device, shifting the platform beneath. Their plan to redirect the island is now in movement as the spell circle glows beneath her feet. Far ahead, the island begins drifting toward the mainland. A floating fortress slowly approaches shore, its road carefully measured. The crew watches nervously, unsure if Theo's calculations were correct. On board, observers confirm the island is moving steadily and safely. The risk of collision is low, and relief spreads amongst the crew. One man praises the labor as Theo calmly looks on. Another soldier expresses doubt at the sight, still shocked that an entire island was moved. The man questions why such a drastic move was necessary rather than sealing the sea dragon directly. Theo answers with certainty. Although sealing the dragon was possible, the floating archipelago would have remained at risk. Preventing tomorrow threats required a permanent solution. The man explains that by stabilizing the island's location, peace could last. People wouldn't live in dread of the sea dragon reawakening, using the island now safe and anchored. Theo looks toward the horizon. The danger is history. The man smirks lightly, mentioning that they force need a new title. The island not anymore floats. A high-ranking officer approaches Theo in quiet, unsure how to begin. Encircled by guards and crew, tension lingers in the air. The officer finally bows his head deeply and begs for forgiveness. The man confesses the Alliance's shared guilt in earlier decisions. Even although they were coerced by threats, he admits responsibility for allowing the Sea Dragon threat to escalate and regrets their passive duty in the turmoil. In crying, the officer asks Theo for verdict. The man acknowledges that their alliance cannot anymore stand by lacking consequence. If needed, he is willing to pay with his existence for the damages they allowed to happen. Theo calmly tells the man that responsibility must be taken, but not in the way he fears. The man braces for punishment, gaze wide with dread. Theo requests that he take leadership of the Northern Maritime Alliance. The announcement stuns the officer and those near him. Rather, of execution, he is handed an opportunity to lead and restore order. The man is flooded, unable to comprehend the trust being placed in him. Theo stands firm, signaling that rebuilding must come through accountability and courage, not more bloodshed. Theo explains that the fall of the Ragnar Merchant Guild has left the northern region lacking large-scale trade. A new alliance must fill that duty to ensure stability. The man declares confidence in the floating archipelago's alliance to take on this responsibility. The officer hesitates, believing himself unworthy. But Theo turns to the crowd for verdict. Theo publicly calls on everyone for their opinion. The people cheer, showing support for the humbled officer. A new chapter for the North begins, built on unity, not dread-known citizen. Raises their palm and declares support for Antonio's leadership. Those figures affirm that everyone saw his honesty and regret, and that he deserves the opportunity to lead. Others raise their hands one by one. Voices call out in favor of Antonio, acknowledging the courage he showed, and the lives he helped guard. Shouts of agreement ascend as more people raise their hands. Many recall how Antonio remained up for the citizens during the crisis. By majority will, the people accept him as the rightful leader of the Maritime Alliance. Theo watches the crowd's response with calm satisfaction. With the people's trust confirmed, he prepares to seal the choice with a declaration of conditions for the alliance's tomorrow. The man announces the condition. The Northern Maritime Alliance must invest its resources into Ragnar. In return, he promises to guard the floating archipelago's autonomy and safety. Theo publicly swears his commitment in the title of the Ragnar clan. His voice carries authority, reassuring everyone that a new era of cooperation and peace is now underway. Antonio remains silent at initial, flooded by the crowd's acceptance. After a pause, he footsteps ahead, moved by Theo's trust and the people's support. The man accepts the duty with humility, declaring his faith to the House of Ragnar. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, he promises to uphold the agreement and safeguard peace. While the sun rises beyond them, Theo and Antonio clasp hands firmly. The alliance is sealed, not by dread or force, but by mutual trust and shared responsibility. Cheers erupt across the courtyard as the people celebrate the new alliance. Theo and Antonio stand at the center, now united by intent. Their handshake signals the beginning of a new era for the North. While rumbling echoes in the distance, both men glance toward the sea. Theo smiles slightly, knowing the long journey is finally over. The floating archipelago has reached its destined place. Far off the shore, the archipelago settles into its new resting time. Anchored to a secure landmass, it becomes the new permanent house for its people, protected and stable at last. Elsewhere, under the moonlight, stormy waters crash against jagged rocks. A single palm claws out of the ocean, breaking the surface with force. The enemy from before gasps for air, his frame trembling as he drags himself ashore, coughing violently. He clings to existence through sheer fury and desperation. The man collapses on the wet stone, coughing uncontrollably. His escape, however, brings no peace. Soul the flames of vengeance that still burns inside him. Rising with hatred in his gaze, the man curses the title of Ragnar. The man swears vengeance, vowing to tear Theo down and reclaim his pride. Just as he speaks, an ominous presence appears. A dark person watches him from the darkness, the Overlord Dragon. The man falters, recognizing the immense aura. The man pleads frantically, offering to serve and begging for help to complete his vengeance. Yet the dragon dismisses him icily, calling him foolish. The tides of strength are shifting, and not in his favor. The Overlord Dragon's aura darkens as he reveals his true motive. The man never intended to help reclaim peace. Rather, he had wanted the archipelago for himself all along. The dead enemy, shocked and deceived, realizes he had been manipulated. The Overlord Dragon had sole seen him as an instrument to weaken Ragnar and claim the floating island lacking resistance. The dragon mocks his could-not expectations. He admits the enemy wasn't even able to eliminate one of Ragnar's pests. His grin widens, harsh and merciless, as he footsteps ahead with disdain. The Overlord Dragon refuses to be cast aside. In resistance, he unleashes a last surge of energy and declares his intent to destroy the 9 dragons. He draws a doomed weapon with gore-red energy crackling near it. The sword pulses with corrupted strength, twisted by his fury. He charges recklessly at the Overlord Dragon, resolute to show the power of the aristocratic lineage he believes still matters. The man leaps into the air with wild gaze and hateful shouts, ready to strike. Yet his desperation and arrogance cloud his verdict, driving him toward a fight he cannot win. The Overlord Dragon watches calmly, unimpressed. He mocks the enemy's bluster, calling out the futility of remarks and shows of strength lacking substance. While the enemy rages below, the dragon muses aloud, wondering if his antics would work on the elders, or perhaps on Theo Ragnar. His tone remains casual, almost bored. A wicked grin forms as he whispers Theo's title. With gaze shining red, he issues a new challenge, eager to confront the sole one left, who force be value his time. The harsh war zone was silent as heavy snowfall veiled the frozen terrain. From atop the cliffs, armed troops gathered, gaze fixed downward as a lone flag shook in the wind. At the center of the lower field remained a white-haired commander, Ed Trivon, his presence firm and commanding. Near him, his soldiers formed ranks, bracing for the clash. The atmosphere crackled with restrained violence. While a few enemy fighters charged with confidence, Ed remained still. His opponents hurled threats, ignorant of the difference in strength. The commander's calm gaze didn't flinch, despite their taunts. Lacking delay, Ed released force with terrifying precision. His attackers fell instantly, their last remarks echoing. Remarks Ed had heard too many times before. Annoyed by the repetition, Ed stepped ahead, sweeping aside their charge with lethal ease. His frustration wasn't with their attacks, but the predictable arrogance each foe held, always finishing in the same loss. A subordinate rushed to him with urgent news. The operation at the floating archipelago could not. Ed's expression darkened as he asked about Noel. The reply was grim. Contact had been completely lost. Elsewhere, a man cloaked in dark armor listened to the report. The man ridiculed the dead comrade as defective, showing no concern. The archipelago was a key supply hub. Its loss could shift the war's result. One of his elites, Ain, offered to resolve the issue himself. The man was no ordinary soldier. He remained amongst the 9 servitors of Trivon, dangerous and loyal. Ed, however, refused. The archipelago was already lost. The man wouldn't risk further assets. Although he spoke at a pity, his gaze remained fixed on the war ahead, not backward. Ed Trivon, encircled by the aftermath of battle, issued calm orders to regroup forces at the center. The man revealed his larger scheme. This war was merely a distraction. With shining gaze and firm resolve, Ed reminded his subordinates of their singular intent. All their actions, victories, and losses signified little compared to this one aim. The true aim beyond their operations was finally spoken. The resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Deep inside a sacred chamber lit by fire and darkness, their ultimate task loomed in quiet and secrecy, far from the war zone. The coastal city bustled with existence. At the docks, ships were prepared and cargo moved, ignorant of the deeper currents of war. Several figures sat within a dimly lit office, considering routes through the Ceres Merchant Guild's rails. The lack of communication from the Southern Guild raised concern. Antonio, seated and exhausted, leaned over his desk. Papers encircled him, and his quiet revealed the burden he held. Before he could gather his ideas, someone entered the room, sensing his unease. Theo entered, asking about supply issues. Antonio tried to downplay his stress but quickly admitted his fears. The man confessed that even after being freed from Troyvan's control, safety was not guaranteed under Ragnar's rule. Looking at Ragnar's flag, Antonio admitted his vulnerability. A mere gesture from Theo could finish them, just as Troyvan once did, gratitude mixed with dread in his voice. Although he regretted speaking so openly, Antonio couldn't dismiss the dread. The man doubted whether they were truly safer now, or merely trading one danger for another. Theo explained that it was natural for a leader to dread being overthrown. However, Theo expressed a changed philosophy, one not built on isolation but power through readiness. Antonio listened intently as Theo explained that the floating archipelago had been defenseless precisely because of its separation. Using no constant threats, the people grew unaccustomed to war, leaving them unprepared when conflict finally arrived. Theo warned that relying on others for national defense is a flawed strategy. The man moved confidently across the room, reminding Antonio that escape could not be guaranteed through trust or distance solitary. Keeping a pendant with the Ragnar insignia, Antonio admitted the reality. Self-defense, although risky, was necessary. Theo didn't argue. Rather, he shifted the topic to Ragnar's white-armored dragon cavalry. Antonio confirmed the unit is renowned and acknowledged their airborne wyverns. Theo nodded knowingly, implying that similar beasts had once existed in the archipelago, hinting that their forgotten strength could be reclaimed. Antonio, realizing the implication, connected Theo's remarks to the sea serpents once native to the region. Their reappearance always caused panic, and now memories of their rampages come back with unease. Suddenly, turmoil burst outside. Reports of sea serpents at the dock spread quickly. Civilians were ordered to flee while fighters scrambled to respond. Antonio panicked, but Theo remained composed. The man revealed that the serpents had not come by opportunity. They had been summoned deliberately. Shock crossed Antonio's confront. Emerging from the waters, a colossal sea serpent loomed. Theo remained calmly beside it, proving he carried command over what others feared. Antonio was shocked by Theo's revelation. Summoning sea serpents sounded reckless, something a madman would attempt. Yet Theo remained calm, petting one of the creatures as if it were a trained hound. Using a confident smile, Theo proposed an idea, teaching others to tame the serpents. Just as Ragnar had formed their own airborne cavalry, the archipelago could forge a new force, Riders of the Sea. While serpent riders charged through the waves beside the docks, Theo's sight took shape. Although Antonio chuckled at the absurdity, comparing it to a fairy tale, the beasts now answered to Theo. Theo embraced the comparison to fantasy. The man recalled a legend where a knight rode a sea serpent into battle and suggested naming the new force the Kriemhild Knight Order. Antonio's shock grew as one of the sea serpents responded positively to him. The bond between man and beast wasn't impossible. Just then, Theo was informed that someone awaited him. His title resounded across the pier, Theo Ragnar, and a guest's arrival hinted at a new twist in this evolving task. Within a warehouse, a visitor remained in awe at the growing forces. The woman couldn't believe Theo had orchestrated it all in just a few days. The scale of his operation defied belief. Theo rejected the astonishment calmly, yet the guest, wearing black ice armor, hinted at deeper knowledge. This operation wasn't as spontaneous as it seemed. The woman revealed that Black Ice had been investigating the floating archipelago, suspecting it to be a vital supply hub for Ed Troyven. Theo's gaze opened. Unknowingly, he had stepped into a far more dangerous game. Theo remained still, processing the reality. Black Ice had been investigating the archipelago all along. If they knew its strategic importance, he couldn't understand why they had allowed its fall lacking interference. Before he could reflect further, a new voice spoke out. A towering man entered the scene, mocking Theo's reputation and appearance. His presence was loud and arrogant. Someone exploited to dominance. This was Overlord Dragon, Dante Roll, one of the Great Nine. Although he spoke calmly, his tone held a scornful edge. He doubted Theo's handling of the archipelago, hinting at deeper tensions amongst companions. Dante introduced himself entirely, brushing aside formalities and approaching Theo with familiarity. The man spoke as if he owned the space, analyzing the circumstance with open disdain. Theo remained quiet as the female agent from earlier criticized him for not reporting to Black Ice. Her accusation revealed deeper implications. Black Ice had plans Theo had unknowingly disrupted. With awareness, Theo grasped the secrecy wasn't just to guard the archipelago but to hide Black Ice's operations there. His unexpected interference had brought unwanted attention to classified dealings. Suddenly, Dante's mood shifted. Red energy burst violently as he declared the circumstance troublesome. The man ridiculed Theo, questioning his readiness to deal with consequences far beyond expectations. The outburst wasn't a threat. It was a warning wrapped in challenge. The explosion of strength caught even seasoned fighters off guard, shaking the entire dock. While Dante's crimson force flowed through the area, Theo remained firm. Despite the immense pressure, this encounter wasn't one he intended to back low from. Theo gritted his teeth as Dante's immense strength flowed. The air cracked under pressure, and Theo could barely hold his floor. The man had expected power, but not this. Awareness hit hard. His gaze opened in shock as he grasped the scale of Dante's force. It wasn't just rough strength, it was intent, blazing with intent. Dante's fury wasn't lacking reason. Ragnar had could not to guard the floating archipelago, and now it all made sense. This tempest of power was released to prevent its complete colonization. Theo unleashes a fierce counterstrike, his sword erupting with crimson force that cuts through the air. Theo realizes that brute power solitary is not enough. His enemy's swordplay surpasses anything he expected. The man recalls his previous life's loss, his inability to stop the downfall of a critical region. Now, it becomes open. His enemy had always been manipulating events beyond direct encounter. The task wasn't just about personal vengeance. The man had to stop the colonization of the floating archipelago. The man charges toward a towering person cloaked in authority. Dante Roll laughs boisterously, brushing off any tension. The man had ignored reporting the enemy's movements, letting them operate freely until now, stating it was all part of his plan. Dante admits, he knew all but chose not to act. He trusted the 9 dragons shouldn't waste labor on minor threats, and preferred to let the enemy increase before wiping them out completely. However, his plan was derailed by Theo's interference. Theo had acted before the threat reached its peak, disrupting Dante's strategy. Theo silently assesses Dante Roll, the Overlord Dragon. Amongst the 9 dragons, Dante is feared and respected, but his goals exceed even their authority. The mysterious strength source hidden in the depths becomes the centerpiece of his aim. Theo recalls stories of it, an old relic granting immense power to those who dare claim it, and Dante clearly intended to. Despite his aloofness, Dante reveals he's kept a close eye on the circumstance. Now he's ready to act. Not for the clan's sake, but to play with Theo directly, hinting at a looming encounter. Theo bows his head respectfully and acknowledges his deviation from orders, showing regret for acting independently. Despite the solemn atmosphere, Dante Roll responds with casual laughter. Dante unexpectedly praises Theo's character and rank. Recognizing him as the 6th heir candidate of Ragnar, Dante seems genuinely impressed by Theo's poise and power. Theo is left shocked by the abrupt shift in tone. The exaggerated friendliness and unexpected admiration from the mighty Overlord Dragon contrast heavily with the serious tone moments ago. Theo humbly deflects the praise. Dante, still jovial, admires his modesty, and even hopes his subordinates can learn from Theo's example. A female subordinate interrupts the exchange with an official update. The floating archipelago task has concluded, and all forces previously deployed are now ordered to regroup. Theo accepts the directive calmly, suggesting he will return and secure his base. However, Dante halts him, insisting they initially resolve an unsettled matter. Dante reveals the original reason he withheld information about the enemy presence. His delayed report was tied to suspicions about a specific person, Robert Ragnar. The man demands a notice be sent. If Robert Ragnar wishes to interrogate him, he must come personally. The room darkens as Dante's aura erupts violently. The subordinate is flooded by his pressure. Dante's demand isn't a suggestion. It's a command veiled in resistance, aimed directly at the Ragnar elite. Massive shells rain from the heavens, signaling the eruption of a full-scale war. The war zone, located in the Sword Mountain Range, becomes a chaotic tempest of explosions and aerial assaults. Amid the turmoil, Ragnar and Travian forces clash on the central plateau. A frontline warrior counters the bombardment with brute power. Yet the retaliation triggers a fierce reply. The enemy strikes from above with immense pace, breaking through defenses. Shock is open on his confront as he realizes the force now entering the war zone. The aerial forces begin their descent. Troops riding beasts engage from above, sweeping across enemy formations. Their mobility and surprise tactics give them temporary dominance in the airspace. Wone notes that enemy spirit beasts are active again, signaling a larger assault. The presence of advanced units like the Dragoncaller Squad means the battle is escalating rapidly on both ends. Using urgency, orders are given. All aerial units must descend immediately. The invading force aims to disrupt enemy formations before floor support can entirely respond. Elsewhere, Commander Thorkel watches the heavens. The man jokingly compliments the flying unit's style. His companion playfully scolds him for the teasing. Despite the banter, Thorkel expresses confidence in their own floor forces. The man believes their soldiers understand their strengths, lacking meeting validation from above. The cavalry unit begins advancing. Mounted knights charge across the snowy field, confident that their training and strength will outmatch the airborne, flying sparrows above them. Thorkel rallies his troops atop a snowy ridge. He reminds the cavalry that their duty isn't just brute power, it's precision, unity, and immense force. Using banners raised, the cavalry accelerates low the slope. The sound of hooves thunders across the field. Thorkel surges ahead lacking delay, leading the charge with explosive force through waves of enemy resistance. Suddenly, a barrage of arcane projectiles rains from above. Despite the bombardment, the vanguard holds firm. One of the enemy's aerial attacks narrowly misses, sparking a fiery impact. At the rear base, fires crackle as soldiers regroup. The command camp bursts into celebration, marking the operation as a successful triumph. Commander Thorkel laughs heartily, sharing the triumph with Theo and others. However, he humbly attributes the success to the strategic coordination led by division leader Theo, who downplays his duty in return. Thorkel promises to drink with Theo next time. Elsewhere, Theo and his squad head back to their tent to finally rest, ignorant of the next conflict approaching. Within the camp, Theo's unit relaxes. One aide teases him for his apparent closeness with the Black Iron Cavalry commander, suggesting he's finally been recognized at the top ranks. Theo shrugs it off, denying any special relationship. Yet the teasing intensifies when a soldier mentions rumors from the archipelago, implying something happened during that task that hasn't been disclosed. Before more can be said, Aaron snaps, slamming the soldier into the floor. He silences the room instantly. The man collapses. While Theo and Aaron discuss his abrupt deployment to the archipelago unit, but Theo insists he is fine. Those figures reassure him that adapting takes time. While the conversation shifts, Theo brings up the current war circumstance. Having joined delayed, Aaron admits he's not entirely aware of how things are progressing on the front lines. The woman calmly explains the circumstance. Their forces are near Trovin's base, yet no movement has been made, as if something is being awaited. Theo listens and reflects silently. While others suspect the enemy is setting a trap, his history existence knowledge reveals something far more dangerous. The map shows enemy forces arranged near the central plateau, leading many to believe they're awaiting for a counterstrike opportunity. It's a view shared by nearly everyone in command. The true target isn't the plateau, it's the White Tower ruins, hidden beyond the mountains. That's where the old relic of the primordial dragon lies, and that's what Trovin is truly after. Elsewhere, gore stains the ice in a war camp ravaged by battle. A fleeing enemy soldier begs for mercy, but is cut low lacking delay by a white-cloaked person. That person calmly wonders where the 9 separators are, mocking their absence during the prolonged conflict. His tone is indifferent, even bored by the lack of resistance. The man walks calmly through the aftermath. These are Asio and Gishar Ragnar, Ragnar's heir candidates number 3 and 4. For them, war is little beyond tedious routine. Asio confronts Gishar with a grin, calling out his enjoyment in the slaughter. Gishar laughs in response, not even bothering to deny it. Their twisted bond is evident. Asio scolds him for his impulsive behavior, reminding him to think before acting. Despite their rank as heirs, old habits remain. Gishar's recklessness continues to be a time of concern even now. Suddenly, Dante Roll approaches. The man greets them and hints at what happened at the archipelago. He's aware that Gishar's attempts were overshadowed by someone else, and he's not speaking idly. Dante brushes off the history, saying the loss of credit was simply the price for witnessing something entertaining. Yet his tone turns serious. There's someone rising from below. The others assume he means Thorkel, but Dante quickly corrects them. He's referring to the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar. The mere mention of him brings tension to the group. The others scoff at initial, finding it laughable that Theo could surpass them. Yet Dante doesn't waver. His gaze narrow as he questions what they'll do if Theo truly becomes a threat to their standing. Dante warns them again. If Theo is truly the chosen one, they must be prepared. His tone is grim, not speculative. The man turns away, cloaked in dominance, leaving the others beyond. His last remarks make his intent unmistakable. When the opportunity arises, they must act decisively. Dante's command is harsh and open. When the opportunity comes, they must crush Theo Ragnar completely, before he rises any further. Before Theo arrived at the war zone, his target was the White Tower, a recognized relic tied to the primordial dragon's strength, situated in a region Trovin previously conquered in his history existence. Theo reviewed the map while confirming that the White Tower was indeed one of the relic sites. The man understood that this specific site had been Trovin's initial strategic capture in his previous timeline. This allowed him to detect the presence of the White Tower's guardian, an entity tied deeply to the relic, and potentially at risk. The creature beside Theo revealed that the guardian of the White Tower carried the largest share of the primordial dragon's strength. That moment was the most critical one of all due to the immense energy stored there. This relic granted exceptional power and responsibility to its guardian. That strength imbalance made the White Tower uniquely dangerous if left unsecured. A relic this significant couldn't fall into enemy hands. Theo knew Troven's true objective wasn't the base or the plateau. It was this tower hidden beyond their front lines. This signified the enemy could already be working to corrupt it, just as they had done before with another guardian named Leviathan. The man recalled how Troven's forces had once managed to poison a guardian and steal its energy, exploiting the primordial dragon's strength for themselves. Resolved, Theo's expression stiffened. No matter the risk, he had to reach the White Tower guardian before Troven's forces did, or all would be lost. Theo requests permission to leave the front lines to investigate unusual enemy movements near the Rocky Mountain region. The officer initially questions the reasoning. Theo explains that Troven's forces are massing there for an intent. Although the officer dismisses it as speculation, Theo remains composed, implying his absence could be repaid with greater results. The officer challenges Theo's independence, criticizing his confidence as arrogance. Yet Theo calmly clarifies his intentions are not selfish. The man offers to act in service of their broader triumph. The officer smiles, revealing his outburst was a test. The man acknowledges Theo's initiative and grants permission to proceed with the task, placing his trust in the young heir's verdict. The man reminds Theo that the white-armored dragon cavalry will remain strong even in his absence. Theo affirms his commitment, showing no delay to leave his comrades temporarily beyond. Before parting, the officer demands one condition. Theo must return, with results. There's no prize for loss. Using determination, Theo accepts, vowing not to disappoint. Arriving near the White Tower, Theo surveys the enemy camp. Troven's forces are stationed heavily near the ruins. The man dismounts from Umbra, his dragon mount, knowing stealth is now critical. To approach unnoticed, he must move on foot and avoid encounter until the right instant. Grateful for Umbra's help, Theo sends the dragon back to base. From here on, he proceeds solitary toward the tower, preparing to confront whatever lies ahead. Theo begins his infiltration, swiftly maneuvering across the icy landscape. Resolute and focused, he leaves beyond his dragon, knowing the task ahead requires quiet and precision. The man sprints across the terrain, closing in on the White Tower from a concealed route. Using the enemy ignorant of his presence, he maintains a low profile, blending into the darkness. Reaching higher floor, Theo surveys the heavily guarded tower. Observing the patrols below, he confirms the area is fortified as expected, with little room for error in approach. Low at the perimeter, enemy guards patrol the zone. One of them suddenly senses movement and turns sharply toward the cliff, alert and ready. Another guard notices his reaction and approaches. The two begin to investigate, scanning the darkened ridge for any sign of intrusion. One guard cautiously climbs nearer to Theo's position. Although he sees little at initial, his instincts are triggered. Suspicion creeps in as he scans the rocks more carefully. The soldier starts to back off, stating it was a false alarm. However, just as he turns, something flashes beyond him. Abrupt blast erupts in the distance. An attack has been launched. The enemy scrambles in response as fire scatter across the snowy field. Realizing they've been infiltrated, the guard yells out. The alarm is raised. Explosions crack the quiet, confirming Theo's presence has been detected. A clash is now inevitable. A pulsating cocoon of flesh glows with energy in the ritual chamber near the White Tower. The enemy's high-ranking figures gather near, seeing as the process nears completion. One of the leaders, amused by the scene, mocks the scale of the ritual. The man hadn't expected their faction to go as far as resurrecting a dead entity from old history. At the center of it all lies the Mad Dragon Emperor's sleeping frame, trapped inside the fleshy mass. The resurrection of this powerful person is not anymore a theory. It's a fact in movement. Tension rises amongst the leaders as one issues a sharp warning. The Mad Dragon Emperor is not to be referred to calmly. For them, he is the rightful ruler of Ragnar. Those figures believe the current ruling person is a fraud. Once the resurrection is complete, the Emperor will reclaim his throne, restoring what they call the true Ragnar lineage. The subordinate acknowledges the correction, then reports the ritual is nearly complete. All is in place save for the last required element. To finish the resurrection, they need specific material, the frame of Ragnar and the strength of the primordial dragon sealed in the White Tower.
Ragnar's frame can be obtained later. Yet the White Tower must be secured now. That's where the true energy lies, energy strong enough to house the resurrected Emperor's spirit. However, the tower's defenses are immense. Even with elite forces, launching a direct assault would be nearly impossible, until something within unexpectedly stirs, drawing everyone's attention. A torrent of purple energy bursts from the ritual core, surging outward violently. One of the mages overseeing the ritual commands full activation, resolute to complete the resurrection at all costs. The directive is open, no matter the consequence. The revival must succeed. The mage instructs all forces to employ any means necessary to secure the result. An Other soldier, bloody and exhausted, kneels on the floor, showing regret. His loss to stop Theo earlier now weighs heavily on him. The man reports that Theo is currently near the White Tower. While the enemy scrambles, soldiers rush to respond. A dead guard's frame signals the breach. Orders are shouted to search the area immediately. Squads fan out under torchlight, combing the rocky terrain. From above, the scene is chaotic. Multiple patrols moving in synchronization, resolute to find the infiltrator. Surveillance narrows in on the center zone. All attention focuses on locating Theo before he gets nearer to the core of the tower. From a distant cliff, someone observes the search. The man notes their efficiency, realizing his usual tactics won't work. This operation demands absolute stealth and timing. A mysterious silver-haired man watches from above. He recalls Theo's history existence, noting the man had once tried to defy destiny before and could not. This time, Theo feels more dangerous. The silver-haired person commands his subordinate to ready for engagement. The man doesn't intend to kill Theo yet, but to test him. Using a grin, he gives the order to proceed.
The young clan leader listens as the guards explain that an intruder has emerged within the tower's secure area, something that should have been impossible. The leader reacts with shock, realizing a few people know the hidden reality of the White Tower. The man begins to suspect that the intruder may be someone connected to the clan's history and secrets. While the guard suggests strengthening security and searching immediately, the leader stays calm but tense. The man understands that the enemy may already be several footsteps ahead. The leader's suspicion grows stronger when the thought of Theo Ragnar returns. A shadowy person appears in his thoughts, reminding him of unfinished conflicts and the danger of someone returning after being thought lost. The guards ready to expand their patrols, believing they can catch the intruder quickly. Their confidence contrasts with the leader's growing concern that this threat is far more serious than they realize. The leader refuses the suggestion, deciding that ordinary measures will not work. The man recognizes that chasing the intruder directly could trigger a trap or expose something even more valuable. The leader announces an abrupt change of plan. Rather of increasing forces, he orders most troops to retreat, leaving sole the minimum guards beyond at the White Tower. One guard panics, warning that this could risk losing the strength they came to guard. The leader remains firm, showing that the tower alone may not be the true objective. The leader confirms that retreat is the time. By pulling back, he intends to draw the intruder out, changing the circumstance into a controlled encounter rather than an eager search. The clan leader confirms that the intruder is likely Theo Ragnar. The man believes Theo's aim is to conquer the White Tower and return with the primordial dragon's strength, threatening the balance of the clan. Rather of defending the tower directly, the leader decides that if Theo succeeds, they will take the strength from him afterward. This plan shows the leader is willing to sacrifice the tower's security to gain the greater prize. The leader's expression turns harsh as he prepares for a merciless result. The man focuses on stealing the strength rather than stopping Theo's raid immediately. Ain appears, counting calmly while standing in the ice. The man suggests an assassin or elite warrior sent to carry out the leader's orders. Using each count, Ain draws a weapon and moves with deadly confidence. The task is open. Once Theo obtains the primordial dragon's strength, he must be eliminated. The leader commands Ain to kill Theo and claim the strength. The assassin accepts lacking delay, showing that this encounter is arranged and inevitable. Elsewhere, soldiers spread across the rocky war zone with torches, urgently searching for Theo's location. Confusion rises as they realize he has disappeared, leaving a trace. The guards divide into groups, some ordered to search near the tower, while others cover the southern side. Their movements show desperation to regain control of the circumstance. From a distance, a hidden presence watches the troops scatter. Theo remains unseen, suggesting he has already slipped history them, moving nearer to the tower's true secret. Theo observes that the guards have been misled easily. The man notices that patrols are fewer than expected, making it simpler for him to approach the White Tower lacking resistance. The man realizes the security is even weaker than when he initially arrived. This confirms that the enemy has deliberately turned defenses, possibly to lure him ahead rather of stopping him outside. Theo continues moving nearer, understanding that the circumstance feels like a trap. Still, he knows this is the best opportunity to reach the primordial dragon's relic hidden inside the tower. Standing before the massive White Tower, Theo senses that the relic's presence has already been discovered. The tower's quiet feels unnatural, as if it is awaiting for him to enter. Even knowing it could be dangerous, Theo decides it not anymore matters. The man prepares himself, believing that gaining the primordial dragon's strength is value any risk. He breaks through the entrance, employing his power, forcing open the road within. The tower responds with an eerie stillness as he footsteps deeper into forbidden territory. Theo confirms his resolve to claim the primordial dragon's strength before anything changes. The man understands that delay will allow his foes to tighten their control. A clear radiance surrounds him as he crosses the threshold. The tower's interior feels like another realm, signaling that he has entered the true domain of the relic. Theo disappears into the White Tower, leaving the snowy war zone beyond. The encounter ahead is not anymore outside amongst soldiers, but inside the tower's hidden secret. Outside the White Tower, Enchio and Gishar discuss the unexpected presence of the primordial dragon's relic. Those figures admit they did not expect it to appear here, which explains why the tower was invaded. Ancio laughs, calling Theo the Chosen One, and views his arrival as an opportunity. Those figures believe even someone chosen cannot escape the circumstance they are preparing. Those figures decide that Theo's actions will serve as evidence for their own plans. Rather of stopping him directly, Gishar intend to use his escape soul as a temporary excuse before changing against him. The leaders move to set a trap, ordering preparations before Theo returns from the tower. Ainchio insists on staying beyond, resolute to wait until Theo comes back out. A cruel curiosity is revealed as one wonders what expression Theo will make when he dies. Their patience shows they are confident the tower will weaken him initial. Their focus is not anymore on guarding the relic, but on ensuring Theo's demise becomes part of their scheme, changing his success into their advantage. Within the White Tower, Theo is hit by a blinding radiance and struggles to adjust. The man realizes the tower's interior is far stranger than expected. The man steadies himself, refusing to let his guard low. Theo senses the lingering aura of the primordial dragon's strength surrounding the space. Theo advances deeper into the tower, aware that foes wait outside. The true challenge is now surviving the relic's domain before facing those who want to steal it. Within the White Tower, Theo Ragnar suddenly encounters a terrifying shadow creature with shining gaze. The presence feels unnatural, as if the tower alone has produced a guardian to block his road. Theo prepares for battle, gripping his weapon carefully. The man realizes the tower's dangers are not soul traps, but living threats signified to test anyone who enters. Before Theo can strike, Umbra stating it has been awaiting for the Chosen One. The creature reveals that someone else tried sneaking in but was easily stopped. Theo is bewildered by the beast's appearance and questions how such a small guardian could hold great strength. The creature insists that looks are meaningless within the tower. Dark energy gathers near the beast, proving its authority. Theo understands that the relic's domain contains protectors far beyond normal soldiers. The creature mocks Theo's rough appearance, reminding him that even an heir can look unprepared. That moment suggests the tower chooses its champions differently than the outside realm. The beast finally introduces Alone as Karato, the most loyal subordinate of the primordial dragon and protector of the Gate of the Pantheon. Its duty is tied directly to the tower's deepest secret. Karato explains that it is also the inheritor of part of the dragon's powers, meaning Theo's challenge is not any more simple escape, but proving himself worthy. Theo listens carefully, realizing the White Tower is connected to something greater than Relic's solitary. The true trial is soul beginning beyond the Gate of the Pantheon. Karato explains that long ago the primordial dragons lived in the history and were guardians of the gate connecting the Pantheon and the mortal realm. Karato reveals Alone as one of the subordinates of the great primordial dragon, inheriting part of its powers. This confirms the White Tower is tied directly to divine forces beyond human control. Theo struggles to accept the reality, understanding that the relic is not simply an object to steal, but part of a forgotten realm where gods and dragons once controlled openly. Theo repeats Karato's odd title, still unsure if this guardian truly exists as a true creature. Karato reacts proudly, insisting it has been spoke correctly. Theo observes that this guardian is far from normal, acting playful while carrying immense authority. The man begins to suspect Karato's duty is much deeper than a simple tower protector. Theo questions again whether such a being can truly exist, realizing the tower's trials are signified to challenge both his belief and his power. Karato confirms its existence and asks if Theo has heard of a notice that Soul the Chosen can see. Theo's expression shifts as he senses something important. Karato's tone grows serious, revealing that this is no ordinary encounter but a divine communication. Theo understands the tower may be delivering a test directly from the gods. Karato announces that what Theo is witnessing is a god's notice signified for him solitary. Theo stands frozen, realizing his road is being watched by forces far above the mortal realm.
At the Central Highlands meeting place of Ragnar, clan leaders gather within a guarded pavilion as war approaches, reviewing reports that the dragon forces are preparing to move toward the western region. The commanders sit along a long table while a masked officer presents the circumstance, stressing that this assembly will determine their response to the rising threat and the balance of strength inside the clan. Tension fills the room as the officer concludes that this is a critical meeting for the current war, urging the leaders to focus on strategy before internal disputes weaken their position. Overlord Dragon Dante rolls seated with confidence, asserting his authority and making it open that his own campaign carries burden equal to the ongoing war. Using a simple gesture, Dante Roll orders the guards to allow an unexpected visitor to enter, signaling that new information may alter the direction of the meeting. Gishar footsteps within and apologizes for interrupting, declaring that the matter she brings cannot wait and directly worries the stability of the Ragnar clan. The woman raises a garment marked with Ragnar insignia, presenting it as evidence connected to a hidden incident that took place inside the clan. Reveals that she witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal firsthand. She fixing her gaze on the council to ensure the gravity of her claim is grasped. Lowering the cloth slightly, she states that the item in her hand serves as proof, forcing the leaders to confront the possibility of treachery inside their own lineage. Within the War Council, an enraged senior reacts to Gishar's evidence, shouting that Theo Ragnar's uniform appearing during wartime can sole mean treason. The leaders remain seated in tense quiet near the long table, realizing the accusation could shake the Ragnar clan's authority during the conflict. Julius Ragnar narrows his gaze, thinking of Theo as a dangerous problem, questioning what the young man could be doing beyond the clan's back. Elsewhere, Theo Ragnar stands in a harsh corridor, his expression focused as he faces an unseen mystery connected to his odd destiny. Karato confirms that a blue notice Theo witnessed was something beyond normal understanding, leaving Theo unsettled. Theo learns that no one else can see the notice save him, forcing him to wonder why he solitary was chosen to receive it. Kirito begins to explain the reason, but the remarks become distorted as if some force is blocking the reality from being revealed. Theo suddenly collapses in agony, realizing that certain knowledge is being filtered away before he can entirely hold it. Kirito watches closely, admitting it has been awaiting for Theo to ask the right questions, hinting that deeper secrets are about to surface. Theo Ragnar is hit by an unseen force within the towering chamber, his frame driven back as Kirito hovers above. Seeing his reaction carefully, Kirito declares that since Theo desires the reality, he must undergo the trial of the Pantheon, presenting it as the sole road to uncover hidden answers. A system notice appears before Theo, formally announcing that Guardian Karatoskus is offering him entry into the trial of the Pantheon. Kirito explains that the trial will reveal Theo's true self and awaken a deeper layer of consciousness that lies sleeping inside him. The creature warns that loss will trap Theo within his own subconscious, lost lacking control, while success will grant him the opportunity to reject destiny alone. Using a grin, Kirito reveals that the tower holds multiple trials and challenges Theo to decide whether he will accept the risk. A shining window appears before Theo, asking if he wishes to enter the initial tier of the Pantheon trial. Theo's expression steadies as he reflects on the danger and the promise of strength that could change his destiny. Lacking delay, he reaches ahead and makes his choice, rung toward the trial as the system activates beyond him. Theo raises his sword toward a descending pillar of blue radiance, demanding the reality as energy pours low from above and engulfs his frame. Suspended inside the radiant beam, he confronts his doubts about the upcoming war and questions whether the same catastrophe will repeat alone. While the radiance intensifies near him, Theo questions why he was chosen, his resolve hardening as the trial begins to respond. A system notice announces his entry into the initial tier of the Pantheon trial, and the realm near him fractures into floating debris and crimson skies. Theo finds himself within a destroyed structure inside the tower, realizing he has entered a constructed subconscious realm shaped by the system. Another notice instructs him to suppress his consciousness to entirely open the gateway. While dark liquid matter begins spreading across the stone floor nearby, the black substance gathers into a distorted humanoid form, twitching as if animated by corrupted intent. Theo recognizes it as a manifestation of the consciousness system, yet senses it behaves differently from what Kirito described. Lacking warning, the creature hurls a sword of compressed energy toward him, forcing Theo to react instantly as the initial attack of the trial begins. Theo's gaze widens as the system declares him the gatekeeper of the door to the subconscious, marking him as the central target inside the trial. A sharp sword flashes through the air as the trial issues a command to eliminate him, forcing Theo into immediate combat inside the odd hidden realm. From across the circular arena, a white-haired person stands ready, confirming that the initial tier challenge has started with Theo as the hunted one. Theo realizes this is not a simple test of power, but a made encounter signified to push his thoughts beyond its bounds. Deeper into the subconscious structure, the opponent moves with immense pace, hitting Theo with crushing force, and the clash sends violent waves of energy through the arena. Theo is driven backward, his frame trembling as the trial's strength feels far more intense than anything Kirito had warned him about. Explosions of radiance erupt as Theo is slammed repeatedly, the attacks tearing through the space as if the subconscious realm alone is collapsing under pressure. Theo struggles to regain balance, understanding that escape depends on adapting instantly, not hesitating against a manifestation built to destroy him. A last burst of blinding energy fills the arena, signaling that the trial has soul started, and Theo must endure or be erased inside his own consciousness. Theo unleashes the quintuple dragon's claw, a powerful strike that crying through the arena with spiraling blue energy, shattering debris and forcing his opponent back. The subconscious warzone trembles as the attack carves deep cracks into the floor, showing that Theo's instincts and power are adapting rapidly within the Pantheon trial. Theo steadies his breathing in the aftermath, realizing he survived the initial assault and has started to push back against the trial's immense pressure. Theo's expression sharpens as he grips his sword, a faint confidence forming after enduring repeated attacks signified to erase him from the subconscious realm. The white-haired opponent observes Theo closely, sensing that the young Ragnar has grown stronger in the time since their last encounter, making the challenge far more dangerous. As dust and energy settle across the destroyed arena, Theo recognizes that this trial is not soul-testing escape, but also forcing his hidden promise to surface through battle.
Cracks spread violently across the arena floor as spiraling energy erupts from below, leaving the ground fractured in a circular pattern. Standing firm amid the destruction, Theo Ragnar exhales steadily, his dark aura flickering around him like shadowy flame. Narrowed eyes and a smirk replace his earlier tension, revealing that his strength remains unshaken despite the recent assault. Chunks of debris scatter as Theo is flung backward, twisting midair, before landing with a controlled stance on shattered tiles. Leon, composed and analytical, watches the aftermath of his move, noting his increased power without arrogance. With practiced ease, he steps forward, letting brilliant energy concentrate around his blade in preparation for another strike. Blue slashes tear through the air as Leon activates Dragon's 5 claws, sending 5 devastating arcs toward his opponent. Momentum carries him upward as he initiates Dragon Flash, compressing his full might into one decisive downward attack. Caught off guard by the sudden aerial shift, Theo glances up to see Leon descending like a bolt of light. Recognition flashes across Theo's face as the sky darkens under the forming energy above him. Without pause, Leon unleashes the dragon's 5 claws once more mid-descent, amplifying its destructive radius. Multiple beams strike the ground around Theo, bursting on impact and engulfing the area in a wave of force. Refusing to fall, Theo bursts forward from the explosion zone, sword raised and eyes locked with his adversary. Their weapons clash violently at close range, scattering sparks while the sheer pressure threatens to crack the surrounding tiles. A final shockwave erupts from the collision, sending ripples of force across the arena and silencing all watching eyes. Facing a mirrored version of himself, Theo recognized the battle was more than physical. It challenged his entire identity. While trading blows, he quickly observed that the replica matched his techniques with uncanny precision and anticipated each movement. Every strike was countered flawlessly, yet Theo found himself weakening as fatigue crept in, something his opponent never showed. Struggling to find an opening, Theo momentarily hesitated, realizing that his opponent's stamina remained constant. An idea surfaced mid-combat: if the replica was a perfect copy, it would also carry his mental patterns and habits. Pushing through exhaustion, he chose to exploit what he knew best, his own instincts and the limitations hidden within them. Swiftly shifting pace, Theo altered his rhythm, forcing the copy to react unpredictably for the first time in the fight. Launching an unexpected sword throw, he broke from his usual style, catching the clone off guard mid-charge. Capitalizing on the surprise, he closed in with a feint and landed a decisive strike, disrupting the clone's defense. Recalling a rare technique he never favored, Theo utilized the white moonlight blade, something even he barely practiced. By choosing a move foreign to his standard arsenal, he shattered the mirror logic that guided the clone's counters. From the shadows, a watcher silently acknowledged Theo's adaptability, recognizing growth forged through combat against oneself. As the dust settled, Theo stood victorious over his past self, acknowledging the trial had tested more than swordplay. System messages confirmed his success, marking the completion of the first trial and unlocking the path forward. With resolve in his eyes, he accepted the next challenge, stepping forward into the unknown without hesitation. Within the War Council, a senior officer accused Theo Ragnar of treason, citing the disposal of his Ragnar uniform during active wartime. The hall erupted in tension as the gathered leaders absorbed the accusation, their expressions marked by disbelief and caution. Ancio Ragnar confirmed the charge, claiming he witnessed Theo crossing into enemy lines willingly, presenting the discarded uniform as proof. Julius, stunned, struggled to believe the report, voicing doubt that Theo would ever abandon his duty. One of the seated commanders mocked Julius, suggesting Theo's silence spoke to a lack of trust between them. Grinning smugly, the man implied that he shared a closer bond with Theo, widening the rift within the council. Without hesitation, Julius volunteered to retrieve Theo, accepting the risk and pressure associated with such a sensitive mission. Though granted permission, he was warned to return with results or face the consequences of failure. Before departing, he revealed intelligence through telepathy. 2 candidates, Sigurd and David Ragnar, were actively tracking him. Julius observed the forested terrain from a distance, confirming the twins' presence and their pursuit strategy. Their proximity indicated they had likely been ordered to intercept him once he reached a vulnerable location. Rather than retreat, Julius intended to reverse the situation, planning to use their tactics against them. Cautiously, one of the commanders processed the telepathic update, deciding to let the current events play out. Another voice expressed calm confidence, trusting Julius's ability to adapt under pressure and survive political traps. Support was voiced from the demon dragon himself, aligning unexpectedly with Encho's position, surprising those at the table. At the War Council, a demand was made to form a pursuit team to track Theo, now labeled a deserter despite the confirmed accusation. One officer began questioning the situation, suspecting that Demon Dragon's silence was intentional. Rather than act impulsively, he considered the possibility that everything might align with a deeper strategy already unfolding. Acceptance of Theo's desertion became official, and Black Snow was ordered to lead the newly formed pursuit unit. Although complications were expected, confidence in Theo's calculated choices kept concern minimal among some allies. Meanwhile, Theo advanced into the second tier of the Pantheon trial, stepping into an unfamiliar yet haunting territory. Upon arrival, Theo immediately recognized the location as the Rose Palace from his former life, a place tied to painful memories. The system revealed that this stage would confront his subconscious and force him to face unresolved trauma. Suddenly, mocking voices from his past emerged in physical form, embodying the very scorn that once broke him. A figure representing his trauma stood before him, its expression twisted with cruel satisfaction. Instructions appeared, urging Theo to overcome the source of his suffering, a torment that lingered deep within. Instead of fear, Theo's face lit with a grin, declaring his readiness to dismantle the very foundation of the trial itself. Flames consumed the battlefield as Theo, the black-haired heir of the Sword Clan, faced two figures who once defined his humiliation and failure. Memories of past trauma resurfaced, yet instead of hesitation, calculated resolve guided his movements while his opponents advanced with confidence born from prior dominance. Without exchanging further words, Theo closed the distance instantly and struck with decisive precision, ending the confrontation in a single overwhelming motion. Blood scattered across the crimson, lit ground as Theo steadied himself, absorbing the aftermath of violence while pain flickered briefly across his expression. A strange energy descended upon him, reacting to his triumph and resonating with the scars buried deep within his psyche. A system, like Proclamation, acknowledged his victory over trauma and announced advancement to a higher tier, confirming measurable growth beyond physical strength. Within a distant divine chamber, a masked entity observed Theo through a suspended projection reflecting the recent battle. The being evaluated his rapid development with keen interest, recognizing potential that exceeded ordinary limits of mortal warriors. Light flooded the celestial hall as a title resonated through the vast structure, identifying the overseeing presence as the god of causality. Successive notifications manifested before Theo, declaring victory over deeper layers of self including persona, shadow, collective unconscious, and even the ID. His body endured violent surges of force while each completed trial demanded less effort, suggesting accelerating adaptation to the Pantheon's tests. Standing above a fallen opponent, Theo realized progression through the 10th tier had become increasingly efficient compared to his earlier struggles. As another adversary collapsed, a new message declared his entry into the 11th tier of the Pantheon's trial. The masked overseer reassured him indirectly while revealing that the true ordeal was only beginning beyond conventional psychological thresholds. A cavern materialized around Theo, identified as the Cave of Origin, where he was commanded to ascend against the current to challenge the essence of life itself. Theo entered the Cave of Origin and moved forward through the cold stream, understanding that this ascent required returning to a state before birth. System messages declared that to reach the source he must regress beyond life itself, forcing his existence toward a primordial condition. Soon after, the trial began stripping his senses, starting with smell, leaving him unsettled as familiar sensations quietly disappeared. Water rippled around him as he realized the scent of the flooded cavern had completely vanished without warning. Another notification followed, announcing the loss of hearing, and the echoing cave fell into absolute silence. Touch faded next, dulling the sensation of water against his skin until 4 of 5 senses were gone. Darkness consumed his vision as the final sense was sealed, severing his perception of the world entirely. With all 5 senses blocked, mana circulation halted, leaving Theo suspended in an empty void without physical or magical support. He recognized that overcoming this deprivation was the true purpose of the 11th tier, rather than mere endurance. Memories resurfaced of the time he was wounded by the Time Father's heart sword, when his senses had similarly fractured. Recalling how he survived that moment, Theo attempted to call upon contracted guardians, naming each in turn despite receiving no response. When the summons failed, he concluded that external aid was impossible within this trial and that reliance on himself was required. Fragments of consciousness scattered chaotically, threatening to dissolve his identity as isolation intensified within the void. Determination replaced panic as he focused inward, searching for an answer buried deeper than instinct or learned strength. At the edge of collapse, faint presences stirred around him, hinting that something within his origin was beginning to awaken. Inside the Cave of Origin, Theo's collapsed body lay in shallow water while distant guardians observed that his senses and mana were properly sealed. They explained that without perception of space or time, reaching the Pantheon was impossible, and only one instinct remained active within him. That final instinct was the primordial fear of abandonment, awakened by the void that stripped him of every external anchor. The overseer noted that within this cavern the self and the world were indistinguishable, meaning his scattered consciousness would dissolve entirely if left unchecked. Theo's body remained motionless as fragments of identity drifted apart, pushing him toward a state no different from death. Disappointment surfaced among the watchers, who believed the chosen heir would endure longer under such absolute isolation. Suddenly, a distorted laugh echoed through the darkness as red energy erupted from Theo's heart, disrupting the silent cavern. Violent killing intent surged outward, revealing the remnant madness embedded within the Ragnar bloodline's ancient power. The Guardians realized the berserk force originated from the clan head's lingering dragon core sealed inside Theo's mana heart. Thou normally uncontrollable. The unleashed madness did not overwhelm him, but instead began binding the fragments of his consciousness together. Observers watched in astonishment as he deliberately embraced that destructive impulse rather than resisting it. By channeling fury as a unifying force, Theo stabilized his collapsing identity within the void. His form materialized within darkness, illuminated by a crimson glow pulsing from his chest as shattered pieces reassembled around him. Accepting the internal bargain, he drew upon the dragon's savage power to reclaim authority over his mind and existence. With that decision, Theo transformed annihilating rage into resolve, choosing to seize strength through destruction in order to survive the 11th trial. Crimson shards surrounded Theo as the dragon's lingering will demanded that he offer the world in exchange for overwhelming power. Instead of surrendering, Theo rejected the command and declared the pact void, refusing to let borrowed madness dictate his path. Realization dawned upon the dragon's remnant that Theo had already absorbed its strength during earlier trials, leaving nothing left to claim. With calm defiance, Theo exposed the truth that the ancient power had been taken the moment it was offered. The furious presence accused him of deception, yet its influence weakened as his will tightened around the raging core. Light burst from his chest, shattering the red fragments and severing the dragon's attempt to control him. A distorted silhouette faded while acknowledging his audacity, recognizing that Theo had expanded his self-awareness beyond manipulation. System notifications followed, announcing restoration of his senses and the return of mana circulation. Empowered by reclaimed balance, Theo completed the 11th tier, standing steady within the cavern once more. His guardians immediately gathered around him, their small forms pressing close in visible relief after sensing his near collapse. Theo slowly regained orientation, touching his chest where the crimson glow had settled into controlled energy. Ahead of him, a bright exit shimmered at the cave's end, signaling the conclusion of the origin trial. As he stepped forward, a new message declared entry into the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. Reality fractured unexpectedly, replacing the cavern with an unfamiliar interior space that felt strangely ordinary. Theo found himself standing barefoot inside a quiet bedroom, realizing the next trial would challenge him in a completely different way. He found himself inside a quiet bedroom where a standing mirror reflected his figure, and he understood this space represented his earliest beginning. Although the environment felt like a dream layered over memory, familiarity unsettled him as fragments of past experiences surfaced. System notifications confirmed he had cleared the 12th tier by conquering the primordial dragon's relic and stepping beyond the White Tower. As recognition settled, the illusion dissolved and a vast star-filled expanse replaced the confined room. Before him rose an immense gate adorned with intricate carvings radiating authority beyond mortal comprehension. Theo advanced up luminous steps toward the towering doors, and a final message declared that he had reached the Pantheon. A vast celestial stairway stretches through space toward an enormous sealed gate, and Theo advances alone toward the radiant entrance of the Pantheon suspended above. System messages confirm he has conquered the White Tower and reached the Mind Gate, proving his qualifications after countless brutal trials and battles. Calm determination settles over him as he realizes this threshold marks the turning point of his regression and the culmination of relentless preparation. A mysterious woman materializes within the starry void, her presence composed of flowing energy and faint divinity. Rather than physical substance, recognition flashes across Theo's face as he identifies her as a lingering existence tied to his past and to the higher realm. She explains her form as merely residual thought anchored to sacred stones, existing only to observe his long-awaited arrival. The woman acknowledges his strengthened state and the awakening of draconic power sleeping within his bloodline since the ancient conquest. She clarifies that although his rank has grown rapidly, reaching the Pantheon exceeds the natural limits imposed upon ordinary contenders. Despite the warning, Theo remains composed, revealing unwavering resolve shaped by regression and memories of repeated failure. Standing before the massive gate, he places his hand against its surface, testing the boundary separating mortals from transcendent authority. The woman watches with measured curiosity, sensing deeper forces gathering beyond the sealed threshold. Sudden distortion ripples across the void, interrupting the stillness as an ominous presence forces its will through unseen cracks. An enormous eye bursts open within fractured space, radiating hostility and ancient sovereignty that dwarfs the surrounding stars. The invading entity declares itself a nameless sovereign and condemns the unfair ascent of one who dares approach forbidden divinity. As monstrous energy surges forward to consume everything, Theo confronts the overwhelming threat, realizing the true trial begins before the gate itself. Multiple colossal eyes open behind Theo, filling the sky with silent pressure as he senses the overwhelming presence observing his every movement. Unease spreads across his expression when he realizes the energy surrounding the Pantheon differs from anything encountered within the tower. Lodbrok manifests beside him and identifies the watching entities as outer gods, warning that their appearance signals imminent catastrophe. Golden light erupts as Lodbrok unleashes protective power, forming a barrier that shields them from the suffocating gaze above. She urges immediate retreat, recognizing that remaining near the gate will draw direct hostility from beings beyond mortal hierarchy. Before they can withdraw, a radiant figure descends through the brilliance, interrupting the chaos with overwhelming authority. The newcomer reveals himself as Sigurd, ancestor of the Ragnar clan, his presence steadying the fractured space around them. Recognition strikes Theo as fragmented memories align, confirming the legendary progenitor stands before him in transcendent form. Sigurd's arrival shifts the balance, forcing the surrounding eyes to recoil as ancient lineage confronts outer corruption. Pain suddenly pierces Theo's body as hostile force lashes out, attempting to erase his existence before he advances further. Sigurd intercepts the unseen strike with decisive speed, drawing divine lightning that splits the darkened sky. A violent clash follows, tearing through the void as monstrous limbs and glaring eyes fracture under the ancestors' assault. The battlefield collapses into drifting fragments while the Pantheon's gate shines undisturbed beyond the fading chaos. Sigurd declares that Theo's path has always led here, and that the trials were necessary to forge his current strength. Exhausted yet resolute, Theo faces the ancestor and the radiant entrance, questioning the true design behind his repeated regression. Sigurd studies Theo in silence and reveals that the Ragnar bloodline itself regressed, implying the repeated return was not limited to one individual. Shock spreads across Theo's face as he struggles to understand that his second chance may be part of a far greater design. The radiant gate looms behind them while Sigurd withholds further explanation, insisting that certain truths cannot yet be disclosed. Golden spears of condensed authority descend from above, piercing through the writhing mass of eyes and distorted flesh crowding the sky. Sigurd stands at the center of the storm, releasing overwhelming ancestral power that momentarily suppresses the invading outer entities. Despite his strength, he admits that some answers must be discovered personally once Theo steps beyond this threshold. Lodbrok shouts in alarm as Sigurd advances toward the gate, sensing that his actions will sever their connection. An immense hand formed from warped divinity reaches from the void, embodying the will of the god of causality. Space fractures around the Pantheon as the colossal presence attempts to intervene directly in their fate. Sigurd apologizes quietly before unleashing a brilliant crest of Ragnar light that shields Theo from the encroaching authority. He declares that Theo cannot yet enter the Pantheon, placing himself between the gate and the pursuing god. The massive doors tremble and begin to close, sealing away the distorted eyes glaring from beyond. A single cosmic eye remains visible through the narrowing gap as a system message announces that the god of causality has taken notice. The gate fully shuts and a notification confirms the scenario quest has been completed, despite the interruption. Breathing heavily, Theo turns to Lodbrok while she explains that Sigurd and the other ancestors remain inside, confronting the nameless sovereign beyond the sealed Pantheon. Sigurd warns that the outer beings will become Theo's future enemies, explaining that such entities ignore worldly laws and relentlessly seek destruction. Understanding the scale of that threat, Theo steadies himself while Lodbrok urges him to grow stronger for the sake of the world he values. System notifications then grant additional rewards for witnessing the Pantheon, transferring new authority, and acknowledging his completed trial. Blue messages declare his right to wield Nirvana and confirm ownership of the primordial dragon's relic, White Tower, as dragonization activates within him. Power surges through his body while the title bearer of the Blessing of Causality is engraved upon his existence. Light engulfs the sealed gate before his consciousness is drawn away from the Pantheon and returned elsewhere. Theo reappears inside a vast circular hall, his body radiating unfamiliar energy that crackles along newly formed draconic armor. A small creature observes him as he examines the transformation, noticing hardened scales and horns emerging from his frame. Realization settles in as he senses complete control over this evolved state, marking the beginning of a greater struggle ahead. Theo raises his transformed hand and observes the dark scales and sharpened claws that have replaced his human skin inside the vast training hall. A system message confirms that dragonization has been activated, and he immediately senses a surge of strength spreading through his body. The relics of the primordial dragon react within him, amplifying his bloodline talent while a small spirit creature watches as his physical power stabilizes. Dragonization enhances Theo's stamina and physique, making his movements lighter and more precise as he clenches his fist to test the change. Blue energy gathers around his arm when he channels mana, responding smoothly as if the flow had always belonged to him. Control over magic becomes steadier than before, prompting him to consider examining the ability called Nirvana. Next, upon activating Nirvana, a notification declares the expansion of his mental realm as golden patterns bloom behind him. Within that inner space, Theo perceives the vastness of his consciousness, sensing that the entire domain rests under his command. Recognizing the potential danger of such power, he resolves to master it carefully before applying it in real battles. Visions emerge of an ancient legend describing an ancestor ascending to heaven and spreading the path toward the realm of the gods. A towering presence surrounded by mysterious entities implies that answers await only those who step into the pantheon themselves. Theo interprets the revelation as a suggestion that divinity may be attainable through Ragnar's legacy. Confusion grips him as he questions why the pantheon exists and what role the ancestors truly serve. A colossal being appears in his vision, presenting Ragnar not merely as a northern ruler but as a guardian of the world. Understanding dawns that the chosen heir of Ragnar may bear the burden of sacrifice, and Theo wonders whether that destiny now belongs to him. And Theo studies the small spirit hovering before him and questions whether the strange world he witnessed connects to the mysterious man from the higher trial. The creature admits uncertainty yet confirms that the realm is tied to Theo's 10th tier trial, implying hidden forces even guardians cannot fully explain. Realizing that he uncovered knowledge beyond a guardian's awareness, Theo grows more curious about the true nature of that space. A brief memory flashes in Theo's mind as he tries to pinpoint the unfamiliar location he experienced within the expanded mental realm. The spirit announces that it has shared all permitted information and declares that Theo must now leave the tower. Before departing, the guardian warns that unexpected guests are waiting outside, prompting Theo to prepare himself calmly. Snow falls heavily around the towering structure as Theo steps out, shirtless and composed, holding his sword beneath the dark sky. A tall man wielding a massive scythe stands ahead, addressing Theo with a confident tone that suggests familiarity. Theo recognizes the figure as someone of higher standing and questions why such a person would personally wait for him. The scythe-bearer leans forward and addresses Theo as a younger brother, smiling with sharp intensity. Maintaining composure, Theo offers a measured apology for any perceived disrespect while observing the man's dangerous aura. The tension thickens as both assess one another, understanding that their meeting carries significance beyond a simple greeting. The older warrior reveals that only a few living individuals recognize his face, testing whether Theo truly knows him. Memories from Theo's previous life surface, recalling a brief encounter during friendly sparring for heir candidates within the clan. Spectators once dismissed that man as unmatched by others, yet Theo now realizes that judgment had been gravely mistaken. From the upper stands of the arena, a warrior observes the cracked battlefield below and remarks that not every heir candidate possesses equal worth. Axion stands over a fallen opponent with a blade in hand, radiating dominance as disappointment replaces his earlier anticipation, believing the new rising heir would prove challenging. He instead judges the defeated contender as unworthy of serious effort. In Theo's past life, Axion had displayed notable skill, enough to earn recognition among the clan's younger generation. Now, however, Theo recalls overpowering him barehanded during a spar, exposing the gap that once existed between them. Facing him again in the present, Theo calmly thanks Axion for personally coming to meet him outside the tower. Axion suddenly releases killing intent, laughter echoing across the stone courtyard as the atmosphere turns hostile. Without hesitation, he declares his purpose to eliminate Theo, forcing the confrontation into the open. Theo reacts instantly, drawing his weapon to block a swift strike descending from above. Recognizing the assassination attempt, Theo deduces that the princess must have influenced Axion's decision to act. Observing the deserted surroundings, he concludes the trap was designed to isolate him from the tower's protection. Axion admits he once believed Theo would not pursue him, yet circumstances have reversed their positions. Two additional figures reveal themselves nearby, confirming that Axion did not intend to fight alone. Theo smirks slightly, acknowledging the ambush while preparing to counter their coordinated assault. Steel clashes violently under the falling snow as Theo launches forward, shattering the attacker's formation with a decisive charge. Theo braces his blade against Axion's descending strike, confirming through the clash that this ambush had been expected from the beginning. With a swift rotation, he forces Axion off balance and counters from below, nearly seizing a decisive advantage in a single exchange. Despite the threat of immediate execution, Theo remains composed, tightening his grip as he prepares to finish the duel quickly. Axion refuses to falter, asserting his own conviction as one of Ragnar's heir candidates and driving forward with renewed aggression. Steel collides again as both leap across the snowy courtyard, their blades carving arcs that split the air and crack the stone beneath. The impact of their combined force erupts into a violent explosion, sending debris skyward and shaking the arena's outer walls. As dust spreads across the battlefield, even the surrounding observers hesitate, surprised by the scale of destruction caused by a single clash. Theo steps through the settling smoke and realizes that additional enemies have entered the field to reinforce Axion. Recognizing the coordinated movement, he understands that the true objective is not a duel but a carefully arranged elimination. Two masked warriors emerge from the rubble, their presence marked by disciplined posture and controlled killing intent. The newcomers identify themselves as elite retainers of Thorvin's faction, confirming that this confrontation extends beyond personal rivalry. Facing multiple high-ranking opponents beneath the falling snow, Theo steadies his stance, ready to confront the escalating threat without retreat.
A masked woman encircled by red energy observes two new heir candidates and views them as convenient offerings for a larger scheme. Theo, the black-haired young man, realizes that elite servitors who once trained dragons are being treated as disposable sacrifices. Tension rises when the armored commander dismisses delay and declares that killing them is inevitable. Regardless of objections, the masked woman mocks the commander's impatience and provokes him while crimson aura surges violently near her frame. A massive sword crashes low, yet she halts the strike effortlessly, overpowering the attack with immense force. From a distance, Theo studies their clash and evaluates their coordination, judging that their teamwork lacks precision despite rough power. Lacking further warning, the woman lunges ahead and proposes a race, changing the war zone into a contest of pace. Explosive shockwaves split the floor as both fighters charge simultaneously, scattering debris across the destroyed plane. Midair, she vanishes from sight, and Theo detects that her previous assault merely disguised her true acceleration. Claws pierce toward Theo's confront, barely missing as he twists aside and avoids decapitation by a narrow margin. During the exchange, she mentions a servitor named Noel and questions why her master tolerated that earlier loss. Theo recalls that Noel once challenged him seriously, refusing to accept the label of loss placed upon that opponent. Across the shattered terrain, the masked woman advances again while acknowledging that Theo appears more frustrated than afraid. Scarlet energy spirals violently as she promises to spare his confront, then unleashes a concentrated downward strike. Steel collides with clawed gauntlets, and multiple shadowed figures descend from above, signaling that the encounter is far from over. Multiple shadowed figures descend simultaneously, unleashing flying shadow blade slay and driving their blades downward in a coordinated assault toward Theo. Theo reacts instantly, drawing his blade across his frame and bracing as the converging strikes crash against his defense. A towering column of force erupts from the collision, splitting the frozen floor while the masked woman watches the disruption with interest. The masked woman drops from above and lands directly beyond Theo, aiming her clawed gauntlet toward the back of his neck. Before she can complete the movement, the white-haired commander intercepts, driving his weapon upward and forcing her to retreat. Irritation flashes across her concealed confront as she warns him not to interfere with prey she has already chosen. The commander answers with visible annoyance, dismissing her taunts while the war zone trembles from their overlapping pressure. Steel meets claw again, producing a violent shockwave that blasts outward and carves trenches across the icy plain. Theo regains his footing nearby, studying both combatants and measuring the opening created by their reckless clash. The masked woman pins the commander briefly and mocks his power, questioning whether he wants to die initial. The man counters by reminding her of the earlier race, insisting that pace determines ownership of the target. Theo observes their argument with harsh focus, noting that despite hostility, their killing intent toward him remains unchanged. The commander suddenly accelerates, activating Shadowblade Slay and slicing ahead with immense force. Many dark projectiles rain low as 1,000 ink daggers spreads across the war zone, stating the largest target for himself. From the turmoil, the masked woman reacts with surprise, while Theo steadies his sword, prepared to confront whichever attacker reaches him initial. The masked woman restrains the grinning brute and announces that Theo will be killed immediately, tightening her claim over the war zone. The woman launches herself ahead with explosive force, carving through the air as Theo drops low and prepares to reply. Landing before him, she laughs and declares the fight resumed, while Theo notices her movements growing sharper and more direct. Their weapons collide repeatedly in mid-air, producing streaks of blue and white as Theo struggles to match her rising tempo. Rapid exchanges force him backward across shattered stone, confirming that a fast-paced duel favors her instincts. Observing her pattern, Theo realizes she accelerates whenever he attempts to seize initiative, denying him control of distance. A calculated thought forms as Theo considers exposing a deliberate opening to provoke an automatic response from her. The man shifts his guard slightly, revealing a narrow vital gap while steadying his breathing and focusing his senses. As predicted, she lunges at the frailty, and Theo channels strength into his sword to activate Dragon's Claw. Blue lightning erupts outward as dark thunder detonates from his strike, splintering rock and swallowing her in a tempest of force. Fragments of stone rain low while she analyzes the impact, recognizing the lightning attribute beyond his technique. Despite the damage, her posture remains upright, indicating that the attack hindered her movement but could not to finish the fight. The woman surveys the fractured terrain and concludes that Theo intentionally destroyed the floor to restrict her pace. Dust settles between them as she admits the tactic was clever, although insufficient to secure triumph. Lacking delay, crimson slashes tear across the ruins again, signaling her renewed assault and the continuation of their deadly duel. Crimson blades tear across the fractured terrain, yet Theo remains standing amid the destruction, refusing to be flooded by the masked woman's tireless assault. From a distance, a cloaked observer evaluates the clash, and notes that although her power is incomplete, her composure under pressure remains intact. The Watcher identifies himself as Ain, one of Trivan's 9 servitors, silently measuring Theo's growth and endurance. A close gaze reveals Ain's sharpened interest as he recognizes something familiar in Theo's strength and anticipates further escalation. Elsewhere, Theo withholds a direct counterattack despite visible openings, conserving stamina while enduring sustained pressure. Strain builds inside his frame, and he acknowledges internally that prolonging the engagement will gradually exhaust him. The masked woman dives from above, taunting his restraint as shattered stone and dust swirl beneath her descending form. Suddenly, a massive blue dragon-shaped aura surges upward, interrupting her advance and forcing a short shift in momentum. Propelled by that manifestation, Theo ascends with concentrated energy, attempting to reclaim initiative in mid-air combat. Observers sense the transformation and recall prior warnings about a strength matching their master's expectations. Yet, the masked woman adapts instantly, tracking his aerial movement and preparing a reply before he can stabilize. While Theo hangs momentarily suspended, she positions herself advantageously, resolute to exploit the vulnerability of his airborne state. Explosions tear across the frozen war zone as red energy slices through the floor, signaling Theo Ragnar's immense entrance against hidden foes. A masked woman studies the destruction, recognizing the Ragnar lineage while suspecting forbidden experiments shaping Theo's abnormal power. Scarlet energy erupts violently as Theo advances, embracing the turmoil and driving ahead with aggressive momentum against his opponent. A massive dragon-like form manifests from Theo's strength. Lightning-infused strikes descend rapidly, immense the masked woman as she struggles to react to the abrupt surge in pace. Their clash intensifies mid-air, both figures colliding through waves of energy. From a distance, an observer watches the warzone erupt under Theo's transformation, acknowledging the rare phenomenon of dragonization. The observer carefully analyzes Theo's movements, noting how his pace and strength surpass earlier bounds. A close gaze reveals admiration and caution, as Theo's enhanced state appears both dangerous and strangely refined. The masked woman charges ahead decisively, abandoning delay as she prepares to reply Theo's immense dominance. Her stance sharpens with resolve, recognizing the necessity of finishing the battle quickly before losing control. Energy gathers into her weapon, signaling a last, decisive strike aimed directly at Theo. Standing atop a high cliff, a cloaked person observes calmly, acknowledging Theo's power surpassing expectations. Below, multiple fighters are thrown back as Theo's attacks scatter them across the shattered war zone. Descends from above with confidence, raising his weapon as he prepares to finish the encounter. Senses an abrupt shift as his opponent's aura expands, revealing a hidden domain that begins distorting the surrounding war zone. A sharp glint flashes from the masked woman's weapon as she reacts instantly, preparing to reply Theo's immense advance. Theo dashes ahead at extreme pace, surprising him despite his transformed state. The masked woman launches upward, employing momentum to evade while observing Theo's movements from above. Shockwaves ripple through the air as Theo's attacks crash into the floor. A distant observer calmly evaluates the clash. Theo stands elevated on shattered terrain as energy gathers above, signaling another incoming clash between the fighters. The masked woman steadies herself below, realizing Theo's power far exceeds her initial expectations. Understanding the gap, she recalls the legendary 9 pillars, recognizing Theo's strength mirrors their immense force. Gripping her weapon tightly, the masked woman abandons doubt and prepares to fight with all she possesses. She crouches low, gathering energy while deciding to rely on every technique available rather than rough power solitary. Dark energy surges outward as she unleashes a forbidden assassination technique aimed directly at Theo. Her attack detonates with immense force, engulfing the war zone in swirling energy and blinding explosions. Theo emerges through the turmoil, his expression unchanged as he withstands the devastating strike. The masked woman recognizes the difference in strength as Theo advances again, ready to continue the fight lacking delay. Chains of energy spread across the war zone as Theo Ragnar becomes trapped inside a binding assassination technique restricting his movement. The horned opponent grins confidently, believing the trap will suppress Theo's strength and finally halt his advance. Theo remains calm, despite the restraints, showing no dread as he evaluates the technique surrounding him. A abrupt awareness strikes the enemy as Theo reveals the attack was never truly signified for him. The chains begin collapsing violently as Theo shifts position, exposing a flaw inside the constructed trap. The opponent reacts too delayed as Theo closes the distance, breaking through the technique with immense force. A powerful impact erupts as Theo strikes downward, shattering the floor and dispersing the remaining energy bindings. Theo stands composed amid the destruction, his presence steady while the enemy struggles to recover. From a distance, another person watches cautiously as Theo asserts dominance over the war zone. Injured and restrained, observes Theo with mixed shock and admiration at his immense power, deciding to spare her existence despite keeping absolute advantage in the encounter. The war zone quiets briefly as Theo shifts focus, sensing the conflict is not yet over. Horned enemy suddenly launches ahead again, refusing loss and attempting another aggressive assault. A rapid clash unfolds as both figures collide midair, exchanging strikes that shake the surrounding terrain. Theo narrows his focus, realizing he needs a stronger technique to entirely overcome his persistent opponent. Theo Ragnar clashes midair with the horned enemy as shockwaves ripple violently, both figures exchanging powerful strikes lacking slowing low. Their collision explodes outward in a massive burst, energy tearing through the war zone while neither side retreats from the impact. A new horned warrior suddenly appears beyond Theo, calmly announcing his arrival as the circumstance shifts unexpectedly. The newcomer confronts Theo directly, asserting dominance while questioning his interference and rung ahead with open hostility. Theo responds lacking delay, maintaining composure while preparing to confront another opponent despite the ongoing battle. Both horned fighters stand together against Theo, surrounding him as tension rises, signaling the fight is about to escalate further. Under a silent night heavens, Theo rode ahead across the frozen road. Rows of armored knights encircled Theo, their formation disciplined and harsh. A commanding officer declared Theo's arrest for treason, making the circumstance official as tension spread across the snowy war zone. Theo remained calm despite the accusation, his expression firm as he faced the assembled forces lacking delay or visible dread. The officer explained the severity of Theo's alleged actions. Refusing to accept the result, the commander suddenly ordered his cavalry ahead. The floor shook as horses flowed ahead, while confusion spread amongst soldiers who struggled to understand the abrupt escalation. Some fighters doubted Theo's guilt, doubting the accusation and hesitating as uncertainty disrupted the unity of the formation. A veteran captain rejected the rumors and instructed others to proceed, emphasizing training over doubt. The captain confidently addressed his subordinate Evelyn, reminding her that their duty was to trust their comrades above all else. Above them, a dragon-like presence circled beneath the moonlight, intensifying the gravity of the instant and hinting at greater strength. Evelyn received the captain's stance, choosing faith as she reaffirmed belief in Theo despite the accusations. Motivated by their captain, soldiers rallied together and began advancing. The cavalry moved beneath the shining moon, their formation tightening as they drove ahead across the frozen landscape. Seeing from afar, a lone observer noticed the shift in events, sensing that the circumstance was not anymore under control. A muscular man and his subordinate observed the war zone from a distance, noticing the unfolding turmoil while questioning the abrupt escalation surrounding Theo. The man analyzed the circumstance carefully, realizing that forcing such an extreme accusation hinted at a deeper scheme beyond simple betrayal. Lacking delay, he decided to intervene personally, sensing hidden intentions and moving ahead with determination to uncover the reality. Theo remained firmly against an approaching opponent, maintaining composure while rejecting any attempt to control his actions or edge his freedom. The enemy warned about Theo's immense power, acknowledging that even a slight error would result in immediate loss during the clash. Despite the danger, Theo remained confident. Abrupt burst of strength shattered the floor as Theo launched ahead, forcing his opponent into a defensive stance. His movements became sharper and faster, creating pressure that drove the enemy back while shifting control of the war zone. The opponent chose to wait and observe, recognizing Theo's precision and preparing for the right instant to reply. Theo triggered a specialized assassination technique, summoning multiple dark blades that formed above the war zone, descended rapidly, covering a wide area and hitting with deadly accuracy toward the target below. Explosions burst upon impact, scattering debris and shaking the floor as the attack devoured all inside range. After the strike, the war zone was left fractured, with the enemy recovering from the damage while assessing Theo's true capability. The opponent declared it was now his turn, preparing a counterattack while locking onto Theo with focused intent. A powerful spinning force gathered near him, signaling the beginning of a fierce retaliation that would decide the next phase of the battle. Theo countered the incoming strike, deflecting the opponent's weapon while quickly analyzing the rhythm and structure beyond the continuous assault. Recognizing the attack pattern, he adjusted his movements, closing the distance and disrupting the enemy's flow with precise timing. A decisive strike hit, breaking through defenses and exposing the opponent's vulnerability as Theo maintained full control of the exchange. Another observer watched calmly, noting that the battle was lasting longer than expected while preparing to act elsewhere. The man examined the war zone from afar, studying the lingering effects of Theo's dagger technique and its binding properties. His attention shifted toward a captured individual, realizing her presence held greater significance than the ongoing fight. A masked person surfaced, introducing himself as Ian, revealing an ominous presence that altered the tension of the war zone. Theo sensed the unnatural energy surrounding him, recognizing that this opponent possessed a strength unlike ordinary fighters. Ian evaluated Theo's power easily, suggesting that the displayed strength was sole a fraction of something far greater. The masked person explained that elite fighters were modified to rival the Ragnar clan's dragons, establishing the scale of the threat. The man revealed that strength levels were measured precisely, with certain individuals reaching significant percentages of draconic power. Understood that surpassing these bounds placed him beyond expectations, confirming the danger of the foes he now faced. Ion ridiculed the idea that Theo could achieve such strength, dismissing it as insufficient compared to true power. The man produced a vial filled with ominous energy, preparing to enhance his abilities through artificial means. While the substance entered his frame, violent energy flowed outward, signaling a transformation that would escalate the battle further. A wounded subordinate begged Ian to stop, struggling to escape the bindings while believing he could still continue fighting despite his condition. Rather of responding, Ian released immense energy, transforming violently as his frame distorted into a monstrous form driven by unstable strength. The transformation reached its peak and detonated, creating a massive explosion that devoured the surroundings and shocked everyone nearby. Theo analyzed the blast calmly, recognizing it as a mana backflow reaction caused by excessive energy destabilizing the host. He understood the injected strength exceeded the frame's bounds, concluding that the experiment made unnatural power beyond safe control. Ian explained the process easily, revealing that such strength could rival dragons but required a vessel capable of enduring extreme pressure. The masked person admitted the limitations, acknowledging that creating a perfect host remained difficult despite their advanced methods. Lacking delay, he demonstrated immense force, hitting low another enhanced subject with ease to prove his superiority. Observed the aftermath, realizing that even these modified fighters were insignificant compared to Ian's true capability. Ian declared the experiment complete, changing his attention to remaining subjects while ordering them to ready for last actions. Zone dead person suddenly began regenerating, his frame reacting violently as the unstable energy made him back to existence. Theo noticed the unexpected revival, recognizing that the circumstance had grown even more dangerous and unpredictable. Ian moved swiftly across the war zone, launching an abrupt attack that hit Theo with immense force. Theo was drove back by the impact, struggling momentarily as the enemy's strength flooded his position. Standing over the war zone, Ian revealed his true task, shifting focus toward greater objectives beyond the current fight. Theo struggled to comprehend the circumstance, realizing that even a powerful warrior like Giscard had been flooded far too quickly. Before Theo could react further, the war zone shifted as abrupt movements signaled the arrival of unexpected forces interfering with the conflict. Ian exploited the distraction to withdraw, moving swiftly while leaving beyond turmoil and unresolved tension amongst those still standing. The masked person disappeared into the distance, suggesting that Theo should consider his earlier proposal before vanishing completely from sight. Theo attempted to pursue but was made to stop as the enemy escaped beyond reach, leaving soul destruction beyond. Reinforcements arrived moments later, urging immediate pursuit while Theo remained focused, realizing that the conflict had just started. A column of armored knights advances through a frozen canyon. Ahead of them, a lone black-haired man stands firm with weapon taken. Flying creatures circle above as Captain Alias observes from beyond, recognizing the growing tension and preparing for an encounter. Theo Ragnar faces the group calmly, his bare torso exposed to the harsh, while others watch from a distance amongst shattered icy structures. A female knight glances toward the war zone as armored figures gather beyond her, sensing something unusual unfolding in the quiet. Nearby, a cloaked woman searches anxiously. Realizing Gassard is missing and suspecting hidden danger inside the chaotic scene, a man smirks confidently, revealing satisfaction as he watches the circumstance develop in his favor. The cloaked woman narrows her gaze sharply, detecting the shift in intent and bracing for abrupt escalation. Theo's expression hardens as a sinister aura surrounds him, signaling his choice to act decisively against his foes. A commanding person declares Theo under arrest for treason. Soldiers close in while tension rises, their presence reinforcing the claim as witnesses stand uncertain of the reality. Theo footsteps ahead calmly preparing to explain, yet hinting at a more urgent threat looming beyond the accusation. Theo raises his palm slightly, emphasizing the seriousness of the circumstance as others question his urgency. A violent red surge erupts as he strikes suddenly immense nearby foes before they can react. Another warrior retaliates fiercely, rejecting the accusation's validity while the war zone descends into turmoil once more. A rugged man smirks confidently, dismissing the accusation as he questions the validity of employing a single corpse as evidence. Lacking delay, he forcefully grabs Theo Ragnar, attempting to assert dominance and quiet his resistance through sheer power. Theo remains composed, meeting the threat head-on while the tension sharpens between them, both unwilling to yield floor. Captain Alias suddenly intervenes, rung between them and halting the conflict before it escalates further into violence. Theo urgently reveals that Gassard has already been defeated and captured by the Trivon pillars, shifting the focus entirely. Shock spreads amongst the group as the awareness sinks in, forcing everyone to reconsider their priorities. A female knight argues that labeling Theo a traitor based solely on suspicion is reckless and lacks proper justification, declaring he will confront verdict later, while emphasizing the immediate crisis unfolding beyond their dispute. The man stresses that rescuing Gassard, their clan's successor. Another voice supports Theo's reasoning, pointing out that the charges appear politically motivated rather than grounded in open evidence. The cloaked woman observes silently while Theo remains calm. Suddenly, the rugged man erupts in anger, rejecting the argument and shouting aggressively to reassert control over the circumstance. Using a menacing tone, he accuses Theo of speaking excessively, his hostility intensifying as red energy begins to surge. He footsteps nearer and demands immediate proof of innocence, pressing the encounter into a decisive and dangerous instant. Theo stays silent yet composed, his expression unreadable as the conflict teeters on the edge of abrupt violence. The rugged man mocks Theo Ragnar, questioning his quiet while red energy flickers near him, believing Theo has already received loss. Suddenly, a surge of blue strength bursts outward as Theo releases his aura, catching everyone off guard with immense force. Theo calmly declares that something greater than accusations demands attention, revealing the dignity and resolve of a true Ragnar warrior. Gathered knights hesitate as the pink-haired woman footsteps ahead. Cloaked woman reinforces the urgency, urging them to act before time runs out and the circumstance worsens beyond recovery. Theo questions what truly matters, shifting the focus from political conflict to the escape and honor of the Ragnar clan, rejecting Theo's reasoning while clinging to his accusations, despite the rising pressure. Vanishes ahead in a flash of blue energy, moving faster than anyone can react as the warzone trembles. Observers realize Theo's power has reached an immense level, far surpassing what they expected from him. Senior knights watch in shock as Theo's strength distorts the surroundings, leaving them unable to comprehend the abrupt shift. A massive impact strikes the frozen floor, sending fragments scattering as the force of his attack shakes the war zone. One of the commanders trembles, realizing Theo's earlier confidence was not empty but backed by terrifying power. The scene shifts as a monstrous presence emerges, its form resembling a dragon descending into view with immense pressure. A warrior identifies the being as a legendary descendant of the old dragon, destined to lead the Ragnar clan. Dread spreads amongst the ranks as even seasoned fighters battle to accept that such immense strength stands before them. Massive dragon-like guardians spiral near Theo Ragnar, their immense bodies circling as he hovers calmly at the center of their immense presence. The beasts roar and surge ahead, their movements creating violent currents in the air, while onlookers battle to comprehend his control. Observers realize Theo is commanding these entities directly, something trusted impossible for any ordinary warrior inside the clan. The rugged man stiffens as he senses the shift, realizing the circumstance has rounded far beyond his expectations, revealing internally that this display is not signified for battle, but to sway the perception of those seeing. He acknowledges his bounds yet presses ahead, intending to use this instant to quiet opposition and seize control of the narrative. The dragons loom nearer, their presence reinforcing Theo's authority as the crowd begins to waver in their verdict. Knights murmur amongst themselves, recognizing him as the true descendant capable of leading Ragnar through sheer dominance. Support grows rapidly as more witnesses accept his legitimacy, shifting faith toward Theo's rising strength, noting that the momentum has started to tilt in his favor across the war zone. With a decisive movement, he unleashes a powerful strike, the dragon surging ahead as his attack crying through the air. The impact explodes outward, immense nearby foes, and reinforcing his dominance beyond any doubt. Several knights recoil in shock, unable to accept that Theo has hit low one of the revered guardians so effortlessly. The rugged man footsteps ahead angrily, rejecting Theo's display as mere mirage and refusing to acknowledge his authority. The man shouts in fury at everyone present, attempting to regain control as Theo stands unshaken amid the turmoil. Dismissing Theo Ragnar's display as childish deception while accusing others of being easily misled by illusions, the man continues shouting, denying the existence of any true descendant capable of commanding dragon guardians, clinging stubbornly to his beliefs. His furious expression hardens as he refuses to accept truth, resolute to reject Theo's legitimacy no matter the evidence before him. The war zone falls into uneasy quiet as soldiers hesitate, uncertain whether to believe Theo's immense display or the accusations against him, his composed gaze reflecting confidence while others begin questioning the rugged man's claims. A senior knight warns that invoking the Gale Dragon recklessly has crossed a dangerous line, suggesting the circumstance has grown far too serious. The rugged man continues protesting, insisting the strength displayed is unnatural and unacceptable, yet his voice lacks the certainty it once carried. Theo acknowledges the Gale Dragon silently, recognizing its duty in shifting the entire balance of the encounter in his favor. While Theo realizes the advantage gained, the rugged man's expression falters, sensing that control over the circumstance is slipping away completely. Ice falls over the war zone as Theo Ragnar faces the gathered fighters of the Ragnar clan, their presence forming a tense and oppressive atmosphere. A white-haired warrior observes him calmly. Despite acknowledging their fame, Theo internally rejects their glory, believing their presence will sole complicate his road ahead. Close scrutiny reveals stiffened veterans, including a scarred man and an older warrior, both radiating intense killing intent toward Theo. Determination builds inside Theo as he realizes brute force is necessary to overcome these so-spoke legends standing before him. Changing toward them lacking delay, Theo prepares himself. One Ragnar warrior suddenly lunges ahead, unleashing a powerful attack aimed directly at Theo with immense pace and aggression. Energy erupts violently as Theo reacts, his frame remaining steady while the impact sends shockwaves through the surroundings. Observers react in alarm, sensing an immense and unfamiliar presence rising from Theo's position. A massive clash of strength fills the war zone as Theo's aura explodes outward, colliding fiercely with the attacking force. Memories of Warzone principles surface inside Theo, contrasting history teachings with the current truth of merciless escape. Using unwavering focus, Theo releases a decisive counterattack, channeling all his power into a single immense strike. The explosion of strength expands outward, engulfing the area in red energy as surrounding fighters are made back by the impact. After the clash, a gore-red scene remains, with Theo standing at the center while remnants of strength dissipate slowly. And Senior Ragnar stares ahead in doubt, realizing that Theo's power challenges the very authority and verdict of the clan. Under red-tinted trees, the Ragnar fighters bow as the family head arrives. A warrior hurriedly lowers himself, admitting fault lacking resistance, attempting to justify his actions as punishment against a traitor. Attention shifts to Theo, whose beaten state reflects the aftermath of conflict, raising doubts about the clan's internal conduct. A senior person footsteps ahead, requesting authority to carry out immediate execution, his tone firm and unwavering before the gathered forces. The family head's expression darkens as he regards the circumstance,
interpreting the act as insubordination rather than training. Lacking warning, immense force erupts, hitting the offender low instantly and silencing the surrounding fighters. Thorkel Ragnar footsteps ahead, identifying himself as captain while maintaining composure despite the tense and violent atmosphere. The man explains the circumstance involving Ragnar Gazard, urging action against an external enemy rather than internal conflict. The family head acknowledges him briefly yet remains unimpressed, signaling authority lacking offering immediate agreement. Theo and Thorkel stand opposed. Thorkel challenges the harsh stance, emphasizing familial bonds, but Theo remains unmoved by such reasoning. From above, the family head reinforces a harsh doctrine, declaring that the clan has no place for emotional attachments. Theo turns away from the encounter, focusing rather on the broader consequences surrounding Gazard's circumstance. The man explains that loss to act would damage the clan's reputation, extending beyond the loss of a single successor. Nearby soldiers listen silently, as Theo resolves that dread must define the Ragnar title, surpassing even demise alone. A cloaked Ragnar woman stands in the harsh, declaring that no one should harm a Ragnar warrior lacking permission. Nearby soldiers listen in quiet as the principle of dread and authority is emphasized, reinforcing the clan's dominance over all others. A towering person radiates a crimson aura, embodying immense strength as the atmosphere becomes suffocatingly tense. One warrior suddenly shouts in resistance. Before his remarks can spread further, the family head intervenes, suppressing him instantly with sheer force. The man collapses under pressure as the leader calmly demonstrates that Ragnar honor is enforced through absolute dominance. Standing above Theo, the family head looms with a taken blade, asserting immense authority lacking delay. Theo meets the pressure calmly, showing no dread despite the difference in strength and rank between them. The family head reacts with mild curiosity, acknowledging Theo's composure as something unusual inside the clan. A firm command is issued, ordering all present fighters to form a rescue squad and retrieve Gizzard Ragnar immediately. Soldiers rush into action, their movements coordinated as they depart across the frozen war zone, deciding there are matters that must be addressed privately. Theo turns back with a faint, confident expression, aware that his actions have taken attention from the highest authority. In the distance, the cavalry captain watches silently from horseback, observing Theo with a conflicted expression. Far away, a corrupted war zone filled with twisted structures and ominous energy hints at the looming threat surrounding Gizzard. A wounded subordinate kneels before Theo Ragnar, struggling to speak as he apologizes for failing to fulfill the assigned task. Focusing on the could-not retrieval tied to the Dragon Emperor's resurrection and the missing relic, the subordinate explains the circumstance under pressure, stating external interference made him into an unavoidable choice. Lacking warning, the man is violently hit, his frame collapsing as Theo enforces training through immediate punishment. Theo criticizes the loss harshly, emphasizing that lacking the relic, another person calmly proposes employing a changed relic, attempting to adjust the plan despite the loss. Attention shifts to a coffin containing a powerful weapon identified as a top-tier relic crucial for the ritual. The group explains that this relic cannot be sacrificed as it is tied to a greater intent involving a tomorrow encounter. Before further discussion continues, an urgent warning interrupts, signaling the abrupt arrival of Ragnar forces. Fighters rush ahead as reports confirm that the Ragnar main force is advancing rapidly through the front lines. The circumstance escalates as foes realize the Ragnar forces are not merely rescuing but immense all in their road. Amongst the turmoil, a dead person is recognized, shocking the observers as they identify a significant Ragnar person. A strategist deduces that the injured individual may hold importance, possibly connected to the clan's inheritance, and Senior calmly assesses the circumstance, deciding that continued presence risks exposure despite their protective barriers. The group prepares to abandon the ritual site. Senior explains that resurrecting the crazy Dragon Emperor is impossible anywhere, save the Northern Territories, emphasizing the urgency of their circumstance. A white-haired person listens while tension rises, realizing that retreat would mean losing the opportunity to return and complete their aim. Determination hardens as the choice is made to proceed immediately, refusing to delay the resurrection any longer, despite the risks. Orders are given to capture a Ragnar, intending to use him as a sacrifice alongside the Dragon Blade for the ritual. The chosen victim struggles helplessly as he is seized, while others comply quickly, prioritizing pace over delay. Energy begins to surge violently as the ritual is initiated, signaling that the process has already reached a dangerous stage. A massive, grotesque structure forms at the ritual site, pulsing with red energy as the sacrificed Ragnar is dragged toward its core. The atmosphere distorts as strength gathers, with the ritual amplifying through gore and the relic's influence. At the peak of the process, the resurrection begins.
unleashing immense force as the crazy Dragon Emperor starts to return. A red spear streaks across the night heavens as lightning crackles violently near it. Energy intensifies as the weapon vibrates with immense force. The surroundings fall into a warped dimension where shattered ground floats, and Theo arrives cautiously, observing the odd, shattered landscape. A cloaked man explains the place while standing calmly. Theo studies the gap carefully as the environment bends unnaturally, realizing the space was intentionally created through immense strength. A mysterious horned woman appears beyond them, radiating pressure. While Theo recognizes the absurd power required to maintain such a domain, the atmosphere shifts as Theo faces the cloaked man, sensing hostility while the surrounding space turns darker and heavier. The man asserts dominance lacking delay, declaring that old beings should not interfere as his immense aura spreads outward. Abrupt surge disrupts all as energy systems fail, lightning shatters, and Theo is violently thrown back by the fall of strength. Theo steadies himself while keeping his head, realizing even his controlled abilities are being blocked by an unseen force. Shock grows inside him as he concludes that the man has completely interfered with his techniques, proving an unimaginable level of foresight. The cloaked person smirks faintly, showing calm confidence, while Theo senses that this opponent exists far beyond human bounds, tension rising while he prepares for whatever comes next. Revealing regret as he reflects on history failures involving Theo and his parent. He admits responsibility for many conflicts and deaths caused by his rule, acknowledging the harsh doctrine that power solitary governed all. Theo lifts his head slowly, breathing unevenly as dust drifts near him, his expression tense while he processes the immense pressure surrounding this war zone. Quiet follows as his gaze hardens, showing restrained emotion while fragments of debris float nearby in the distorted space. The clan head watches calmly from a distance, acknowledging Theo's composure while recognizing the resolve beyond his unspoken reaction. Abrupt movement erupts as the clan head dashes ahead, dragging immense force beyond him while the terrain cracks under his pace. Realizing the attack's intensity while calculating possible counters despite the unstable surroundings, he reflects inwardly, understanding that rough power solitary cannot define triumph, as escape depends on precision, perception, and exploiting timing. Golden energy gathers beyond the clan head, forming radiant patterns that expand outward like a divine force reshaping the war zone, identifying it as a higher strength beyond normal bounds, while remaining alert to its immense pressure. The energy intensifies rapidly, releasing destructive force across the space as the clash escalates beyond ordinary combat. The clan head reveals his history through steady composure, explaining how immense power once drew him towards something beyond human existence. The man recalls resisting that calling, choosing to remain with the clan despite the burden and consequences tied to his choice. Chains of radiance bind his strength as he demonstrates how he sealed his own power to prevent losing control over destiny. Theo listens intently while tension builds, understanding the necessity beyond dread as a method to maintain order inside the family. The clan head stands solitary inside a darkened grid-like space, embodying the duty of a protector who became something feared to preserve stability. Using quiet seriousness, he asks Theo to break the restraints binding him, placing the tomorrow of the clan into Theo's hands. Theo stands firm in the dark void, admitting uncertainty about his road while facing the clan head lacking retreat despite the immense pressure. A system, like energy, activates as Theo expands his mental state, drawing upon a deeper focus to confront the burden placed before him. He resolves internally, accepting responsibility not sole for the clan but for all connected to this realm. Theo's crimson gaze sharpens as determination solidifies, declaring his intent to surpass the clan head and take full control of his destiny. The older man bursts into laughter, recognizing both arrogance and conviction inside. Calm returns as the clan head acknowledges Theo's consistency, deciding to delay his departure and continue seeing his son's growth. The clan head leans ahead, testing Theo's resolve by demanding proof that his conviction is not empty, but capable of enduring destiny alone. The man places the burden clearly before Theo, declaring that sole by proving himself can Theo truly claim leadership of the Ragnar clan. The challenge echoes through the heavens as the warzone shifts, signaling the beginning of a true trial. Far away, Theo and his companions move rapidly across frozen terrain, noticing inconsistencies in distance that suggest something is incorrect. Awareness dawns as Theo halts abruptly, sensing abnormal energy flow while urgently warning everyone to stop moving ahead. Confusion spreads amongst the group as they battle to understand the unseen threat forming ahead. A massive distortion appears in the heavens. Crimson energy erupts violently as Theo unleashes strength, recognizing the formation as a barrier created by a dragon clan. The war zone descends into turmoil as the environment fractures under the force, leaving everyone shocked by the scale of destruction unfolding. A masked investigator reports calmly while keeping a device, confirming that the identification process is nearly complete amid a grim war zone. The revealed corpse lies embedded inside red organic terrain, its frame preserved unnaturally, immediately drawing attention from those present. Shock spreads amongst the group as the identity is confirmed to be Lord Gassard Ragnar, contradicting all they trusted about his destiny. A silver-haired commander footsteps ahead aggressively, radiating authority while threatening immediate violence to force control over the chaotic circumstance. The masked person lowers his posture slightly, sensing danger, while the commander turns his attention toward the corpse with growing intensity. Emotion breaks through as the commander kneels beside the frame, showing doubt and restrained grief at the sight before him. Another officer analyzes the corpse carefully. He acknowledges the dead knight's attempts, emphasizing her sacrifice while attempting to steady the emotional atmosphere amongst the group. The scene expands to reveal ritualistic structures and crimson energy, identifying open signs of a demonic resurrection process. A close observer narrows his gaze, suspecting a deeper scheme beyond the ritual as unease spreads through the group. The team surveys the war zone from a distance, realizing the scale of the destruction and the unnatural alterations across the terrain. One subordinate proposes immediate rescue action, but the leader halts him, choosing to remain silent while analyzing the circumstance further. A massive organic structure rises like a grotesque monument. The commander's expression shifts as awareness sets in, followed by an abrupt, harsh laugh that breaks the quiet. Using controlled anger, he acknowledges the enemy's actions. Theo stands beside the clan head as a massive red vortex forms above the shattered floor, its energy spreading violently across the distorted war zone. His gaze widens sharply as he senses the immense presence, recognizing that the strength emerging is far beyond anything previously encountered. The clan head remains composed while analyzing the circumstance, realizing the disturbance is tied to a corpse that continues to cause turmoil even after demise. The floor trembles as Theo braces himself. The man steadies his thoughts and answers firmly, acknowledging his father while understanding the seriousness of what is unfolding before them. The clan head's expression darkens as he concludes the reality, recognizing that the Crimson Dragon Emperor has been resurrected, signaling the beginning of a far greater crisis. Trayvon initiates a forbidden ritual, channeling immense energy to revive the dead Dragon Emperor employing old sacrificial strength. Ragnar remains silent about the ritual, but altar traces confirm success, revealing the resurrection has already been finished. Theo launches a decisive offensive, mobilizing forces to eliminate Troyvin quickly before the revived emperor entirely regains power. Troyvin forces suffer heavy losses, losing territory rapidly as Ragnar's army advances and surrounds their remaining defensive positions. Amid harsh weather, a hidden camp shelters survivors, suggesting lingering resistance despite apparent fall of Troyvin's front lines. Within, leaders increase uneasy as the emperor shows no activity, raising suspicion that the resurrection result differs from expectations. Commanders conclude Troyvin may be stalling intentionally, implying a hidden strategy beyond their apparent retreat and weakened presence. A powerful warrior dismisses concern, displaying confidence that the resurrected emperor poses no meaningful threat to their dominance. The man asserts their continued slaughter matters most, believing triumph is certain regardless of the emperor's promised return. Tension rises as leaders argue, focusing sole on results while ignoring threats inside ranks. A woman analyzes circumstance, warning about hidden dangers tied to emperor's mental control abilities. The woman explains internal fall could occur if Emperor manipulates minds inside their own forces. Reports suggest one dragon already targeted Ragnar's foundation, possibly eliminating someone important covertly earlier. A man responds dismissively, ridiculing concern and shifting focus toward weaker members rather arrogantly. Another leader forcefully interrupts, restoring order and asserting confidence in Ragnar's current immense advantage. A map reveals advancing forces, showing enemy territories collapsing as Ragnar's campaign progresses steadily. Observing this, a warrior concludes sole one decisive action remains to secure absolute triumph. The man proposes capturing the enemy capital, believing this strike will finish Trovian's resistance completely. Ragnar army sets camp near mountains, preparing last advance while supply wagons arrive, and soldiers organize formations carefully. Commanders estimate triumph inside days, believing Troyvin forces will fall once capital is seized by coordinated assault. Despite confidence, soldiers appear uneasy, their morale lowered as fatigue and uncertainty linger across the warzone camp. Odd outfit draws attention, creating confusion amongst soldiers as reactions vary. Some laugh and tease, while others observe carefully, sensing unusual tension hidden beneath the seemingly light-hearted instant.
Theo Ragnar watches silently, his expression serious as he evaluates inconsistencies inside events unfolding near him. Theo recalls history timeline, realizing this war originally lasted longer, making the current rapid progress feel unnatural. The man questions whether Troiven's actions shifted events, suspecting interference connected to the revived Dragon Emperor's influence. Theo concludes unseen variables are emerging, deciding to investigate further personally. Theo Ragnar meets brother Thorkel, sensing unease while the warzone quiets and tension lingers between them. Thorkel questions the rapid retreat, suspecting something unusual beyond Trivon's abrupt loss of momentum. Theo responds calmly, masking concern while maintaining trust, showing confidence in Thorkel's verdict and intentions. Thorkel reassures unity, insisting Ragnar remains strong despite losses and warning against internal division weakening their position. He acknowledges history's sacrifices, emphasizing that dead comrades solitary cannot determine the clan's ultimate escape against foes. Theo agrees outwardly, yet his expression reveals hidden doubts. Thorkel presses Theo further, questioning his true intentions regarding Ragnar's tomorrow and motivations beyond his recent actions. Theo faces him directly, weighing whether his actions serve personal goals or the clan's broader honor and stability. The man ultimately reveals his stance, opposing tyranny inside Ragnar and prioritizing a balanced tomorrow over absolute dominance. Theo Ragnar presents his ideal site, rejecting dread-based rule and emphasizing unity through trust amongst Ragnar members. Thorkel listens closely, recognizing sincerity in Theo's remarks while measuring his resolve. The instant strengthens their bond as mutual understanding forms regarding Ragnar's tomorrow. Plans continue as they ready to march, acknowledging the approaching decisive encounter ahead. Theo comparing events to his history existence, noticing similarities yet remaining cautious about unseen differences. The man resolves to surpass previous bounds, aiming to become stronger while competing for the clan head position. Theo declines rest, choosing immediate action, leaving companions beyond as he pursues a personal objective solitary. The man summons a powerful mount, moving swiftly across terrain, intent on investigating anomalies. Theo commits to uncovering reality, resolute to understand tomorrow changes and prevent unforeseen consequences. Theo Ragnar notices movement ahead, spotting an old man struggling solitary near a fast-flowing riverbank. The old man attempts crossing, but the strong current overwhelms him, forcing him into dangerous, unstable footing. Suddenly, Theo intervenes instantly, grabbing the man firmly before he is rushed away by the rushing water. Theo evaluates circumstance quickly, recognizing the river cannot be crossed safely, lacking significant risk or delay. The old man explains urgency, revealing he must return house where his sick grandchild awaits his presence. Hearing this, Theo silently considers the circumstance, his expression sharpening as he decides immediate action is necessary. Theo offers assistance directly, lifting the old man onto his back despite initial delay and doubt. The man crosses the river swiftly, moving through powerful currents with power and precision while, after crossing, the old man expresses comfort, while Theo reflects silently on the meaning of family and connection. The old man questions Theo Ragnar about family, but Theo rejects the idea. Theo states the clan lacks comfort, viewing it as a place driven by strength rather than bonds or care. The old man observes him closely, sensing hidden agony beneath Theo's denial and rigid perspective toward relationships. The old man offers gratitude, inviting Theo to his house beyond the river to repay the kindness shown. Theo declines lightly, showing no attachment, while maintaining distance from emotional connections. While they move, the old man comments on Theo's presence, noting an unusual comfort despite his detached attitude. A dark aura suddenly emerges, revealing the old man's true nature as something far more dangerous and unnatural. The man questions Theo's beliefs, challenging his understanding of family, while exposing deeper truths about hidden intentions. The entity invites Theo ahead, drawing him into an unknown road that could reshape his destiny entirely. Theo Ragnar flies through snowy mountains, approaching a hidden citadel concealed beyond barriers and old protective magic fields. The spectral citadel appears sole at midnight, revealing alone faintly amongst trees as the barrier weakens temporarily. Theo confirms destination, recognizing the location tied to history knowledge, and prepares himself. Theo lands near entrance, observing structure closely while ice falls, noting the citadel remains well-maintained despite isolation. The man sensing unusual presence nearby, while recalling information about dangerous entities residing inside the hidden structure. Abrupt disturbance emerges, but Theo reacts swiftly, maintaining control and continuing his approach. Theo reflects on history encounter, recalling a powerful witch whose abilities once influenced major events across the landmass.
The man remains confident, believing he can handle any threat, relying on his power and experience to escape safely. Entering the citadel interior, Theo proceeds deeper within, beginning his investigation to uncover hidden truths. Theo Ragnar explores citadel interior, moving through corridors while sensing irregularities mirrored. The man notices odd reflections revealing a girl's presence, indicating something unnatural hidden. Suddenly, the surroundings shift violently, transporting Theo outside as unknown forces distort space and disorient his perception. Theo realizes circumstance involves mirage magic, recognizing manipulation of senses and environment controlled by a hidden caster. The man deduces the witch Hilda is responsible. Understanding this mirage aims to test or mislead his intentions. Remaining calm, Theo observes carefully, preparing to break the mirage while tracking inconsistencies. The mirage intensifies, throwing Theo into simulated combat scenarios filled with turmoil, foes, and destructive force. Despite pressure, Theo reacts quickly, adapting his movements and countering attacks with precise control and focused perception. He pushes ahead through illusions, resolute to overcome the trial and reach the reality hidden beyond deception. Theo Ragnar reacting instinctively, despite knowing the environment is entirely fabricated by magic. He senses a presence beyond mirage, identifying the woman controlling all as someone powerful. Theo confirms the caster is Hilda Ragnar, understanding the mirage represents her history, existence, and experiences entirely recreated. The scene shifts into a great hall, showing Hilda's authority as soldiers gather. Hilda appears calm and composed, standing confidently while maintaining control over surroundings through immense arcane presence and authority. Theo observes silently, recognizing her power and influence while preparing himself for encounter inside this recreated historical instant. The mirage abruptly shifts to battle aftermath, revealing destruction and casualties surrounding her. Hilda stands wounded yet resolute, showing determination despite injuries, demonstrating the harsh truth beyond her history leadership struggles. Theo witnesses her actions carefully, understanding her power came from enduring conflict. Theo Ragnar understands Hilda's perspective, realizing her actions stem from experience gained. Hilda confronts Theo, recognizing him as a regressor and acknowledging his exceptional adaptability shaped by previous existence knowledge. The woman reveals her own identity, emphasizing the unique advantages granted by repeating history timelines. The mirage shifts again, showing warzone memories where individuals retain perception, suggesting regressors return. Theo observes multiple figures, understanding the burden of mind held across timelines. Visions transition rapidly, revealing fragments of Hilda's history struggles, highlighting sacrifice, leadership, and consequences of her choices. A tragic instant unfolds as violence erupts, marking a decisive changing time that deeply scars Hilda emotionally and mentally. Hilda expresses regret internally, burdened by loss, acknowledging responsibility for many deaths resulting from her history actions. Theo witnesses her suffering, recognizing the heavy burden of leadership and consequences shaping her current beliefs and decisions. Theo Ragnar witnesses Hilda's history, seeing regret and sorrow as she reflects on decisions that led others to suffer. Her emotions intensify, revealing how dread and responsibility twisted her actions, gradually driving her toward instability and insanity. Theo realizing her transformation resulted from accumulated trauma, loss, and repeated burdens held through endless cycles. Fragments of memories shatter, exposing repeated betrayals and failures, showing how every return ended with destruction and anguish. Theo processes this information, understanding regressors carry immense burdens shaping their minds. He questions the case, recognizing a pattern where repeated return leads individuals toward eventual psychological fall. Theo considers possibility that endless repetition drives people into insanity, eroding stability and distorting their perception of truth. The man reflects inwardly, acknowledging risk of becoming similar if he continues relying on return, lacking changing his approach. Theo steadies himself, resolute to avoid their destiny while continuing ahead with perception of consequences tied to his strength. Theo Ragnar regains perception within the citadel, realizing the mirage has ended. The man senses a presence ahead, changing quickly as a powerful woman appears seated calmly. Hilda Ragnar reveals herself entirely, confirming control over the mirage and testing Theo's resolve through the experience. Theo entered the chamber cautiously, sensing dangerous mana surrounding luxurious walls and silent servants beside corridors.
Woman Lord observed Theo silently from ornate seating, hiding suspicious intentions beneath relaxed expressions during negotiations. Theo recognized Madame Hilda's unusual behavior, remembering previous regressions involving manipulative nobles controlling influential territories. Madame Hilda rejected attendance gracefully before guiding Theo deeper within private corridors illuminated by flickering arcane chandeliers. Theo studied surrounding furniture carefully, suspecting hidden surveillance devices monitored important conversations occurring throughout enormous estates. Constantly, odd energies suddenly surfaced nearby, forcing Theo toward defensive instincts while Madame Hilda remained composed beside him. Servants prepared lengthy dining tables, arranging expensive meals carefully before Theo approached unfamiliar ceremonial chambers cautiously. Madame Hilda instructed Theo silently through crowded corridors, maintaining authority while observing suspicious movements surrounding nearby guards. Theo encountered Zenith Dragon unexpectedly within magnificent corridors, realizing powerful alliances influenced Madame Hilda's dangerous political goals. Theo silently analyzed Pharaoh beside Madame Hilda, confirming terrifying rumors regarding Zenith Dragon servitude inside nobility circles. Madame Hilda observed Theo during dinner carefully, noticing restrained anxiety hidden beneath his disciplined expression. Pharaoh remained motionless beyond Hilda's chair, displaying immense authority while servants avoided direct eye contact nervously. Madame Hilda evaluated Theo's return experience calmly, considering strategic advantages obtainable through repeated timelines and escape methods. Theo admitted limited knowledge regarding remaining regressions carefully, concealing deeper fears surrounding irreversible demise from powerful foes. Pharaoh monitored Theo's reactions continuously beside luxurious dining tables, ensuring Madame Hilda maintained complete political control. Madame Hilda doubted Theo further regarding return cycles, searching carefully for hidden weaknesses affecting tomorrow confrontations. Theo considered uncertain memories silently, recognizing odd instincts appearing repeatedly whenever regressions approached unavoidable endings near him. Dinner continued beneath massive chandeliers silently, while Theo understood Madame Hilda possessed dangerous knowledge exceeding previous regressions. Theo analyzed shining windows, realizing Madame Hilda grasped regressions lacking discovering mysterious blue system notifications. Theo doubted Madame Hilda regarding ascendance, remembering odd behavioral changes surrounding his influential father recently privately. Pharaoh sliced expensive meat silently beside dining tables, observing Theo closely while concealed tension intensified throughout chambers. Madame Hilda suddenly abandoned composure, reacting aggressively after Theo revealed forbidden knowledge regarding ascension and pantheons. Theo remained seated nervously while immense arcane pressure devoured enormous corridors, alarming nearby servants and attendants. Pharaoh interrupted Madame Hilda calmly, reminding her emotional reactions could expose dangerous secrets before inexperienced Theo unnecessarily. Theo concealed confusion carefully, recognizing ascension possessed deeper significance than previous regressions ever revealed through fragmented memories. Pharaoh lowered immense mana gradually, allowing shattered furniture and trembling servants opportunities, restoring damaged chambers again. Madame Hilda regained composure silently, deciding Theo's unusual knowledge could influence tomorrow political conflicts involving pantheons. Madame Hilda explained Theo's father resisted pantheon summons, preserving mortal existence through extraordinary strength and determination. Theo absorbed Madame Hilda's explanations silently, realizing ascension threatened remaining connections surrounding his fractured family. Pharaoh observed Theo carefully beside luxurious chambers, recognizing emotional instability hidden beneath controlled expressions and restrained breathing. Madame Hilda clarified Theo's father avoided interference deliberately, preventing unavoidable ascension while enduring catastrophic losses surrounding rebellious descendants. Theo received terrifying truths calmly, understanding powerful ascendants abandoned humanity completely after entering Pantheon realms permanently forever. Pharaoh warned Madame Hilda, sensing dangerous implications surrounding discussions involving Theo's influential father and Pantheon politics. Theo recalled previous regressions silently, recognizing his father's odd actions concealed sacrifices, preventing disastrous ascension across kingdoms. Theo remembered chaotic battlefields vividly, realizing ascended beings would have destroyed civilizations lacking his father's resistance completely. Theo lowered his gaze silently, acknowledging insufficient power prevented confronting immense truths surrounding pantheon existence directly. Madame Hilda ended preliminary discussions, preparing Theo mentally before revealing valuable intelligence regarding regressors and prophecies. Theo watched mysterious energy gather nearby silently, recognizing legendary scrolls previously mentioned inside Black Ice intelligence reports. Old scrolls revealed tomorrow events clearly, granting Madame Hilda influence through accurate predictions benefiting loyal followers consistently worldwide. Theo abandoned remaining doubts immediately, accepting Madame Hilda possessed authentic return knowledge gathered across many repeated timelines completely. Theo understood Hilda's scroll contained dangerous information regarding resurrected dragon emperors threatening kingdoms. Pharaoh observed Theo silently beside massive dining corridors, understanding growing desperation hidden beneath resolute expressions and calculated quiet. Theo desired Hilda's scroll intensely, believing collected information contained solutions, preventing catastrophic failures from previous regressions permanently. Madame Hilda explained many businesses prospered through prophetic guidance obtained directly. Theo studied shining scroll fragments carefully, realizing immense knowledge remained inaccessible despite sitting directly before him. Madame Hilda proposed mentorship confidently, demanding Theo surrender return information while pledging influential clan leadership positions. Theo rejected Madame Hilda's proposal immediately, recognizing dangerous ambition hidden beneath persuasive promises and calculated negotiations. Pharaoh observed escalating tensions silently nearby. Understanding Theo distrusted Madame Hilda despite shared return experiences completely. Madame Hilda insisted political conflicts threatened declining clans severely, requiring stronger leadership restoring authority throughout northern territories. Theo analyzed collapsing ice-covered cities silently, realizing Madame Hilda manipulated instability, pursuing greater influence across kingdoms. Pharaoh monitored Theo carefully beside dark corridors, sensing growing suspicion regarding Madame Hilda's true political intentions covertly. Theo compared Madame Hilda's obsession against resurrected dragon emperors, recognizing identical insanity surrounding immense strength and control completely. Madame Hilda spilled crimson wine carelessly, acknowledging prolonged isolation gradually distorted her verdict and emotional restraint severely there. Theo departed enormous corridors cautiously, understanding Ragnarok approached rapidly while dangerous regressors pursued absolute authority everywhere. Madame Hilda released corrupted isolation magic suddenly, surrounding enormous chambers with living darkness and immense pressure. Theo crossed frozen wastelands cautiously, realizing Madame Hilda demanded obedience through dread rather than cooperation. Madame Hilda offered escape deliberately, insisting Theo become her disciple while surrendering return knowledge immediately lacking resistance. Dark creatures surfaced surrounding Theo aggressively, trapping movement completely while corrupted mana distorted nearby surroundings violently. Theo anticipated betrayal beforehand calmly, understanding Madame Hilda preferred controlling regressors through intimidation and psychological isolation tactics. Pharaoh remained absent throughout encounter silently, allowing Madame Hilda complete authority handling Theo's resistance personally solitary. Madame Hilda observed isolated chambers proudly, believing tireless ambition justified destroying obstacles blocking desired outcomes completely forever there. Theo studied Madame Hilda, recognizing dangerous confidence developed through many victories across repeated regressions, previously experienced personally. Madame Hilda doubted Theo mockingly, convinced every regressor eventually surrendered beneath immense political strength and manipulation methods. Madame Hilda monitored swirling isolation magic carefully, while Pharaoh measured elapsed time beside enormous chambers. Theo endured distorted dimensions solitary, recognizing arcane barriers manipulated internal time differently from external truth. Abrupt disruptions shattered surrounding mana violently, forcing Madame Hilda and Pharaoh toward immediate defensive reactions. Theo escaped isolation successfully, unleashing destructive strength against monstrous creatures surrounding frozen wastelands aggressively lacking delay there. Mysterious blue notifications emerged repeatedly, confirming Theo's abilities strengthened rapidly through tireless combat experience accumulated. A person sliced approaching foes continuously, preventing coordinated attacks while searching frantically for dimensional weaknesses nearby during combat. The person noticed unstable spatial distortions suddenly, realizing isolation barriers weakened from excessive arcane pressure. Monstrous creatures gathered beneath expanding rifts aggressively, while Theo prepared decisive attacks against collapsing dimensional structures. Theo concentrated remaining power completely, attempting destroying unstable rifts before isolation dimensions devoured surrounding territories. Theo became encircled by shadow creatures, enduring tireless pressure while unstable dimensional rifts expanded. The man released concentrated mana upward, trusting destructive attacks could shatter collapsing isolation barriers completely before disaster occurred. Corrupted darkness devoured Theo's arm, spreading dangerous energy throughout surrounding frozen dimensions silently beneath unstable skies. Theo summoned Umbra, transforming corrupted darkness into controllable strength while confronting enormous dimensional monsters. Violent collisions burst repeatedly nearby, forcing monstrous creatures backward while dimensional distortions intensified across frozen battlefields rapidly.
Theo maintained immense attacks continuously, preventing gigantic shadow beasts from escaping collapsing dimensional barriers surrounding isolated territories. Dimensional rifts cracked violently within Madame Hilda's chambers, revealing Theo's destructive strength beyond expected limitations completely there. Remaining shadow creatures scattered rapidly throughout enormous corridors, escaping unstable portals before dimensional fall devoured all nearby entirely. Madame Hilda and Pharaoh recognized Umbra immediately, realizing Theo controlled extraordinarily dangerous shadow dragon abilities. Madame Hilda prevented Pharaoh from pursuing Theo, trusting surviving beasts always come back beside powerful masters eventually. Madame Hilda examined shattered isolation barriers, realizing Theo exceeded previous expectations regarding dimensional resistance abilities. Pharaoh observed unstable rifts silently nearby, while Madame Hilda confirmed Theo witnessed forbidden Pantheon truths personally. Madame Hilda considered provoking Theo further carefully, believing additional pressure could accelerate growth through dangerous confrontations repeatedly. Pharaoh recognized Madame Hilda's destructive obsession immediately, understanding excessive manipulation threatened Theo's remaining mental stability. Madame Hilda acknowledged Theo's limitations, realizing inexperienced regressors required greater power before confronting Ragnarok successfully later. Madame Hilda mirrored upon many regressions silently, recognizing accumulated centuries destroyed Theo's youthful determination and emotional resilience. Pharaoh grasped Madame Hilda's sorrow immediately, knowing repeated regressions transformed talented fighters into exhausted survivors. Madame Hilda summoned Pharaoh silently, preparing tomorrow plans involving Theo's dangerous promise and extraordinary return abilities. Madame Hilda prepared receiving important guests carefully, while unstable dimensional rifts continued collapsing. Abrupt explosions shattered enormous corridors immediately, forcing Madame Hilda toward defensive reactions against unexpected intruders. Pharaoh observed destructive impacts silently nearby, while mysterious figures approached collapsing isolation barriers confidently through immense explosions. Robert entered destroyed chambers aggressively, confronting Madame Hilda regarding repeated isolation magic usage and dangerous manipulations immediately. Madame Hilda remained seated calmly despite destruction. Recognizing Robert's arrival disrupted carefully arranged confrontations involving Theo. Robert destroyed remaining dimensional structures violently, finishing dangerous games surrounding Theo's imprisonment and isolation permanently. Corrupted shadow creatures dissolved gradually nearby while Theo recovered painfully from exhausting battles against dimensional monsters solitary. Theo acknowledged surviving isolation thankfully, realizing Umbra's assistance prevented certain demise inside collapsing dimensions. Umbra remained beside Theo silently, confirming powerful bonds strengthened continuously through dangerous battles and shared escape experiences. Theo recognized Black Dragon, realizing his father covertly arranged surveillance throughout previous dangerous missions involving betrayal. Robert admitted monitoring Theo carefully, understanding suspicious political factions considered him promised traitorous threats previously. Theo studied Robert silently nearby, recognizing hidden protection existed beneath tireless surveillance and suspicious investigations. Robert rejected Theo's gratitude calmly, insisting surviving dangerous confrontations independently remained essential for tomorrow battles ahead. Explosive blue mana burst suddenly nearby, forcing Theo and Robert toward immediate defensive reactions against approaching disturbances. Madame Hilda surfaced through collapsing dimensions confidently, interrupting escape attempts while maintaining dangerous composure before exhausted Theo. Madame Hilda ridiculed Robert playfully nearby, questioning whether faith toward Theo exceeded professional obligations and political. Robert rejected Madame Hilda's provocations immediately, preparing escape strategies carefully while Theo recovered from dimensional fatigue. Theo summoned Umbra silently beside shattered battlefields, planning one last action before abandoning dangerous isolation chambers. Robert commanded immediate retreat aggressively while immense blue mana attacks shattered frozen battlefields violently. Theo escaped collapsing dimensions rapidly beside Umbra, avoiding destructive explosions consuming surrounding territories and monstrous foes. Madame Hilda pursued escaping targets relentlessly, unleashing dangerous attacks throughout collapsing isolation zones, lacking delay. Robert intercepted Madame Hilda directly, preventing pursuit while violent blade clashes burst across unstable dimensions aggressively. Madame Hilda analyzed Robert carefully, realizing experienced fighters remained insignificant against immense return knowledge and accumulated strength. Pharaoh observed ongoing confrontations, recognizing Madame Hilda underestimated Theo's dangerous unpredictability and escape instincts. Theo crashed across frozen landscapes painfully, enduring violent impacts while dimensional fragments scattered throughout enormous snowy territories. Theo noticed massive fortress structures suddenly, realizing escape routes remained dangerously limited beneath collapsing dimensional barriers. Umbra held exhausted Theo rapidly afterward, escaping catastrophic explosions consuming isolation dimensions and frozen battlefields simultaneously. Snowstorms swallowed distant forests completely while Theo escaped collapsing dimensions. Madame Hilda collided against Robert briefly before fatigue made retreat decisions throughout damaged isolation chambers. Ferreau received remaining responsibilities calmly while Madame Hilda abandoned pursuit attempts and prioritized recovery. Madame Hilda doubted Theo's disappearance angrily, realizing dimensional barriers could not preventing unexpected escapes through unstable rifts. Robert observed Madame Hilda carefully, recognizing unusual excitement hidden beneath her frustrated expressions and dangerous goals. Madame Hilda discovered missing scrolls suddenly, realizing Theo covertly stole valuable prophetic knowledge before escaping. Ice-covered Priamos, slums encircled Cassandra's isolated cabin while freezing winds crossed silent alleys. Cassandra nervously approached her sleeping parent after terrifying nightmares disturbed her ideas. Dim candlelight illuminated their wooden bedroom while Cassandra recalled restrained captives and murderous figures within nightmares vividly. Cassandra described witnessing her mother's demise inside horrifying dreams while clutching blankets beside trembling darkness. Her exhausted parent listened carefully beside moonlit windows, while Cassandra remembered kidnappers binding helpless victims tightly. Dread flooded Cassandra completely, although her parent protected her softly beneath creaking ceilings during heavy snowfall outside. Cassandra's parent embraced her warmly while understanding recurring nightmares continuously haunted her frightened daughter every evening. Gentle sunlight entered the bedroom while Cassandra slowly received her mother's reassurance regarding terrifying dreams completely. Cassandra rested peacefully beside her parent while dimming fears disappeared across their quiet wooden bedroom before sunrise. Cassandra remembered her mother's reassurance while shattered flower petals scattered beside creaking furniture. Theo entered Priamos' eastern slums through tireless snowfall while observing abandoned pathways beneath darkened winter skies. Theo confirmed Cassandra Ada's location mentally while recalling catastrophic Imperial destruction witnessed. Theo crossed frozen streets beside Ragnar banners while evaluating Imperial territories controlling political influence throughout northern regions. Massive Edda Empire structures towered across snowy mountains, while Theo considered powerful nobles dominating many surrounding civilizations. Theo analyzed mysterious Tomorrow foresight abilities carefully, while hidden foes monitored Imperial movements from shadow chambers. Cassandra rested silently within wooden shelters, while distant footsteps resounded beyond narrow corridors covered completely. Theo clenched his cloak carefully while approaching Cassandra's residence through freezing winds surrounding isolated slum districts. Uncertain destinies connected Theo and Cassandra unexpectedly, while dangerous Imperial conspiracies advanced across heavily guarded territories. Theo remembered weakened royal descendants abusing prophetic abilities while snowstorms buried neglected Imperial districts. The man studied Cassandra's documents carefully while realizing forgotten slum residents unknowingly protected Tomorrow Imperial authority. Considered recruiting Cassandra immediately because extraordinary foresight abilities could transform approaching continental conflicts completely for escape. Theo located Cassandra's isolated residence while frozen pathways mirrored moonlight across abandoned wooden neighborhoods. He doubted whether Cassandra's childhood foresight remained undeveloped or concealed deliberately beyond fabricated frailty throughout isolation continuously. Theo suddenly detected murderous hostility nearby while crimson energy illuminated his gaze beneath violent snowfall instantly nearby. The man rushed toward Cassandra's residence after recognizing fresh bloodshed surrounding concealed attackers beneath freezing darkness inside alleys. Theo entered the silent cabin cautiously while discovering empty corridors lacking traps, guards, or defensive preparations within. The man understood unknown foes already discovered Cassandra's identity while dangerous conspiracies expanded beyond Imperial control rapidly everywhere. Theo discovered armed intruders within Cassandra's residence while injured victims fell across blood-stained wooden floors. The man observed surviving attackers carefully while several masked criminals encircled terrified captives throughout narrow corridors. Theo immediately recognized organized ambushers targeting Cassandra deliberately, while hidden motives remained dangerously unclear beneath tense quiet completely. Doubted Imperial involvement carefully while he analyzing suspicious attackers invading Cassandra's isolated residence prematurely during severe snowfall outside. Theo prepared merciless interrogation methods immediately while activating immense arcane energy against kneeling foes.
Explosive lightning flowed throughout cramped hallways while terrified attackers witnessed Theo's devastating strength approaching rapidly. Panicked attackers demanded Theo's identity while defensive formations fell instantly beneath immense lightning strikes everywhere, surrounding terrified soldiers. Theo annihilated multiple foes effortlessly while shattered weapons scattered violently across narrow hallways during harsh combat within. Surviving attackers shook helplessly while Theo's unstoppable lightning abilities destroyed remaining resistance throughout blood-stained corridors. Theo interrogated wounded killers aggressively, while lightning devastated cramped hallways surrounding Cassandra's endangered residence. Theo recognized Trojan's faction immediately after scarred attackers revealed dangerous wartime connections involving secret imperial conspiracies. Theo doubted invading servants carefully while understanding hidden foes already possessed extensive knowledge regarding catastrophic tomorrow conflicts. Ock proudly identified himself before launching reckless attacks against Theo throughout shattered corridors filled with destructive lightning. Theo remained completely fearless while overpowering ached effortlessly beneath collapsing ceilings illuminated by violent arcane energy. Explosive lightning strikes shattered wooden structures instantly, while wounded killers fell helplessly across blood-stained floors. Theo ridiculed Ake mercilessly while crushing remaining resistance beneath immense arcane pressure. At screamed painfully while Theo's devastating attacks cut armor repeatedly across destroyed corridors, overflowing with electrical destruction. Theo subdued surviving foes completely while protecting Cassandra's hidden location from Imperial forces seeking prophetic powers. Ock sacrificed himself recklessly while attempting dragging Theo toward destruction beneath collapsing wooden structures. Theo rejected Ock's eager threats immediately while overpowering him effortlessly across shattered rooftops beneath freezing snowfall. Theo launched Act downward brutally while crimson explosions devoured collapsing buildings surrounding destroyed corridors instantly beneath darkness. Theo survived the massive explosion solitary while Axe destroyed frame fell lifelessly across frozen streets nearby. Theo come back toward Cassandra cautiously while lingering smoke covered devastated residences throughout shattered slum districts completely. Theo discovered Cassandra motionless beneath blankets while realizing hidden foes targeted her despite lacking prophetic importance. Theo analyzed changing Imperial events carefully while understanding unknown rivals altered tomorrow outcomes surrounding Cassandra's tragic demise. Theo blamed himself silently because arriving later allowed hidden killers eliminating Cassandra before protective intervention occurred tragically. Theo remained beside Cassandra silently while immense guilt devoured him throughout the devastated wooden bedroom completely. Cassandra doubted her mother's condition innocently, while Theo understood blindness prevented witnessing devastating tragedy. Theo observed Cassandra silently, while understanding extraordinary foresight abilities allowed predicting catastrophic tomorrow events accurately. Cassandra frantically searched reassurance while Theo struggled accepting heartbreaking truths surrounding her mother's demise emotionally. Theo doubted revealing painful truths because Cassandra already possessed terrifying tomorrow visions, despite physical blindness completely. Cassandra calmly received her mother's demise, while remembering identical events appearing repeatedly throughout prophetic nightmares previously. Cassandra explained prophetic dreams consistently becoming truth while Theo listened carefully beside devastated wooden interiors fall. The woman described unfamiliar vision changes carefully, while recalling Theo unexpectedly rescuing her from violent kidnappers previously nearby silently. Cassandra asked Theo whether changing predetermined futures remained possible, despite terrifying prophetic visions controlling many destinies continuously afterward. Theo received mysterious scenario objectives immediately, while accepting responsibility protecting Cassandra from approaching Imperial dangers.
A lonely wooden grave marker stood in the snow, with a small bottle holding flowers placed beside it as the cold wind drifted across the white landscape. Nearby, he arrived with a young girl stopping before the grave while a large white dragon waited behind them. Holding his hand tightly, the girl looked up at him with fading hope, wishing he could have changed the future sooner and prevented the tragedy. Regret filled the man's face as he realized the girl's condition had worsened much faster than he had expected. Without warning, her strength gave out, causing her small body to collapse forward in the snow. Shock flashed across his eyes as he quickly caught her in his arms, while the dragon rushed closer after noticing the emergency. Concern replaced confusion when he examined her carefully and found no visible injuries anywhere on her body. Meanwhile, a fairy-like companion explained that the girl had likely exhausted herself and suffered severe mental shock. Understanding the danger, the man immediately decided to seek help and urged everyone to move as quickly as possible. Snow swirled around the grave as the group departed, leaving the flowers and memorial behind in silence. Carrying the unconscious girl securely, he rode across the frozen land while considering the nearest place that could treat her. Soon, he chose to head toward Ragnar base, believing its people would understand the situation and offer assistance. Far away, a peaceful sanctuary surrounded by a vast tulip garden rested beneath the mountains and the morning light. She was placed in a bed where she could recover under proper care and protection. Later, a woman watched over the sleeping child in thoughtful silence before stepping outside, sensing that an important matter had just begun. Outside the cabin, the black-haired man waited anxiously for news while keeping his attention fixed on the girl he had brought to the sanctuary. A caretaker soon emerged and informed him that Cassandra's condition had stabilized after receiving treatment for her fever. Relief briefly settled over him, but the cooperative leader immediately shifted the discussion toward the mysterious child he seemed desperate to protect. Although grateful for the sanctuary's assistance, the man refused to reveal Cassandra's identity and kept her background hidden. Meanwhile, the cooperative leader observed his behavior carefully and concluded that he carried responsibilities far greater than he admitted. Their conversation then turned toward the Troivan clan, with both sides discussing the possibility of its members moving across the region. Looking through a watchtower over the endless tulip fields, the man suddenly recognized the true nature of the sanctuary. Surprise crossed the leader's face when he accurately identified the location as an important resting place connected to powerful figures. Far beyond being a simple garden, the sanctuary revealed itself as a secluded refuge reserved for honored members of the clan. Cooperative leader criticized his reckless decision to bring a Troivan heir into such a sensitive area. Despite her frustration, she gradually realized that his actions were driven by urgency rather than selfish motives. At that moment, another caretaker arrived with encouraging news and confirmed that Cassandra was no longer in immediate danger. The sleeping girl rested peacefully beneath warm blankets, free from the fear and exhaustion that had overwhelmed her earlier. Hearing the report, the man sincerely thanked the cooperative leader and expressed regret for the trouble his sudden arrival had caused. As flower petals drifted through the air, he offered a formal apology for entering Ragnar's sacred resting grounds. Leaning back with a relaxed smile, the cooperative leader noted that the man showed far more courtesy than most heir candidates she had encountered. Curiosity soon replaced the light-hearted mood as she questioned whether another important visitor had recently arrived at the sanctuary. Before he could press further, she hinted that someone with a status similar to his had already appeared and caused considerable trouble. A sudden disturbance interrupted the conversation as a figure crashed through the snowy rooftop and landed nearby. The newcomer revealed herself as Rez Ragnar, a powerful warrior whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere around the sanctuary. Standing confidently among drifting flower petals, she openly acknowledged the black-haired man. Meanwhile, the cooperative leader excused herself, deciding to continue watching over Cassandra while leaving the two heirs alone. Amusement spread across the man's face as he recognized Rez and realized exactly who had arrived. Without wasting time, he challenged her directly, knowing her reputation and expecting a confrontation sooner or later. In response, Rez unleashed a blazing attack that erupted across the sanctuary with explosive force. Rather than retreating, she eagerly invited him to continue the fight somewhere more suitable for battle. Calmly protecting the surrounding area, the man blocked her advance and reminded her that innocent people could be harmed. Realization briefly crossed Rez's face as she recognized that her excitement had nearly caused unnecessary destruction. Even so, the battle had already begun, and she immediately launched herself forward with overwhelming speed. A violent clash followed as powerful currents of force swept across the field, while the man countered her assault. While blocking Rez's relentless attacks, the man recalled the rumors surrounding the infamous Black Reaper and realized they had not been exaggerated. A glowing system notification suddenly appeared before him, announcing the discovery of the primordial dragon's relic known as Grim Reaper. Far away on Ragnar's frozen frontline territory, a new chain of events quietly began to unfold beneath the snowy sky. At the frontier camp, a careless collision between two warriors quickly turned a minor disagreement into a heated confrontation. One of the men responded with open hostility, his eyes glowing with dangerous energy as anger rapidly overtook reason. Tension spread through the area as nearby soldiers noticed the disturbance and sensed violence was about to erupt. Not far away, several young clan members heard the commotion and gathered to see what was happening. Confusion turned into alarm when the argument exploded into a full fight, sending powerful attacks through the camp. The spectators immediately rushed forward, trying to stop the combatants before the situation spiraled further out of control. Suddenly, blazing flames crashed into the battlefield and drowned the entire area in overwhelming heat and light. A commanding woman stepped forward and harshly reprimanded the fighters for causing chaos in the middle of an active war zone. Her authority silenced the crowd as she warned everyone that reckless behavior endangered both allies. Certain that order had been restored, one observer relaxed, expecting the conflict to finally come to an end. However, another woman carefully studied the scene and noticed something unusual hidden beneath the surface of the incident. The moment her eyes detected a strange energy signature, she moved without hesitation and launched herself toward a nearby target. After noticing something unusual, a sharp-eyed woman closely examined the battlefield while the surrounding soldiers struggled to maintain order among the fighters. Meanwhile, a senior warrior observed the reckless behavior spreading through the camp and grew concerned about the lack of discipline among the younger members. Realizing the conflict extended beyond a simple argument, he concluded that the situation threatened the stability of Troiven's main stronghold and required immediate attention. Elsewhere, an important clan leader received reports about the growing unrest and listened carefully as details from the front line continued to arrive. Concern deepened when new information revealed the presence of a dangerous force connected to recent disturbances across the region. As red energy engulfed the battlefield in the distance, the leadership prepared for a larger confrontation.
Theo noticed their battle was affecting the surroundings, so he proposed moving elsewhere. His calm verdict contrasted sharply with the intense atmosphere surrounding them. Theo immediately dashed across the war zone, creating distance from nearby areas. His swift movement made Lady Leger to react while tracking him closely. Lady Leger grasped his concern about others getting involved, excited by the challenge. She followed him eagerly, showing greater interest in combat. Lady Leger launched herself ahead and released a powerful technique. Theo remained composed while observing the immense attack. Rather than retreating recklessly, he studied its structure and searched for weaknesses. The swirling force expanded across the area, displaying Lady Leger's exceptional power. Theo recognized her energy contained far greater strength than expected. Theo entered the vortex and met Lady Leger head on. Their weapons collided repeatedly, producing fierce shockwaves that resounded throughout the turbulent space. Lady Leger pressed her offensive lacking delay, attempting to overwhelm him completely. Theo matched her pace and maintained control during every exchange. Realizing ordinary methods would not secure triumph, Theo prepared a stronger response. The encounter reached a critical stage as both fighters advanced. Lady Leger transformed the vortex into many blazing scythes, filling the war zone with rotating attacks. Theo watched carefully while assessing their movement patterns. The woman charged ahead beyond the spinning blades, increasing pressure from every direction. The scythes shut in rapidly, limiting Theo's available routes. Theo intercepted several incoming strikes with precise swordplay. Sparks burst across the war zone as he endured the tireless assault surrounding him. Theo noticed the scythes constantly circling his position. Their coordinated movement revealed a hidden strategy designed to restrict his reactions completely. While Theo analyzed the formation, Lady Leger silently repositioned herself. The woman exploited the distraction and prepared a direct attack from above. Lady Leger descended with tremendous pace, believing Theo remained focused elsewhere. Her confidence grew as the attack approached its decisive instant. Theo sensed danger before the strike connected and moved instantly. His abrupt reaction disrupted Lady Leger's expectations and altered the battle's flow. The war zone shook as opposing forces collided inside the fiery vortex. Violent energy flowed outward, scattering debris across the fractured terrain. Lady Leger showed excitement at Theo's response, while Theo released a powerful blue blade attack. Their clash escalated toward another fierce exchange. Lady Leger welcomed Theo's counterattack with excitement and rushed ahead again. Their weapons collided repeatedly, sending sharp shockwaves across the beaten war zone. Theo seized the initiative and released a powerful blue blade strike. The attack tore through the floor, forcing Lady Leger backward. The devastating slash carved a massive road through the war zone. Dust and debris burst everywhere, while Lady Leger regained her footing. Before either fighter resumed their duel, several armored fighters suddenly emerged. Those figures encircled Theo and Lady Leger, interrupting the battle entirely. The newcomers declared their intent and directed hostility toward Lady Leger. Their presence revealed worries extending far beyond the ongoing duel. The fighters prepared for encounter and clenched their formation. Their leader emerged confident that Lady Leger would eventually confront consequences for her actions. Lady Leger reacted with immediate frustration and rounded toward the intruders. The interruption angered her beyond any attack Theo delivered. The woman complained that the battle had finally become enjoyable before being disrupted. Her attitude surprised Theo, who observed the circumstance silently. Lady Leger calmly apologized for her followers' behavior. Theo admitted their duel remained unresolved, believing either fighter could have dead initial if the clash had continued much longer. The duel ended on friendly conditions as Theo and Lady Leger exchanged mutual respect. Both acknowledged the other's power before parting ways peacefully. Theo mirrored on the battle and admitted Lady Leger possessed extraordinary pace, power, and skill. The man recognized she belonged amongst exceptional fighters.
While evaluating the encounter, Theo recalled an even greater person standing above her. The thought strengthened his resolve and renewed his focus. Lady Leger departed alongside her followers while eagerly discussing tomorrow opportunities. Her straightforward personality contrasted sharply with the schemes Theo usually encountered. Theo considered how her honesty created a changed challenge. Predictable foes were manageable, but sincere intentions often complicated difficult decisions considerably. While Lady Leger disappeared into the distance, Theo remained deep in thought. Questions regarding tomorrow conflicts and alliances occupied his thoughts. Far from the war zone, a young blonde child, Cassandra, rested beneath thick blankets. Signs of illness remained, although recovery had clearly started. Cassandra slowly awakened and responded weakly while adjusting to the surroundings. Concerned caretakers observed closely, relieved by the improvement shown. An older guardian encouraged the child to eat properly and regain power. The peaceful scene contrasted greatly with the violent battles elsewhere. Cassandra sat before a table covered with warm food while recovering from illness. The rich aroma captured her attention and awakened hunger. Curious and impatient, she immediately reached toward the meal with her hands. Her excitement mirrored how long she had endured frailty. A caretaker quickly stopped her and explained the food was still hot. The woman carefully prepared portions ensuring Cassandra could eat safely. The caretaker patiently gave Cassandra and watched her condition improve. Each bite restored power, bringing visible existence back into her expression. While Cassandra continued eating, the caretaker mentioned repairing her treasured clothes. The reminder unexpectedly drew Cassandra's attention and quieted her mood. The caretaker recalled that Cassandra's parent had made those garments personally. Hearing those remarks stirred emotions Cassandra had been keeping within. Overcome with gratitude, Cassandra thanked the caretaker sincerely. The woman rejected the formality softly and focused on helping her recover entirely. The caretaker stepped away to fetch drinks, leaving Cassandra solitary briefly. Quiet settled across the room as she mirrored silently. Cassandra found the circumstance unusual because her prophetic dreams had disappeared recently. Lacking visions of tomorrow events, uncertainty now filled her ideas. While eating silently, Cassandra mirrored on how truth kept diverging from the tomorrow she once witnessed through dreams. The changes unsettled yet intrigued her. For the initial time, events not anymore followed the paths shown in her visions. The certainty she relied upon gradually disappeared. Despite the confusion, Cassandra preferred this existence over the history. Endless nightmares had faded, replaced by comfort, safety, and genuine hope. The door unclosed and footsteps entered the room. Cassandra assumed the caretaker had come back, but an unfamiliar presence immediately caught her attention. A tall woman approached confidently and introduced herself as Zex, one of Trayvon's 9 dukes. Cassandra stared cautiously at the unexpected visitor. Zex spoke calmly while studying Cassandra's reaction. Her relaxed attitude contrasted sharply with the intimidating reputation held by someone of her rank. Before Cassandra could process the circumstance completely, Zex moved suddenly and grabbed her. The unexpected action left the recovering child startled. Cassandra struggled to understand what was occurring as Zex held her effortlessly. The immense difference in power prevented any resistance. Dark energy gathered near Zexa and manifested into a powerful form. Cassandra watched nervously as the extraordinary display revealed power far beyond ice covered a quiet mountain village while Cassandra remained within a wooden house. A violent disturbance suddenly burst nearby, shaking the floor. Dark energy spread through the area as an unknown creature surfaced from the destruction. The attack reached Cassandra's location, leaving her injured and trapped amid turmoil. Zex arrived at the scene and discovered the odd beast, Umbra, protecting Cassandra. Seeing its immense presence and unusual appearance, she immediately recognized the circumstance. Zex carefully observed Umbra while assessing the damage near the house. The beast remained close to Cassandra, blocking access and reacting aggressively. Dark energy flowed across the floor as Umbra guarded the injured child. Zex studied its behavior, realizing the monster's actions were focused entirely on Cassandra's safety. Understanding the creature would not move aside, Zex decided delay would worsen matters. The woman prepared herself for battle while maintaining focus on her objective. Zex launched a swift attack toward the guardian creature, intending to eliminate the obstacle. The beast responded instantly, meeting her assault with immense force and pace. Their clash released powerful shockwaves that rushed across the snowy landscape. Neither side retreated as blades, energy, and movement collided near Cassandra's position. Umbra effortlessly matched Zex's techniques and maintained control of the battle. Realizing her opponent's power exceeded expectations, Zex reacted with visible shock and concern. Zex continued her assault against Umbra, but a powerful strike intercepted her attack. The abrupt intervention disrupted the battle and made her attention elsewhere immediately. Theo Ragnar surfaced beside Umbra and confronted Zex directly. During the clash, Zex recognized his identity and revealed familiarity with his growing reputation. The exchange intensified as Theo pressed ahead with tireless force. Zex struggled against the combined pressure, while Umbra remained positioned near Cassandra protectively. Umbra remained beyond Cassandra while Theo assessed the circumstance. Understanding the creature's faith, he acknowledged its attempts in keeping Cassandra alive through danger. Umbra responded calmly to Theo's presence and lowered its hostility. While examining the war zone, Theo noticed something unusual and quickly focused on Zex again. Theo understood Zex had not triggered a deadly sacrificial technique, despite severe injuries. The discovery raised suspicion, leading him to reconsider her intentions and preparations. A column of red smoke suddenly rose above the village, drawing Theo's attention. The unexpected signal suggested outside involvement and hinted at a larger operation nearby. Zex ridiculed Theo's assumption and revealed confidence despite her condition. Rather than accepting loss, she emerged certain that additional support would soon arrive. Theo reacted instantly and launched another attack before circumstances could change. Refusing to allow delays, he moved decisively to finish the encounter and secure Cassandra. Far from the village, members of Zex's team saw a red smoke signal through surveillance equipment. The observer immediately reported that Zex had been discovered. A cloaked leader reviewed the report lacking surprise and mirrored on the could-not operation. Considering the gathered information valuable, the person shifted focus toward larger objectives. The leader declared the experiment finished and prepared the next phase. Hidden forces received orders as plans moved ahead despite Zex's capture and warzone setback. The cloaked leader mobilized elite cavalry units stationed nearby. Numerous mounted soldiers assembled in formation, ready to advance while carrying out their organization's commands. The cavalry began moving across the snowy region as red smoke lingered overhead. Their deployment transformed a localized incident into a broader military operation. A nearby warrior noticed the signal and approaching movement. Bewildered by the abrupt developments, she doubted the case while attempting to understand the circumstance. Warnings spread through the village as scouts rushed into action. Soldiers prepared defensive measures after reports suggested hostile forces could already be closing in. The warrior observed unusual activity beyond the settlement and sensed a familiar presence. Her attention shifted toward the distant flower fields where movement surfaced. Members of the Trovin's elite cavalry Blue Mountain Corps charged across the landscape. Their rapid advance signaled a dangerous escalation surrounding Theo, Cassandra, and Umbra. Legge reunited with Theo and discussed the approaching cavalry force. Both recognized the army scale was unusual, raising worries about how such troops arrived unnoticed. Theo remained calm despite the threat and explained his familiarity with enemy forces. However, the abrupt appearance of a massive army continued troubling his ideas. Legge suspected the Tulip Garden Guards suffered an attack before reporting enemy movements. Their missing warning suggested the raid had been carefully prepared. While considering the circumstance, Theo concluded the army's arrival was not the strangest development. Several clues connected the raid to information surrounding Cassandra's unique abilities. Theo recalled that Cassandra possessed extraordinary foresight, yet another powerful person already possessed tomorrow knowledge. This turned the importance of her visions as a motive. The enemy still committed enormous resources to capture Cassandra despite existing advantages. Theo understood this signified her value exceeded expectations, revealing a deeper objective beyond events. Village defenders urgently requested orders as enemy cavalry rapidly approached. Panic spread through the settlement while preparations began for an unavoidable encounter. Legge chose direct resistance rather of retreat and prepared to engage the advancing force. The charging cavalry continued closing the distance through the flower fields. Theo stopped the discussion and redirected everyone's attention toward Cassandra. The man concluded the enemy's true objective was not battle alone, but securing the child. Theo explained that defeating the cavalry would not guarantee safety. Cassandra remained the true target, and loss could result in her capture despite their resistance. Legge struggled to understand Cassandra's importance and doubted Theo's conclusion. The surrounding soldiers listened closely, unable to identify any reason for such pursuit. Theo remained silent rather of revealing Cassandra's secret. His reaction confirmed the matter was sensitive, leaving Legge and the others even more bewildered. The short quiet convinced everyone that Theo's warning was serious. Concern spread amongst the group as they received the danger surrounding Cassandra. Legge immediately ordered nearby soldiers to scatter and conceal themselves. The command spread quickly as defenders rushed to reduce promised losses during battle, while others followed instructions. Lejay sensed the circumstance worsening rapidly. The woman prepared herself mentally, knowing the approaching conflict threatened everyone in the village. The caretaker emerged injured, suddenly at the house and spoke for assistance. His urgent arrival suggested a new crisis had already reached them. The guard frantically searched for the Garden Corps leader while struggling to remain standing. Dread and fatigue showed that something disastrous had occurred nearby. Before further information could be shared, panic burst within the settlement. The damaged surroundings and hurried movements signaled that enemy actions were already unfolding. Theo guided Cassandra and Lejay beneath the village through a hidden passage. The group entered an old underground structure while escaping the growing threat above. Within the vast chamber, Theo instructed everyone to show proper respect. The underground complex served as a sacred resting place connected to Ragnar history. The caretaker apologized for failing to prevent the crisis. Despite injuries and regret, she remained focused on helping Cassandra reach safety. She admitted knowing danger force eventually arrive and pushed Theo to guard Cassandra. Believing the enemy lacked knowledge of the location, the guard remained hopeful. The hidden sanctuary contained protective designs signified to prevent intruders from tracking movement. Its structure concealed deeper sections, making pursuit difficult even after discovery. Theo decided their destination would be Tomb 299 in the deepest area. Lejay reacted with surprise after realizing the famous burial site existed there. Theo explained that Tomb 299 honored the legendary squad recognized throughout Ragnar history. Their sacrifice stopped a devastating monster raid that once threatened the landmass. The story described how Ragnar's elite fighters confronted immense numbers and secured triumph. Their achievements became one of the clan's most respected historical legends. The group finally arrived at the sacred burial floor containing the heroes' remains. Encircled by solemn monuments, they prepared to shelter Cassandra inside the protected site. Theo led Cassandra and Lejay deeper into the burial fields, passing rows of old tombs. Believing the sanctuary remained secure, he believed its hidden protections, confident in the location's secrecy. Theo explained that sole a caretaker could access the deeper roads. The restricted pathways made enemy pursuit nearly impossible. While the group continued ahead, Cassandra silently observed her surroundings. The solemn atmosphere mirrored the importance of the heroes resting beneath Ragnar territory. Abrupt system notification emerged before Theo, reporting an anomaly. The notice revealed that the hatchling's synchro skill had triggered, lacking his command. Theo immediately focused on the warning and searched for the case. Nearby, a cloaked person reacted strangely, suggesting perception of the unexpected activation. Mysterious spectral lights surfaced throughout the burial chamber and gathered near the area. The cloaked person concluded that Theo could perceive them.